good morning, everybody. Tjenare, and welcome to Stockholm, Sweden. The sun is just rising. Who would have thought? It's 9:30 a.m. and we're just seeing the peeps of sunlight over the city. Here we are again with more 6 Invitational. What a day we had to open it all yesterday, and the action continues again and again and again, and we're gonna have 2 weeks full of action here live from Stockholm. I'm Milos the Medic, your host for the show, and welcome to the Command Center. Tovarish all out there. We are here and we are gonna talk about details, fill you in on the pre-show about what happened yesterday in our exciting opener, the debut of 6 Invitational 2022. I'm not alone as always. I'm just kind of here. I got 2 experts to talk to me about the dates, the down low, what happened yesterday, and all the drama at Invitational. Jesse, Jacob, good morning, friends.
Good morning, Milos. It's another beautiful day here in Sweden. The snow is on the ground, and our first day of Invite had a lot of surprises. Maybe we'll see that continue today.
You realize that we had our first day of Invite yesterday, and now we're doubling the total number of Invite days that we've had overall?
I suppose we are.
That's how math works,
That's
right?
math.
The day's not over yet, Jacob.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true. We do have to survive the games that happened today, but I don't have any trouble believing that we're going to get to do that because we set the stage with what happened from yesterday, and now we're getting to a point where already after just one day in the group stage, there's the chance for some teams who've already won a game, they already know they're in a good spot, but teams that have lost a game, they could be in a really bad spot after today.
Yeah, the important thing to remember is it's not about going to overtime on one map, because these are all best of 3s here in the group stage. You have to win a map to get a point out of all of this. If you win 2-0, you get all 3 points, which is awesome for you. And actually, but we talk about those groups, starting off with Group A, and I'm gonna let my experts talk about this. Jesse, what can you fill me in on Group A?
Well, Group A had some upsets yesterday. I would say Team Empire over the Sonics was one that you might expect beforehand, but keep in mind Empire playing with a couple of their players from their hotel room. Usually that's a hindrance, and Sonic started off very strong there, but unfortunately couldn't close it out. And then Sandbox versus NIP. This was the beginning of APAC's dominance, and we saw that continue throughout the rest of the day. Ninjas in Pajamas going from 2nd place in the Sweden Major to losing their opening matchup 2-1 against the APAC team. That was a shocker.
That's Group A, and that's honestly just the opening game. The fact that we had in those 2 matches, Empire, Sandbox Gaming, getting the W's. I mean, yes, 2-1, and it got really close. But that was beautiful to see. I guess a big redemption for APAC yesterday. EU kind of trash right now, so we'll see how they go.
I just love the timeline of an APAC team upsetting a world champion to start the day off. If nothing else, there's just a lot of sweet redemption there for those of us who have looked at LATAM dominance for this long. That's a really cool moment for Sandbox.
It's refreshing, to say the least. Group B, though, Jacob.
Group B is the proverbial group of death, and there's a lot of things in here that make sense on paper. A lot of people didn't know if Rogue was going to have a very hot start to their day, but ultimately at the very end of the table, there's not really much to be said about that one. I do believe that is Space Station Gaming's group, where they went into that game against FaZe Clan at the very back end, the very tail end of the broadcast yesterday, and had a 3-map banger against FaZe Clan, which is why they're showing up here in 3rd place. Team 1 having that really dominant victory over Rogue. It very much felt as though Rogue were doing a lot of things right there, but Team Liquid were simply doing them a lot better, more systematically, and they took less time to do it. We have yet to see CAG in this case right now, but I do think from the game that they will showcase today, it'll be nice to finally have all 4 APAC teams on the board.
Yep, definitely so. And on to Group C, the group of fun that actually gave us some... Look, I'm going to punch myself saying this. Some interesting results.
You said the I word.
Hey.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I know.
I mean, valid though, because I think a lot of people were crying when they lost their channel points after this match. FURIA versus BDS, a huge upset in many people's eyes. BDS, of course, not playing with their full roster. Bio stepping in with Rafael not being able to play for them. So that was a struggle, clearly hurt them hard. FURIA got a big win. And then Elevate Dark Zero. I mean, TSM haven't even shown up yet, and they already look like the best NA team in this group. DZ really struggling in that game, especially early against Elevate. We'll see how they do both those NA teams today.
I'm happy to have seen video footage that Elevate is indeed at the Invitational, so there you go.
It's a pretty emphatic statement, like to prove that you're here, is to beat an NA. I knew there was a reason I brought my Elevate hoodie to this event. Those guys look great yesterday.
They did, and it was great to have them on here and competing, but we still had one more group. Group D, of course, to make it 20 teams, 5 teams in each one of these 4. Jacob, take us through it.
Group D was a little bit difficult to place, but I love how we got a pretty one-sided affair on two different occasions here. Both Oxygen and Damwon had 2-0 victories yesterday, which made them probably the quickest games that we had so far. OXG against Na'Vi was just a mistake fest on Na'Vi's side over and over again. It looked really, really pitiful by comparison to where we know Na'Vi can place. I'm going to hope it's a one-off, hope that yesterday was the one time that happens, because they do not want a repeat of the Mexico Major where they didn't win a single map. So far, that trend has continued. And for Team 1, it's a shocker only in the sense of what they've accomplished over the course of the year. They have been in a bit of a slump ever since winning the Mexico Major. They did good in Stage 3 of BR6, but ever since then, it's been a very slow, gradual decline, and that has continued into just the first game of SI, but their very first matchup today is against Na'Vi, so hopefully they can get themselves out of that hole, and we have yet to see MIBR, but that's about to change today.
You have okay safety in the groups because 4 out of the 5 teams can make it past this into phase 2, the first stage of the playoffs. So yes, there's some flexibility, but still got to be careful, man. Like getting a couple losses 2 days in a row, that really has to hurt, and it's going to make it a bit tough. Final thoughts on all of this. How do we see today happening? But also, any drama that really jumps to mind off yesterday? We want to spice it up today.
All right. I mean, I think the whole BDS situation where we have a team that everybody thought was going to be one of, if not the most powerful teams in the whole tournament, was a huge shocker to people, not being able to play with their whole lineup. And losing that opening game, if they lose again today, that could be a problem where they're not even going to be making it through the group or to the playoff bracket, right? Yeah. That could be a huge worry. And for BDS, I mean, it's BDS, Jacob. They're supposed to take it.
I'm not saying the line. I'm not going to. You can say it if you want, but I'm contractually up, not contractually. No, of course not. BDS hasn't paid me for anything, but I do want them to do well.
Yeah.
The elephant in the room for me, though, is a little bit more interesting. The fact that there are some players who can't play with the entire rest of their team on stage right now. We thought it was going to be a detriment to every single team. There's going to be an asterisk next to their name. What did we see? Elevate didn't have 1 player against Dark Zero and they won. Empire didn't have 2 players against Sonics and they won. So that's either a testament to North America simply not being able to do anything at an international tournament again, or it's a sign that it's not nearly as big of an obstacle as we thought. And maybe we shouldn't write off some of these teams that do have this very slight problem in their rearview mirror. So I don't know, man. I think for the teams that won, despite being a player down, they probably still should be okay today, just from what we saw from yesterday. It's a good precursor.
Okay, but how can Europe judge it up? I know you guys are focused on North America, and we see APAC, we're like, wow, this is incredible.
Yeah.
And on LATAM, well, they would just win everything, but they didn't yesterday. What the hell is going on with Europe?
I mean, I think Europe's got a lot of teams coming to this event that have been struggling recently, right? I think like Rogue has had their problems in recent times. Na'Vi have had their problems in recent times. Both BDS and Empire are kind of plagued by these issues of who's able to actually be on stage with them.
Perpetual second place for both of them, too.
Absolutely. But there is one European team we haven't seen yet, and that's the lads over on M&M. Now, I don't know if I want to put all my stock there just yet.
Ah, damn.
But if there's hope for Europe, that might be where it lies.
That's a weird timeline to think about that. It's like the team completely unexpected that always makes a qualifier run, kind of like Parabellum from last year. Didn't have any expectation for them to do anything, and what did? They beat the Titans in G2 only about 9 months ago. So there's always that factor of thinking that they're going to just tank completely because they don't have international experience. This is their first time exposed to an environment like this. But no, I'm very much in the M&M camp, or hopeful that they can create some upsets today.
All right. Well, to close this all off, what does our day look like in terms of schedule? It's very simple. This schedule is something that is going to make your day so much easier to plan. You can actually do things around your day and know that when you come back at specific times, these matches will be live. And of course, they are live between our stream A and stream B, twitch.tv/Rainbow6 for A and twitch.tv/Rainbow6 Bravo for B. We will be filling you in on both of these streams from the command center. So don't you worry, you'll have all the breakdowns for both. That is it. Best of threes, 8 of them today, with 4 on each stream. Team 1 versus Na'Vi, NIP versus Empire, Liquid versus Space Station, and BDS versus Dark Zero. On the B stream is MIBR versus DWG KIA, M&M versus Sandbox, Cyclops versus Rogue, and finally TSM versus FURIA to end our day on the B stream. Exciting matches as always, but after day 1, that's when it really gets spicy. Upsets happen in day 1. Big teams tend to stabilize on it. So I'm hopeful seeing a bit more action. final thoughts before we toss it to a break?
In some cases, I think some teams need to, maybe if they weren't doing it yesterday, understand that there is value to, at the very least, forcing a map 3, because a lot of them are very used to the same best of 1 structure. Sometimes best of 3s is something that you're just playing with the intent to win. But in some cases, even forcing a 3rd map is something that's going to save you. There will probably be some cases over maybe like day 4 or 5 as we start to whittle down the number of teams that can actually qualify. If they're capable of just forcing a map 3, that's 1 additional point in their back pocket. So you got to play a little bit more of a long game rather than just assuming that it's 2 maps straight through. Pick a couple maps that you know you're good on across the board and hope to survive that long.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of teams go either up 2-0 or down 2-0 today, but there are also teams that are playing their first match today. All the open qualifier teams, their first game today, that's TSM, M&M, MIBR, and Cyclops. Could be some exciting stuff happening. I know a lot of fans of those teams are excited to get things going on the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, think of it always as a full series. And now, because if you get to that grand final of Beyond 5 and you're not ready for a full series where you're going to have to lose some maps that you're comfortable or uncomfortable with in the ban phase itself, you're going to have a rough time. It's a long 2 weeks, long for us, long for them, but that's how you're supposed to prepare for it. Jacob, Jesse, thank you very much. In a few moments, we will come back and talk to you about our first matchup, so stick around, friends. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen and MBs, to the show. I'm Milosh, your host, and I got two beautiful faces on the analyst couch with me here. Jesse and Jacob join us to, what is that face?
Don't worry about it.
I say that every day.
I have to say hi.
You have to meme.
What's up, Twitch chat and YouTube chat? I know you exist too. How many channel points are you about to waste today? Probably all of them.
Shout out to all the Dark Zero fans out there. Oh, man.
You have to put us in the dirt that early, man. We just started our day.
Look, I'm just here for fun. That's how it is. Well, how about we chat about our first game for today? Because, you know what? Yesterday we had some bangers, but also some kind of odd ones. And Team 1 and Na'Vi, questions. Na'Vi with a lot of questions themselves. So let's bring up the roster and have a chat about them first. Jesse, what do you got for me?
Yeah, I mean, questions is maybe a nice way to put it. Na'Vi were struggling coming into this tournament. They had some of the worst stats entering into SI. They had the lowest attack and win rate at 44%, the third worst defensive win rate as well. Their best stat was their opening pick rate as a team. That was the fourth worst coming into the tournament. Conversion rate as well, 9 points below the average. Na'Vi are a team that were having a lot of problems.
All of this just sounds terrible.
They're having a lot of problems, Jacob. That was heading into SI Stage 3 up until the event, and yesterday didn't help against their opponents, which were, who was it again? Oxygen Esports, 7-2, 7-1. That's a rough time to have. It wasn't improving any of those scorelines.
Is that like the worst best of three we've ever seen Na'Vi have, like, ever? I know, like,
sure.
we have to factor in things like SI or Tokoname or whatever it might be, but to only win 3 rounds against a team a lot of people disregarded in NA, like, good grief, man.
It was so bad that I had to make a joke in Latin, from natos vincere to natos perdere.
For those of us who don't know Latin translation.
I don't know Latin myself, but my understanding of watching a wonderful gentleman online explaining things about Latin is that depending on which version of Latin, either ecclesiastical Latin, which is more modern day, or if you go back to Roman Republican Latin, it would be natos vincere, how you would say it, but then you would say natos perdere. It's basically born to win, haha, born to lose. Somebody in ancient Rome would have understood. Probably more of the plebeians, because the rich aristocrats actually spoke Greek, whatever. Here's your history lesson for this morning.
Thank you so much, Kassan.
Look, when you say the history of Siege, we're talking history of Siege. We're talking Vercingetorix at this point. Friends, this is Na'Vi. You're talking about it. They have a lot to prove, a lot to change for today. What about their opponents, Team 1, Jacob?
Well, the expectations for Team 1 were a lot higher, but they also demonstrated some of the same issues, believe it or not, as Na'Vi. If it was information gathering, if it was droning, or just a general sense of taking gunfights, Na'Vi kind of had an idea, and then it got lost in the sauce really quick. But for Team 1, it felt like it was unearned aggression or taking risks they probably normally would take, just as a Brazilian team tends to do.
Yeah.
Nothing really found its mark at all in their first game from yesterday against DWG KIA. Now, part of that is also DWG playing lights out. It just never really seems as though they've stopped. But Team 1 were the kids caught in the crossfire to a certain degree, and I love how they were still trying to play like themselves. Alamau was still like at the top of his game. Levy behind an LMG was still doing relatively decently, but everyone else on the squad, it just felt like they were off kilter yesterday. If we can just call it a bad game, sweet. And we shouldn't be afraid of calling out teams when it's literally just, we suck for a day. It happens with every squad. But for Team 1, the only problem is if it continues into today against Na'Vi, long-term problems may occur as a result.
To quote the great artist Hannah Montana,
no.
Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days.
No.
And Team 1 had one of those days.
Of all the names,
I was a kid born in the 90s.
Montana? Oh my god. It really is one of those mornings.
I don't know how I'm feeling so good, but this is the energy that kind of Invitational gives you, because you're sitting here with your friends, you're talking about your favorite thing in the world, which is Rainbow Six and the best players in it, and this is the vibe that it gives you out. You're looking at these teams and you're like, they can give so much more. But what's the blockage? They both face the same problems or similar problems as you both were talking about. What could be changed, Jesse?
Yeah, well, I mean, you talk about having one bad day from Hannah Montana. I think the problem for Team 1 is it's not been one day. This has been consistent. They're on a 7-map losing streak right now, stretching back to the Sweden Major, the BR6 finals as well. This isn't something new for them. They couldn't shoot straight the other day, but this has been a slump that they've been finding themselves in, and I'm worried for them because, again, this is a team that maybe teased that this is not going to be a a roster that's together for the rest of time, right? I'm worried about their mental state, and we know this is going to be a team that, I hate to use the term, can be momentum-based. They get in their own heads, they're not feeling it themselves. That's a problem. And I talked with KDS this morning because we got in the elevator together, and he was like, yeah, you know, I mean, we understand that this next game's a really important one, because if we go down 0-2, not only are they basically locked out of getting first or second in the group, but they also are looking a little bit worried for that relegation spot.
So what does our map veto look like for the series? Reminder, it is best of 3 for all the matches that we have in the group stage. 7 map pool, 4 out, 3 are left, and we got our first 2 bans in. Jesse.
Yeah, Clubhouse ban is the first one that's catching my eye from Team 1. I was kind of expecting a cafe. I don't love they're leaving that on the board because I'm not confident Na'Vi wanted to pick Clubhouse, but it's what they go for. Coastline is the obvious choice for Na'Vi. I think that makes a ton of sense. Team 1 are really good on that map. We'll see what the picks come in for us. Again, cafe being left alive is my big worry, but it's going to be the pick coming in first from Team 1. So we'll see what they want. I think Chalet and Oregon are the 2 options that they have for their first pick. They will go for Oregon instead. This is a map that's been very strong for them. 4-2 since the start of Stage 3, 10-4 since the start of Stage 2 for Team 1. And there is the second map picked up, Cafe from Na'Vi. It's a map that most teams ban against them. Now, Empire didn't, and they were able to beat Na'Vi in the regular season, but most teams don't take that gamble. Team 1, 3-game losing streak on Cafe. They almost never play this map, and if they'll remember, back at the Sweden Major quarterfinals, this is where they lost to Rogue and got kind of embarrassed.
Last map, there are a couple of options, I think, for both teams, but again, we're at a point now where Na'Vi already have 2 very strong maps historically for them in both Oregon and Cafe. I'd even wager from back like around Stage 1 of last year, both of those maps for them are fantastic. And now we see what our last one is, and it's Villa, which is a little bit up in the air. I think for Na'Vi, it's not very strong. They're 3-3 on it over the course of the past 10 to 11 months. If we do need a decider, though, I think this is where Team 1 definitely has a decided advantage because they're 8-3 over that exact same time frame. So those first 2 looking as though they favor Na'Vi, but if we do need 3, I'd be a little bit concerned for them, especially based on how those first 2 go to begin with. If we even need a third map right now, it looks like a case where Na'Vi has to essentially choke 1 or 2 of their very strong maps just off the rip. So this is good for Na'Vi, unless we need a third one.
What's the chance of rain for this one?
I don't even think we can predict that based on how they played yesterday. Let's be real. It's 2 teams with similar problems, though, so I'm wondering if it's not a clash of styles, so to speak. It's something where we might see them play very similarly.
Well, you've had all night and this morning to kind of prepare, look at things with your coach, see what can we change, talked a bit about that, but what can be applied here right now, like operator bans that might help you, some changes in roles, because you said Na'Vi looked a bit more lost. Is it just the opening day, or there might be something more to that?
I mean, you got to keep in mind, Na'Vi, they played 9 attacking rounds yesterday. They were able to win 0 of them.
Yeah.
So that's clearly where the issues lie. Their defenses weren't amazing, but let's start where the real problems lie, right? Let's get those attacks sharpened up. Doki had the worst opening stat of any player of the tournament. I think it was like 2-5, 2-4.
Reverse that right now.
He was struggling with that. I don't even think it was Doki's fault. Like, Doki was winning gunfights when he had like an equal opportunity to win them, but oftentimes he had no information. The drones were being fed time and time again, and we saw Nathan switch to the Clash, or not the Clash, the Monty, trying to fix that, get that information, but it just really wasn't working against Oxygen, especially on Bank. That just wasn't finding any success for them. So they've got to sort their drones out, and I don't know if there's one player in particular, maybe secretly, that needs to pop off with that.
I'd say so.
Somebody's got to figure it out, though.
But if that's the same problem that Team 1 is having, it's a far more salvageable ship because it was still droning issues. It was still understanding defensive positions, especially from an attacking point of view, because we just know them as a defender proficient squad. But now we're looking at this saying, hey, if all you got to do is just take a couple more seconds and clear every corner. It's not the most fun job in the world, but in a game where like Rainbow Six Siege is defined by your drone work, there were a lot of people, like I read through subreddit comments yesterday, being like, this game was won or lost because of how they droned. And I think Team 1, you can fix that a little bit more. It's just a small tweak. For Na'Vi, I'm a little bit more concerned.
Information is 2/3 of Rainbow Six. I mean, with all the utility and gadgets and everything that you have in the game, it's just, especially with Zping now, this is, it's so incredibly important for both sides of the attackers and defense. But gentlemen, thank you very much for breaking things down and kind of guiding us through what happened yesterday and what is there to prepare for today in this matchup. Team 1 goes up against Na'Vi, but got to sit down with Team 1 and ask them a few questions, so check it out.
I'm Alemão, I play for Team 1. My role in my team is Flex and IGL with Lagones. So along the year, we change a few things in our game styles. We have to change roles in general to not like the default roles that we are used to see in Tier 1. It's kind of different from other teams. I think we are superior to other teams because we discover like a new Siege, like not the default one that you were used to see on, I don't know, like NA teams, for example.
Team 1 just don't know what to do right now. Neskin, you've got to cover KDS. You cannot allow him to go down. Take the bullets and have to, but he fires them back. Team 1, match point.
On this last year, we learned so many things about Siege and FPS in general, and we became like, I don't know, more complete. You have to play all tournaments without fear. You have to have fun while you playing, making jokes with your colleagues. Relieves, I think, a little bit of the pressure. I always like yelling to the other team and making jokes on the middle of the game. So I think it's me or Lagonis, one of our two. Our loss against MIBR after Sweden was not a surprise because they had more time to prepare. We just have like 1 week to prepare against them, and they had like 1 month. I think it's better to play with lower expectations because we have less attention on you, so you can do more things, I think. A team that we are worried about like the most is DWG. I think they are the best. I think our group is the group of death. Like, we don't have a bad team on our group. A message to my opponents, let me think. You will see a different team one this SI, so be smart.
Welcome back, friends. We just got to hear it from Alamau and how the team is prepared in his role within Team 1. But that's only one game, Team 1 versus Navi. We have a second one going live in just a few minutes on the B stream. And with me are definitely some A-tier analysts that we have on the couch. We got James, Dev Marta, I haven't seen you in ages, my friend, and everybody's growing up. I am loving Rainbow Six. Man, we started with like 6 people at Invitational. Now we have 17. This is awesome. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. The only thing is though, I don't grow up. We all joke about how small I am. I'm like 5'3", so I don't ever grow up. But like we
feet don't actually touch the ground.
No, that's true. Like I actually can't really sit far back because like my feet will lift up in the air.
In contrast, I have the opposite problem.
So I think we have a pretty good dynamic working in here. So g'day, as you would say, and goedendag to you.
Goedendag.
Friends all over the world. We got international crew on here at Invitational. We're going to talk about an international game. Korea going up against Brazil. DWG KIA, the top in Korea, top in APAC for a lot of people right now, versus MIBR that barely squeezed through in the qualifiers only, what, 8 days ago? That is not a long time. Let's start talking about these two teams. First up, the Korean squad, DWG KIA, who had hell of a start to their Invitational.
Absolutely. They've already taken down one Brazilian team just yesterday in Team 1, a fairly confident 2-0. Not sure if you guys can hear, but the players are making so much noise right there. They're getting hyped. But yeah, DWG, look, a story for the ages. A year ago, this team qualified for APAC North. They got picked up by one of the biggest organizations in Korean Rainbow Six. Now they're the most feared team in APAC. They were 1 bullet away from being major finalists. That would be a first for APAC and a first for Korea. So just how far they have come, it's incredible.
Incredible to say the least. Look at the squad and what they had to offer. And even yesterday, given that, you know, Yas was shut down so often during the games, they still did so incredibly well. I mean, and can anything stop them today?
I mean, we talked about this, like Woogieman is the MVP of yesterday. It was shown on R6 Esports Twitter. He had the best rating of that team, whilst you would actually expect this to come more from maybe someone like Rin or Yas, 2 players that were two of the 7 players for the Sweden major that had more than 100 kills over the entire tournament. So that's where you are maybe expecting these higher ratings to come from. But just the fact that this entire team has strong people that could step in when someone's not having their day is a really good fundamental to start off from.
Despite what happened in November Major in Sweden last time, Yas and Alama were still the top 2 rated. Perfectly tied together in their numbers. Incredible to see. But on the other side, we have a Brazilian team in MIBR, and they struggled to get through. There's a lot of Brazilian teams that are vying for spots at Invitational, and they squeezed through in a BO5 against Black Dragons last week. How do they fare today?
I mean, they had good practice 8 days ago, really, is what the team said as well. I mean, there's teams here that haven't played in 2 months, and MIBR having played 8 days ago. Well, they said it's good practice for them, and while they had an easier time against the easier opponents, I'd say those finals of the SI qualifiers were pretty tight still, though. And yeah, I mean, it's the only LATAM team that's not been on any of the majors last year. If we don't count SI, for example, they did participate in SI 2021, but no other majors apart from that. So they're kind of on the down foot from them if you look at this team in comparison to the entire LATAM region.
Had a bit of a rough time last year, didn't they, after that great start at Invitational, James?
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster. The lowest rated LATAM team, world rank number 28. They're hungry for redemption because while they started 2021 so very strongly, second place in Brazil, the strongest region, and then SI, third place in the world. Incredible, honestly. But of course, after that, we unfortunately had Felipox with a shoulder injury. They subbed in Bodega to try and play. That didn't work out. Felipox even tried to play a couple games with controller. That ended up about as well as you would expect against PC players of this caliber. And as a result, like you said, no major appearances for MIBR, not in August, not in November. And as a result, we actually don't have a lot of international results for them.
Yeah, and it was not only Felipox with the shoulder injury, they had Falls with a surgery as well. And meanwhile, this was one where the team was able to plan around that a little bit. It still doesn't really help to have such a roller coaster year. However, a positive thing for MIBR is they said having such a roller coaster year does bring them closer together as a squad and does really help with the mental.
That is a very good point here. Having everybody kind of shouldering the work together and making sure that they're supporting one another, that really does help and makes you think, you know what, we are a unit, we win or lose together, and sometimes you have to take a few L's before you take a few W's.
Yep.
So there's something for you to start off your day with. Put it on a coffee mug or whatever people are doing nowadays. Live, love, laugh all over your wall. That's what we got. Though, here are our map bans. There are 7 maps in total in our pool. 4 will be removed, starting off with 2 bans immediately for DK and MIBR. James, carry us through it, please.
So firstly, right out of the gate, absolutely no surprise to see Cafe banned out by Dumb1. Believe it or not, between Cafe and Bank, they have banned those 2 maps more than all the other maps in the pool combined, so very predictable from Dumb1, fair enough. For MIBR, really credit I want to give to them for that Villa ban. It's a very, very strong map for Dumb1, and that will lock that out. Of course, we can see following that, Dumb1 are actually going to pick Chalet. If I can keep going for this one, that's such a good map for both teams. Like, this is really exciting. We can already see, just with the picks, this is going to be a heckin' good series.
Yeah, I mean, Chalet is a good map for both teams, and while we argue that Chalet is one of the more attacker-favorite maps, it's actually quite interesting how both teams have a really good defensive win rate on that map. MIBR wins 72% of their rounds, and Dumb1 KIA wins 68% of the rounds on defense on Chalet. So that is interesting, but we also have Coastline coming in after. It's MIBR's pick. That is a good map for both, but it seems to be a better map for MIBR.
Yeah, the thing is with Coastline, MIBR are good domestically, but they're unproven internationally. I think that the idea here with Coastline from MIBR is they're looking at Dumb1 KIA losing 7-2 to Team 1 in the November Major. That was the worst result that the Koreans had during that entire event. So MIBR is clearly targeting that weakness and hoping that they can get an in.
DK's happiness when they're just sitting together, chatting and laughing, it's something that breathes, you know, fresh energy into this, because everybody's always super serious, because it is serious. It's the Invitational, but there's just the vibe that they give off is just so addictive. It really reminds everybody of the olden Norengo days with how things were. That vibe is something else. The final thoughts, our lobby's ready, and please go.
I mean, we know MIBR is an aggressive team. Both teams actually picked attack at all the options they could, so that shows that both teams are willing to put that aggression in. I'm really looking forward to it, so it's going to be an exciting game.
I will say MIBR have probably predicted this entire map video, which is a great sign for them. They'll come in with a lot of preparation, but Dumb1, they are really good on all of these maps. If we go to that decider of Oregon, that is the exact place where Dumb1 KIA were 1 bullet away from making a major final, and I have no doubt that they will push hard to win this map.
Another Brazilian team that Dumb1 KIA goes up against, only one of them has been able to defeat them in their history in the past few months. So how does it go? It's all up to our casters. Take us through it. Let's get into game 2 matches about to begin. Team 1 versus Navi, Dumb1 KIA versus MIBR. Thank you very much, James. And on to our casters. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos, and yes, we find ourselves here on the B stream. I'm Fluke, this is XR Troika.
Hello, how is everybody doing? Thrilled to be getting around a little bit of casting here, and of course, couldn't miss out on a LATAM game.
I mean, I tried to keep you away.
You did.
It's unstoppable. It's unstoppable to stop Ollie. No, it is an absolute pleasure. Obviously, Hap is still in quarantine, but he'll be out very soon. So today, we're going into this, but most importantly, we're going into this. DWG KIA, they've just come off the back of taking a win against Team 1, a very hotly anticipated, a very sort of excitable team, and that game was a great opener, but now they've got another Latin American team, and it's day 2. It's a very different energy on this day of the tournament.
It is. It's probably a good way to really start off the tournament, I think. You know, you get a couple of LATAM teams out of the way and you can sort of prepare for that kind of a play style and then look to move on forward through the tournament, as it were. So for DWG KIA, it's a good opportunity, I think, for them to sort of get these teams out of the way. And obviously for MIBR, they didn't get to play yesterday. So everyone's really itching to see what MIBR are going to be able to bring. Obviously coming through the LATAM last chance qualifier, as it were. It was a bit touch and go as to whether they're even going to make it here.
I think that's it, is MIBR sort of scraped in, but it's also worth considering that it's the region that has had the best performance this year. It's the region that has taken pretty much every title without so much else as a breath or a look in on the finals from another region. They have more teams here than anybody else. The region that doesn't is APAC, and the APAC team that's been able to keep biting back and sort of waving that flag of how come we don't have the same grandstand as the rest of these regions is the region that is currently undefeated. It's the only team, it's the only space of players that hasn't suffered a loss compared to Latin America, EU, and NA, which has obviously had much more mixed performances.
You're starting to sound like Dev.
I mean, while he's here,
Dev was insufferable yesterday.
Listen, I know it's just one of them things, right?
Never do that again. We're going to throw ourselves on into the first map here. This is, of course, a best of 3. Look at the state of that social vote, Luke. DWG KIA, 84%. Oh, honestly, I'm going to cough it, right? I'm going to admit now, I didn't predict MIBR in this one. I've seen the maps come in, and I had a moment of doubt. As soon as I saw the map, I had a moment of doubt because I was like, you know what? I know MIBR are good. I know that they can play a chalet. I know they can get around this map. I am starting to doubt my prediction. I'm going to stick. And obviously, the social vote.
I mean, it's done.
Agrees. Oh, it's locked in stone. It gets carved in stone every night at midnight.
Yeah.
There's a ceremony and everything for the.
Unless it's Demo who does every single one wrong.
Yeah, unless it's
a flawless failure of prediction with Demo. It's a good removal, Lion. If we hark our minds back to the game that happened yesterday, Team 1 sort of tried to play with the Lion, had no go with it, but Valkyrie was one of the free options. Valkyrie was an operator that caused so many problems for Team 1. It is lessons learned, and if anything, okay, maybe it's just lessons that everyone knew and Team 1 forgot, and because of that, because of them taking a swing and it quite missing, MIBR's gone back to what they know. As it was pointed out on the desk, the second map is Coastline. It might not be the best MIBR map, but it is, out of those remaining pools, the worst DWG KIA map, and sometimes you've just got to push those, you know, more comfortable bets.
I think that everybody forgot about Valkyrie yesterday. We saw so much Valk play. It was I was expecting Valk to be permabanned like Valk always is. And it just wasn't the case. Valk was available. Obviously, in this game, a little bit different. And the bans, you could say they're a little bit wobbly. We've got a Twitch in there. We've got a Lion in there. There's full Heart Breach available here. You've got a lot of nades available. There's nothing really that's been pinched and pressured too much that we regularly speak about. So to see the attacker lineup being so free, it would again lend itself to this mindset and this idea that Chalet is a good map for the attackers. They've got attackers on this map now have got no excuses.
None at all. Now, obviously, if we're going to talk funky bans, the one that was removed in the showdown yesterday was Frost as a selection because they wanted a bit of energy on the approach and it didn't quite work. As we said, the Lion, it wasn't so much that DWG KIA were using it perfectly, but they had a good enough grasp that they could control the space play. And if that's what MIBR wants to play into on their defenses, it makes a lot of sense to remove that. Chalet is a mess of intel. It is so tough and tricky when you're on a defense. There's so many places to hide and drive a drone to just get a full read on not only where players are, but most importantly where they rotate. You look at that massive fireplace hall. It takes one well-placed drone and suddenly you've cut this map pretty much in half outside of the basement rotate and you have a full sight line across. So how is that going to grow into this? The Frost, as I said, was removed before. It's an instant pickup here, and no sight better than this. The quick hop-in that actually DWG KIA were the ones to punish down below.
Good to see that Woogieman on the Frost as well straight away. He was the highest rated player. I think he was MVP of day one. So that's always going to be something that's, going into the back of your mind, as especially if MIBR just had to sort of sit back and watch yesterday unfold. Damwon Kia, they've been in the mix, they've had a game, they've got themselves nice and warm, and they can come into this one relatively hot. On the approach, MIBR, they're going to be going for what seems to be the fairly standard trophy solar side clear, and they're going to have some roamers to deal with. Lukid shuts Yas down as the opening engagement will go in MIBR's favour. Lukid working ahead of the pack there, but with drones at his feet, he's able to pick up that entry.
It's a bit of a rotate there. They obviously have some control. They've been able to take care of Yas, but to be fair, Yas wasn't the biggest impact yesterday. However, it's still this lead-in. It's still this early blood and body, and I love the adaptation of the take here. MIBR, they've gone for, again, tradition. They're starting the approach on the far side of the map. They're going to see if they can get all of the control on the bit of the split before they try and take care of the shield on Piano. Why am I saying this is important if it's the standard? Because it's exactly what Team 1 didn't do. Team 1 tried to take the fight directly to the pillar player and straight onto Library and found no success when they went for their own approach. So it's good to see MIBR going for something a little bit more traditional, because if that is what bites back at Damwon Kia, you need everything possible and every statistical advantage in your favour.
I think the one thing that I'd like to see from MIBR at this point is either Fowls to make the rotation, or for a Maverick to go and just open up that back storage wall. That would really put a lot more pressure on site, because as it stands, everything's fairly one-dimensional at the moment. We've got Raps now going to challenge on in, no drone work being done, hit by the Goo Mine, hit by the Frost Mat, and he is down for the count. But it matters not, because Redux and Philippos come in with two really important kills there to drag that advantage back. Raps isn't going to get picked up. No one really minds at this moment, as there's still an advantage for MIBR.
Woogieman, he's holding with a little bit of solidity over the top. He's trying to retake, obviously, the mantle of the pressure here. They have been able to bite back when they're a man down before, but it's down to MIBR to capitalize on the fact that they can still swing that advantage. A slow creep, and now he's the only one left, as Fools is able to take care of Coda to spray, and the diffuser goes cold, but there's one above and there's one below. It's below that gets the opener here. MIBR with a lead in that we hear 200 feet away on the other side with headphones on. That's an energy they needed, and one they've got to bring in.
I said I'm regretting my prediction, and I am going to double down on that fact. I am regretting my prediction at this point. It's been one round. That's all we've seen at this point. But MIBR look hot. Philippos, through the entirety of that round, spent it inside a garage, on drone, finger boosting here and there. He naded up the back of blue stairs, and he was just where he needed to be at the time he needed to be there. Sure, there was a little bit of lackluster droning. There was a moment of madness when Raps hopped himself in and just immediately succumbed to the Frost Mat, which was just inevitable at that point. I think everybody knew just what was going to go on. We got a great view in the setup of those Frost Mats going down, and when you're challenging onto that fireplace angle, you cannot afford to have your gun looking down at the floor in case there is a Frost Mat there. So it really is something that needs to be pre-droned, but it really didn't come to many odds in the end. Opening attack for MIBR is going to start things off fairly strong. Damwon Kia going to start to mix things up. Not going to double down and hit the bar again. Instead, they're going to go upstairs.
Okay, Damwon Kia, false start. But to be fair, you're off to a pace yesterday, and yesterday MIBR were free to sit back and watch your game against their country compatriots to see exactly what they could try and piece apart. And here, we're back on Chalet. It's a good map, but it's a map that they have very recent ideas on how they think that they can take the fight to you. So, I guess from this point, I'm curious to see what adaptations we get from Damwon Kia. Obviously, we had this play on early window peaks for quite a lot, but there was never a single time out of the entirety of the showdown that it actually netted a kill. I like the growth into the alibi. I like the fact that we might be able to see some other sparks come through onto the aggression, but it's obviously seeing, again, what ticks, what clicks, and what they think they can put against MIBR, because for me, MIBR is playing with a full stack.
I think the pick up onto the alibi, it speaks of a little bit of aggression, doesn't it? It also speaks of a need of a deployable shield. The Frost did work pretty well in the previous round, and we could maybe have seen the Frost brought again, but with how much burn there is available for MIBR, I don't foresee these shields being too much of an issue. We've got Woogieman currently playing on Trophy. It's going to be information that's lacking as the Mute Jammers do just slow down the roll of the drones. Fowls is trying to gain a little bit of intel on that solar repel, conscious of the run out. With both the Rooney gates burnt, he's got a limited amount of time here to really make that play. And with the player still on the trophy stairs, it's going to be even more difficult to shift. Yas supporting from below on that alibi. It's going to make it even more difficult for anybody to try and rotate up. Although, saying that, he is going to actually make a little bit of a move as Reaps gets himself onto the big window. Raps opens up the big kill onto Rin. Second opener here for MIBR in 2 rounds. The kill starts to fly, but so does the C4 from Woogieman, which will find its mark.
It's suddenly all starting to spark here as they're trying to dig their way through. Woogieman, he bites back against Reduct and now on a quad kill on Raps. He is not going to get the ace, but he doesn't need to. MIBR keep this ferocity up. 2 rounds, 2 threads, and to be honest, a little bit more of the LATAM that we kind of wanted to see at the start of this.
Just do it again. MIBR, just do that again, please, because that was exceptional stuff. The patience that they're showing here. DWG KIA, they're committing to locations, I think, Fluke. I think that's their biggest problem at this point, is they are over-committing to trying to hold on to these angles, and they're being a little bit too stubborn with it. MIBR are a little bit like a dog chasing their own tail at this point. They just want to get that tail at all costs, and they are going to get it at some point. When they get it, they're probably not going to know what to do with it, but as soon as those positions get taken, as soon as the player off trophy stairs is removed, Redux on the big rappel, you don't see players getting onto that big window as quickly. MIBR are moving at a rapid pace here, and I think the DWG KIA are just getting themselves really caught off guard. There's a little bit of doubt obviously creeping in now as well, as we see a return to the bomb site that we saw in round number 1. And we all remember exactly how this went. It was a round that was essentially won and lost out on the roam, with multiple kills coming in from that north side clear through trophy and upstairs inside of Solar. Similar lineup being brought this time as to what was brought in round number 1.
5 seconds left.
We've really got to start asking questions of DWG KIA and just see, you know, what are you guys going to do differently here? What is going to be the difference maker?
It's a bit of a overhanging, I think, and that's the worry, because okay, it was a great game between Damwon and Team 1, but it was a game of a lot of nerves. They're able to punish the mistakes that Team 1 were putting on. MIBR have come in cooked. They've come in with some energy that they don't have that first day nerves. There's already been wins and losses. The game is afoot. It's not an entirely cold start, regardless of whether it's their first game or not. And that is a very different energy, and it's an energy that they have applied so well over these opening 2 rounds. DWG KIA, this could be the first time they're really forced to sweat and start answering some questions themselves. Again, it's a very different SI to one we've ever had before. It's a very different major to one we've ever had before. A single best of 3 a day is a new experience, and it's one with a driving factor of, if you don't get that first map, regardless of whether you win the series, you don't get the full amount of points.
I thought you were going to go with a single best of 3 a day keeps the doctor away, or something along those lines, but Woogieman aren't going to be full white flash currently. Shouldn't come under too much harm, as we're still well and truly in the information gathering stage. Luka just hopping his drone into library there, playing on the Iana. Does have a nade left, so he's maybe going to try and nade out the player at the top of Fireplace as we see the burn come through. Rin now should know that something is on its way, but chooses actually not to move. The nade is thrown well, but not well enough. Chunks Rin down, but it is keeping him alive. A drone to confirm that yes, it was only damage, and Philippox now trying to finish that job. Another ADS to catch the nade. It's going to leave Philippox in a little bit of a sticky spot. It was his last. 2 nades do remain on Raps, but this is a very expensive Jaeger that you're trying to get rid of at the moment, and we can just hear the ding of the ADS coming back online.
Now, a lot of pressure comes down onto Rin in this position. They're going to see if they can try and pinch out the players, and obviously we've talked about the synergy between where Rin is playing and how much control that gives you over the opposite staircase. It is one where you need the other to survive for as long as possible. Coated, they don't entirely require it, but as long as they're still standing, they shouldn't be able to get the free kill. There's the spray, there's the drop, and there's the revenge. Rin and Coated get the lock off, and that is why you have that synergy perfectly explained as I tried to explain it. But look at this. Hopped in. Falls has been able to find his way onto the site. However, he's diffuserless. That's still left outside. I don't think he expected to get where he's at, and Woogieman might not have a true idea either. As long as they stay standing and still, it's just waiting for the cover to come through. Raps gets the pickup. The spray comes through from Katsang. There's pings either side, but there it is. Unexpected. Falls, pops up, pops two. A great double take over the top. Now has it all the advantage to get the cover onto this diffuser. They're going to see if they can potentially swing round. They get aggro, they get the cover, they get the diffuser down. He's behind the half wall, but they're a bit concerned. Yas isn't though. Gets a free kill onto one, and it's just the verticality. But in a 2 versus 1, they can try and build themselves back up. Lukid, he's going to hold off to the top of the staircase. Some explosives come round. A spray, a pre-fire, and a drop back to the hatch. Pulls back to some of the cover. The pings are there. The spray is there too. Perfectly played. More than enough time. DWG KIA with a big change.
I'm glad that Kota started to run to disable that diffuser, because that just seemed like he'd done all the job. He got stuck on the door and he was like, I didn't make it through the door, it'd be fine. Kota, get on your way, I've got 3 kills this round, you need to go and disable that diffuser, dude. Do something, please, and help me out here. A close round. MIBR, they got themselves deep behind enemy lines. Fouls with the hop-in. I think he was as surprised as anyone when he managed to stay there for as long as he did, and it was kind of explained when he didn't have the diffuser. He didn't want to take the diffuser into such a vulnerable location, but the push through bar stock was beautiful. He knew where the player at the bottom of those library stairs was, but he also knew that he needed to be getting the cover to get that plant down, and was conscious of the remaining player. A couple of flashy kills, but it wasn't enough. It all comes down in that round, in my opinion, Fluke, to Rin. He played it beautifully. The top of fireplace, he ate every single grenade. His ADSs came back online. The burn wasn't sufficient. The burn was good from MIBR, good enough to get the nades through, but it wasn't good enough to get the kill. They did it all, they did 90% of the damage. They just couldn't get that last 10% over the line, and then all of a sudden you get Redux trying to just brute force his way through. There's a deployable shield there, he hasn't got any lifeline left. It was just a bit of a difficult round coordination-wise from MIBR, which is quite the contrast to what we saw in the opening couple of rounds.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
It's the first time we're seeing Kitchen. It's the first time we're seeing a little bit of a stretch to a slightly different site. And again, I think for me, this raises those points from MIBR is, what did they learn? What did they learn yesterday watching Team 1 on these approaches? Because the first 2 times they were able to demonstrate it, their homework was pretty pitch perfect. And to be fair there, I think they're able to get in a very good position, a bit unexpected. Fool's taking the double kill was so well played. He was able to slip by onto that supply chain on the backside of the site and then put some devastation down. Little gaps, little problems that we saw with DWG KIA yesterday that Team 1 weren't able to punish because, well, they were making these mistakes of their own. Here it seems like MIBR are a little bit sharper, a little bit more aggressive, and again, I hope that leads into something that gives us a little bit of a back and forth and a bite from the 2 teams. Or it could be the chance for DWG KIA to pull themselves level on this set of 4th round.
It's the second
4th round, their second chance.
Second round.
Second round.
Number 4, I mean, obviously. At that point, it just goes without saying, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You see a little bit of a juggle here of utilities. A couple of late ADSs getting placed here by Rin, as the push has been discovered and found to be coming in through that typical solar side. Foul's going to be manning those solar windows again. Raps below, just peeking into trophy. Lukid maybe looking to jump onto that rappel and work ahead of these drones. The drones are coming in now. The second time we're going to see the gate burned. Lukid just going to try and drone himself in here. Typically the drone work for MIBR is very good. Katsang's now known, player on that big rappel. Really autumn challenge, because all you got is a head. Redux, what are you doing? You can't just peek with your head. Fortunately, Lukid's there for the trade, but it's just a clean 1-for-1.
I'm curious about why they were drawing that much attention. They knew he was there. The C4 doesn't quite catch Lukid, but there's a body on the piano window as well. So Yas has to either take a fight or move away whilst taking a fight. Opens himself up an angle, almost gets opened in the meantime. Filippo's trying to get the gas, but there's a hot ping right on the player. This is what I said at the beginning. Drones on Chalet, they are such a nightmare. Just assume you're on drone at all times, because chances are like that, you probably are. The plants, the plant pots, the beams, the barriers, that's a blow. And another double as it comes through. Filippo over the top is able to clear up around that big fight and fireplace, and well, that is a big body disadvantage now for DWG KIA, and it just gets worse. Woogieman, all that's left.
He's going to find himself one, but he's got 3 more to grab here. It is going to be a little bit difficult. 50 seconds left on the clock. Still a Think Boost in pocket and nades to boot. Lukid with 1 and Philippok, sorry, with 2. Wiggerman, how much intel does he have? Catches out the Iana clone. There's potential for a hatch drop coming in here as well. Just going to give himself an option of a rotate. Obviously got the call of Bar, but look at him. He's getting fired on all fronts. Triple threat crossfire there coming in, and it was realistically only ever going to be a matter of time inside of that round. Philippok's with the hop in. The drone work there, as you mentioned, Fluke, it was beautiful. Yas entirely flat-footed in a multi-pest, story camera, and he just gets hopped in on. The whole barricade's just been opened right next to him with the LMG. Like, how are you allowing Philippok to just hop himself in, pick up 2 for free? It just feels a little bit difficult at that point. I think information for the side of DWG KIA has to be lacking, and I don't think it's too much of a surprise at this point we see the tack pause.
Not at all. They are being pulled apart. And okay, let's put some context onto this. Chalet does lean more into attackers. Chalet's a really good attacker map right now.
It does today.
I mean, it definitely does today as well. Obviously, you'll generally see a 40 split is common in most individual regions. Obviously, there is bits of difference across all the regions, and we can't really get a true comparison in international siege and play, but still, that's a rough go of it. However, what we have to look at is how MIBR are bringing so much more energy on their approaches. As he said, flat-footed. It's this problem that DWG KIA have, which yesterday wasn't being punished because Team 1 couldn't quite get the same level of consistency that MIBR has brought really, really well. They've shown up, and they've shown up with this dedication of, we know that you've got to win, we're going to try and match that and take that away from you, because suddenly MIBR become a little bit spicier, a little bit more favorited in people's books, because they've not only been able to get a win, they've been able to get a win against a team that 2-0'd a tournament favorite.
That's the upshot here. I think MIBR, without a shadow of a doubt, come in as the air quotes weakest LATAM team.
Yeah.
And that's just based off the year that they've had. But you can't deny that there's something there. There's a spark there when they start storming through rounds like this. Now, it's early days. We've seen 5 rounds. There's a long way to go yet inside of this best of 3. We could end up going to all 3 maps and be sat here in 2 hours' time with an entirely, with it looking entirely different. But it's just good to see the way that they've started it. Very enthusiastic. And they've obviously wobbled DWG KIA enough to the point where they're thinking, right, it might be the attack, but it might be MIBR on the attack, but we're probably going to be better off taking our time out here and just try to guarantee one more. We just need one more defensive round, and then we can start to worry about our own attacks.
Yeah, and that's it. And although I can say a 4-2 is kind of common, a 5-1, which MIBR look like they could get with just a little bit more adaptation, because, again, it's worth highlighting the rounds that DWG KIA are able to take. MIBR, I think, for the first time, slowed down. They got into positions they didn't expect to be in at the same time as things going wrong elsewhere, and they had to have a bit of a retalk and a rethink. It almost came together. They got the diffuser down. They had themselves in that post-plant situation, and it was a 2 versus 2, 2 versus 3, but someone just happened to pop off.
Party on the stairs.
Oh, everyone's invited.
I don't think we were.
No.
We're not on the stairs.
Well, we're watching from above.
We're watching from afar, but the stairs have been, I think it was a bit of a point of criticism, honestly, for me, previously when we saw DWG KIA approach this site. I just felt like they dug in very deep. They're fully committed there. There's 3 ADSs, there's a deployable shield, there's Woogieman playing there on the mute, and you just wonder, is that the best use of everything that you've got to offer? It's now forcing you to bring Yas on the Wamai to have the discs to be able to deal with throwables coming in from elsewhere. Drone eventually will get got. Woogieman knows that it's likely he's going to be getting pressure from the window as well. Just gets a little bit of a peek off it and knows that it'd be wise not to give it another look.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Woogieman's role there is to survive. You want to be there for as long as possible. If you can take someone out in the meantime, here comes the burn. He knows the grenade's going to come, so he has to fight his way out of the door either way, and he's able to slip past. Gets himself just tucked in, avoids that grenade too, and goes back to try and take another fight. He's wasting so much time. The ADS has just kicked back into life. That's yours. Don't shoot that one, but you did, obviously, take care of that one too, and well, it's this juggle, it's this balance, it's fighting the ADSs and trying to not take care of the, all of the bits of utility that are working in your favor against the ones that aren't. But look again, how much time he's wasted. More utility, more of it's caught, and Rin actually steps in, offers something. Filippo bites back from the splint onto the west main side. The window gets a bit of attention. There's a close swing, and there it is. Finally, Reduct is able to take care of one, shoots out all of the stuff that Woogieman was doing his best not to destroy whilst destroying drones.
Reduc bringing the Flores is a really nice little change there. It's in direct response to what's happening on those trophy stairs. That's where all the attention's been paid in this opening 2 minutes. Now, finally, that control has been gained. It's come at a cost. It's come at the cost of wraps, but he didn't have any nades left anyway, so it isn't too much of a worry. Now there's just a small part of dealing with the site players. You've still got players like Katsang dug in deep. We've got Coated hiding inside of the bathtub. It isn't going to be the easiest of executes here, and we can't really see what MIBR are shaping up for. Sure, we've got Reduc on the big window. He's done quite a few miles in this round. He's got himself all the way rotated outside. Fouls will shut Yas down. Katsang responds. Trading the kill 1-for-1 and leaving the diffuser cold on the ground. There's information for the defenders here as well, demonstrated by those yellow pings that are coming on in. Luke now has to pick up the diffuser, but no one's droned out the bathtub. Coated, he's found himself one, gets traded out, 6 seconds left. It's a 1 versus 1. We got Katsang versus Lukid. No time to plant. Lukid, you've just got to try and hold something. Still, there is information here for DWG KIA. It's something they've been lacking all game long. Finally, they start to bring a little bit, and look at how it rewards them. Dangerously close.
I mean, that's it though, isn't it? It was only just the DWG KIA were able to take it out by a player hiding in a corner. You build from only justs, you turn them into, okay, just, and you turn that into, this is a well-played round, but still, you think of all the time that was wasted by Woogieman on Solarium Stairs. You think of if 10 seconds of that had been different, if one of those grenades had caught it, then that's an extra 10 seconds in that 1 versus 1. That's suddenly a very different fight and engagement that they're taking. It's all these precious moments that add up. That was the conversation they sort of had. How can they slow them down? They did. If they can pull it off one more time on a site that was, you know, that back and forth before, can this be them getting an even half? Can this be turning it back into a DWG KIA map?
Entirely possible. All bets are off at this point. 3-3 is well and truly on the cards. I think the problem with MIBR and their attacks, one of the big problems that we've seen, and it's been a consistent theme in rounds that they've either really struggled in or ended up losing, is the coordination of this burn. Yep, they're able to get the throwables in, they're able to get the flashbangs in, they're able to get the ADSs offline. What they're not able to do is then get the kill.
Yep.
And then we start to see nades coming in 25, 30 seconds after the fact, and all that happens is it just goes,
5 seconds left.
Gets shot out midair because the ADS has come back online. If you're going to be trying to burn out this utility, you really have to be coordinating that use and coordinating that push and making sure that everyone's in position to get that nading. Now, I know it's difficult because there's an expectation that you're going to actually get the kill. And when you don't, that's when you've got to be able to adapt and change. The Twitch ban could be coming in here a lot more than really meets the eye. Twitch is something that MIBR really aren't afraid to bring. They're really not afraid to run, especially on a map like Chalet. I know that Twitch sees a lot of use specifically on Chalet for that reason. Could be a little bit of a factor here because it does seem to be something MIBR are having a hard time with.
Back to the drawing board, back to the hold here on how we opened this up and how it was dismantled before. Yas was that early death. Yas was the player that got picked apart, had a ping there. The intel game we talked about being a little bit lackluster from DWG KIA. It netted a bit of shock onto Lukid, but he was aware of it. Pulled himself further back and got himself into a slightly new location. There is players that are applying some pressure and there is some concern on where Yas can go and why he can go there. He's able to get some solidity, the hop down, potentially rotate round. He's eyeing up several different locations. But with Filippo underneath, the chances of a fight happening unsurprised, well, I'm still saying it's in MIBR's favor right now.
MIBR are going to suffer the same way that they did previously, in that they're not going to open up that back storage and really force the players in sight to move around. That's become a very sort of in vogue and meta way of dealing with this site. Typically that player would be somebody like a Maverick below. In this case it's the Finker and Philippox, but he's still going to be in a good place at a good time and he can get the drone work done. Now we do see the deployable shield just get given up for free there by the Rotero. I like this sort of mid-round switch onto the Rotero that MIBR have done halfway through their attacks. It's causing DWG KIA a bit of a fluster. It's a way to get around the burn problem.
Well, it wasn't even just that. As soon as that Rotero came around and forced him off the shields, they then pushed the double door and took the fight onto the player onside pillar. Woogieman was there, able to refrag. Woogieman pulled himself back in and got a bit of revenge because they didn't account for them to be a third player up there. They thought it would just be two, and Coated is still able to keep this synergy above. It was a good play, but the surprise factor has bitten them back here. They still have vertical control. Filippo's going to have to make a little bit of noise as he creeps on the barbed wire, but will have to go for a burn and a burst here. It's an unfortunate situation. Straight past it with the adrenaline surge. Lukid takes a great fight on Coded. There's Yas biting back, can't get the second. Lukid with the double down the corridor, 30 seconds. 2 versus 2 in a fight on the door of the site. Pulls back, but they still have the second body. Woogieman is above, and that's a very important fight to win. Katsang swings wide, and there's the surprise. Damwon Kia pull it back to a 3-3.
3-3 half, you've got to feel like that's a little bit of a missed opportunity from MIBR, particularly with the way that they started things off. Damwon Kia responding really well, and I think despite the little changes and adaptations that we saw MIBR bring throughout their attacks, Damwon Kia were ready for what that was going to look like and what that was going to be. Stubbornness to play in and around the site really started to pay a dividend. They played a little bit looser in that round as well. They weren't as hard committed to certain areas and certain locations. Instead, they were more happy to just take that fight, rotate the corridor, play in and around the bottom of library stairs. I think it was a really good round. Katsang particularly stood out there in that one for me.
DK, if you missed it, and to be fair, you might have missed it if you were watching the game yesterday, opened so quickly yesterday on their attacks. They pushed themselves onto the bar site and had the diffuser down without a single Team 1 player noticing. And one of the things that we talked about that works against how Damwon Kia wanted to approach is this site is cellar. You do not see it too often because it's hefty, it's uncomfortable, and it's not really the gameplay that Chalet offers a lot of teams in the current meta. But what it did offer Team 1, again, lessons learned, was a moment, a breath. It was the one that Damwon Kia struggled the most with. So again, why not lead in with a slow pace? Don't let Damwon Kia get this sort of smash and aggression and give yourself something a little bit more controllable.
It's doable, isn't it? You know, you can go down to the basement, it's a doable site. I think where I worry and where I struggle mentally with it is knowing what sort of a defending team MIBR are.
Yes.
And this is 4 roamers, 1 support. Through and through. And you know, you've got to you just look at the lineup, man. We've got Oryx, we've got Vigil. Like this is exactly what it is. So you've got to be careful with how much you leave those site players to do. Now in this case, it's obviously changed a little bit. There's 3 air quote support operators there. We've got the mute smoke combination, we've got the echo. So there's going to be an expectation that those players are going to be in and around the site. But when this happens and the site gets open so quickly, and all of a sudden there's not a great deal that's going to stop Coated from getting that plant down if sufficient pressure can be put onto players like Fowls. Already the roam game, it's going to have to start to work back, and with that garage wall open, it ain't going to be as easy to get back into site.
Now then, how can you try and crack the nut that you just could not yesterday? It was the only failure of Damwon Kia's approach, but it was a failure, and you've always got to be aware of those changes. You've got to not just talk about how MIBR can learn how to attack, but Damwon Kia, what can you take away from the drawing board of mistakes? How can you fix things, regardless of the fact that you're up against a different team? It's still growth. It's still you looking for a new team to try and play against. It starts at the top floor. It starts on the library side with a bit of an approach and an explore down below, and Reduct says no entry for you. Rin cuts off the finger, cuts off those boosts, and a big gun, big hands.
We can hear the logic bomb phone call ringing through, and players scurrying back down. Luka just taking advantage of Oryx's burst of speed to really get himself across the rotation quickly. With the hatch open, he might have a nice chance of a bit of a rotation here, and it wouldn't be beyond Lukid for that to be something that he is considering at this point, I'm sure. I think despite the early progress in terms of getting the wall open, there hasn't been that much else from Damwon Kia directly onto the site. Say that, and Yas has actually been able to shut Filippox down. Now, I think that was a through the hatch kill that he was able to get from those main stairs. Can now just send Iana's clone down to gather a little bit more info and just see exactly how the land lies down in that connector. We can see the skeleton key getting used above as well. Katsang just making sure that sufficient angles are open. I'm really worried here about this rotation, Luke. I think that the rotation from Lukid could be on. It could be fairly significant. If he's able to hop himself up through the hatch, he could maybe even double up with Redux here. But that Logic Bomb phone call is going to come in. It's going to put a stop to all of that good work. Woogieman taking good advantage, finding the kill onto Redux as another will fly.
Now, Luca, they're going to see if they can get closer to the fight itself there on the plant, but look at only a handful of seconds. They don't know. The audio comes through, doesn't have a clean angle, and now we're in a post plant, and they can just slip right out that door. The smoke does get that final connection. One's gone deep, one's got locked off. Luca with a great swing, puts it back into a 2 versus 1 round the backside of blue, and suddenly Luca, he opened it up with a big swing and a sprint, but now he's a man in a bit of a tricky situation between 2 big players. One's rotated round to the closest swing round. He's going to see if he can bait the first fight. He does, but it doesn't go his way. DWG KIA, while they show that thing that they did so well yesterday, is sometimes they'll lose that opener, but that does not stop them approaching that objective.
It's a really well-rounded attack from DWG KIA, I think. I love the introduction of the Dokkaebi. I think the Dokkaebi's fantastic, especially against MIBR and how they like to play. You're looking at a roam, you're looking at players that want to get themselves out there and then make a rotation back onto site after having some sort of an impact. Dokkaebi's perfect for that. If you're not going to play something like a Nomad, if you're not going to try and secure the flank, if you're going to aggressively take control of your flanks and go, well, if there's people out there, we're going to give them a bell. We're going to see what they're doing, and we're going to get them on the way back. Beautiful stuff. So I think that was something that, and initially it causes the panic, doesn't it? And it forces MIBR back down onto site maybe a little bit sooner than they would want to be. A lot of work got done on the book with the skeleton key as well. Katsang really made a mess of that main lobby floor. So much so that MIBR have gone, well, we tried to go downstairs. We tried to give ourselves a little bit of a moment to breathe. It didn't work out. We now need to go to the bar and kind of have another rethink.
Have a think, have a sit down, have a glass of water in the bar.
Water's good.
Delicious, everybody hydrated. And it helps you think, and it helps you sort of restructure how you can do things. Now the split and the slip pass last time, as I said, was, suddenly DWG KIA is in the site and they've planted. It was something that Team 1 suffered. You have to treat them with some impression, and in the strangest way of putting it, you have to treat them like a Latin American team. And I mean that there is no region better at the minute of seeing an opportunity, seeing some open space, and having the bravery to just go for it. DWG KIA does that, and they do that so well that sometimes you have to sort of treat it like a home game, because they sure are. Reduct. He's playing around the big double window. He's going to go back for a late pick here, hoping that maybe he catches somebody unaware, but they've already since slipped past that. They're up on the wall, and Yas setting all the way to the roof. Swing into the pop. Nobody's taking the balcony side, although Katsang's looking about having a rethink. They're going for a bit of a structured take over the top.
And this is MIBR in a nutshell. Fouls on the site and nobody else anywhere to be seen. Everyone has just ran away and left fouls to do probably a large part of the setup, as well as try and hold on to things. Now the setup does extend beyond the sites. There will be things that have been done upstairs inside of the fireplace. For example, you can see walls reinforced inside of office, but ultimately the idea here is to hold and retake that office when required. Logic Bomb phone call coming in. Not enough to cause any significant disruption. We've got Katsang going to be holding onto the flank. He's on the new balcony window, just keeping his eye on through. Yas has actually already got himself into library here, and he's got pings to be working from. The drones have really started to come alive from DWG KIA and the information game as a whole. It was something that they really limped into at the start of the game, but have since gotten onto. A lot of angles being held here as the nades do start to come through. Yas is going to attempt to swing, but he's going to pay for it. Going to get dealt a ton of damage. Luca gets away scot-free, and there's almost a thought and a temptation for a full rotation there.
Wow, talking of Raps, he's going to try and find a little bit of, I guess, lack of comfort there. He's sort of surprised that there's nobody underneath, but the take is happening on multiple different stories, and it's put MIBR in a bit of a tricky situation. That intel gain is now in the favor of DWG KIA, but they also have that presence, that threat across so many different aspects of the map, where suddenly you'll just hear their bullets ricochet of pretty much every surface at the same time. Luca is suffering that too, and you can still see Raps is moving rapidly to just try and find some semblance of safety, but none is to be found. Another call, and a plant is being attempted, but the smoke played perfectly, pushes Coated back out the door. Whether that was just a reaction to the smoke or not, there's a reaction to a player, and there's Falls going for the swing. The smoke gets the lockdown on the planter. It's Rin and Reduct with one apiece, and Coated still on the floor. Woogieman has to do the bits, but with a player still down in a handful of seconds, they don't have the time truly to get the plant on the pickup. Woogieman has to cover from above, but the rotation and a take from Katsang, massively important, gives them a little bit more to work with. Doesn't truly have to look up because that's still locked down. It's the closed door, but it's one more 4. They get the plant off though, just too little too late it might be. A 1 versus 1, 2 stories. Woogieman above, and Filippo has to do what was done against them before. The retake, but the difference is Woogieman's pulled himself outside. He knows he doesn't have to overstretch. He knows he can play this with a little bit more caution. 20 seconds, it's still time to go for a bit of aggression here, but that is all on the mantle of Filippo. Takes the drop, realizes he doesn't truly know where the player is, so he's going to try and at least bait a fight early on. Is Woogieman too far away? He does drop just in time, and DWG KIA 5-3, 4 of them in a row.
How would you be feeling now if you were Fowls? Fowls has managed to stop that plank going down twice. He's found a kill with a Toxic Babe canister once. He's also grabbed himself a down. What is the rest of the team doing? Where is everybody? Filippox comes in at the last second, like he's just been hiding around the corner. Like, oh, well, like, what's going on? No wonder there's a tactical timeout being called here. That was such a close round. Again, DWG KIA, they're getting these rounds by the skin of their teeth. They aren't coming to them easy, let's be honest. We've seen 2 attacking rounds so far that have had plants in them, and Woogieman has been able to close it out in the end on both of those rounds. Both of the times Woogieman's been one of the last players alive. Both the times that DMR has hit its mark beautifully, and there's not really been much of an option other than to try and bait the diffuser out and see if you can get somebody's peak, you win a head-to-head good fight. Always very difficult stuff to try and do, especially when you're going to be going up against something like that DMR where bang bang, 1-2 bullets, you're going to be out of the game over. So difficult round for MIBR in terms of they seem to do a lot of things right. They just did a couple of things really badly, and that was leaving Fowls on the site on his own for so long. It was a 3 versus 3, I believe, going into that. You've just got to ask for a little bit more, I think, out of the rest of the gang, because if they'd have been there, if they'd have been in a better position, if there'd have been a bit more upstairs control, maybe a retake of Library on the cards, it could have ended very differently. Redux swing there, it's like, what are you doing? Like, you're always going to lose that engagement.
5-3 DWG KIA, and as I said, most of that momentum has now come in a row. It's time for them to see if they can, I guess, keep a little bit more of that pressure on and drive themselves home, because as I said, even when things start to go away from them, the great hold that was being done against that diffuser plant, they still were able to get it down. They were still able to sort of focus themselves and make sure that they could play around that objective. It was that part of them on their Villa play yesterday, their second map, where even when a lot was going against them, they kept a cool head, and a cool head leads to cool results most of the time. MIBR, they were able to get off to a great start here, and they've had their time out to try and slow some pace, bring it back into their favor. What is that missing link? What is stopping them? Because, you know, a lot of the times their play against that is almost perfect or good enough. There was the smoke as well on the attempt on the plant down, or the first time on the plant even, on the first attacking site down in Cellar, where it struck just a second too late. It got the player down, but if it had been on the other side of that, again, it could have been a very different round for them.
It's fine margins, and I think that's why MIBR are happy enough to go back down here. They've just had the TAC timeout. They're going to be able to discuss exactly what they want to try and do going into the next couple of rounds that are coming up. DWG KIA is slowly but surely edging a little bit of a lead here. MIBR led by 2 rounds to kick things off, so it was always going to be a little bit of a fight back, and I think that the momentum hasn't really been on MIBR's side. It's the first time I see them get the opening kill in a long while, and Filippox is going to make it 2. DWG KIA just showing their head at windows and saying, I'm free, take me.
I mean, Filippox there, absolutely perfect. He is a player who, to be fair, has been able to show up and have these impact doubles. He's sitting on a 2 KD, but the whole team has generally been able to get into fights. It's just, he seems to be the best at getting into them and then not getting scraped or scathed by an instant trade or a refrag. His positioning, his playing into that awareness of, they're aware, so let's keep leaning in. Let's keep trying to find these new angles and keep myself moving and aggressive. Lukin, he's up and uncontested in the power position we've talked about many a time. He's going to make sure he can survive for as long as possible, but Woogieman is at least able to finally get some revenge for a player who's already taken 2 of his.
The garage entirely open to move through now. Woogieman can start to make that approach. Strange to see them bring the Nomad this time as opposed to the Dokkaebi. I feel like the Dokkaebi has been working really well in terms of moving the players from MIBR around. Obviously, it's a very different sort of flank watch. This is much more passive. You sort of place the air jab, and you're still going to be conscious. You're still going to be listening for those going off in the distance, and you're still going to be trying to use them to corral these players around, but it isn't the same threat and the same sort of imposing doom of a Logic Bomb phone call.
Kasang is waiting patiently to see if he can put some pressure on. As I said, they play cool, and they wait for the other DWG KIA players to get into a position where they might be able to strike with a little bit more consistency. It's time to talk, time to think, but it's all time that ticks away and means that those pressure plays, where if you're looking at the back line of Falls, he's, as you said, been very good. The smoke canisters have been played perfectly. He's been great at rebuffing the plant attempts, so it might not be something that comes to as much success if they can just try and get a little bit of a bite a bit sooner. The pings come through. Luca has an idea that there's a player potentially popping through, but not that close. Kasang gets the bite on the first. There's the spray back, and they just get it locked off in the end. The drop and down comes through. A bit of a fight happens onto the site itself, and, well, it's coated, going for a pickup and a replacement. Boogeyman's waiting on the stairs, on the bottom of the door, going to see if he can swing round two. It's down in the corridor, and, well, they're right behind you. Where are you being shot from? You're not entirely sure. 15 seconds. The burst round onto the back of the supply line, but it's MIBR to wrap it up.
MIBR didn't come up against any obstacle whatsoever in that round. DWG KIA died with 4 nades in pocket. There was still players on top of Fireplace. There was still utility that was being burned in those final few seconds. That was a really strange round to see, and I'm not sure what sort of caused it. What was the real root meaning of that round going so differently to the one previous? We saw DWG KIA confidently moving on through. They really aggressed themselves on into site. As soon as they had an understanding there was a big roam game, they were like, yo, we're going to get straight back into site. We're going to try and get some sort of a plank going down here and bait out this utility. And that's what they did in round number 8, and it was really good. Round number 9, there just seems to be stalling. There seems to be a very unsure call, and the biggest thing that we saw change was obviously in terms of operator. It was the Dokkaebi. I commented on it at the time, but MIBR seemed to be playing with a lot more conviction. They had that buddy system. They were playing nice and close together. Philippox opens up with a couple of really big kills, and that just takes the round by storm. So I think MIBR obviously must be feeling pretty good about that one. These are the 2 openers that we mentioned earlier there from Philippox. You can't teach that. No. You really can't, and you can't repeat it either, necessarily. No. It's a very much a right place at the right time, bit of a perfect storm situation.
So, we will be back in the game, just a momentary tech pause to get everything sorted for the players, 4-5, MIBR. They've been able to have a burst of momentum, and, well, I guess it's always the argument of is this fortunate or unfortunate timing for them. To be honest, I don't think either for either team. I think it's good to have a bit of a moment. I don't think this will break either of them. DK, they're happy to keep going. Things didn't quite connect, as you said. They died with a lot of utility in their pockets, and at this point, it's just a run to the end of the map to see who can keep that, I guess, lock off. DWG KIA, it is their map. They're only 1 round away from at least securing OT, and then 2 from securing this map itself and guaranteeing themselves a point from this playoff. MIBR, I mean, they're putting up a good fight, and they have still a lot of that fight left. They might be able to steal this map out of them and potentially try and bite for all 3 points, because following into Coastline afterwards, with how this game has gone, you definitely favor MIBR right now.
You've got to give them a little bit of a thought, haven't you? If they're able to achieve the same 3-3 split and we maybe go to an overtime, something of that nature, it really is sort of thrown up in the air then to, you know, you almost toss a coin, because MIBR have shown really good points and really strong points today throughout this game, as have DWG KIA, and both teams have equally made the same kind of mistakes. You know, it hasn't been anything horrendous, it's not been anything really bad, it's just been stuff like, you know, dying with a bit of utility here and there, not having as much coordination as you would like, and I think that last round was a good example of that. There's obviously a very different intention here. The thermite's being brought, and that usually means that we're going to see some walls get open. Now the site is going to be downstairs in kitchen and dining, but typically you're going to hold it like you would hold top floor anyway. You're going to try and keep a good presence inside of office and bedroom. A lot of vertical already been opened up, and already you see the castle barricade get opened. An expensive exothermic charge, it's fair to say.
Yeah.
But it's one way of doing it.
I mean, the thing is, you look at where else those exothermics are going to go. If they're going to be doing a solarium take, then they're going to use the one on the solarium wall and lead into the site. And if they're going to be doing the box take, then it's going to be the one on the box wall. There's not really too many times where you go for a breach on both sides, especially when you're running with just exothermics, with Habana still on the board, with obviously Maverick still on the board. They've already set themselves up for the idea of we're going to do a singular take. So at that point, I think, okay, under that understanding, it's a bit of a handoff, and, well, what else do we have? Do we use a Gon 6 potentially in the pockets of the Iana? Where else could we pull from something to take care of that? We might need that Gon 6 for a little bit of pace later. At least they can put that exothermic on safe. A big rotation, or a big chance of one, is that current threat looming all the way on the ground floor. It's something that might pop up a little bit later on in the story to cause some drama with a couple of the MIBR players giving themselves that stretch of Chalet and what it can offer on those rotations.
Katsang's going to get himself onto the bedroom rappel. As the book, he's going to be itching to get himself in upstairs and start to rip open a little bit of that floor and disrupt fouls on site. But it really will only be fouls on site. Philippox, back-to-back opening kills here. He was successful in round number 9 and 2 successful here in round number 10. Takes Kota down and no longer... Well, no longer is the thermite a thing. We're not actually going to see any breach. That's going to make attacking into kitchen even more difficult. It's likely going to be a single doorway push or even at worst a hatch drop push.
I think that's it at this point. Again, for how long, and I was talking about the control they need to have above. If they want to get the box open, then they've got to have the single on that side. But if you've just got them repelling on Solarium on the far side before you've even got your entrance onto the top floor, let alone the fireplace control, you need to get that box taken behind the dining table. Well, at that point, you're just sitting ducks, and that's the problem. Damwon Kia, Reduct, is able to take care of Katsang. That's 2 down. Just from the fights and the approach, they've finally been able to get some boots inside as they're trying to find the fight here across Solarium, and Yas is able to get one. Rim with a pre-fire round onto Trophy. They're going for a very close take here on West Main, but to be honest, with only a handful of seconds, what else are you supposed to do? The grenades are cooked and attempted. No verticality. Is just going to be a deep dive, a C4 over the top. Doesn't quite net the results yet, but it's still sitting behind the table. Looks up, it's down, and so is this round for, I mean, DK, MIBR pull themselves even 5 apiece.
I really enjoyed the C4 that just got thrown onto the floor. There's attackers running past it at that point because it's just that late into the round. Oh, what a glorious mess from Damwon Kia. It all started with the exothermic on the castle barricade. You made a good argument before him, Fluke. I think you were trying to see the best.
Yeah.
But I think it all started there. Honestly, for me, there was a bit of unsurety from the off. Opening kill again. We know how deadly MIBR are when they get that opening engagement. As are many teams. Let's be honest, it's no unique statistic, but in this game, MIBR opening kill. Bang, can't pick who you get onto the thermite, all of a sudden all bets are off. Now it doesn't make the round unwinnable from there, but there was a panic and there was very much, what do we do now? What is our next step? I mean, you look at the lineup and you go, well, you've still got your Bug, you've still got your Thinker, you can still take hard and aggressive gunfights here if you want to. They just didn't want to. They didn't have sufficient information to clear out that top floor. The nades were being used super late. The nades could have been used to clear that top floor out right from the get-go, but they just weren't. And I think that the loss of the thermite was something that maybe wobbled them a little bit more than it should. Leveled up at 5 rounds apiece.
Damwon Kia. Caution, and unfortunately that was punished. MIBR were able to swing out at the right time, and the way they sort of did it was, as I highlighted, they have these players a little bit deep, a little bit off the beaten path that are happy to sort of take fights, and it doesn't stress the rest of the control. It's a 2-story hold, as I was pointing out there, and the take that they did was on the top story. There's a Gon 6 to pop a castle, much quicker, and as I said, it's that immediacy that they could have offered themselves before, but didn't. But still, that caution is something where that loose player, that Philippox, is going to be able to show up when he's not being contested and when he has that freedom to sort of say, well, they're stuck there and I'm down here. How about we try and make this, I guess, hit heads? Katsang, he's going to get himself into the garage. He's going to see if he can try and start popping up some 2-story holes and holds. It's the takes that they're more familiar with. They're able to try and get control of the back of the hard walls. You're also able to dig yourself up underneath Solarium stairs. If you're good with a grenade, it could be a quicker way to remove a player that might have been buried there. But look at this. This is Philippox. This is the play we've seen him do well before. This is the play I talked about before, and this time, nobody's falling for it.
Been a long time into the round. Still not seen an opening engagement as of yet, or at least an opening kill to come through. There's a much slower approach here from Damwon Kia. I think they've recognised that early aggression, just showing themselves at doorways and windows isn't working out. And I say that, and all of a sudden the hop-in. Philippox 3 for 3 in the last 3 rounds. Is this going to be a double yet again? It very well could be, and there it is. The shot slam beautifully. Rin and Woogieman down. Flanks now fully exposed with the Nomad gone. Couple of nades gone in Rin, and of course the power of that weapon. Again, not an ideal start. Things are starting to fall apart here.
That's it. It's just been a little bit lackluster here. And MIBR, they've shown the energy they had at the beginning of this game. They're playing to this to win, and a bit of a scrappy fight there. Katsang gets pretty much everything but a death on his own side, but gets a death out of MIBR, and that's the most important part right now. It's 1. But it's a minute to see if you can find some more, and you're going to have to do it with a much more sheltered approach. They still obviously have the smoke canisters to try and, a whiff of that for Katsang, and it's over. Code gets a smell, and he definitely doesn't like it. With that diffuser struggling these past couple of rounds, it's Yas with a grenade underneath to get a great take. We said they died with utility before. They've made sure that they can get a bit of work of it here. Luca couldn't quite find the body through the hatch, but that's 2 for 2. Now it's just seeing if Katsang can get an approach here.
Pick it away and watch it at this moment in time. Yas is going to find one on to Lukid. It does give the advantage back here to DWG KIA. A lot of information available for Redux though. He does let one past Fouls, be able to shut Yas down. Hop in now going to be attempted as the exothermic charge is going to be placed. This is tight stuff with only 10 seconds left to go. Kota gets caught out there on the Wolf Orb. He knows that there's going to be a man inside of the piano when he makes his shots, lands, finds himself 1, finds himself 2. The Fragmite coming in all senses of the word there. 2 beautiful kills to round things out. MIBR have let that one slip. DWG KIA, map point.
That's a lesson that DK have taught a lot of teams, is the round is never over until it's over. The frequency of them winning a round in the final 10 seconds, I mean, it's never a stat you rely on, but my God, is it a good trick to have in your bag of tricks. That confidence to sort of make these plays happen. The conversation there of, we need to play these players. We know where 2 of them are roughly. The call to swing around out of the little box there and get that final bedroom kill as well. I mean, it pushes them onto match point, and after how the previous 2 rounds had went, they needed a spark the same way they sort of desperately did in the first half, where they could not find a way to bite into MIBR's aggressive game. We're back in bar, we're back in a site that's gone either side and either way. Will this be MIBR's chance to push it to OT, or will DWG KIA secure themselves their map pick and a point?
3 versus 5, by the way.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That last round. That's the one that stings.
That's DWG KIA.
That's the one that stings.
Honestly, I'm very curious about their entry statistic, because they, regardless of today or yesterday, quite often take these rounds 4 versus 5.
Yeah, it hasn't looked great, has it? But they've managed to pull it off. They've managed to get away with it in that previous round. Is that going to be the momentum and the drive that pushes them here towards this map point? Potentially. We've got 3 minutes to see if it is going to be here or if we are going to go to an overtime. Now, for all intents and purposes, they haven't looked great attacking into bar in previous rounds. We've seen lackluster use of nades. We've seen players dying with a lot of nades left, players unable to be shifted out of key positions, and almost a willingness to just hop into the site and start baiting stuff quite early. Now, I know that Fouls typically plays the site on his own, and it looks as though that's going to be what's happening here, as everybody else is, for all intents and purposes, in Narnia, but there's got to be a little bit more, because Fouls is more than capable of keeping you at bay unless you fully commit to that side push.
Lukid on the top of Fireplace, holding the mezzanine and seeing if he can just get some control over it and keep that cool, calm edge. It's a bit of an explosive drive towards the top of the stairs. As we said, this is kind of the standard approach, but that first one gets caught out. It's the job of Lukid to see if he can throw as many of those discs to stop that approach. And Yas with the hop in. There's holes underneath, sure, but he's got into a position now under the audio guys in cover where he might be able to try and swing a bit of a pinch push they've done before. Reduct is the difference. The maker that keeps a little bit more of a string of sight lines across the board there. Could go for the pressure on the window, could go for some of the support here. It starts to be burned. There's the hop in, there's the approach on the back of the window. First fight comes through. Katsang pulls back, blinded. Yas drives deep, fights the first fight, gets it. The second is no longer there, but it's the third fight that finds him. Lukid is able to get that revenge and almost gets his second. Katsang on the swing round on the double window. It's suddenly lighting up there. Reductor said he was there to fill a hole, and he does it perfectly. It's the way that DWG KIA punished MIBR in a similar circumstance before.
Katsang's still just looking to try and hold on to that angle as well, and it feels as though the moment for that has passed. Hops down and sees if he can make anything happen from the main door. Coated still knows that there's going to be a couple of players here, and as he jumps onto his drone, he's very susceptible to the C4, which Redux will oblige to beautifully. That's Diffuser down cold, very unlikely to be recovered, especially given the positioning of the players of the two remaining DWG KIA. We got back up on the big window, back on this new balcony, as Katsang did go downstairs, but felt like, well, I'm probably going to have to go back up now and look to recover that diffuser, or even look to try and buddy up with Woogieman. But with Lukid still playing on Fireplace, it's going to be very difficult to try and shift him. That's going to be the first port of call. You can see Woogieman attempts the engagement. Redux gets himself into a little soiree as well, as the kill will come in. 19 seconds left. The diffuser still yet to be recovered. It's likely not going to come down to a plant, but instead a ton of kills.
Well, with one player off in kitchen, they're not going to be able to get anything here. They go for the supply line, can't get their confirmation, finds that player at least, but there's still one off in Narnia. Redux gets himself a triple, it doesn't even matter. We're going OT.
It almost looked for a time as though we could have seen a similar round to previous, where we did actually see DWG KIA come out with the win despite a very narrow amount of time remaining, but it was the diffuser, wasn't it? It was the positioning, it was the fact that it was the classic throw the drone, get straight into the drone, get C4'd.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to throw the drone, you've got to bait the window, you've got to...
I think that's it.
A little bit of something, because Reda's just seen that and gone, oh, freebie is it? Thank you.
Because they know that there's pressure still in that environment as well. They know that it's a hot bit of property. They've lost their control at stopping exactly that. They don't have a player on the mezzanine because they lost that firefight. They don't have a player inside the library anymore because, well, they were able to win the first but lost the second and the follow-up. At that point, you know that there's pressure in that moment, because that's exactly what you're trying to crack. To just throw a drone in and assume the best isn't giving the respect to the play that LATAM does. If we have that conversation of you have to treat DWG KIA like a Latin American team sometimes, DWG KIA, you got to treat a Latin American team like you treat a Latin American team. They are always going to try and swing into the space. They're always going to take an engagement. It's football. You see space and you run into it with the ball and try and get a goal. That is how they play. And that is exactly what keeps punishing DWG KIA.
It's just essentially a flow diagram with, is there opportunity? Yes. And there's no option. You know, it's just yes every time.
It's just yes.
Everything's just yes. And are you going to get swanky yes?
I mean, how many players have we seen now from DWG KIA get caught on cams by a window?
Yes.
And exactly, and it's active firefights as well. It's not like that they're being caught by a Nook on the far side of the map or a Vigil. They're not being taken entirely by surprise. They have an idea of what they want to crack, but they're trusting a semblance of safety that you never really have when you're up against a team from Latin America. 6-6 OT. MIBR have been able to do what their country compatriots Team 1 could not and push DWG KIA to the brink of a map. They still have a chance to take it, still have a chance to 2-0 and get some true revenge, but for now, this is definitely a massive step in.
And there's no real advantage here to start inside either, because both teams went 3-3, so it doesn't really bear any resemblance that MIBR are starting off in the defense, other than they have just been on the defense and DWG KIA have just been on the attack. Opening kill going to come in here onto Raps. Losing your smoke early on, never ideal, but it is sometimes a hazard, sometimes something that does happen. Yas gets terribly unfortunate there. If he just holds on for a split second longer, he gets a chance at potentially Redux, and maybe another player that's getting a little bit too close to those windows, a little bit too aggressive and willing to peek. Halfway point now, as we can hear the skeleton key starting to rip open a lot of the floor. Both layers getting opened, and a ping onto the Mozzie. Katsang could try and cut him off here, potentially, if a rotation comes through up Trophy, but looks more likely as though Fleetbox is going to go to a little bit further toward the middle.
A bit of a stretch in exploration now. They're going to see if they can try and do the same punishment they delivered before, but it's becoming tougher and tougher for Fleetbox. As we said, the stat of entries going away from them is rarer, generally in the engagements against DWG KIA, but here they seem to have been able to snap up a couple of snappy shots, and that pushes them in a trickier position. Falls back, pulls away from the drone game that has revealed, hey, there's a freebie. Doesn't quite get it though, and that is a massive loss. Rin was entirely out in the open, and that's just one of those things that might come back to haunt them a little bit later on. Just past the minute marker now, all left, and it's a 5 versus 3. You do still have some big players, and it's not just DWG KIA that can pull off these plays, but it's looking tougher and tougher for the remaining MIBR players.
Luke really going to be feeling those missed shots onto Rin. Only chunked him down by half as well. That's like 1 or 2 bullets maybe hitting its mark. Filipok's still out on that roam. Does have the C4, but this is going to get overwhelming very quickly. 30 seconds in a 5 versus 2. We haven't seen too many of these recently. MIBR were known for their 1vx's inside of the qualifiers, but this is a very different beast. Filipok is going to kick things off with one onto Katsang, but he is going to have to start and finish everything here if he is to hope to get away with this round. He's got a little bit of information, he's got the ping, but the plant's going to go down before he can do anything about that, and now the game is up. His location known. He's going to make the rotation up library stairs, bravely so, but this is just going to be into a firing line of DWG KIA. They haven't even exited the site all too much. They know they don't need to hold from afar. Coated there to gather the information. The C4 to hit as well. This could be on here as he picks up the first 2, but doesn't account for Rin. You cannot check every corner, and that was one that went unchecked. Rin going to shut things down, and that's going to put DWG KIA once again in the lead in the overtime.
You can see a bit of frustration there from Filipok, obviously, when things started to go away from them, because he knows that that could have been his team's chance to really wrap up this series, putting the pressure onto Chalet, bringing that momentum over to Coast. Again, regardless of how this map goes, I still think MIBR are going to have a really good time on Coast based on how they've played. If they can keep the energy up, regardless of whether they win or lose this map, I very much see us heading to that map 3. However, it's still frustrating. It's still those moments that sort of eat at you like, it's a little bit of a missed ship. We've just been able to take this site. We've just been able to put some pressure down on it, and suddenly things are starting to slip away from us. But there's still chance, there's still opportunity. It's still a reset, and as you said, it was 3 apiece either half. So it's not that we know MIBR can or can't attack. We know they can do both, and it's time for them to demonstrate. It might have been a little bit of time since we saw the last, but they're here to remind you they're still fighting.
That's all it is. It's just a bit of time since we've seen them attack. It's have they remembered the way?
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm sure they remembered the way. But we do tend to see some players on different sides maybe step up more or less depending on the half that they're on. I think for me, someone that's had a super quiet defender half is Redux. Really not been saying his name too much. He's not had that level of impact when you think to the sort of commitment that he was putting in on the attack. Now back on the attack, we're going to see a little bit of a resurgence maybe. Back on the Flores as opposed to the Zofia. Back looking to try and destroy those deployable shields and really look to assist that burn game that was something MIBR struggled with at the start of this map. So that's already a good sign. It shows that they're really developing through the fixture.
Now, this has been a bit of a back and forth. They were able to take it as their open around and their attack at the very beginning of this game, MIBR, and I guess they're going to see if they can replicate that here now. Woogieman, he's in the power position. He played a little bit against Team 1 and a bit earlier today, and they might see if they can try and shut him out early. Katsang is the difference. He has gotten very close for a later renegade there onto the hop-through window, and, well, I mean, at least it goes up, and you can do it from a bit of a range. There's a bit of a reveal. The alibi comes through. The grenade is going to be bounced on the beam over the top. And it catches them. Perfectly played, and that's the danger of that position. There was nothing that could be done, and it's actually one of the complaints that we had when Team 1 were approaching this, is they didn't try that attack. They thought, well, we can't get around him, we can't get the shot, so instead just went for, well, nothing. There, a single grenade bounced off the beam, gets a perfect take, and MIBR have the perfect lead in.
We've already spoken about how dangerous they can be with that opening kill, and now they have an opportunity to really just demonstrate that. Woogieman, one of the best performers here so far on DWG KIA inside of Chalet, and the MVP from yesterday. If you're going to take out anyone, you want to take out a big kill leader, although it is coming at quite a cost. Katsang maybe looking for a little bit of a rotation back in just to reactivate the gate. Can get himself into the bar storage if he requires, but Fowls is already getting the plant down. That Aruna gate didn't go down. Katsang with the one tap. Excuse me, what's happening? The diffuser's going to be cold on the deck. That's going to be difficult to recover.
Katsang is calling things very fervently there. He made sure that the whole team knew what was happening and he was in the right place at the right time to stop a train that nobody else could stop at that moment. There's going to be the Flores trying to force him into an uncomfortable situation. He goes past. They can't quite get the catch, though. There's nobody for the pickup. That was sort of a little bit wasted. There wasn't anybody to punish him instantly. Obviously, it was a Prisma that was only watching from the side. There's a bit of a jiggle peek, a slow approach. They know roughly where he is. He has a beam for safety, and he still has some semblance of support, but they're inside no longer. Katsang is doing everything to keep Minute blinded. He still sprays, goes for an escape. Can't quite get it with a pistol. One more down, and it's over the top. It's Yasin, it's Katsang for the triple. One more round the supply, can't find it. Lukin with a double to top onto the one he already had. There's 2 stories of danger in 30 seconds. He is everything to keep MIBR in this map right now. One's behind the bar, serving up nothing but trouble. He can't quite get the clean shot, and the glass is all dirty and muddy. The only thing he's seeing is slivers and sides, while the other player sits staunchly above. It's Yas and a trade, and DK just solidify their map.
Heartbreaking stuff there for MIBR. A trade and another 1 versus 1 potentially. It was a hard-fought round, but it was a round that they overcommitted to too quickly. Katsang went from hero to zero. Well, went from 0 to hero. Sorry, he didn't do a lot inside of that game. He was nowhere near 12 kills at the start of that round, but he has fought so hard. Slippery play inside of that back storage as well. You've really got to give him a lot of credit for it.
We're going to a very quick break before we're back with map 2, Coastline.
and welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us. We are back for MIBR versus DWG KIA. My name, Exotroika, joined here by Fluke.
Yo.
For any eagle-eyed viewers amongst you, if you did just catch us for a glimpse there, we have actually swapped sides. You're not going crazy. There's no mirrors involved.
No. Wait, were we on screen?
For briefly.
Oh, a little bit of a sneak peek. Yeah, we've changed sides. We're just keeping things fresh, you know, because, to be honest, DWG KIA at this point have to keep things fresh. If you missed the first map, let me tell you what happened. It was a chalet, and it was a much better chalet from the opponents against DWG KIA. Hello. Than it was yesterday. So yesterday, DWG KIA played a very good chalet, and they played that very good chalet against Team 1 and dispatched them. Today, MIBR came out swinging. They had learnt lessons from that game, and they showed up and really pushed them to the brink. It could have been their map. It wasn't. But the most important thing is, if they play the same way, Coastline is going to be so hard for DWG KIA.
It is. It was a close game. I mean, the scoreline represents that 8-6. By no means was this a one-sided affair. I think we may have potentially just got the players on the wrong way around.
Yeah, but
you get the gist. The logos are in the right place and the numbers are correct. But in terms of players, yeah, there's a little bit of a change there. Katsang was somebody that really stepped up toward the later part. Woodman consistent throughout, but all of that came at a cost for DWG KIA. None of these kills came easily, and everything was, you know, traded. There was back and forth. There was no one that was head and shoulders above the rest that was getting kills essentially for free or for very little in terms of their own death contribution. So that was something that, you know, both teams were going blow for blow and neck for, and now we just sort of changed the pace entirely when we move into Coastline. You know, you think about going from a chalet into a coast. It's two very different maps, and it's different ways that you're going to want to try and approach things. For MIBR, there's probably going to be a little bit of frustration here, and you can maybe see that demonstrated on their faces, maybe feeling like they could have done a little bit more over on Chalet, as it was a very, very close game. But the clutch factor was there for DWG KIA, and they proved that again, bringing that energy that we know them to have. Now they're going to feel pretty good heading on into Coast.
I think that was one of the statistics as well on that board is, as we said, the stats next to the players were correct. And as we go into the game, the stat that worries me quite a lot is that entry stat. DWG KIA just, for lack of a better way of putting it, they sucked at that entry game. They sucked yesterday and they sucked today. They keep dropping the ball, but it's this weird dichotomy as the famous Sandbox SI performance last year when they were under a different org name was that they were the best in the whole tournament at entry, but just got out of groups, and they couldn't quite find a way to solidify that. DWG KIA have the opposite effect. They keep losing this entry game, but then in that moment when they're 4 versus 5, 3 versus 5, suddenly they start to click into life, and it's weird that that pressure adds this extra element to their game.
It's how does that 3 versus 5 come through? How many times? You know, how many times can you really rely on that? Because it wasn't just one opening kill they were losing. There was some rounds where I think Philippox in 3 rounds was getting 2 opening kills, and it was going in as a 5 versus 3 in favor of MIBR. So really a disturbing statistic that you can't look to ride for very long. But as we head on now into Coastline, this is our second map in this best of 3 series, MIBR versus DWG KIA. DWG KIA coming into this one off the back of a win on Chalet, looking no doubt to take this 2-0. MIBR here for some redemption.
Okay, Coastline, it's not been a great place for DWG KIA. We can only really work on the sort of ideas of how have they played when they've played against Latin American teams and vice versa for MIBR. And in terms of DWG KIA, they sort of had a mixed record coming into this, and Coastline was some of the sort of biggest mix of that. It's been some of their biggest losses. It's been a victory against FURIA, a loss versus Liquid. It's a back and forth, and it just hasn't always been something that they've been able to get a steady reliance on the same way they have with Chalet, which currently, I believe they're undefeated against Latin America teams. On here, I guess we'll see if they can start to try and bring some semblance of balance back, but as I said, I still think the pressure's on them. MIBR, the only pressure they have right now is against themselves. If they can match the performance they had on the previous map, I truly believe us heading to that 3rd map.
Coastline's a map that is regularly trotted out inside of the BR6. and it was a map that MIBR sort of leaned into at a time when they weren't firing on all cylinders, when they didn't have Felipox playing on the team due to injury. It was somewhere that they tried to go for a little bit of an easier time of things, because there's a little bit less reliance on certain things, and it can more often than not come down to big players stepping up. So I think it's the statistics are a slight bit skewed on that because of that fact, but it's still a relatively good map here for MIBR. The bans, not quite as strange as last time, but still erring on the side of Funky, Lion, Nomad are going to be the two that you really look toward. The Mirror and the Valkyrie removed as a standard. Nobody really wanted to deal with that level of intel, and it forces a pick onto something a little bit differently. Now Lucid, I really like Lucid's playstyle on this map. He will play the Oryx, not afraid to use it.
No.
And this is really where I think MIBR come into their own with their style of defense. The one site player, the 4-3 guys out on the roam, it's something that does really work for him, and it does well on a map like Coastline.
I think that's it as well. You have the pace and the space you can play. It's so much is written with this map and Oryx. When he first started getting introduced, when he first started getting some play, it was only really on Coastline. And only really on Coastline and Bank you think that he can reach a true potential. Just because of the pace and the rotation and application of those hatches, they're in so many positions that they can truly try and deep dive and dig their way into and pull back, and Coastline is constant. You're never truly clear on Coastline. It doesn't matter. You can see one corner of the map all the way to the other. It's small, it's paper thin, it's a dangerous donut with a delicious hole of death in the middle, and all of it happens as a crisscross across it. Lucid though, he's the first that might be finding a fight here. They put some pressure onto the windows and Baux, but it's Damwon Kia. A steady approach. What I hope is some awareness that assume MIBR are watching.
And that's it. MIBR are positioned well enough at this point to sort of take command of each and every corner of the map and just work from there. We've got Felipox downstairs inside of office. There are going to be players looking to work in a little bit further ahead. It's going to be Lucid with the drop. Opens up the hatch potentially for later, and has given himself a little bit of a rotation as well in toward Billiards.
Well, there's a little bit of a flirt with danger. Operator outside, and I feel like that's going to be far from the last time we see that indicator this game. And far from the last time Damwon Kia see it too. Katsang's going for a steady approach here. Sees an idea, but it's Oryx and there's hatches. Whenever you've got an information, just assume that 10 seconds later it's out of date. The man can move. And this map, as I said, is small. Redux on the open door. Has some support and swing round possibility here. They've got themselves this net and extension all across the ground floor. There's nobody on the second story for now, and that's going to allow Damwon Kia to sort of start trying to set themselves up for a take right on the bar side. It's popping open the back. Full suffers a little bit from the charge above him, and well, is lucky not to suffer more. There's some toes, there's more, there's the first kill. Katsang gets a bit of a freebie against such a power player on that site denial.
Yeah, you really don't want to be losing out on fouls, particularly as you enter the minute mark. It's just going to make things even more difficult. Redux with a chance here, though, to try and level things back. Lucid takes Yas, but Felipox will be down in process. You can hear that LMG singing, and you've always got to be wondering where Lucid is. Now, the plant is being attempted here at the moment, and there's honestly nothing to stop that from going down. So Coated's going to get that down for free as the firefights rage on above. Rin with one onto Lucid. No chance of a flashy rotation. Now, this is going to be fairly lock it off from this point out for Damwon Kia.
Well, back up, but as one goes, one goes. The trade-off comes through, they lose the player that's above, they can't quite get the angle and the opening idea, thought somebody might be holding it, but at this point they've moved off. They've got to take the fight above. They cannot just leave that free territory, but look at the hold Damwon Kia have. If I'm going to compliment the fact that you can be very wide on this, they've made sure that they exemplify that. They have players all the way in office watching for this plant to keep some modicum of control over it, but at this point they can just move a bit closer because the round's over. MIBR, they're off to a little bit of a false start here, couldn't quite get the solidity that they wanted, and Damwon Kia, they saw a sight, they took it.
That's the danger of playing the one-site player. If you're not in position to rotate back, and with the way that Damwon Kia exposed inside of Hookah, they ripped open the floor, they had Hookah balcony nice and early on, and there was nothing that MIBR could do. They couldn't retake from above, they tried that, and they just got cut off at every single turn. this is where it starts to become a problem, because as nice as a roaming style as that is, and as much coordination as it takes as a team to be able to consistently pull that off with trust and support into fouls that site player, or whether it's going to be Raps or whoever it might be, it's always fouls, and then sometimes it's somebody else as well. But with that trust and that support that you're giving, if you can't make it back onto the site, if you can't retake vertical, if you can't get there and be an impact player, DWG KIA is slowly but surely reading into this, and if these plants just start getting quicker and quicker, they're going to get more and more confident as the rounds go on. It was great to see a plant go down so early on in a Coastline game.
Well, DWG KIA, they have a habit of starting their attacks with plants. So far, that's been a consistency, I believe, across both play days. They've made sure that the first time they go for a swing, yeah, they've been able to get themselves in and get a diffuser down. It's a stat that keeps them going. They're a really good objective-focused team, and they seem to make it work even when a lot is being pushed and pressured against them. Change of pace, we're heading over to Kitchen, the other ground floor site to see if there's a better site to see for MIBR here. They had themselves quite spread out on the ground, and I think handing over the verticality, sure, there was a player there early on, but they didn't try and hold on to it. They didn't try and stick to it, and that gave that verticality, which gave the first kill. Coastline, there's no real free territory. You almost have to try and keep as much hot as possible, and especially against a team like DK that, again, sees space, takes space.
See space, take space. It's exactly what you've got to do on Coast. You can't afford to be looking at trying to find nice little niche picks here and there. You've got to find that brute force, and especially when you've got a team that are going to be playing fairly aggressively, there needs to be somebody else there if you're going to try and challenge Reduct, because he is going to punish you for it. Coated there, just peeking with his head very kindly for Reduct to take it off. Does deal a little bit of damage, but loses the diffuser in quite a key location. We are going to see the Rotero drone come through, and that's going to remove one of the bulletproof cameras that's going to be played in sight. Still, it's a bit of a lackluster trade, I think it's fair to say.
Well, another Rotero is about to make its way around, but that one, it gets caught out. Falls is more than happy to watch this. He's in a power position, but Yas finally gets the kill onto Reduct, the revenge, as they're able to take that open. And they still need to try and recollect the diffuser at this point, but again, this is kind of what I wanted to see from MIBR. Don't forget about the other story. You can't really hand over the verticality on a map like this. All of the sites have some pressure that can come around, especially the ground floor ones, from somebody above. That Flores drone, that Rotero, is able to get that shield, the connector on the far side. They keep slipping these by the MIBR players, and well, Rin goes down in the next engagement. They're trying to find their way in from the middle, as I said. That's a dangerous center to a donut, but with all the cross angles and fires that it opens it up, Rin is probably far from being picked up, but they're able to balance it back and technically make it a 3 versus 3.
Entering the final minute. Still a lot of work here to do for DWG KIA. They still haven't taken sufficient control vertically. They've still not really got a way into the site, and with Rin down on the other side, it doesn't give them that extra pair of eyes to hop into drones to really figure out what is going to be going on. That's solely going to be Coated, and you can see him frantically switching through POVs in the one singular drone. Raps is going to oblige and send Rin onto the cameras as well, although there may not be anything to really look at. 30 seconds left and the Toxic Babe canisters start to fly. The diffuser will be collected. Woogieman takes Raps down, furthers the advantage.
The diffuser wasn't collected. They went to swing onto it and then decided not to, whether they wanted to see if they could just push the firefight itself and have it as a last ditch, 15 seconds, and they've still got to try and recollect it and go for the fight itself. Philippe Box, he's on the far side of nowhere trying to find his way back over, but with that diffuser cold, this puts him in a round-winning situation. They win the fight onside the site, but without anybody with that kit in pocket, all you do is hand a round over. What was that, DWG KIA?
I'm wondering if the diffuser was picked up and dropped like instantly, because the mechanics changed on it slightly, hasn't it? It's no longer like just run over it and pick it. You've got to press your action button, whatever you've bound that to actually be able to pick that up, and then you can still actually drop it again if you do mess it up. So, unfortunate one. Time running short. We don't often see DWG KIA sort of flapping under that amount of time either. Usually they're pretty collected.
It's the first big mistake I think I've seen them, and it was a mistake, because as you called it, he went to pick it up, and yeah, he, I think, went to pick it up, but then he didn't. And whether it was a misplay, whether it was a miscommunication, either way, it was a mistake and a missed moment, and just something that was their round that they've handed to MIBR. And Okay, sometimes you get those windfalls, MIBR, build from it. Try and get something else behind it and see if you can punish those mistakes. I liked the growth, I liked the verticality, I want to see more of it, and I suppose we're gonna, as we find ourselves over on Penthouse now. They're not gonna go back to Bar for now, they're gonna see if they can stack themselves up, avoiding Hookah as a site.
Does seem like a strange choice to avoid going into Hookah Billiards. They were more than happy to go down to double bar to start things off, and you do defend in a somewhat similar way as we all do in any site of Siege. You know, typically you're going to pay as much attention to the vertical of the site, whether that's above or below. So a strange decision, I think, but maybe they're just looking to give us the full tour. Penthouse and Theatre, a site that has fallen into fashion since Coastline's rework or readjustment, maybe we should call it, a couple of months ago. Still, the biggest problem for me is going to be that big window. It's still as dangerous a threat as ever, but you can extend a little bit further in toward VIP. Given that VIP now has 2 exterior reinforceable walls, as opposed to the window that sat there previously, it becomes a little bit more appetizing for players to hang around in there. Now, it's only being held by a mute. Sometimes you maybe will bring a Cade to get that job done, but with Thatcher on the board, it really matters not.
Kia go for themselves to the second story. They've got a player out on DJ Bauk, and they're going to see if they can get open the VIP wall. This is one of them new additions, one of them new plays and places that changed a little bit of the face of Coastline, but not enough. A slight bit of work, but not a major overhaul that otherwise had gone through some of the other places. There's the breach, there's the thatch, and there's 2 open walls now as both Selmas are able to pop through. Removes that charge and removes wraps. Woogieman's able to get that opening kill. They're able to take care of the Wamai. He is obviously a player. The longer he's alive, gets more dangerous. Coated. A bit of a swing and a dance round, and the Iana's trying to find a fight all the way down towards 90. And, well, there's a player there, but who will see who first? It's turning into a little bit of a dangerous game as more pillars of the structure start to fall and start to pull away.
Redux getting inside of the Yokai drones, just seeing if there's anything that he can reposition to. Give Raps something to keep an eye on for the time being. Katsang, upside down repel this time on the big window, not just blindly taking a look as we saw Kota doing only a round ago. But with no real presence in the site, it isn't likely to yield any results. It's a site that you do play as a retake, and especially when you've got the level of information that MIBR are able to bring here with those Yokai drones, although a plant is going to be going down. Where's the Yokai drone? Where is this denial? Coated. He's going to get away with that one for free. Excuse me? Hopped himself out under the cover of Katsang. Katsang just says, you watch double door, I'm going to keep an eye on this diffuser.
I mean, what happened? It's this sort of signal, it's this red light that beams itself over. As you said, when you have an echo on the board, when you have all of this stuff, you at least have intel, and when that intel goes, you know what's happening, and suddenly it's just this echo left, but not for very long. Damwon Kia, that is, for my book, twice they've been able to get into the site with just not enough resistance that comes through from MIBR. At that point, you're sort of thinking on that hold, how come they're not aware of this pressure? There wasn't really anything coming through from Projector. There wasn't really anything coming through from 90. You can have cross angles, and it's a bit of a lock-off, sure, but at least if you're not going to have the drone calling the intel, have someone dying and trying to fight back, or have someone underneath, which was entirely uncontested territories. The door of service and, I believe, definitely the door of Lamborghini was closed. It was free for you to be under that position.
Attackers need to locate.
It is strange because there's not enough. If you're going to play that way, you need to play with so much information that you know every single move that's going on in the site. You can't play that way and just be trying to work off sound or a whim and a prayer. It doesn't work. You know, that really isn't a viable strat. We're going to see it. We're going to see the billiards site. We're going to see Hookah Billiards now come through. No real surprise. Penthouse and Theatre went dreadfully, and the opportunistic nature that is Damwon Kia at the moment is see a plant, take a plant, and they're more than happy to just do that. Realistically, Fleet, this could be 3-0 right now. The kitchen site was a little bit of a mistake, and
yeah, it was a throw.
We've sort of called that, you know, we call it as you see it. That would have been another plant, it would have been another round, and Damwon Kia would have been even further ahead than they already are. So MIBR need to come up with something, they need to come up with something relatively quickly, because this approach of just leaving one player to deal with the site really isn't working, but it's an approach that, I mean, look at it, it's happening again right now, right? We've got Raps playing on the rotation inside of Cool Vibes. We do have a player on Vars, and we do have a player inside, so they are slowly but surely getting themselves a little bit more site-centric, but is it going to be enough?
I guess that's always the thing. Is enough here? And is it something where they've got to have that awareness? Falls is playing himself onto the Cool Vibes stairs, and obviously Hookah as a site is one where it still has some of that countenance, some of that play. The floor is never entirely safe, and once again we're sort of seeing this hold from MIBR where there is pockets of land that other teams have to fight for a very long period of time. Ready to pop around and get some sprays on is seemingly what MIBR are kind of hoping for. You can see a bit of a dance on Aquador. There's consistent little wiggles around the top of Cool Vibes, but DK, they're keeping themselves at arm's length for now. They're happy to stretch out, make sure that they get a full taste of where everybody is before they go for the full fight.
Kota trying to brute force his way on in there. We can hear the ace charges going off. That's going to open up angles to the top of Cool Vibe stairs and Vars. There's still going to be the shield there, but it's removed anybody from playing there for the time being. Fouls. Switched over. He's on the FMG this time, not rocking the shotgun, so we can take some of these slightly longer range engagement. But that's a great nade from Yas. We haven't seen too many good nades coming out of DWG KIA, but that is certainly one to remember. The plant's going down, Rin's upside down, repel on that double window. This is a masterclass so far. Detected outside, so what? Felipox, you have got so much to do, and everybody knows where you are. Katsang with the pre-fire to close things out. DWG KIA looking terrifying here on Coastline.
It could be 4-0. It should be 4-0. And MIBR just lost. The main thing I said was, I think MIBR can have a good game on this if they keep what they had before. What they had before was so much intel clarity. It was something that played well. Think of all the times we said, expect MIBR to know where you are, DWG KIA, because they consistently did. The hop out on free kills against DWG KIA players. This time, they have no idea where the Koreans are, what they're setting up for. It is time and time again, 4 rounds in a row. It would have been a plant on a site, and suddenly, you know, everything's gone. But it's not just that. How many of these plants? There's still 4 players still standing on both teams. There's not confrontations happening before they have the site and the objective. What is this disconnect where on Chalet, MIBR, you love the scrap, you love the fight, you gotta refine that love right now, because the longer this goes on Coastline, the more worrying it gets.
It is terrifying. Especially when you put into context, MIBR 3rd place last year's Invitational. That's when things start to get really scary. So something has to be found, and it has to be found fairly quickly. I think the last time that MIBR will have played Coastline will only have been a couple of days ago, inside of the LATAM qualifier where they played against Black Dragons. And they were able to win, and they got a good couple of rounds there on the defense as well. I think it was fairly defend-decided for them, 5 rounds to 2. So they got 5 rounds on the defense, 2 rounds on the attack. They finished it out at a 7-4. So a fairly balanced game by all accounts, but still, they know how to deal with aggression. They know how to deal with quick plays and quick plants, but they're just not able to here. They're just giving up so much of the side control. And I think it's little plays like this that are happening in the early part of the round, right? We've got Thatcher being run consistently here by Woogieman. We've got Coated on the ace. They're always getting those Selma charges out, and they're not even looking to try and, you know, get in through that as a breach necessarily. It's more as a method to move these players around and to force locations a little bit more from MIBR. That's certainly what we saw in the previous round. It's what we're seeing again here now, and it is very effective.
Okay, DWG KIA, I mean, you're still angling yourself well, and it just seems like a pace, whereas I'm saying MIBR aren't really testing it. There's been so much free room and roam for them to be able to piece together. So many times they've got in entirely uncontested, or at best, one player has been the difference between the fight. And as you said, that's an MIBR habit. The single site player and the pressure that comes from elsewhere, but sometimes this is what you want. Those further away players lean in to these aggressive moments earlier, try and find the fights, try and make them piece together. Whether it was a problem before of not having enough intel, it's not a problem now. Redux, he escapes with his life, but he gives them food for thought, forces DWG KIA to be a bit uncomfortable, and makes them have to play a slightly different game.
just run at them. At this point, you have to run at them. You have to try and make them scared because nothing else is really working. Woogieman takes Raps down, levels things out. 4 players apiece. Minute left to go, and the pace isn't in this round the same as it has been previously for DWG KIA. There's still a real intent on droning out every nook and cranny of the site. Fouls is going to get a little bit more dangerous as the time ticks by as well. A Toxic Babe to cut off that sauna entrance, but still a bit of a lack of information as he doesn't really have everything that he needs here. Yas is going to be pushing in through Kitchen, and Coated going to look to try and just to complete that as a rotation and a breach that he's able to move on through. Another Toxic Babe canister to stem the flow, and only 30 seconds left to go. Lukid upstairs, a potential for a rotation here. He also has the hatch to play with, and Philippox will be the first to fall in this final 20. We've still got fouls dug in behind the sofa, and Redux has made a rotation now to the backside of Bar. But with Woogieman coming in from behind, he's going to find himself a slew. Picks up 3, can he make it 4? No, Katsang beats him to it. DK slowly but surely taking a different approach there and showing us that they are not just a one-trick pony here. They are not just a plant in the first minute. They can really thoroughly execute, and that was from a man down.
That's the game that they've been playing well, and to be honest, as I said, the pressure isn't on DWG KIA right now. The pressure is on the fact that MIBR didn't step up to what Coastline needed to be from them, and you know, DWG KIA, those first rounds with the sneaky plants, that was cool casual. That was running it. That was by the book. And there, when things start to get ripped out, when players start to get dropped, and MIBR start to show up more, DK are going to sweat. And they can still play those sweat positions. I mean, let's be real, they're a lot of people's favorite team for this. They've come up throughout the year, but they are a terrifying force, and you expect to see their name in this tournament for a very long time. However, that doesn't mean you have to go with them in the approach, and MIBR know this because of the fantastic performance we had on Chalet from them.
4 rounds to 1. Attacker side of the Coastline through and through. Kitchen going to be attempted again here, as this is a last-ditch attempt here for MIBR to come away with any semblance of a decent split. If they could get a 2-4 split, it might not be the end of the world for them. But as it stands, this ain't looking great, and I'm not sure how this one will end. DWG KIA on the approach. Is it going to be a quick round? Is it going to be a slow round? It really does seem like a bit of a roll of the dice, and almost is the opportunity for them there. I think as the quick rounds have developed, MIBR have become a little bit more mindful of it, and it's caused DWG KIA to take that slightly slower approach. See Coated hightailing it around to that service door along with a couple of his teammates, and we might be on for a quick one here. There's a drone that's going to go in and discover, yep, there's a little bit of utility to deal with. We've got a Banshee, but Flora's drone will see to the majority of that, and I think this one's going to be fairly explosive.
Well, stacked up and set up, and they've got themselves repelled, and again, this is potentially looking like one of their attempts to try and get the plant in. A bit of that sneaky aggression. Falls is that backline, but look at the position change he's had. It's minor. Instead of being on one side of the tomatoes, he's now on the other, and he's looking to see if he can long arm some smokes down towards that service entrance. They're trying to see if they can get some angle and idea, and it's otherwise not quite getting it together for now. Reduct is digging. He's just hoping for a bit of anything, really, and that's the problem. They're not getting anything from DWG KIA. They're not quite getting a full sight and sight line onto any of the players. They're still stacked up on the top, and in MIBR, they're getting a little bit angsty.
From a round that looked like it was going to take place fairly quickly with the initial information that was gathered, there's something that spooked DWG KIA in the process, and there's something that's just caused them to really take a little bit of a step back. Approaching the minute and 15 seconds left mark, and we still haven't seen an opening engagement. We can hear the Selma charges pinging off there in the distance, but where is that fight going to be? Reduct takes Rin down. By all accounts, they spent a lot of the round, inside of those Rotero drones. A lot of that work has now been done, but you've got to rely on him for a gun at some point. Katsang might be looking for a bit of a quick approach here. He maybe knows that there's going to be somebody inside of security and potentially somebody behind this main desk. Where is the fight going to come from? Gives the game away, and Lukid ready and waiting with the swing. Katsang, he's going to need a little bit more than just a singular lifeline to make this happen. Redux picks up his second and looks as though he's on a bit of a tear. Now we see the Toxic Babe canister start to go through, and there's a juggle of the diffuser again. Oh no, where have we seen this before? Coated throws the Selma charge through as Woogieman finally grabs some sort of a response here.
Well, the response comes through. Katsang's playing a very dangerous game and ring around the roses. He hasn't been able to get anything secure, but the wider he swings, the more likely a player's going to swing back. 10 seconds and a pre-fire, but a drop down and a double-handed over the top. MIBR, they look pretty much everywhere secured for this round, and there it is. 4-2 on a split. It's good. Statistically, it's average, and that is a surprise, I think, because theoretically this should have been a 5-1, and now it's down for MIBR to pick up some pace and some pieces.
I think mentally that is needed for MIBR. They couldn't have afforded to go into that second half any other way. They finally managed to grab something back, and they deserve it. There was some very wobbly calls, I think, from DK inside of that round. The pre-fire onto the barrel in Kitchen was probably my favourite, because it wasn't just a quick tap fire. There was obviously a call that somebody was dug in deep behind that barrel, and the pre-fire was quite intense, but it really didn't come to anything at all. Now the pressure is firmly on. Seeing Amaru baited and 6 picked off as Fowles is going to head on to Flores. Redux.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Redux likes to play the Zafir here. We saw him play Flores previously on Chalet, but Zafir is a much more favoured choice, I believe, and with Philippox willing to take up that role of Heart Breach, it seems to have freed Fowles up somewhat. Little micro adjustments. The rolls aren't as thick and fast here, and operators can be fairly fluid.
I'm curious to see what approach we get from MIBR here. And I guess I'm curious to see what defense we get from Damwon Kia too, because Damwon Kia, when they first started their defenses on Chalet yesterday, it wasn't fantastic. They were a bit too aggressive. They kept on being punished by the holds and the setup here, and I think we're sort of trying to see if we can get anything extra from them, or I guess if MIBR can punish what is quite a loose game. And you know, if there's potentially a build from this, if there's potentially MIBR getting a couple of freebies from the loose Damwon Kia players in play, then maybe there will be a little bit more of a journey, maybe there'll be a little bit more of a destination for them if the game continues. If Damwon Kia can get some solidity and MIBR under more pressure, it might be a different story.
Look toward the Kitchen for the first sight. There's already a hop in here happening as Philippox is going to be trying to really back himself up here. Coated going to be the first player to fall. We do see the revive come through. Philippox does have the diffuser. No intention of planting it just yet. Maybe waiting for that cover of smoke, but the site has been in the control of MIBR for a long old time now. Maybe Philippox has forgotten that that's what he's got in his hand, or potentially worried about that vertical and doesn't feel like he's being sufficiently covered, and he would be right. This was a rush and a push that has resulted in not a lot other than a cold diffuser on the ground, an overcommitment and a lack of holding.
Well, MIBR. 4-2, and I guess this was the question here of, are they going to be able to push this pressure and see if they can dig themselves a little bit further in? There's a spray, there's a drop over the top, there's a bit of a body back, and they're in a 3 versus 2. Katsang and Redux have both suffered a handful of damage, but it's otherwise not going to be the full throughout as of yet. There's a minute 25, there's time, and they're going to make sure that they open it. Katsang has that diffuser, they have that watch from the second story. It puts Falls and Redux in the tricky situation of trying to get a handle, trying to get a little bit of control back in. Time is what they have, but it slowly and steadily burns away, and that leaves them to just have a little bit of free reign. Talking of Yas, he's that loose player. He's going to stack up. The pings are coming through. They have an idea, and look at the way they've set up the hold there. It's above, it's below, and it's that connector between the pair of them.
This is a round that started so well and is just looking to end so badly, isn't it? 3 versus 2 in favour of Damwon Kia. Redux looking to push in. How much info has he got? That's the big question. He's going to chuck the lifeline out. It isn't going to hit his mark. Yas is pretty much a live red ping here, and we know that Redux only 1 or 2 bullets at most, but Redux makes it happen. Takes the challenge over onto Yas, hits the headshot. Can now look to try and push on through. He's only moments away from being wallbanged realistically, and with the positioning of the diffuser, MIBR have got no choice but to fully commit and fully push. Redux, 3 kills. Can he make it 4? Rin going to be holding from above. He's got 15 seconds to try and hold on here. Pre-fires onto 1, hits onto Redux. It's a 1 versus 1 in a vertical angle. The diffuser has now been recovered as Rin is going to further miss. He can jump over. He can try and deny this. Hits the reload on the way. What a play by Rin. That was beautiful stuff. Holding upstairs inside a VIP. Flies himself over the top rope and a red ping for the pre-fire.
It was the connection that you needed to hit there at that point. It was everything you needed them to do, and that's that cool, that's that calm, and that's that Damwon Kia, the second set of defenses we saw where they weren't being too over-aggressive. It was almost brilliant by MIBR, the pullback. As I said, time was on their side and they made sure it counted. They structured themselves to take the isolated players, digging the fight through and getting themselves into that position, but that verticality. Remember all of the times I said, hey, MIBR, hold on to your verticality a little bit better on your defenses. This is why. This is what it offers you on Coastline. It was a single player with an angle and a punch, and it was how it sort of locked itself in.
It's almost like MIBR tried to do the Damwon Kia and sort of forgot the step of get the diffuser down. And I don't want to give Fleetbox too much of a hard time, but he was inside for a very long time and there was a big potential for him to get the plant down. If not there, he could have got it down elsewhere. And you've just got to question, why commit if you're not going to try and plant? Why commit if you're just going to try and bait out? Especially when you don't take that top floor. So, a strange round, a missed opportunity, but Damwon Kia get themselves 1 round closer here. They're 2 rounds away from closing out the series, realistically. This is a 5-2. It could be over in the next 15 minutes. No problem whatsoever. And you've just got to wonder if that's really what MIBR deserve at this point. I think based off how they've played on Coastline, it's probably what they deserve. They haven't played very well. We've got a lack of kills distinctly top to bottom. Redux the only player that's above 4, sitting on 8 and 6. So, I mean, really, realistically, what are you gonna do with it? You've got to come up with something fundamentally different here. And the confidence from Damwon Kia is brimming round after round, time after time, and especially with clutches like that.
Yes waits patiently towards the double door for any approach that might come through. It's Damwon Kia now playing the guessing game of where are they, but to be honest, it was revealed to them a little bit earlier by the fact they had the diffuser, because suddenly you have the center point of everybody's attention and focus. You can actually rebuild, restructure, and it almost was taken away from them, but almost isn't all the way. 5-2. Still have a heck of a difference to go, and Damwon Kia in that 1 round has been able to get a 50% success rate compared to the previous 2 rounds that MIBR managed themselves. 1 more, and it's map point and series point, and that's the big danger looming over it. This is MIBR's chance to try and claw a point. If Damwon Kia take this map, then that's a full 6 points. That is such a big opener on the 2 days.
It's going to likely put them in a very unique position, I think, inside of their group. You know, 6 points, it's really massive, and it pretty much guarantees that you're going to be getting out in a very preferential seed as well. So very much so, there is a lot riding on these next couple of rounds, and opening up with a kill onto Raps isn't a bad way to kick things off. Coated is going to be the next casualty, as Fowls is going to be there with the trade, but Yas playing close inside of the garden, a bit of an unknown factor at the moment. Lukid with the shutdown onto Woogieman as Redux is looking to pre-fire and make the very most of that LMG, but he didn't account for Rin hiding on upstairs. A couple of good rounds back to back, and it's now going to be Rin left to do it all. Swings the corner, could find 1, potentially 2. Didn't have the information. We can see already just how that one goes. Tactical timeout being called there. No time at all being wasted. As soon as we flicked onto the cameras there for MIBR, it was a big T sign. Take a time out. We need to really get ahead of this one. Big chance of a comeback here for MIBR, but this is where it starts. I think as soon as you let Damwon Kia get themselves onto 6 rounds, that's when things start to become very tricky indeed. As it stands, MIBR are only 2 rounds behind.
Only 2 rounds. It's not a big difference, and you're on your attack on Coastline as well. It's something that you can very quickly cover that gap on. If you want to try and dive yourself into this fight a little bit more, this is how you do it. This is how you start to structure it round by round, and from that point onwards, you know, it's that sort of consistent lockdown. Hooker and Billiards. Hooker and Billiards and a bit of a conversation is where we're going to head to next. Time to talk and a time for MIBR to sort of get themselves righted and reignited and drive themselves towards, I guess, those 2 rounds. Because as you said, it's not a big difference, but there's a lot of pressure if you suddenly find yourself on series point, and what you've got to do is be the ones that set the pace to ensure it doesn't quite get there.
I think especially when DWG KIA get that opportunity to have a chat as well now, and they can just run through, right, what's gone well in this game? Well, we've done a really good job of taking people by surprise. We've done a really good job of playing into this see an opportunity, take the opportunity mindset. Now that they're on the defense, it's not necessarily as easy to do that, and they're kind of waiting for MIBR to mess up, which they have done a couple of times. So there is opportunity there for them, but equally, they get a chance to talk, they get a chance to figure things out. As we head now at the end of the timeout, going to be getting ourselves back into the game. How effective was that chat? How much is that going to really impact here what MIBR are capable of doing? Site, going to be Hooker and Billiards. Move ourselves back on into the meat and the bones of this round. Someone that's definitely deserving of a shout out at this point, Fluke, has got to be Woogieman. You think about his contribution over on Chalet, it was fantastic. Ended up with 14 kills, I think it was, 12 kills, something in that sort of ballpark. But it was equally like 10 deaths.
You're telling me?
Look at him now.
You're telling me MVP of day 1?
Well, MVP of day 1, right, comes into the first map and does okay. So he gets a lot of kills, but he also dies a lot of times. This time it's night and day different. He just obviously needed that as a little bit of a warm-up, and he's back on his day 1 form because he's currently 11-3 inside of this one, by far and away the highest contributor in terms of KD, and you just got a feeling that that isn't going to slow down anytime soon.
You're telling me MVP of the player day 1 is still doing it on day 2? Honestly.
Well, he's doing it on map 2 of day 2.
It's terrifying though, isn't it?
1.
Because every tournament has a hop-off player, and it used to be Yas. And it might still be Yas. It's day 2 of a long tournament. However, the fact that he's been able to put in these performances so consistently already in this short space of time across these opening best of 3s, as an addendum to the work that Yas and Rin can do, as well as the clutch potential of Coated and Katsang that we've seen, it's a scarier, stronger DWG KIA. It's a DWG KIA that's firing on even more cylinders than the many they've fired on throughout this year. But it's not over yet. We've still got time. We've still got a lot of siege potentially ahead of us, and it's going to start here. The pressure from the Roteros as they see if they can sneak their way into all the destruction on the doorway of Hookah. They have some of that taken care of, but Coated's going to have to play a dangerous game of pop-up defense now as he tries to stop any drones that might get too close to his shield. And, well, that mute jammer is going to buy him some safety, but with a soft wall on the either side, it just takes 2 to be able to entirely circumvent that.
A little bit of Hibana action here from Philippox, trying to not only burn those laser gates, but also potentially remove the safety from the player that's going to try and sit on the top of those cool vibe stairs. A scuffed rotation. Bit of a lackluster setup there isn't going to make things easy now for Coated, especially with how precise you've got to be with your movements in that location. Rotero drone likely to follow things up here and further remove the player, potentially a nade from above as well, as Philippox is going to start to further this disruption and destruction. Or looking to open up now further angles.
Well, there's a handful of ex-Kairos that are thrown to the wind, easily popped off, and with a minute left, they still have time to go back to the drawing board, but
Bomb located by a
well, there's still drawing board to be drawn on with every single player still up. Probably the longest that we've had all 10 faces on the board. They haven't quite been able to find each other yet, and at this point, you're wondering if MIBR are going to be able to pull off the same tricks that DWG KIA are, or they're just a little bit more stuck, because they've tried to burn utility. They're not hiding their presence, MIBR here. They just haven't quite been able to get the lock-in. A grenade is eaten by an ADS on the far side. They find Woogieman underneath, but there's nobody there to try and drop him. They've put the pressure onto Hookah, but there's nobody to try and get through on the back of it. It's different to DWG KIA's approach, in that DWG KIA sort of suddenly burst their way in, and we got to have that from MIBR, and here it might come. There's 2 kills. There's at least 1 back, but the smoke canister pushes them into a trickier situation. How has he escaped that? How has he done that? Coated digs himself in. It's suddenly a 2 versus 1 versus 1, a slip away. He's trying to hop to a bit of safety. He's behind you. Do you hear it? No, he slips out of the way! DWG KIA! The tail is riddled with bullets, but the body survives, and they are on series point.
What a way to get through to series point as well. Coated. Let's start calling him Goated Fluke. That was incredible. Laid down on the floor, the off angle. You never expect anyone to be playing there. It's perfect shotgun angle for him to use. The smokes came out well. And then the ring around the rosy for the 1v1. You've got to feel sorry for Raps. I mean, that is just heartbreaking stuff. A little bit of information, a little bit of a sound cue. He's working off instinct at that point. You've just got to go with your gut and go with that feeling or whatever that last call out was or would be. And it just wasn't quite enough. Hiding away, letting the time do the rest. Gets it over the line. Damwon KIA, match and series point. What feels like already on Coastline. We haven't seen a lot of this map at all just yet. We're only now getting into round number 10. But there's potential for it to be all over inside of the next 3 or so minutes. Which I think for MIBR is going to be a little bit of a blow. And they need to try and come up with something here and now because everything that they're doing so far has been met with so much resistance.
Now, this is obviously the site where things sort of started, came to a bit of a boil, and was not a blowout. It was a 1 versus 1 with dying seconds left, but you're sort of looking at how MIBR can shape that. Because when the push comes to the shove, they're doing a lot. It's just not enough. And just is such a delicate balance. They have the ability to have these conversations. They have the ability to have these moments of we can piece this together, we can put the pressure on this end instead, and suddenly they're being a little bit decisive and dicey on the site. But otherwise, it's that worrying window again. It's that 10-second difference that we saw on a couple of rounds of Chalet where they're just losing it out elsewhere. But that was the difference maker on that round. That was the chance of an MIBR round win, the 1 versus 1 before as well. Another 10 seconds. I'm not going to say it would have been as definite, but it would have been a more precise battle for him to be able to focus on the fight rather than having to stick the plant. 10 seconds is all they need, but they're the only ones that can try and find it.
You can almost feel the weight of this round with how MIBR are trying to approach it. There's going to be a lot of time spent in the drones. Philippox, Raps, Fouls, Redux, every single person at the moment is in a drone aside from Lukid. And that's not unusual. You know, Lukid's the entry. He's going to be trying to get those kills, but he's not even in yet because the call is so unclear and it's so much pressure on that initial engagement. Katsang doing his best to just keep everybody at bay inside of Sunrise. A couple of cursory shots towards the window is all that it is going to take. And Lukid takes a long time for the rotation, worried about the potential run out, not wanting to leave anything to chance here.
Katsang's a little bit skittish. He's moving around, and there's almost the entry. Woogieman is the first one to find a fight. Able to slip away from the double door, not quite get the drone, but waits for the swing to come round. Because it's open behind him, it means he cannot really sit in that corner. As you saw, Fools was setting themselves up to try and get the stack on the backside. There's a drone coming over from Luggage as well. They're dedicated to fishing out this single player, but nothing is otherwise coming into his favor as of yet. So he pulls out. Takes himself to the safety of White Stairs, gives himself a little bit more space to work with before he's entirely trapped in a corner, and at least he knows if a fight is going to come from White Stairs or not.
All this time wasting is great for Damwon KIA as well, because although they're being pushed ever so slightly into different positions, it's not anything that's causing them too much harm, and there's so much option for rotation. Pretty much the entire west side of the map is clear at the moment. A couple of kills are going to trade on through. Lukid finds one. Rin is there when it matters, and Coated makes that Toxic Babe canister hit.
Well, there is Redux right in the middle, is able to get that crossfire. 30 seconds to work with. They have some time, and Coated has a little bit of a ring around the rosies. Other side of a soft wall. Lukid has no idea, though. There's a swing, and there's a spray. And it is DK that end up a little bit above. There's a triple for Coated. He's looking for one more. And it's a Rin that locks it out. It's Damwon KIA to take the second series of theirs. It is another 2-0, another 3 points, another APAC team falling to the Koreans, and another APAC success.
What a result there for Damwon KIA. 7 rounds to 3 on Coastline. You can't really ask for much more than that. It wasn't quite a stomp, Could have been a 7-2, as we joked a couple of times, but probably could have been a 7-1. But they really played exceptionally well there. I think that they played into MIBR's play style so well. That was the thing that really stood out for me. They took advantage on their attacks. Coastline is a map that we know can be fairly attacker-sided. There's a lot of opportunity there for attackers. That much is known at this point. But the way that they were able to directly pinpoint what it was about MIBR's defense that was so attackable, and it is that they often just leave one player on site, and they were straight in. Plants going down in the first couple of rounds very early on, and from that point onwards it was almost a mental game. It was a bit of a snowball effect.
I think the thing that we got there from MIBR on Chalet was great. There's a lot to be worked on, and it was their first game of the tournament. A lot of teams had shaky first days. But if anything, the weird thing that we're getting now is eyes on DWG KIA. They came in as favourites for a lot of people because of the tournaments that they'd had, but not everybody had them written as winners for SI yet. However, what they're doing is taking everybody else's notebook that's a fan of Team 1 and MIBR and maybe a lot of other teams and just kind of penciling in their name alongside that #1 spot as well. It has been good on several different levels, from everything from how to adapt to the play that's being put against them, losing and then pulling back with the entry, which maybe they need to work on, but also keeping a cool head, which on this, the grandest stage, their first time here fighting for this, well, I guess it's just a matter of seeing how we progress. That was all for this on the first game on the B stream. We're going to a bit of a break, and then our analysts will break that all down for you.
Welcome back, friends. We continue on with breaking things down on the command center here at 6th Invitational 2022. I'm Milosh. With me on the analyst couch are James and Anne. Friends, we just witnessed another APAC win, resounding with full 3 points and all the stars and marks. How about we have a chat about that? And starting off with something that is relevant, but we don't always get to talk about it. But you have a few things to say about our bans here, James, so go ahead.
Look, just overall with the veto, we talked about it before the game started. Damwon, definitely the favorite team, but overall predictable veto from them. So MIBR coming in, if they'd done their prep, if they were warmed up, it would look good for them. And we actually saw that. Like, I think that coming into this match, everyone sees Damwon as the scariest APAC team. The fact that we saw MIBR put up such a fight, being in theory the weakest LATAM team, credit to them. I think you've got to really give credit where it's due. Even though it was a 2-0, it was no pushover.
What about map 1 then?
Sorry?
Map 1.
Map 1, I mean, it was a good start for MIBR, so they didn't go down without a fight completely, and it's been tense overall, really. They had a good start. I would preferably like to talk about round 5. That setup that we saw from Damwon Gaming around those solar stairs, that was really impressive. They had a deployable shield and ADSs there. It took MIBR so long to get rid of that singular player on the solar stairs. They wasted so many nades, flashes, and even when there was someone holding the trophy window all the time, the player was still able to escape. You can't let those kind of things happen, and it takes so much time before you have that little bit of map control over the part.
It really feels like a lot of the players on Damwon KIA were just stepping up and continuing their hot form. Woogieman MVP from yesterday, he had another fantastic game today, but that wasn't the case for all of the players. We've talked a lot about Rin. Was it 12 rounds in a row he was dead, and there was only one round in the first map that he didn't die?
Yeah, you talked about Rin and Rin doing like that first 30 seconds, either getting an entry kill or being the entry death, and with this first map it really being the latter one in those two. But like Rin not showing up did leave some opportunities for Woogieman. I mean, he was the MVP yesterday, but still today he stepped up massively, and not just Woogieman, but Katsang. He's been so influential in a few rounds. That singular round where they had the jump in into the bar window, picked up another player that was able to hold off a plant. That is so influential.
Yeah. If we're to talk players on the MIBR side, we talked a lot about Philippox, because over the course of the year, he's had a pretty troublesome time. That massive injury that put him out of action for stage 2 didn't seem to affect him at all. He really, really popped off and was just by far and away the highlight player for MIBR. Absolute credit to him. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Like you said, DK, too good. Even when they're at a man disadvantage, there was one round where they came back from a 3v5 just with good vertical nades, and I think Coded had that really good 2k on Thermite. So honestly, overall, it's just such a pleasure watching these two teams.
Yeah, we talked about Damwon KIA, and the big thing that they've been working on is trying to eliminate their mistakes rather than reinventing all their strategies. And I think with this game, it really shows that they have been working on those kind of mistakes and just perfecting their strategies, really.
Friends, I think it's time for a hot take, and I'm going to ask people to clip it and ship it wherever they like, because this is my time for it. Watching Damwon KIA playing, and how you never count them out of a round until it says that they won or lost at the end of it. The only thing this makes me think of, as a Siege boomer myself, is Penta G2 in their heyday. There is no other team in the history of Siege that is, when you watch them, they're like, dude, unless the round is over, it is never over.
Yeah, and
Damwon, man, they look exactly like that. Every single time they're coming back, every single time they're taking W's. This is what I'm seeing here. Championship material.
Yeah, I think one personal really favorite moment was on that second map on Coastline, where Rin was in a 1v1. And well, we talked about the Sweden major in advance of this game and how painful that was for Rin when he lost the map of the 1v1 on the 7-7 storyline. This time he was able to win that 1v1 whilst the other person was planting. So like, those are some really good comebacks for players on a personal level.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the key ingredient to what you were saying, Gassan, about how Damwon you can never count them out, is because all 5 of those players are absolutely cracked. You could make a 360 no-scope montage out of those 2 maps, and you would feature all 5 players from Damwon KIA.
You know, we talked about this when we were sitting down in our green room. yesterday, Yas was the entry death most of the time. Was it 4 or 5 times that happened in total? Today, Rin got pretty much the same thing handed to him. You know what happens? Somebody else is going to step up on the team to fill the void. No matter who they play against, there's always somebody to show up when it's needed. And that is 100% the mark of a team that can win a championship. That's why I watched D1 KIA and I'm like, my God, this is like watching Penta G2 in the day. I love it.
If you have just one player where you can fall back on, if that player doesn't step up on match day, then you're in trouble. If you have a cemented team, whereas if someone doesn't step up, there's literally 4 other people that could step up and fill in that role. You have a match-winning formula.
Yeah, 100%.
Championship-winning formula, maybe even.
This is scary to think, right? APAC has never made it past semi-finals at a major or a Six Invitational in the history of APAC since 2017 when they joined the Pro League circuit. And now D1, well, they were 1 bullet off of doing it in the Sweden major. I think a lot of people are looking at them. There's a lot of attention on D1 KIA, and that definitely ramps up the pressure for them. But like you said, focusing on eliminating mistakes rather than reinventing the wheel is absolutely the right play for them right now. They get fired up, but they don't get too ahead of themselves. They don't seem to be taken away when they start losing a couple rounds. They use their tactical timeouts well and also manage to squish out some of MIBR's attempted comebacks on their tactical timeouts. Overall, MIBR, or rather D1 KIA, is absolutely looking like a championship winning team. First, they just got to make it to that grand final. I mean, first they got to get out of groups, but I think everyone here is thinking it's totally plausible that this could be potentially APAC's first ever championship win, let alone finalist appearance.
I mean, let's put it out there. They're supposed to play 4 matches where they could get a total of 12 points. They already have 6 of those.
Wow.
So
halfway there.
If you ask me, it would be nigh impossible for them not to move on from this place. It's just now they're thinking, what seed do we have going into the rest of the tournament? They play OXG tomorrow, and then the day after they're playing Na'Vi. So that's the schedule that we have, by the way. It's live everywhere you want. But this is the sort of stuff we have. If D1 KIA take down OXG, which seeing OXG yesterday, that is going to be a hell of a game. Man, that, honestly, I am very much looking forward to this team. I don't want to keep tooting their horns. I don't want to...
I do.
I don't want to keep doing that. I don't want to sound like a shill, but you know what? Hankook #1, that's how we're going to go through it here. But on the other side for MIBR, they just lost 2-0. They had some great moments in it. But tomorrow they go up against Team 1, a team that they know fairly well from Brazil and LATAM in general. So what's the overall thought? What can they learn from today and apply tomorrow? And go first.
Honestly, if I was MIBR, I really hope someone has been watching the Team 1 game that's been going on concurrently to this match, because Team 1 have had a lot of mistakes. Na'Vi has really been playing into that. And so if MIBR have studied up on their opponent and they figured out ways to exploit that, similar to what they did here against D1, unfortunately it wasn't enough, I definitely think MIBR have shown enough substance in this match here to warrant a win against Team 1, for example. I think that they have a decent shot. I wouldn't put them at amazing. They are, keep in mind, the 28th world ranked team here, at a team with only the 20 best teams in the world. So it's not going to be easy. I just think we've seen enough for them to be a shoe-in and not get eliminated from the group at least.
Yeah, and there were some situations, for example, where you pointed out where D1 KIA won a 3v5 situation. Like, ideally, if you have that man advantage, you want to play it out and be victorious in that round. So these are things that they probably should be taking into account for tomorrow. There were also some explosive attacks that we saw from MIBR, whereas they immediately relocated after getting another kill, and well, D1 KIA just wasn't aware of their positioning, so that's something I would like to see from them continuing into tomorrow. What
about specific players? This is the last thing here before we toss it to the Stream A game. Do you think, who are the highlight players from MIBR right now that you would see performing through the next couple games that they have?
Philippox.
Yeah, gotta say it. Yeah. He'd been out of the game for a bit, and the team's saw a massive downfall. Like, you just think about 2nd place in BR6 Stage 1, 3rd place at Six Invitational a year ago, down to not making it to 2 majors. This is a redemption arc that MIBR have been trying to ride, and having Philippox back at full strength is absolutely the key ingredient.
Friends, thank you very much for breaking things down. That was our first of 2 games that are going on simultaneously. There is a second matchup happening as we speak on the A stream. That is Team 1 versus Na'Vi, and it's in map 3 right now. So we're going to cut to it so you can watch it here on the stream, and then we'll be back when it's done to break things down in the command center. See you in a bit.
point, if KDS keeps killing himself early, and I say kill himself because at this point, he got a little bit too cute, and he's the reason why he loses HP. Nice shot. Saves right through and almost gets another, chewing away at the heels of Ali Mao. The Mozzie can continue on towards Library and then head to the stairs, but he's going to be a little bit lower on HP. Doki knows that he's somewhere in that location, and he'll wait for him to show up.
Look at this, the read is out and damage is done. Saves takes him from the behind and now 5v2. This is Na'Vi getting active. A minute has gone by. They've gotten 3 kills. They progressed through the map. They breached the one side of study. And this is exactly what they did the first time. They're being proficient, efficient, and fast. The last couple of rounds, they were not. And those rounds did not go in their way. This is how Na'Vi needs to play the round. And Agonis says, this is how I need to play this round.
This is a situation where the gameplay for Na'Vi over the last 2 maps does not give me full confidence that Na'Vi will still win this. Lagonis and Neskin can put some beautiful things and work together, but it's going to be a tough storm for them to ride out. It really depends on the pacing of the round. Na'Vi a little bit too slow before, but they have a massive leg up over their opponents.
Yeah, I like this one. Like, this is the time to play it slow. You're playing that 2 versus 4. You got a minute and a half left. Now, a minute and 5 seconds. You want to ensure you get the 100% best possible outcome for when the push comes through. The Astro Repel here is amazing. The yellow ping with the nade. Surely that gets the kill. Yes, Doki knows how to cook the grenade. Let's get off the board. Like, going into a 1v4.
And it's a 0v4 as an anticlimactic finish for Team 1, whether they had some potential to come back or not. Na'Vi do not repeat the mistakes of the previous round. They are much quicker to the punch. They assess that they have an advantage, and they use that to the best of their ability. Now, I don't know which team it is. I'm assuming it's going to be Na'Vi, but the coach's microphone is down, which means that we're in the middle of a timeout. One of these teams have settled themselves down, and with the camera being on Na'Vi, I'm going to go and say that it's probably Na'Vi who currently called this timeout. They have an opportunity to go even with Team 1 on this half, and Na'Vi desperately need another round if you consider that we have a very defender-sided matchup on our hands. And Villa, in particular, is incredibly defender-sided most of the time, drawing even with Team 1 on this first half. Na'Vi starting on the disadvantageous side is a very good sign when the side swap happens. So for Na'Vi, this is a particularly crucial round. It's a kitchen defense for Team 1. The only time that Team 1 has gone here, it was back in round number 2. They prevailed.
Yeah. We saw at the very last second that Nath ended up 6-picking from the Buck onto the Thatcher. So I do think that Na'Vi had a big conversation going on, talking about like how are we going to ensure we can get this final attacking round, tie it up 3-3, and then do our thing in defense. And this signifies it, I think. The Thatcher coming back, we haven't seen that for a couple of rounds. It was the Buck, it was the Munty. Now we can basically breach the walls and hey, it's a kitchen defense. This is where usually people play the mute jammers, they play the kite claws, they play the pulse. The Thatcher is great in this situation. You also get the breaching charges for verticality in case you lose the sledge. So a very versatile pick for Nath. He'll have to use that at his disposal as Na'Vi really needs this round. It looks to be a roam clear. As you should expect, they want to utilize the verticality, study over as they've been doing so far. Doing it rather seconds, they've already breached the wall, already on the balcony, and it's looking quite comfortable for Na'Vi in this first beginning half.
That's a quick pace for them to establish, 30 seconds in. It almost feels like we're back in the 20-second meta with how slow Villa has been.
Yeah.
Just keep your eye on the time, because even though Na'Vi has done the first bit of work, that does not necessarily mean that they will accomplish more past that. Both teams have struggled. On Cafe, it was Team 1 who stalled out despite having an early opening, and Na'Vi might find themselves in the same position. Also, did it not look like a drone just caught some of Team 1 nestled into the bomb site? It might have been Ali Mao's drone. I don't know if he has one. It looks like 0 on our screen, but I'm not entirely certain. If not, it looks like Team 1 just charged past a random drone and they might have given themselves away.
It's always hard to figure out which drone is yours. You can like set ping them and they show up as like red or blue with the marker, but other than that, you just gotta assume like, is this mine, is it not? I don't really know.
But Na'Vi has done it. First half of the round over, this is actually a pretty good pace. They will now do verticality and they'll have to drone out the bomb site and figure out where are the opponents of Team 1, which corners will they sit in, and what kind of things are lurking down below. They have 1, 2, 3 C4s on this side. That's going to be a big factor for Team 1 if they can do damage from below. If not, it's going to be a little bit more difficult as the floor will start breaking above them.
And already Lagonis is getting softened up by some bullets, and I say that because he walks away with about a fifth of his HP. The pulse will still continue to hold that cardiac sensor. He and his calls will be particularly important moving forward, especially on this bomb site, because you want to defend actively upstairs. If you fall off, as Team 1 did, you need that cardiac sensor to be able to give you information, but he gets blown up. Levi almost falls to that same grenade. Blur getting very close to 2 kills with 1.
Yeah, I'm curious if Team 1 will go for a flank or not. So far, they're sitting ducks and just waiting around, and Na'Vi, they're the ones that are going to be making the plays right now. Doki drops down into laundry, and they're going to be signifying that, guys, this is happening very, very soon. Once this kill comes through, that's going to be the charge in because they have the advantage. 2 players on Team 1 are off the bomb site.
Oh, and the Heli Mal, though, is doing his best to try and keep his team competitive. Na'Vi have control over by the bomb site, planting by the main doorway. It's up to KDS to swing on in, and the coverage is there. He takes out Nath. Oh no, Nath! Just a huge self-inflicted wound. He needs to go for the plant now, but where is his cover? Blur is the last one alive. Neskin finishes him off, and that is Na'Vi destroying themselves. An eminently winnable round, and they blow it. The first half goes in favor of Team 1 4-2.
That is what happens when you lose a rank game in Siege. Max OT, a heartbreaking defeat right there. They were planting with the first player, and one strafe bullet from Team 1 took out the planter. Unlucky, that happens. But then after that, you start planting again, or you start running towards it at least, and then a team kill comes through. It puts you away from that man advantage, and even though Team 1 had 2 people off the site, it didn't matter because Na'Vi, they did the job for them. Took out their own planter, they didn't have time left to do the job, and then eventually, they lost the round 4-2. Side swap. Now, Na'Vi back against the wall. They had a terrible last round and a half. They now need to really show up and make up for that fact on this first defending round. They gotta get back into the vibes and the momentum. Losing that and going to defense, sure, you can say, guys, it's okay, don't worry about it, we got defend now, it's gonna be easy, but it's always going to leave a slightly bitter taste in your mouth knowing that you could have gone 3-3. In fact, you should have gone 3-3, but you didn't. So, now we might see some hero plays trying to make up for the fact that they didn't get what they wanted, and the operator lineup so far is the Smoke, Melusi, Jaeger, Goyo, and Wamai. So a similar story to the one of Team 1. You got the shields, you got the fortified positions, you got the gadget to just slow down attackers, and you got the Wamai and the Jaeger to protect all of those assets.
How do you even... You just called a timeout. You just called a timeout. And you blow the round for yourself. What an absolutely demoralizing finish to that first half. Na'Vi had it all working in their favor. All they needed was the diffuser to be finished off after that kill. Nath just needed to stay there, watch over top of the diffuser being planted, and they have it. That's it. Nath ends up killing his own opponent, or killing his own teammate instead of the opponent, and then Team 1 swing onto the final 2 members, and you just run out of time. That is...
It's a heartbreaking way to go out. But
mentally, how do you come back from that?
But that's the thing. They're not fully out, right? And now they got defense. So if you're good mentally as a team, you can get, guys, whatever happened on attack, forget about it. Now it's the next round, the current round, and that round only. There is no reason as a professional team to talk about what happened in the past, because that is in the past. You cannot alter or change what happened. You gotta look at the round in front of you. Round 7, first minute has been blown, and we see a Lemo on his classic buck pick. He can do some damage from down below. They don't have... Well, I guess they have 4 nades. They have explosives enough to deal with this. They got flashbangs as well, so gonna be a similar story with the exact same position from Secretly that Lemo used previously.
Opening it all up. It's always nice to see him reunited with that buck roll. Absolutely.
Yes.
Old reliable, if you want to call it that. Secretly punished on the stairs. He peeks through the shield and he peeks the wrong way. Na'Vi cannot tilt off the face of the earth, or else they will very quickly lose this matchup with the state of their group and how competitive it is. Both of these teams find themselves at the bottom. They are fighting for every point they can get. You cannot give up as quickly as we saw from Na'Vi yesterday against Oxygen. They need to stay in it mentally. That's a big blunder from Secret. It cost him his life.
I mean, you gotta see it through, and I think Na'Vi knows this as well, but of course, mistakes that will happen at some point, but right now is not the right time for that. He does a lot of damage, but not enough. Just a little under half health for Doki, as he still has about 60 health left.
Just a cacophony of sounds from both impact grenades, nitro cells, and tossed out grenades in general. All getting opened up now from those Selma charges of Lagona. Still one left to break the rest of it, but it's a good bit of defense from Na'Vi. Skeleton, key ammo, and spades for Ali Mao down below. Even if he is on lower HP, he's still got command of that first floor. Na'Vi, you're not going to expend a single body after Secretly died to try and reclaim that first floor. That allows Team 1 to just continue to eat up map control and then control the stairs as well. Once they have access to that, you can translate towards the bomb site. But just as Team 1 had struggles on Cafe with timing, they are encountering the same obstacle right now. 20 seconds left and a nitro cell tossed out from Nath will collect Levi. Still in the same position as the Vector will put in as much work as it can. Team 1 marching down Classical Hall, playing a symphony with Lagonis constructing and instructing, and the rest of Team 1 jumping in and playing their parts beautifully. Team 1 continue to grow their lead, and Na'Vi's pulse weaker and weaker in this matchup. 5-2 for Team 1.
That seemed so much easier than what I was expecting. I was like, Na'Vi, you're in decent positions. One player inside of 90, that's a Nave, got the C4 kill onto the Levi on that 90 repellent Sophia. That's great. Then you have one guy inside the inner bar, and I was like, oh, this is going to be really difficult for Team 1 to push through, but no, they found every single kill 4 in a row to just end the round almost flawlessly. It was way too easy for them. And Na'Vi, I'm not sure if they're playing a little bit scared or they just had like bad unfortunate timings, but something isn't working their way right now. They gotta break it and then bring it back. They will go to Trophy Room next. They have a bad experience with AVG. They do not want to relive that momentum, or that moment rather, and they also don't want to try and rectify it just yet. So a change of pace for them. At this pace, even if they lose this round, they can then go kitchen. They can get the entire trio of bomb sites and really feel out what works best for them, but eventually something's gotta stick. Hopefully, at least.
Hopefully. So, I watch what happens with Na'Vi, and I know that they're a team that have greater potential than this. And it's not that Team 1 is playing poorly, and it's always so tough to give this criticism to a team. Because Team 1 have made some very good reads, very smart reads, and have played off of each other perfectly. But Na'Vi have fumbled the bag a number of times. They are not living up to their potential. Yesterday, they committed a series of puzzling errors against Oxygen. Same thing happened on Cafe. We saw some little stumbles from Na'Vi. Now on Villa, obviously that big one being the team kill. That is devastating and demoralizing for their team. But secretly peeking the wrong way without any information as to the fact that Team 1 is down there. Why are you playing around that deployable shield? What are you shooting at? You weren't even returning fire onto a player from Team 1. So we have questions, and as experts, our job is to not necessarily ask questions, our job is to answer them. But still, sometimes a moment will present itself and you have to scratch your head and go, why?
Yeah, I mean, the irony is that the playstyle that Na'Vi tried to enforce on half of their attacking rounds is that fishing playstyle, where they're holding angles and waiting for Team 1 to act. It didn't work. Then, on the very first defensive round, secretly takes the bait, right? He is unnecessarily moving away from his fortified positions that was covered by magnets and ADSs, and he dies. And that's not good enough, and secretly, first one to fall again. Surely enough, Doki gets it back.
And Doki does trade it back, but Team 1 are in. By the way, this is the bomb site. It is just an absolute knockdown, drag-out fight with Team 1 trailing in numbers before equalizing, with Ali Mao picking up a kill. He's sitting at 4-4, and the Buck is looking to do some more damage. Doki playing around the door frame. He's got spam pings, and he's got 2 kills as well. That is a saving grace of Na'Vi, and they desperately needed that round. They lose. It's match point, series point for Team 1. Instead, Na'Vi read into the rush that comes out from the Brazilian teams. They greet it equally, and then they end up prevailing in the gunfight. Team 1, a spirited effort, but ultimately falls short.
Doki supremacy, picking up 3 kills on that round. When Secretly fell, he was there to instantly trade it back, ensuring that the numbers wouldn't fall too far out of their favor. And now, Na'Vi, they're actually hovering AVG. They're saying, you know what, we had a bad experience, we're gonna go back, we're gonna make it better, because right now, Trophy, That's a vibe. Now let's make AVG a vibe as well. There is games room in there, so you would think that on this bomb side you'd be having fun, but that of course depends on your experience whether you lose or whether you win, because games are usually only fun for the victor and not so much the loser.
Well, it's a second attempt at a bomb site that, as you pointed out, eluded them on the first instance. And there was just a couple small things that lead to it. We talked just in the last round about secretly giving his life away on that deployable shield, surrendering control of the stairs. We were equally critical of Ali Mao falling off of that position, and despite the fact there was 2 magnets, 2 ADSs, and a deployable shield when he was defending it, he forfeited control of the stairs. Tries to come back, it's a little bit too late. Na'Vi have it. They get the kill onto Ali Mao. Secretly is trying to hold those stairs, sitting with the deployable shield in front of him. That is a power position. They need to use utility to clear you out. That's why you have ADSs there. That's why you have magnets there. But secretly gives his life away again for free. You cannot be just forfeiting your life on one of the most important avenues up to that second floor, because then you lose control of Classical Hallway and the doorway to study.
They have done the thing that I think they should do. Doki is now the shield player. They have changed the roles around it. This is more fitting, right? Doki's a more aggressive player. I would argue more naturally gifted in terms of like fragging potential, where Secret is more of like a flex support player, if anything. I like this. Doki also playing the 1-mine. He can cover himself with those magnets and ensure that he knows when to throw them to stay safe. It's a great adaptation from Na'Vi, and it allows Blur now to a Nath to play around the map a little bit more. Nath inside of 90 again, but Doki, all eyes are on you, my friend. You need to make this position work in your favor, because this is where everyone is going to be watching you at once.
First game,
there it is.
Nuclear, and then second game he breaks. He doesn't even come close to breaking even. Now he's dead even. He's going to have to play around the shield even better. He takes out Neskin. That's the top performer for Team 1. Silencing the best gun and the Maverick is a huge win for Na'Vi. You've got the backup in Ace of Lagonis, and it sounds like the Selmas were going off as well. Nath taken out of action by Levi. They're looking to claim control of the stairs, and they'll do just that. So the advantage that was given by Doki, well, it's no more, as Doki and Nath both get buried by these Team 1 players. Doki even paying some tribute to his opponents by saying, nice shot. Half the round to go, Team 1 with a numbers advantage. They're looking to move to match point.
Doki has been quite nice in chat today. He's been saying nice shot like 3 or 4 times.
He's reformed, by the way.
He is reformed. That is very true. He did have that unfortunate 6 months, I believe, but now he's back in good form. And Levi.
No. It almost happened again. What is it with Blur? Is he invisible?
Blur is invisible, yeah.
Is Blur invisible? As he's just standing there, almost watches one of the players go by. Na'Vi had such a big advantage, Nick. It is now gone. It's a 4v2 favoring Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say nice try because the round isn't over yet, but we need to see something happen from Na'Vi in union, if you will. It was Doki that died solo after he got the pick. Then it was Blur to follow, and Nave before that. We need to see more refragability or trading coming out from the side of Na'Vi, because if you're losing players with no trading back, eventually you will fall. And that's kind of where Team 1 they thrive. Every single player statistically is more aligned with each other. Whereas with Na'Vi, it's individuality.
Beautiful shot from Secretly, and that's a freebie onto Team 1. It'll narrow that advantage they have in terms of numbers. They're being watched by that cam, the bulletproof camera. Secretly takes out Lagonis. He's making up for lost time, and another from Secretly, but he can't outduel the hand of the... Oh no! The guns from Team 1 surprise us and surprise Na'Vi. It's match point for Team 1.
I mean, that shot from Hello right there, that's what it feels like to play online Siege with high ping, but this is 0 ping LAN environment. He is lightning fast. Now, that's what to expect from a superstar player, right? If you take a Lemo against somebody like Secretly, who is... We always meme in Europe and say he's like a boomer. He's like an older, more veteran, experienced player. It's really hard to be an older guy today in Rainbow Six Siege because there is so much young talent. There are, of course, Latin players, APAC players, etc. And when you're 24 years old plus, you've been playing for 7 years, you gotta start questioning, when is it my turn to go on hard support? That's often where your career goes. You start on Ashe, we all do, and then eventually you go to Flex, eventually you go to hard support or Flex, and then Flex support, then hard support after that, or a main droner.
And then you go to coaching.
And then you go to coaching, yeah, and then you retire usually.
Yeah, usually you go to coaching and then you retire. That's the typical way it goes, doesn't it?
Speaking of coaches.
Speaking of, the coaches will be able to speak to their teams as Na'Vi have now called a timeout. They will talk things through as they sit on the very final round for them if Team 1 wins. There's still 3 opportunities for Na'Vi to send this to overtime. They need to win all 3 of them. A single miss, and that's it. On this second half, Na'Vi have just won a single round. That's it. Team 1 have doubled up on them them in terms of wins. And Villa has not been as defender-sided as the other two maps. No 5-1 split. Team 1 benefited greatly from the issue that we saw from Na'Vi earlier on, and now they're running through it on this second half.
That they are, and the funny thing is, we spoke earlier about how the opening kill has more often than not led to the round win as well in the previous maps of Cathay and Oregon. But for this map of Villa, it's a little bit different. Na'Vi actually has more opening kill than Team 1, but they also have significantly less rounds. So the conversion rate from Na'Vi, not the greatest, but the numbers themselves don't tell the full picture because context, right? Very often in this map in particular, we've seen the opening kill go to one side, but then immediately it's been traded back. So sure, opening kill, let's say it goes to Na'Vi, well then Team 1 trades it back 4-4, it doesn't really matter at that point. So the statistics, they matter, but only with context. And now we see Neskin pay 6 pick in the Nuke, so it was Na'Vi's timeout.
Oh no.
But Team 1 brings the spice on match and map point.
Man is the top player in the game right now, and Neskin, when he heats up, can absolutely dominate a game. We saw him do it a couple times in Mexico. He had a very strong performance in the finals as well. And it's funny because, I mean, most people, when they hear Nesk, they think of Team Liquid, who actually you and I are casting later today. So we're going to be talking about Nesk a lot. This instance, it's Neskin. On Liquid, it's Nesk. Neskin sitting at 11-6. He's going to go on a pure fragging operator. If you feel like there's a blind spot in Na'Vi's defense and you can exploit that, then Nuke is the operator to do it.
Yeah, remember, there's no Valkyrie, no Echo, but there is a pulse. So the one operator that Neskin has to avoid is Nath, because that heartbeat sensor, it does see Nuke. She might be a ghost, but she does have a heart. Of course, if there's Baba on the ground or a Banshee from the Melusi, that's her gadget, the Banshee, that will also slow you down. But Neskin, either way, gadget or no gadget, will have the FMG 1.5x scope in hand, and that can do some crazy damage.
Looked like he was going to break in the kitchen there on the Nuke hole. And I don't know if Nath would have seen him or not. He's a little confused as to what and where he wants to go. Through the barricade, that'll be Nath shooting it out, still looking for the heartbeat, and he'll get it. That's actually the Nuke of Neskin that he's got, by the way. Tosses out a nade, assuming that somebody's in Memorial. He's correct that someone's in there. It saves, but saves is not close enough to really be dealt any damage at all. Neskin, meanwhile, has actually taken some damage. I don't know if that was the Pulse blind firing with the UMP through the reinforcement or through the barricade or not.
That or his own nade, I would assume, because that's the only action that happened, but Neskin's kind of everywhere right now. He started on the side window and side door, and now he's going up to master balcony. This is probably more in line with like helping his team progress through the map. But either way, this pulse and the C4s from below, they can do some nasty damage. Team 1 played 3 C4s. Na'Vi only has 2, 1 on saves on the mute, and of course 1 on Nath on the pulse.
Neskin is just waiting ever so patiently. He's got Levi not too far away. This is not exactly the thrill ride of what could be a final round between these two teams. An upstairs hold by Na'Vi, as this is a kitchen defense down below. So they're going to want to hold as much of the top floor to keep the attackers at bay.
Almost had a red flank there, flanking this side of Team 1, but now we go in LMG in hand. Do they know there's 2 players here? I'm not sure, but they see the shield, the red ping comes out, but that's it. They cannot get into this door because the Toxic Babes are coming out from Na'Vi.
And that really smart use of Levi's gadget, pulling out the launcher, and oh no, there goes Neskin. So Doki with the very first leadoff kill with a minute to go. The Nuke is not going to be able to do all that much. We saw her walk in and then immediately get shut down. They know that Secretly is positioned inside of Astronomy. Blur is there for backup. Secretly has not been moved off of this spot. A magnet will situate itself not too far away. There's a drone in front of him. He gets swung by the Yana. Ali Mao, the first kill onto Blur. Secretly is in serious trouble. Nobody can really come to help him, but a nice shot from him. He's not going to do more than that. Just 1 kill is all he gets. KDS takes down Secretly, but Na'Vi holds the lead. Doki roaming so aggressively, picks up 2 kills, and he's gone like a whisper in the night. KDS and Levi, the last 2 left. Very low on HP for Team 1. And with 20 seconds to go, they're going to walk into a hail of gunfire in the bomb site. A drop from KDS will give his position away sound-wise, but they're going to need to fetch that diffuser or just simply go for kills. Based on the fact there's only 10 seconds left, kills are your forte. And hey, for Team 1, they are indeed the forte. No intel. Levi breaking in. Na'Vi right now waiting ever so patiently, but nobody has the diffuser, and they know it. The last kill comes out for Doki. Clock hits 0, and even though Team 1 still has a player left, the timer is what matters. Na'Vi managed to hold off Team 1 on that round by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, Team 1 left the diffuser. I think arguably purposeful inside the master bedroom. They didn't want to go and get it before dropping. They just went for the instant hot drop to get into side, seeing if they could play for kills. But the one thing regarding kills that Doki, he got a ton of them. He was everywhere that round. He started on side, went to the basement, came up red stairs, got a kill, went back to basement, up into side, then came back into basement, up into red stairs again, and got another kill onto Carl on a limo. Basically, in other words, Doki supremacy once again, really getting a big effect and a big impact on this round. He now has 10 kills to his name and 7 deaths. Neskin, same fashion, going to 6 pick from the Maverick onto the Nuke. It didn't really see a ton of success, but to be honest, that can also, in part, be blamed on the bomb side. Kitchen dining defense is not a bomb side with a lot of gaps, especially when you have a pulse scanning 360 around the perimeter of the bomb side, and that really stopped him from achieving what he wanted to do. So hopefully, this time around from Neskin, on this trophy defense, he can find a gap to utilize and abuse, but as long as Doki's roaming around, it's not going to be easy. And again, the Banshees, Melusi's gadget, is also going to be a stopper for the sneaking around from Neskin. Sage bring up the kite as well, so they have wall deny. Na'Vi actually in a pretty good position here to do a dynamic setup. They have multiple ways to play around it, and the only way to pick it apart is the ace on the Gonish, because the Maverick was 6 picked away, and to enable a Gonish, you need to utilize the nades from the Nuke or from KDS, otherwise those kite claws will stay alive.
I am intrigued to see what we can get out of the Nuke again. Second time's a charm, maybe, for Neskin. We'll watch and see, but again, Team 1 are coming so close on a lot of these rounds. Even though Na'Vi is 4 rounds on the board, they are not very confident rounds. A number of them have been down to a single player or two, so Team 1 winning more definitive, more statement-worthy rounds.
There it is.
But here's the creeping
Sneaking around, seeing what I can find, but there's no one. It's just me and my gun. Woohoo!
Alimao takes down Blur. This could be the first domino for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
The Nuke still has barely made it into the building, and Alimao is playing off intuition at this point, and the drone, of course, falling in front of him. Doki misses that. Oh, no! Doki, Jack, you gotta be better than that. What are you doing?
You can hit the heads, but not the drones.
Evidently. Doki now breaking double digits, joining Neskin and actually competing with Neskin for most kills. Doki will likely surpass him if Na'Vi makes it to overtime. But will we get that far? That's the real question. Neskin up the stairs now.
It's the Banshee.
Still will detect him. You might not be visible to cameras, you might be dead silent, but a Banshee will slow you down, as will barbed wire, as you pointed out.
Yeah, now we're just lingering around. All players from Na'Vi are inside of the bomb site, secret inside a bathroom, and 3 guys in statue. They're going to be playing tight together. And Team 1, what they will need to do is get onto that master balcony. They'll have to start working the wall and try and get a breach open. And that is going to be the opening that they need.
Looks like Na'Vi here is rotating, maybe a little bit safer and farther back towards Astronomy, seeding the portion of the map on Villa closest to study.
Nice.
Saves to get a kill on Lagonis, and Saves will be right back in at some point. Is he outside still?
Yeah, he jumped out extra window.
A grenade gets tossed in, and all hell is broken loose in the middle of the bomb site. Neskin down below trying to do some damage. Alimao, no way you're going to rappel through the middle of the bomb site, you absolute madman. Nath knows it. There's just one of those yellow pings. Neskin assesses that there's going to be a late flank onto the Kaid, and they're messy about it. It's Nath now dying. Saves is the last one. He won't be able to do it. It's Team 1 winning it in the round that they needed the most before Na'Vi can build up that momentum. The European squad still winless, but a big win for LATAM, the Mexico major champs. They desperately need that for their competitive group. And they get it on Villa by a score of 7-4.
On that final round, it really sucks because Saves did a hero play. He killed the player on Astro Repel, but when you jump out that window, it's hard to get back in. And once Team 1 realized exactly what happened, they were like, well, if there's 4 players alive and 1 guy just jumped outside, that leaves the bomb site extremely vulnerable, and it took great advantage, very explosive, very quickly. And there was a Lemo on that Skylar Repel, finding the last 2 players from the side of Na'Vi to really put them in their coffin and finish the job.
And who would have thought that repelling the skylight of Trophy Statuary is where you're going to get those kills? What an absurd thing to think about. That is oftentimes to your undoing because it's so easy to peek you. But if there's anybody that has the brazenness to do it, it's Alimao, a creative player as always, while the rest of his team push to the site, pinch them, and again, you have that wild card of the Nuke. to do some serious damage. What a whirlwind of a matchup. Oregon honestly feels like a day ago that we saw it happen. Blur in particular had some real highlight moments, as did a number of players in the matchup. Our beautiful analysts will take us through that, but before we get there, let's toss to a break. There's still 3 more matchups to go as well, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center at 6 Invitational. It's lovely to call it this way. Honestly, I feel like I'm playing strategy games as a kid all over again. I'm Alex the Medic, your host for the show. With me on the analyst couch is another set of awesome people. We already have Dev and Ann talk about their matchup. Jesse, Jacob, you're back on here to talk to us about the next one. Team 1 versus Na'Vi that just ended, and it had a Team 1 victory in Map 3. So, Jesse, Team 1 victorious. You know, they've won a major this year. How does that go today?
Well, they managed to finally get a win. Obviously, the first day was not amazing for them. They ended up losing yesterday, but coming in against Na'Vi, taking home the W. You listen, Milos, if you're a strategy game player, I hope Alamau is one of your units because he had a fantastic day today. But
he's my commando unit.
There we go. But more than that,
going right over my head as someone who doesn't play strategy games. I'm sorry.
He's got the support. This is the big thing, right, Jacob? Because he's got Levy and he's got KDS with him today that I really enjoyed seeing. We've got some clips for you guys here. This one, maybe not their finest moment, but they had some really good team play coming out from Team 1. It was everybody showing up on all forces. It wasn't like yesterday where a bunch of this team was just not showing up and not finding their shots. It seemed like everybody was here today.
So far, I like Team 1's bounce back, but only in the sense that they required a bounce back. Like, that word doesn't come into play for them if their first game wasn't so abysmal against Dom 1. And I do think the quality of opponent that Team 1 faced in this case, like, speaks for itself a little bit because Na'Vi was very clearly struggling. But it's like what we said from before. This ship is salvageable to a much greater extent than it was for Na'Vi, if only proven from their result. I do think they had gameplay improvements kind of across the board, and it wasn't just two teams struggling in the same aspects, like not being able to find common ground. Team 1 were very clearly the better team here.
Before we started, you guys were mentioning, and you put it out first, Jesse, and then Jacob kind of added more on it to talking about Na'Vi, is that these two teams had the problem of droning and getting information.
Yeah.
Team 1 still had a few of those issues with a bit of what colloquially is called rat play. So what's going on there?
Well, Blur was definitely a big problem in that he was sort of the main rat for Na'Vi. For those who don't know, that means that he was going on a roam game and then he was hiding somewhere way off the site where they didn't find him, they didn't spot him with their drones, and then comes back right at the perfect moment to have a huge flank. He did it once here on Oregon, and then he did it once on Cafe as well. Two big plays. The Oregon one was the very first round, actually. Started off this game on a great foot for Na'Vi. The second one on Cafe, I'm sure we'll get a highlight of it in the moment, but it didn't actually end up in a success for them. That was, I believe, the last round that they had, and he didn't get enough value there. So it's a nice strategy. It's nice when Blur can pull these things off, and you definitely need to criticize Team 1 for not being able to spot these things out, because this is the type of basic stuff that, like, at this level, you'd hope teams aren't falling for consistently.
Right.
But at the end of the day, like, it's not a strat that generally works twice.
So the thing is here, I want to remind everybody that our groups, we got 20 teams, 4 groups, 5 teams each. To go into stage 2, our first stage of our playoffs, there's only 4 out of the 5 that make it through. But that's, I say only, but that's a lot of space to be given. Only 1 team eliminated from each group. Right now, if you ask me, the big fight is between Na'Vi and MIBR on who can get that 4th spot. And getting that point out of the series for Na'Vi is something that might boost them up pretty heavily with MIBR at the bottom.
It's just more chances for MIBR is the point, because they didn't play yesterday. They had their first game today. Dom 1 beat them. They didn't manage to get a single point. It was a 2-0 victory. Na'Vi at the very least have 1 point over 2 series, but that's the problem. It's 2 series where they only have 2 more left, and Na'Vi still have more chances to get out. It's a very similar situation for Na'Vi to the Mexico Major, where they had several chances to win. Even if it wasn't as many, they still had 4 opportunities to get points. They've got 4 chances here. They at least managed to do something. I still don't really have much conviction about it being enough, because if you look at the rest of their group composition, OXG still has yet to find, you know, anything to really stop them. I'm looking at Dom 1 to keep on dominating. I still think Team 1 has a chance to get out of this group in a pretty decent position, simply based upon how they played today. Na'Vi is a bottom table team, and that's kind of a really rough thing to say. They started off Oregon looking pretty good, and the last 2 just slipped through their fingers with the same errors we saw from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've really got to start thinking differently about the way we view relegation in these groups, because before the tournament, it's like, okay, 4 teams make it out of groups, you got like an 80% chance. Even the teams you don't like, surely they'll win something and it's going to be fine. But once you're in a situation where you've already lost your first couple of games, that 80% chance to get out is no longer your odds. It's getting worse and worse and worse, and, you know, even if you disregard the skill gap between these teams, it's getting up to around 40, 50, 60%. That's not where you need to be.
going to be a tough ride for everybody. That's why we were here at the command center, to fill you in on all this information, because it's a lot of details to have in mind. We're doing the calculations, crunching the numbers, and making sure that the plays themselves reflect exactly what the teams are going through. And actually, there are quite a few things to highlight in this game. Jesse, you got something for us?
I do, and we started off this game on a pretty positive note for Na'Vi. They did take Oregon, and whilst I may criticize their attacks, there's some things I want to highlight on their defenses. So we start here, round number 1, and just take a look at this overview. What you've got is a great highlight of where these players are at in terms of their roam game, right? The setup is in the bottom floor, and there are roamers all throughout the top floor. There's secretly playing on the top floor. We've got Doki roaming down below. 4 roamers overall going around this top floor, and they stay here for a long time. This is the round that Blur ends up going for his rat play, and so he doesn't actually leave roam until 25 seconds. But now watch round number 4. Very early in the round, they start on a bit of a roam, but what do? They've set the precedent that they're roamers. They showcase that they're over by showers, they make some noise, and then they start to fall back. We're going to switch back over to Alamau's POV, and he's already in the freezer. You can see his teammate Blur up by tower stairs. He gets down here relatively quickly as well. And what I love from this is the first round, they set the precedent. They show, hey, we're going to be a roaming team. We're going to play aggressive. The second time they play this bomb site, they switch it up. So they're no longer going for a really aggressive roam, but because they're showing that early on, it makes Team 1 take pause. They have to slow down and drone out these players anyways, because that's what they're expecting. And this is the big problem, because Team 1 wasted a ton of time on that roam clear. They didn't need to.
The 11th player in every single Rainbow Six game is time. The clock. How many times have we had it in this tournament? Just now, after a day and a half of games, not even.
Dude, plenty. The two constants have been more people getting downed more often than I think that they're supposed to be, as opposed to being outright killed, and the fact that teams are winning off of the clock. That's it. Like, those two things, I think, in normal, like, seasonal play sometimes don't happen nearly as frequently, but it does reinforce. That's just the 6th man for the defense. That's another opportunity that you have to win something big.
Well, final thoughts now. We got Team 1 through, Na'Vi information on it. What could be fixed up here? Because Na'Vi have the day off tomorrow. Team 1 are playing MIBR, and given the situation right now with MIBR finally playing their second game, they didn't play on the first day. They were the team that came in the last spot in the qualifiers. Team 1 can also play the role of gatekeepers, but also being afraid for their own position later because they play OXG the day after. So we're theory crafting here for a moment. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Team 1, like, it's all about the mental game, right? This is a team that we know has the skill. We know they've got that coordination, but it does feel like these first couple of games, even today, like, they're not going at full force. They're losing gunfights that they shouldn't be losing. Their drone work seems sloppy. Their attacks are still really struggling in some rounds, right? It's a bit of a mixed bag, and against MIBR, I'm hoping this is a team they could be familiar with. This is a team that they're a little bit more comfortable playing against. They should typically know where they like to roam, what needs to be droned, what doesn't. I'm hoping that's a game where they can really take back control and find another solid win, because this was a good start. I love a win, but it's Na'Vi, and you kind of expect it to win this one.
Unfortunately, that does kind of speak for itself a little bit. It's Na'Vi. Yes, they are a bottom table team, but if we're theory crafting, the problem is more the teams they still have yet to play. They played an OXG team that I think a lot of people expected to get, like, probably 3rd place in their group. It wasn't going to be like a close contest by any stretch, but just think about the teams that they still have yet to play at this point. They've got Damwon, who a lot of people still had it as one of the top, like, teams to win this entire tournament outright, who still have yet to drop a map, and an MIBR squad that, even if their playstyle isn't exactly like Team 1's, I still don't expect a Na'Vi team that can't adapt as quickly as Brazilian teams can to come ahead in that contest. So if we're looking at just what Na'Vi have done for the past 2 series already, I think they're probably already gone.
It's still MIBR. Big fight between them and MIBR. I'm looking forward.
I agree. Well, yeah, but MIBR, again, still have more chances to win. That's the equalizer.
True. It's still getting that at 1 point. Who knows what's going to happen? That's the question. That's why we were here to theory craft the entire day. Thank you very much, gentlemen, though. This was it for now. We're going to take a quick break, but it's actually a pretty cool one. Got to sit down with Eminem and ask them a few questions. When we come back, we'll get you ready for our next 2 games, so don't go anywhere.
I'm Leonello Pesic. I play for M&M Gaming, and within the team I play hard support / IGL / captain. We got to the 6th Invitational by open qualifiers. We actually qualified for the EUL, and after that we played in the open quals. won the open quals, and then won the close quals against Kovana, Vitality, and Secret, and that's how we got here. When we actually won against Secret and got to finals, Kovana picked the bank, which we never played in an official game. They were actually beating everybody on bank in that quals, and when we beat them 7-5, I think, on bank, we actually realized, like, holy shit, this can happen, like, we can go to Invitational. So that was like exact moment team was like hyped and just ready to take. I'm pretty sure this team is not even the same for the last 6 months. So the way we like organize it around and deliver these roles around, we didn't change it yet. It's been working, so there is nothing to change. You have like a base that you are playing right now, right? And we can basically just keep on adding new stuff that we think it's missing, like, I don't know, different pushes, different attacks, different defenses, and we just have a stable base and we just build upon it. I think I learned my team a lot of the stuff during these few months, especially like the mentality-wise, like we should never give up, no matter like the score, the round, we should just play round by round. I don't think it's only me though. I think my team's mentality is actually pretty good as well. If any of them had like a different mentality or a different ego or personality, it would be much harder. But they're all nice, they're all chill, and I mean that's exactly why I think it's working. I actually think we are much stronger than people think. I think my team is actually insane, and I hope people underestimate us because that's just our advantage. I don't think we have any expectations from the public or even us, so we can just go full ham and just do our best.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and NBA's to the show. It's 6 Invitational, and we're live from the Command Center. I will never get tired of saying that word. I'm Ostamatic, and with me on the analyst space, I guess. I don't know. We have to get a name for this space. So if you're out there in chat or on Twitter, just tweet at us. What do you think? With the hashtag 6 Invitational, of course, as always. What do you think we should call this space other than the Command Center? Maybe tack on Command Center, but like double dot something else like a movie. Anyways, gentlemen, I go off on tangents sometimes. And we're having fun. Demo, Ollie, you're on here, and because M&M are playing, I expect to be some molding on what's happening in this matchup. I love to see a bit of UK play in this, and how about we have a chat about our teams. But first I want to ask you how you're doing.
I'm doing great. We were pushing people out of the way to get this game. We were hell-bent on making sure that we got to talk about an M&M game just because we wanted to really let everybody know what M&M's about. Obviously, it's a team that is pretty close to our heart, isn't it? We've followed them through Challenger League, we've followed them through many years of UK national programme and stuff, and it's nice to get to introduce them now.
I'm just so ready.
This is your dream, isn't it? Like,
I love this team so much. Yes, bias, I know, I understand, but
doesn't matter. It's
the journey that we've been able to see this team grow up. Some of these players were in like our second division of our national program like 8 months ago. That's just, it's insane that they're here right now. Absolutely insane.
And here they are, the team from UKIN a year ago to Challenger League, and from Challenger League to EU League, and from EU League to Invitational within 1 year. If that is not an amazing run, is not a year for M&M, I don't know what is, Ollie.
I mean, it's not even a year, is it? It's 6 months at this point.
Pretty much.
And that's the impressive thing about this side. And we heard Nello on the preview before we actually got into this desk, and he was saying, that there isn't a lot of expectation on these guys. They can come in with a very sort of underdog mentality. There isn't that much out there on them. Are you going to look at Challenger League games to find out how they play? That's an entirely different level to what we're dealing with here at Invitational. We're going to run through the roster because not everybody of you at home is going to know these guys. We've got Nello, Tyrant, Users, Solotov, and Neonical. Any OGs will recognise Nello, of course, formerly M&M back in the day, and then formerly of Na'Vi. Obviously took a couple of years break, but he is back and he is here at Invite.
I love seeing Nello here. It really reminds me, and again for the OGs out there, of Shate, but a Croatian Shate. He's the only player from Croatia to ever compete at this level, and we're so happy to see more of this talent. UK massive in here with Croatia together. Look at him. He even has the Croatian flag behind him. Happy man, happy face, and always very humble no matter the situation. These are big favorites. A lot of people love to watch M&M in Europe, Demo.
Yeah, I think it's just the journey they've been on. I think a lot of people can kind of reminisce about the old times. You know, this is a very similar story to what Navi have kind of turned into. Remember, Navi, they kind of came up through Challenge League from the national circuit and within a very short space of time into the professional league and then won a championship in a very short space of time. So there is also that comparison. I suppose you can also make the Empire as well. Remember, Empire coming up, absolute nobodies, and then they impress everyone. They won a major.
But this is a team here, Sandbox, that went through many, many years of competition. We've seen them since the very, very first time APAC ever played competitively internationally. That was back in 2017 in November in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And boy, have they changed, but they have grown so much to where they are today, defeating the world champions, the reigning world champions NIP yesterday.
What a story. I mean, that's how you kick it off, isn't it? Your first game, you're in, you think, oh my goodness, we've drawn the world champions. That's our first game. And they went out and I think they comfortably beat NIP. No overtimes. They took a 2-1 straight in, and that's how you kick things off.
I mean, and NIP were obviously always going to be pitched as tournament favourites, previous SI winners. You've got to give them that respect. You've got to give them that credit. And Sandbox just sort of came in and were like, sorry, who are you guys? Like, we're just here for this, Matt. We're just here for this series.
Just here to play.
And it was such a great start. And I think from the offset, it upset the apple cart, didn't it? Because it was against the status quo. It was against what a lot of people expected. And now coming in, it's like, actually, Sandbox, they could make a little bit of a run here. And don't forget, you know, for all that us on the desk and on the sofa are absolutely in love with M&M and we want to see them do well, this could be a fairly good game for Sandbox because they're going against a team that is very unproven.
Very unproven. I mean, the Sandbox have been at the top tier of Korea and APAC for so many years, whereas outside of Nello, there's not as much experience at M&M, and that's something Sandbox could use to their advantage, Demo.
Like I mentioned about players coming up from the national circuit just a few months ago, the experience, like I said, Milosh, it's a massive game changer, I think, for Sandbox. You think of Envy Taylor, he's been around forever, a very old player, and yeah, really only Nello brings that experience. Everyone else, this is their first LAN event, first international event. It's very, very new for 4 players in M&M.
Let's talk about our bans, and it's a good thing you ended on here, Demo. Let's turn to you, Ollie. We bring them up. A reminder for everybody, there are 7 maps in our pool here. 4 will be eliminated and left with 3 at the end. Ollie, take it away.
We're going to see Bank and Club removed straight off the rip. Bank, not too much of a surprise there for M&M. Clubhouse, ever the 50-50. It does leave Oregon available, so maybe that's something that we will get on into. In terms of map pool for M&M, there's a couple that you really want to be sort of looking out for, that they are sort of well known for playing, but they have got a sort of habit of keeping maps aside. Obviously, they've been through some very big competitions recently, namely Challenger League, and to be able to hold a map in Challenger League is quite important. But it, of course, does mean that they've played it quite some time. So Oregon is going to come in there as the first pick, followed swiftly by a Cafe.
A little bit surprised to see Oregon being first pick and not Chalet. I thought Chalet, seeing that being let through by Sandbox, that was going to be a straight pick for M&M, but no, not going to be the circumstance. I mean, interesting about the first 2 bans. We've seen Bank get banned straight away. Sandbox, they beat NIP on that map yesterday, and Clubhouse, that's the map that Sandbox lost against NIP. So overall, good bans, I think, for both sides. And then there's the Cider Chalet, doesn't even make it into the second phase of the ban. Oh, I don't know. I think that Chalet's really changed it for M&M.
Why?
Because they don't lose it. I don't know what it is about Chalet. There is moments on Chalet, Ollie, where you think they're done. That's them. They lost it. There's been a lot of times over Challenger League where it went to overtime and things were not looking good for them. M&M on Chalet, they don't know how to lose it. That's it.
I think that M&M will be fairly surprised that that's been let through. Yeah. Chalet is all but a perma ban for Sandbox. They've banned it 28 times through Stage 3, Sweden Major recently, so you're not going back too far to find out 28 bans on Chalet.
Maybe they'll learn a thing or two from Demon Kia.
Maybe.
It's not unusual. I mean, LATAM teams do it all the time where they scrim together in preparation. They see themselves as a cohesive unit.
It's a long time to hold a map, though.
True.
It's a really long, especially against a side like M&M that are just so good at it.
But is this not the best time then to show it?
Well, it
is. The world stage. This is the biggest thing these players are playing.
They are saving it for this moment, and I'm really looking forward to it. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. That was our first match about to begin now in the second set of this day. How about we take a quick wrap-up as we got to sit down and have a chat with our players in our next game, NIP v Empire.
Thank you very much to Milos and the guys on the desk. Yes, we are coming into a massive game here. And finally, the UK Massive get to cast a M&M game. Now, I do want to start on something here that you guys really should be aware of. Yes, we have cast M&M ever since the start of their journey, from all the way back in UKIN through to Challenger League, up into EUL. And I wish to assure all of you at home, there is going to be no bias in this cast. We are absolutely neutral from start to finish. Tim, nice jersey. Really like that, mate.
It's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. Got your name on it as well.
Oh, yeah. For what? I mean, like you say, absolutely no bias. I've got the pose.
Oh, mate, you look ready. I don't know what team might have given in that one for free, but I guarantee you again, no bias coming into this one, right? We're looking forward to this one though, Tim. These map bans are looking saucy from start to finish. That Chalet one, Ollie raised it. Sandbox, 0 wins, 0 losses, 28 bans for, and 0 bans against. They insta-ban it every single time. So if we get to map 3, we're seeing a first for Sandbox.
The thing is, coming into yesterday, we thought Sandbox were going to have a difficult day against NIP. There was ups and downs, let's be honest. It was a little bit of a roller coaster ride. It wasn't all perfect for them, but they came out with an unexpected and great win. So, yep, you look at the maps and you think, I kind of fancy M&M with those maps. You've got the Oregon, you've got the Chalet, like you say. Cafe is another good map for M&M, although we know I'm still going to give a very solid edge to Sandbox on Cafe because they are unbeaten on there. They're really showed us fantastic.
This is the best thing.
This is the thing, but M&M just sort of less unbeaten than Sandbox.
At this point, it's like you both got a perfect state of affairs on Cafe, but you've got a more perfect state of affairs because Sandbox are 9-0 on it, M&M are 4-0 on it. Someone is going to have their win streak broken on Cafe when we get into map 2, but first and foremost, we're starting things off on Oregon. Most of you side with M&M here, even despite seeing
close though.
It's close. Sandbox yesterday, but it is about that 60-40 split. This is a big game for M&M. It is their opening game. They got to watch these teams play yesterday. They have an idea of what they're coming in for, especially on Cafe. So let's see how the bans kick off. First and foremost, it's going to be Flores coming out from Sandbox.
Strong start. Just taking away the man with the Rotero drones, as we know, how powerful he can be, not only for throwing utility, but for soft destruction as well. Bit of a target ban coming in on the Zofia.
Yep, against Shyle, the go-to Zofia player on this team. Fun fact for those of you who don't watch too much APAC North, last year a team did ban Zofia away from Shyle. He picked Blackbeard, he got 9 kills in 3 rounds, and from that point on, team said, yeah, have Zofia back. We don't want to deal with that Blackbeard anymore. And we did see a bit of Blackbeard coming out yesterday from one of the teams. I forget who it was, but infuriating.
Ranchero on BDS.
There you go. Ranchero on BDS, and did evade a couple of headshots, so no complaints there. Last 2 bans, the Wamai coming through has returned to being quite a popular band so far here at SI 2022. And Valkyrie also going to follow through. No big surprise. She has been banned in, I would wager, at least 75% of our matchups so far.
And will continue to be so. You know, we know how powerful she is. We don't need to keep labouring on that point, but you will still see those bans raining in. So we are going to get into it. This is one of the games that I looked towards when we started. You know, all jokes aside, as we've said, M&M are a team that we have seen. They're an organisation particularly that we've seen, you know, from basically formation through to this point. You know, this is the story for Siege. This is getting into your national leagues. When we talk about it on EUL, you know, go and play those qualifiers, get into your national leagues. If you want to be on that 6 invitational stage, M&M are proof of exactly that. But let's not overlook Sandbox either. I want to give them, you know, jokes aside, with all the respect that Sandbox are due, because they are one of the top teams in the APAC region. There is no 2 ways about it. It's been a little bit of a tumultuous year for them, but it really feels like the ship has steadied. I said yesterday that I was a little bit concerned. I didn't know where their edge was. You know, I didn't know where that sort of sharp point was going to be, but they showed us that they had plenty of heart, plenty of ability to keep themselves in that NIP matchup yesterday. And M&M, they're going to have a trial by fire here. If they want to start their Invitational journey off with a win, they are going to have to fight tooth and nail for it against this Sandbox side. And even then, it might not be enough.
Absolutely. It wasn't for NIP yesterday, so let's see how M&M shape up. Arguably, coming into the competition, two of the lower expectation teams. Everyone's talking about bigger names, but here comes Tyrant, the entry demon himself. Him and Solotov are the two players you're looking to be picking up a number of entries. Yuzu's often the one that tops the KD chart, so if you aren't familiar with these players, trust me, by the end of the series, you'll start having a pretty good idea. For the majority of the team, as you can see, they've got a bit of a setup coming out towards the east side. Solotov doing some work out on those Twitch drones. You've got Neo out there with Diffuser in hand, so you can see that Gaines Wall is likely going to be where they try and step things up, but it's Harper to strike first. Down goes Yuzu's early in the round. The extended hold from Static and Harper out towards the west, coming up big.
Big loss for M&M. We know Yuzus has got serious capability when it comes to picking kills up, but so does Solotov. Comes in with a big headshot onto Envy Taylor just to level things up 4-4. M&M getting moving now, finding that kill onto Harper. Strays into no man's land a little bit at the bottom of White Stairs there. Gets picked up from the window, and it's going to be Nello who manages to finish him off with the nade, and that now gives M&M a little bit of an advantage. Solotov working towards, and there's definitely going to be some pressure mounting up the White Stairs, I would expect.
Static's lurking inside a garage here as well. They've got to be super careful about what he might achieve, because if he can hit them on the flank once they're trying to set up for these hatches or moving in towards meeting, it's going to sting. And fair enough, why would you drone inside there? You might assume that you as a player would get caught moving back across this point. He can play massive spoiler if they aren't too careful, but Armory Stairs is where they're starting to work their way up, so it depends on when he wants to start making his move.
And as you say, it could be deadly. That is one that we're going to just keep an eye on with bated breath at the minute. M&M still making good progress. I wouldn't expect to see Static move until maybe the 30-second mark or below. He really doesn't want to give M&M any opportunity for that rotation that will take them away. Now then, what a peek from Shiol! Sits Solotov down inside a trophy there, and here goes Static. We're going to find out exactly how much M&M know. There's one on the flank, but not on the watch. Tyrant shut down by Static. Sandbox go big in the late round. There's 35 seconds left to go, and the man advantage has been flipped from one side to the other. Sandbox now 3 versus 2. It's all down to Neo and Nello. They've got to try and play their way into sight somehow, but Nello's not even inside of the map yet. Time is going to be a serious factor here for M&M as they try to push on through this Sandbox defense.
It's all about this trophy door. That's where the two members are trying to come in. Nova's moved down in towards game. May look for a swing here or just holds it tight, but Neo has got to force his way through. Steps in, looking for the gunfights, gets sandwiched in from both sides, and Shiol takes a big 2K. M&M just being shown what these APAC teams are capable of, with a brilliant flank coming out of Static to shut down the mid-round attack.
Welcome to Big School. You're on the big stage now, and if you leave players undroned, if you give them opportunities, they will hurt you. But I think what Sandbox have just taught M&M there is it's not just about the mistakes, it's about the things that sometimes you just can't do anything about. That Shiol peak onto Solotov was just, it's unplayable. You can't do anything against skill and ability like that.
Maybe a little bit on the side of M&M there as well. You know that wall's left soft. There's a good chance it's being left soft because someone is going to be sat behind a shield, just wandering around inside a pit. Yesterday we saw a few teams set up where they had a shield inside a pit and it was looking to support a trophy-based player. So exposing yourself by that couple of pixel angle, maybe not quite the strongest play to get yourself control of those Armory Stairs, but small mistakes and things no doubt that will be learned from the further this game goes on. We now head down into the basement. Mira being brought along by Harper, and we know just how oppressive Mira can be on sites like this. Get yourself one inside a cubby, for example, and it can be an absolute nightmare. One on Freezer stops you comfortably pushing down there. So M&M are going to have to focus on dealing with those before they start thinking about where the push comes in. Either that, or they put all of their focus on a north side take. It's an old sort of strat. I wouldn't say old, it's still used by some regions, but you do see more focus these days on laundry and supply. So, well, laundry and freezer, sorry. So hopefully we see them adapt to that, deal with that meeting hatch, and look to go for a north side push.
Well, this is it. Normally on this, we say there's an opportunity here for attacking from 4 sides at once, or 3 if you don't want to stretch yourself.
The LATAM attack.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so difficult to defend against because it just keeps turning those defenders' attention to different directions. But like you say, those mirror windows potentially are a great stopper when you think about how do we defend against that multi-angle attack, because like you say, it's going to make it really unpopular to go anywhere near Laundry and Freezer. But as it is, M&M working from the west side clearance, so potentially going to apply some pressure to Freezer. But first of all, they need to clear Static, and Users will. Great headshot from the man, just finding him behind the kitchen cabinet, sitting him down and getting the advantage this time for M&M.
Oh dear, now they know that Shiles sat inside a meeting as well. Of course, can't drop through the hatch, so it's going to be a North Tower retreat for him. Has to be mindful of Users pushing into kitchen. I thought he might go back down to site, but clearly they feel they can get more done here. But every time he steps forward, there's a drone there just lurking and waiting, giving information of what Charles is trying to do. And oh my God! Tyrant living up to the name. What a shot through the soft wall. And Shiles punished for his overstay up on the ground floor.
Absolutely disgusting stuff there. You love to see it. Tyrant just doubling down on that M&M advantage. And now Sandbox, there's nothing they can do, Des, other than haul up inside a site. Envy Taylor takes a drone out on its way to Freezer. So that maybe just gives a little indication of where the pressure's going to come from. That hatch is going to be open from security into Freezer just to ensure they can start working down. But there is that mirror window that they need to deal with. You can see the ping bottom left of your screen just showing that that is something that M&M are identifying. This is going to be an obstacle for us. Now Nello working on that meeting hatch as well. 1 minute 15 left to go. Plenty of time for M&M here.
Nello's got to be really careful with this hatch as well. They need to get it open up. Sees the man, gets the shots in onto Harper. A few are exchanged back, but they were just aware of what's going on. Again, I'll give it to M&M. Their drone play has been phenomenal so far. No one coming up on the flank for them just yet. 4 members all congregating inside of meeting. And again, you're looking for that north side take that I was talking about that mainly works around those mirror windows and doesn't want to face off against them.
Just feeling like M&M have just stalled out a little bit here, as you say, working around that meeting hatch, not really gaining any ground from it. They've got Nova holding down the rear stage stairs, and M&M need to make a solid decision here of where this push is going to come from. We've got somebody just rotating to bunker now. That's a big challenge though. Nova just maybe overstepping there in that 3v5 situation. He gives them the opportunity to find the kill, and they do not miss. Now then, Envy Taylor from Pillars trying to challenge that hatch drop. Harper manages to find a Nitro, but you just feel like the pressure is mounting here for Sandbox. Out goes another Nitro and finds another kill. Somehow it's 2v2 Des, but Harper is shut down by Solotov. 2v1, it's all up to Envy Taylor. We know that this man has got the capability. Diffuser going down, he nearly finds one but can't confirm. It's going for a second, the time is running down. Users
he's got it!
It has to be the 1v2 clock from Envy Taylor. Sandbox will not be beaten.
Incredible round, back to front as well, because M&M again, I'll give it to them. Their drone work was sublime. If you want to go back and see how to drone out a map of Oregon, that was it. Every time, Shile, whoever it was, I forget in kitchen, I think it was Shile inside a kitchen. No, it wasn't Shile. Who was it in kitchen? Static and then Shile, the 2S players. They were droned out multiple times by M&M and shut down into a beautiful 5 versus 3. They put pressure onto Envy Taylor at the top side of highway to force him back with drones. It was beautiful. Everything was done to the letter, but there's one thing you cannot ignore, and I say this probably every broadcast at least once: Siege is an FPS game. If you do not win your gunfights, you will lose rounds no matter how perfectly you might play it, and M&M have just been shown that textbook droning and then shut down by 2 players in a 5 versus 2.
It's a beautiful play by Sandbox. That was, really a masterclass in how do you deal with the 3v5 situation.
Absolutely.
They just dropped it back. Let's not focus anywhere other than sight. Let's just really lock down those angles. Let's identify where those pushes are coming from. And I have to say, Des, I think the mirror windows were pivotal there, because it stopped the push into Freezer. We saw that M&M identified it. It was like you could see the moment that they were opening the hatch into Freezer, and then it was like, there's a mirror window there. No, we're not going to push this. Let's rotate. Let's go rear side. And it just played into the hands of Sandbox. Great defending from the APAC side.
Absolutely beautiful. So now you're starting to see how things are setting up on the attack for M&M. Again, their attacks are looking good. They're looking structured. They're looking well thought out. Stalling a little bit time-wise into those last 60 seconds, and Sandbox are saying, okay, look, we are pushing our luck. We are trying to go for these kills on the roam. And even if they aren't finding the kills, they're still achieving the primary purpose of a roam, which is ultimately to waste time. And it doesn't mean immediate time waste. It can be drawing frag grenades now so they can't use them later. It can be drawing out drones so they have to get a player who's the other side of the map to feed info. But Tyrant with another wonderful kill, this time onto Static. Last time it was through the soft wall inside a meeting. Here it's a well-placed grenade onto the feet of the Aruni.
Absolutely fantastic nade there, just taking out that entry once again. Static losing his life first in the last 2 rounds. Not helping Sandbox in the man count terms, but one way or another, they seem to be able to find their way to get the rounds over the line. You just feel like M&M need a round here, Des. They need something to get them going, because at the minute, they don't want to be getting too far behind on Oregon. It is their map choice. It's somewhere we expect them to play well, and going into Cafe against an unbeaten Sandbox side is not going to be an easy thing to do if you're already 1 map down.
Yes, they've got a little 3-man squad here coming in towards Trophy and Master side, looking to attack here in towards Attic, as well as in towards MV Taylor, who's hovering around inside of Kids. The Twitch drones going in, they're getting pit opened up so they can see Charles, who is now backed away to the window inside Big Tower. So their hit squad is trying to clear out the roamers, but as we said a couple of times, the time isn't working for M&M here. Sandbox are just playing it very well, dancing in shadows just around the edge of the vision of M&M and keeping them guessing. It's Solotov on the push in, looking for the 1-man. They must know roughly where he is here. Can they see a shadow? No, they can't see the head, and he wins the gunfight onto MV Taylor. It's another big numbers advantage for M&M. It's a 5 versus 3 this time rather than a 5 versus 2. It doesn't stop me feeling nervous at this point in the round, though, Tim.
They've gained the vertical, though. That is important. Attacking onto Kitchen and Meeting. It's going to, as you can see, Sandbox now basically giving up Kitchen. They've all stepped aside. Nova's moved himself to play down into security. The rest are just sort of staying around the periphery. They're on the fringe of the centre of the site there because they just don't want to open themselves up to the verticals. They're much safer in Meeting, but they do still need to concern themselves with Attic. Now, Tyrant, he's just been holding the angle on that security door. I think he's just trying to prevent Nova coming out for the time being. The drone goes in, so they know he's there. Users able to use that information to get the vertical kill. 5v2. M&M starting to pile on.
It's the 5 versus 2 again. They need to close this out because Charles has been lurking up towards the north side for the longest time. He's finally back on Kitchen, and down goes Harper. Tries to juice himself back up. It's not going to happen. Charles has got to do it all. He's coming on the flank, and Solotov might be the one that he starts to run into any second now. It's Tyrant at the bottom. We'll find one. Looks for the second, but Nello gets the shutout. Much better for M&M this time, converting their gunfights into a round win.
It's exactly what they needed on that third choice site. They couldn't have Sandbox coming in there and getting themselves a complete defensive rotation. This is M&M's map choice. They need to come in here with a strong opener and send a little bit of a message to the APAC side, but they are certainly up against it today because Sandbox not only are hitting shots, but they just seem to be playing everything right at this point in time. But M&M, a lot of positive to take from that last round. Nice entries, good control, got that top floor vertical and just really used it.
That has run through both round 2 and 3. Round 1 I think was still getting your feel into the game in a sense, but round 2 and round 3 especially, again, excellent droning, excellent clear of the map, good map control in general, great use of the verticals. They're doing it all by the book, which is great. If Sandbox pulled them into a game of rank 2.0, taking multiple gunfights, hitting them on the flank, for example, then a lot of that can go out the window, but so far holding very good structure. Now in round 3 we go back up into Kids and Dorms again, so we'll see how the setup goes in for Sandbox this time around. I'm looking towards those entries time and time again because Tyrant and Users are pushing really aggressively in the early round, and where normally you might see a Twitch, Solotov in this case being a bit more intel focused, helping the team out, whenever they do get into a group, it's Solotov that is the first one on the drones, and I think maybe that's trying to deal with gadgetry, get rid of the ADSs if you see them, any mute jammers in the way, otherwise you're potentially impeding a whole push forwards on the basis of a mute jammer is blocking a single doorway. So it's good to see how that structure's coming together.
MV Taylor just going to drop himself away from tier 3 a big tower there. He has a little peek out of the window, but as soon as M&M know that he's up there, his game is done and he needs to move away and relocate, otherwise he's going to get himself cut off very, very quickly. Now, similar again to what we saw last time, M&M coming in from this west side, looking for a bit of potential pressure from the bottom of White Stairs. Just let Sandbox know that there is a presence over that side of the map. They do have roamers to deal with. They've got Harper working underneath, Nitro in hand, so he may well try to play his entire round out here if he can, looking forward to the potential of vertical denial should anybody come in through that double window. But Users, he's stacking up. We've got Static over in the garage once again. Now then, the question is, Eminem lost a life to him last time, but probably didn't know where he came from. Look at this, is disgusting from Static. It's disgusting. He's just punching holes in the garage wall. Nobody from NM seems to be aware. He can see the foot underneath the van, but doesn't quite pick up on it, and just moves away. And Eminem get away with one there.
They do, yeah, fortunate. I was going to say for Static, normally he's sat inside kitchen and helping Harper contest. Here he's pulled all the way back to garage early on. So forget about trying to contest Tyrant, for example. He doesn't want to be the first death anymore. So small adaptations in the roam coming out of Sandbox. This one a little bit more passive and focused on that downstairs denial. A little bit cheeky on that potential peek out, probably acknowledging that it's a trait of Eminem or a go-to consistent one where you'll see someone sat on drone for a good 60 seconds. Nello is still sat on it at this point as well. I don't think he's moved, but of course they're not going to find him in this case. One thing I want to stress is we're down to 75 seconds left, so time is not in Eminem's favour right now, given they haven't really cleared these roamers out. They're still downstairs, they're still roaming around, and here comes the push. Tyrant finding Harper, Static getting an immediate trade back before Users is there to cover his man. Again, brilliant team play from Eminem.
Yes, better dealing with Static this time. He still managed to get his man. It was Tyrant who suffered again, but at least they've learned from that last time. They had somebody in position to then make an impact on that and find that trade. Working towards double window potentially here. Users is down inside a dining. We've got 3 stacked up at least for Eminem on that white stairs side. So the focus is there though. Sandbox are aware of that. Toxic Babe canister goes out just to slow down any potential push. 30 seconds left to go and 2 Toxic Babe canisters left in hand. This might not be easy for Eminem to get themselves inside of the map here for a plant, because it can just be burnt awake, and this time second by second as the Toxic gas just holds them at bay. Solotov, however, he finds Shayol, and then we have Envy Taylor. How many times are we going to see this? Envy comes in and starts fighting back, but Neo has managed to get himself in to get that plant down. Users finds the kills. It's not necessary, and Eminem, they manage to get themselves another, and they level things up. 2-2. Des, we've got a game on our hands.
Don't we always, Tim? Don't we always? And I want to stress again how the numbers have broken down in these rounds. For the last 3 rounds, Eminem have either been in a 5 versus 2 or a 4 versus 2. And I'm very conscious again, for Tim and I, we've cast Eminem a lot. You might be going, biased towards Eminem saying they're doing things so well. It's because they are. They're currently 2-2 on the attacking side of Oregon and are genuinely winning these rounds all the way through. It's just a couple of them have gone awry towards the backside of it. But to have those numbers advantages in rounds, to be that coordinated for Users, for example, then, up white stairs, smash a hole through into game room. Nova didn't have him covered on the cross to stop him getting in through that angle. Gets in, kills Envy who's coming out of concrete, and then swings around and covers his planter. Really smart play towards the back end of the round. You can see why he's always up there as one of the big fraggers for the team. Currently sat at 5-2. On the other side of things, for Sandbox, they want to dial things back here and play it a little bit more securely, I think. They've been punished a couple of times getting aggressive on the roam. Static, their go-to entry, is now back playing on the Clash, something we saw out of them a few times in APAC North.
We're going to have that set up down on the basement site then. We saw this back in round 2. It was a Sandbox win. It was a 3v5, and Eminem are going to be looking to try and replicate that a little bit, I think. They're going to be looking to keep themselves on top of things in the early round, get that man count up, and just try to make life difficult for Sandbox. But I'm sure they're going to be very aware, after what they experienced last time, that that's not going to be an easy feat, even in the late round. Envy Taylor just getting the last-minute hatches. That's going to be security taken care of. Just might help them try to hold on to Freezer, and it's no surprise to see Harper on that mirror again. It was pivotal last time, and it really shaped the push that Eminem went for, and it'll be interesting to see with the Hibana on the side of Neo whether they just try to challenge it a little bit more directly this time so they can go for that Freezer push.
Yeah, I think you saw the yellow pin come out into the meeting hatch back in the previous round as well, where they were like, right, stop, forget about Freezer. Let's just turn our attention up towards meeting instead. So maybe this time there will be that kind of two-sided push. They did last time, mind you, have big tower push. They had construction push out towards the east in blue. They had the drop coming in at the same time. It wasn't like they were only going for one angle. They were dropping 2 or 3 at once and really trying to make a push happen. Just Sandbox for them, it was a little too readable when they knew there was no pressure coming in from the Freezer side because that hatch had stayed closed.
Tyrant just holding a real skinny angle here in through that freezer, looking on towards the highway rotate, and if anybody from Sandbox strays across there, you just know he's going to take his chance, but for the time being, the man is sticking himself in behind that mirror, and Sandbox well aware that the push is potentially looking at freezer, and it just feels once again, Des, like MNM are just stalling out a little bit because of those mirror windows.
I would love to see them though with a bit more pacey, start thinking about the drop at about that 45-second mark, bearing in mind there are no roamers. The most you've got to deal with is Static pushing his way up the big tower stairs, but that's about it. Otherwise, you have got full reign of this. Stick a drone on each staircase, watch for any flanks that come up, and put all of your focus into the downstairs execute. That's got to be the play for them here. Let's see them make use of the clock well.
Solotov just trying to push the clash, nearly gets the angle onto the shoulder, around the back of the shield there, but he's just going to keep taking those little static shots from the front of it and can't clear it out at the minute. They just need a little bit of utility to assist. They've got a couple of nades on Tyrant, couple of nades on users, so this can certainly be dealt with so long as they do it on the stairs and stay away from that ADS that's down at pillars. You can see the grenade is being cooked, it will detonate and Static will take some damage, but as of yet not cleared out, still manages to back away, still keeps that big glass wall active.
I'm so impressed by the combo because they had a flash leading ahead of that from Neo to burn the ADS downstairs, so all those frags did go off, but 3 nades later, Static still stands on about 25 HP, and this is where the clash comes into her own. There's 30 seconds on the clock, there's 3 smoke canisters, they've got MNM on the ropes here, and they've got to make a big play right now.
Just moving in, Tyrant, he's going to push forward, come face to face with that clash once again. Maverick just trying to open holes, and that's a great opener from Tyrant, finding Shayo, but look at the clock, Des, 15 seconds left to go. Envy Taylor once again stepping up with what could be a pivotal kill, finds users just to slow down MNM further. Double nitro from Harper, over the top and hits his shot, finds a third, and Sandbox closed down the MNM attack that was just left a little bit too late.
There's a real beauty in being able to see where a team's strengths and weaknesses are forming, right? And for MNM, we spoke about the strengths a lot already. That weakness is now proving itself to be the clock, because I said in that last round, they've got no roamers to deal with. There's no Static trying to hit them on the flank. There's no Harper lurking below or above and joining Static out on the roam. They were all on site, and MNM still ground things down to the last 10 seconds or so. I think because the clash was giving them a headache. They were like, well, if we drop now and there's a clash stood right there, it's going to completely spoil our setup, right? They've got all this information being fed. They can peek behind the back of the shield. It's going to do us no favors. So they got sort of sidetracked and did have a really good method to clear it with the 3 frag grenades coming in, but simply couldn't deal with it. And again, they're forgetting Nova still had all 3 canisters in back pocket.
It was down to Static's fancy footwork for me. Static managed to give him the razzle-dazzle down by the pillars, and he just kept dancing around, kept himself away from those nades. He seemed to understand exactly what was coming next. As you say, the flash cleared the ADS fantastically well, but Static had already backed himself up and just kept himself out of the radius that was going to be lethal to him. And like you say, once that clash isn't clear, you're going to be in for a bit of a headache. And it's interesting, Des, obviously the MNM choice to ban out Zofia, one of the biggest direct counters to that clash, just able to move that shield very easily from in front of him, and bringing along the clash might just be Sandbox leaning into that.
You have 6 frag grenades though, right? And you'd say, well, that should be plenty.
You should be able to deal with it. You should be able to.
It should be. And again, they made a really good effort where the flash led in, burnt out the ADS, then 3 frag grenades came in, but Static, as you say, fancy footwork. The man's been taking dance lessons, dodges his way around the bunch, in and out, and keeps himself alive right up until the bitter end of that round. This will be the last defensive round in this half, and Sandbox are chancing it on the upstairs site. You've got Harper playing upstairs once again. Static, rather than being in garage or hanging around Zulu or inside a kitchen, is now down in the basement, doing what you normally see out of players like Yas on Down 1 Kia, for example. So we'll keep a close eye on him and see what impact he has later into the round.
Users just moving across from that west side. It's very similar again from MNM. Move across, sweep through the map, clear out any roamers. But again, Des, the question is asked, are they aware of Static in the garage? You've got to say,
hear that punch, sure.
They must hear it. There you go. The window gets opened up. The challenge comes in from Solotov. Can't quite see his man. And somehow Static just manages to escape with his life through the rotation.
The rotation saves his life there. Otherwise, he runs and exposes himself to the lobby door. And there was Nello waiting to close it out. But Static is now near that front door. At least, sorry, he's double back downstairs. He's in the basement again. Disappeared into the void. So MNM need to once again keep tabs on him. But Tim, we're nearly 90 seconds into the round. And they've dealt primarily with just one member of the side of Sandbox.
Tyrant users are just locked in position at the minute. You've got a drone from Tyrant, just buzzing around, trying to find what's going on. He's surely going to spot out. He can't get past the mute jammer. That's going to keep Harper at least probably disguised inside of security. They can make a good guess that that's where one is playing, but it's all wasting time. And I love the setup from Sandbox and Static Des. They try to push him in the basement, and he takes Solotov to task, removing his head there up through his own rotation. What a great play from Static. Harper's going to drop out of security to join him. They're both going to try and wriggle their way back to rear stage. Envy Taylor comes from nowhere and finds a kill onto users, and Sandbox are in command.
Absolute control here. 2 members roaming basement, Envy on the ground floor. Not forgetting this is a second floor site. Tyrant has pushed his way in, acknowledging that they are a little bit light on site right now. Nello finding one. They will not know that Tyrant has got his way inside. Does he know about the man tucked to the right? Yes, he does, but loses the shot. Shaw with a wonderful shot coming in. An instant headshot. Down he goes. Neo finds one more back, but they've got 30 seconds. It's a 3 versus 2, and this time round, the smoke is dead.
I love this game. It is just great shot after great shot. They are just challenging each other at every corner. Raining blows. Harper hits the deck, switches to the shotgun. He knows that the challenge is coming. Can he find his man? No. Nello with a pistol gets the kill, but with 13 seconds left to go, he's going to have a real job ahead of him. Envy Taylor steps out, hits him with the one tap, and that is going to be Sandbox closing out their defensive round 4-2.
That half's ended as it started. Brilliant roam work coming out of Sandbox as well, keeping M&M asking questions of, well, guys, we can't get to this next step in our plan until we've dealt with this one. You're spending 90 seconds trying to deal with Static, who was down in the basement. Like, it's going to be frustrating.
I love what I'm really enjoying watching Sandbox today. I've got to say, they are really bringing the heat.
They are. This aggressive roam game, many look at and just go, oh, you're playing like you would in ranked, like you're getting out on the map, you're not really playing strats. It doesn't matter. I was talking to Fresh about this over breakfast this morning, that the current meta of the game is really leaning in towards this aggressiveness, this swinging style, which is why APAC, LATAM, for example, are doing so well at the minute. Let's see, though, how Sandbox can do on the attacking side. They've dropped away from the Ying and brought something arguably even more obnoxious. They've got the Blitz on side, Tim.
The Blitz is coming along. It always begs the question, are we going to see a rush into site? It's a famous one that you and I cast. Kavana Gaming rushed in through elbow behind a Blitz and just went absolutely crazy in the first 15 seconds of the round. Are we going to see a repeat of it?
All aboard the Sandbox hype train. Could be. If it comes in, this is the round to do it. You generally can't get away with it twice in a row. Teams will be slightly more prepared, but even getting away with it just once puts them up to 5-2. A couple more rounds and they're done with the map. At least one more round and they guarantee overtime, which would be a great start for Sandbox. Not so good for M&M, of course. Not forgetting, this was M&M's map pick, I believe, as well. Next we go into Cafe, which, here we go. Is it going to start?
They've all spawned into construction. They've got Envy Taylor heading down that way. Novi's just ahead of him, and well, I don't know, Shiol's gone off elsewhere, but the fourth is going to be joining him. There's definitely potential here for Envy Taylor just trying to push in and get aggro.
Don't forget TSM did this one last time as well, where they had Bolo coming down big tower whilst the other 4 all pushed in on the rush. So you do want at least one player coming in from a different angle, and that looks to be what the setup is going to be. They've kept this Blitz quiet. They have no idea that it's coming. It's just going to come to light at one point. They won't bother chucking nades down there, I imagine. It's just going to be a straight-up charge, stop Solotov getting back in sight and reinforcing the wall. If they catch a whiff of the Blitz, it's going to be reinforced panic time.
Oh, I'm so excited for this, Des. We know it's coming. Everybody at home knows it's coming. We've just got to wait for that moment that Sandbox pull the trigger. As you say, Envy Taylor, he has crouch walked all the way down there to not give away that telltale shield sign. He's just edging his way forward. Here they go. That's the trigger. In he goes. That's elbow cleared. He continues trying to fight. Nitro comes out, avoids it. 5v4, and there's nothing that M&M can do to reinforce that wall now. The ground has been taken, but Nello, he manages to take Static down just to level things up. 4-4 now. Tyrant taking damage, but a big play from Neo. Hits him with a double on the flank. Moves into bunker, shut down by Shiol, but still M&M able to lean into this rush. Tyrant finds Shiol, and that leaves us now 3v1. Nello finds the final kill. It was fun while it lasted, Des.
Wasn't quite the Nino we were hoping for, was it, Tim?
It was fun while it lasted.
They did pause on 90. I think they saw the mirror window, they saw the C4 coming, and that just killed all of the potential in that attack. Well played by M&M, and definitely a different mirror window coming out too. Like, when's the last time you've seen that single reinforcement and a mirror window placed there? I can't think of one.
I feel like it did slow the push down a little bit as well. There was a Nitro that came out, forced Envy Taylor back. and it just gave them that sort of full stop, or at least a comma to the sentence to create that pause that they needed. And it was well played from M&M. They didn't panic, they lost the life. Farper was able to get the entry kill, but Neo, really big play at the end there, coming round pillars, just brave move, get in there, find two, and it really, that was the moment for me. Sandbox were broken.
Did you see where he came from? I wasn't sure if he was hiding in Harry Potter or if he'd come up Highway. I have a feeling they would have been watching Highway.
Originally, it was at the beginning of the round, he was Harry Potter, he was just under the stairs.
Yeah, okay then. For those who are curious what we mean by Harry Potter, generally if there's a call out where you rely on hiding under the stairs or at the bottom of the stairways, it's called Harry Potter. Thank you, Easy, indeed. Poor guy, he's had us 2 days in a row. He's dealt with all the hijinks, all the hilarity that comes with it at points.
He loves us, really.
He does, he does.
Heading into round number 8, then we're going to be heading up to the top floor. M&M getting their first defensive round on the board to bring us back to 3-4 on the scoreboard. Honestly, I had a feeling coming in today that this was going to be our first really big, tight game that goes the distance, that we start seeing some overtimes in, that we start seeing teams really wailing on each other. I just have a feeling these two teams are going to be very evenly matched throughout this one.
I sure hope so, and again I really hope we get to that third map. I know Chalet is a big M&M map, and for Sandbox it's a no-go map, but that just gives you all the reason why it feels more exciting to get onto it, because
Sandbox could be awesome there.
They could. That's what we don't know. We don't know, Tim.
We don't know.
Okie dokie, let's see if Sandbox can get a bit more of a structured attack together this time round. There is no rush coming in, it's not all sat behind a blitz, so it should be a little more standard in what we see. For M&M, the setup looks pretty typical, to be honest, as well. Everyone gathered up around the top 4. You've got Neo holding inside a trophy, Tyrant supporting him from behind, just like we saw coming out of Sandbox earlier on. That said, Tyrant has just dropped down into meeting and might be looking to try and provide some support. There's a red ping coming out, they know there's a man inside the bathroom, and they're really trying to pinch him out. It's Yuzus, who's in a spot of hot bother on the Legion here, has one more goo mine in pocket as well if he wants to drop it out for a little bit of information, but has now tucked himself away and he should be safe. Sorry, it's Solotov down there. It was Yuzus who's playing on the above, but Solotov swings, gets the kill onto Static inside a kitchen, and now Envy Taylor's coming in for seconds. Can Solotov find another? Yes, he can! A big 2k inside a kitchen, and Sandbox not able to clear him out just yet.
What a start from M&M there. Shayo finds Tyrant though. Sandbox certainly not done inside of round 8. 3 versus 4 as it stands. Shayo just getting caught up in a goo mine there. That's going to give M&M a little bit of information as to where this push is coming from. Solotov almost loses his life. Des, he runs in front of a car and manages to escape.
The man's a miracle worker. Straight back up towards Big Tower Stairs. He's now again entered the void of basement. We spoke about Static down there in prior rounds. Heaven knows where he will pop up. It could be coming out of Freezer. It could be up Big Tower. It could be coming out of Laundry. There's just so many options he's got to play with. And sure enough, Nova is on the hunt. They want to know where he's coming from. This drone likely going to get left to watch these stairs so a dead teammate can keep an eye on it. In fact, no. All the way up Zulu. They need to find him, in their mind at least, to make sure he can't hit them on the flank.
That's the thing. It's in their mind. Oh, Nova.
Don't think he saw him.
Little bit of lazy drone in there. Doesn't go all the way into Laundry. And if he hasn't spotted Solotov, like you say, that is now just a thorn in the side of the brain of Sandbox. As this round goes on, they know that the Melusa is unaccounted for. Where is he going to pop up? What damage is he going to do?
Sandbox are getting sucked into the same game that M&M did, mind you, of Chase the Roamer. It's so hard because there's such a vast area for you to go chasing. You've got to start thinking about what your execute looks like, and they've only got 20 seconds still to play with here. There is no smoke on side, but there are a couple of C4s, so let's keep a close eye out.
Solotov, this is your time to strike. He needs to get himself back into the mix here, otherwise the time will tick and he won't be effective. Neo finds the kill onto Nova. They can't get into sight. There's M&M have got this one absolutely locked down. A double from users. It levels us up. We are 4-4 in the game, and what an Oregon we are seeing. This is one of the best maps that we've had over the last couple of days.
Oh, I love it so far. We had a brilliant series from Sandbox against NIP yesterday. If you missed that one, you should go back and watch it. FaZe versus SSG was another screamer. And this one, again, I'll reiterate for many that look at this and go, who are M&M? We've never heard of them before. If you watch the EU scene, you watch Challenger League, you will have heard of them. Most of you around the world, probably not going to recognize them. Maybe not a far off story for Sandbox. You would have known them as Cloud9 or Mantis FPS formerly. You'd still look at these teams and say, okay, then it's lower tier teams fighting it out. It doesn't matter. It's proving to be a really, really interesting game. Very impressed by M&M's structure so far. On the attacking that side, that is. On the defensive side, things are going perfectly for them so far as well. First one a little bit shaken by the blitz, but dealt with it well in the prior round. That roam game, they showed they can tango the exact same way Sandbox did, and it worked to great effect. 4-4, and they are on the defensive side.
Going well so far for M&M. Sandbox, you feel they are on the cusp of something though. They just need to get that first attacking round, and it's going to make them serious challengers, serious contenders. I mean, you gotta remember, this is M&M's map pick. Sandbox coming in, already taken 4 rounds, and I dare say there's a sting in the tail yet from the APAC side. We know they are not done until the server is closed. So heading into round number 9, they're going to be attacking onto the third choice site for M&M. It's going to be Meeting and Kitchen, which we've seen a serious lean towards so far in their side. As previously, historically, we've seen a lot of Dining Kitchen as the third choice, but more recently we've had this shift over towards Meeting again, which is where it originally started out on the reworked Oregon. Meeting was pretty much the third choice.
There was that kind of battle for the longest time of will teams play Dining, will they play Meeting, and like you say, Dining was where we often defaulted to. Meeting wasn't like completely out of the picture. You can compare it to what you see of Reading and Fireplace and Mining and Fireplace, or Mining and Reading, sorry, coming across on Cafe. Almost forgot the name there for a second. Tyrant with yet another entry. He keeps on finding them. It's unbelievable. Again, the name Tyrant really gives you an idea of what this man can achieve. That's probably his 4th or 5th so far in the game, whether it be by nade, whether it be by gunfight, it doesn't matter. He's finding them the whole way through.
Really is the Arnaclone. Just going to take out the laser gate at the top of the white stairs there, freeing up the path for Static should he want to go and try and start this top floor clearance. We've got battle lines drawn at the minute with Invitational, Nova and Static all just lined up on that west side, looking to try and push across from Dining, get angles into Kitchen and just try and get anything working at this point in time. But 4v5, M&M are not keen to overexpose. They're not looking to peek here. Static going to take some damage out of Kitchen as well. It's Invitational with a nade onto Nello though that could really free things up. Static, he's gone bolting right into the centre of sight. Invitational with a second, and Sandbox are waking up on the attack. Dash uses, tries an ambitious drop but gets shut down, and Static, Nova go wild. The diffuser's going down. Neo is last man alive. He finds one. He's got 3 more to go.
Got to try and find it all for himself on the backside of Meeting here, and with diffuser down, Sandbox scattered to the winds. One in green corridor. Envy working his way on the upstairs by the looks of it here. In fact, holding on to Zulu as in comes Neo looking for the shots. Can't quite find Envy. Takes a bit of chip damage and backs himself away once again. This clock is going to run down in no time at all, so unless he can get a jiggle on right now, he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble. Some more shots come in. More of that HP disappearing away. This should be round Sandbox, and they hit M&M with pace in that round.
That's what we've just seen one of Sandbox's big strengths there, and that is recognising an opportunity and taking it without hesitation. Mid-round, they see that there's nobody inside a Kitchen. We think we can get in here. We've cleared out security. Let's go. And they were just in there in numbers. Envy Taylor, Static, users tried to drop. It was all he could do, but shut down. And Sandbox were just absolutely ready for anything M&M could throw at them then.
All the hard work that round really was done by Envy with those nades.
It was great. He got absolutely brilliant play from him.
2 nade kills inside of Dining. Like, normally you would have to go and take top floor control for yourself. We saw M&M do the same on their attacks. Users with the vertical play got some kills from that angle. But rather than pushing up into the top floor, they relied on drone work and nades, really well placed nades at that, to get the kills they needed. Both members removed from the top floor. Barely even a factor in that round, and they push in and get the kill knowing there is no vertical cover through the hatch. Very smart from Sandbox, and albeit riding potentially a lot on those 2 nades connecting, they did have more in backup with Harper and Static, also with nades in the back pocket should they be required. Let's see then how this next round plays out. Down into the basement we go. After 3 rounds on the defense, M&M have won 2 and lost 1. Exactly the same as Sandbox. They finished at 4 and 2. If things carry on the way they have so far, overtime is going to be inbound.
5 seconds left.
Looking towards that mirror play, interesting. So we don't have the blitz brought along this time. Obviously, Sandbox not going to be trying the same sort of audacious rush that they did last time. And M&M they've read that and they've lent into it, Des, because we've got mirrors now placed the same as Sandbox did. Whereas previously, it's interesting, they obviously had an idea that rush was going to come because they played it on the wall to elbow. This time, it's not present there. It's been played looking towards Laundry, so they know they're looking at a more default attack here. So I like M&M's setup for this. I like the adaptation, and I like how well they're reading into Sandbox's game.
Now the question is, does Sandbox read into M&M's game? Given how we saw M&M attack it, it was the full north side attack. They didn't bother with going the south side. Sandbox could take the hard route here. They've got the smokes available on the Twitch, so they can smoke out those mirror windows. They can chuck a couple in towards Highway, one off towards the rotate on the right-hand side that leads into Supply. They have got options to play with. M&M did too, but I'm just saying this is what Sandbox have got to work with here. For now, at least, it's going to be Charles pushing up towards this north side. They want to make sure that there's no one lurking for them and waiting in Tier 3 of Big Tower, because we've seen teams stung by that a good few times. The main focus is going to be on where you see the Heart Breachers go. Where does Nova go? Where does Harper go? I think we had the KIA as well coming in for Sandbox on their defense, so a little bit of difference there too, in that you're not relying just on the Maverick. You can afford to get every hatch open.
Absolutely. Sandbox now confident that they're in control of the top 2 floors. That gives them essentially stage 1 done. Roam clearance and map control is yours. So it's now time to start thinking about clearing out this utility. Hatches start getting open to allow a little bit more access. We'll see then exactly where this push is likely to start building. Shile's just running them merry rings at the minute with the Twitch stroke. Manages to get the Laundry facing mirror window. That could be big. And the Arna clone is now pushing down towards Freezer. So it looks like Sandbox are mounting to play some pressure onto that side of the map. It'll be interesting to see whether they can have more success than M&M did, particularly in gaining access to Freezer and clearing out the mirror window that looks onto it.
I think Charles still lurking up towards top side of the map as well. In fact, he's going all the way around to construction, so it's a bit of a change coming, because Envy's moved into meeting as well. They've changed, at least it looked like for a second, what they were trying to focus on, but they've still got 3 members on the south, so this is going to be that Latam push we spoke about a few times. They're going to have Freezer, they're going to have Laundry, they're going to have potentially an E-Box drop, and potentially looking towards North Tower as well. I like. Charles now comes south side too. So a bit of a switcheroo there, maybe because they felt he's done his job on the north side. It's Envy that you now want up there with those nades in back pocket.
It's an attack that I absolutely love because it stretches the defense to the max, and we're going to see a bloodbath here. A Static looks to go in, but he gets flashed out. That's going to burn some time as he can't push forward. Solotov finds the opener onto Harper while Shyle finds Usus, and this is just going crazy, Des. Nello tries to push through the smoke, but he's going to lose his life. Tyrant is on the reload and on the run. He gets shut down. It's 2v2. These bodies dropping left, right, centre, everywhere you look. Neo moves in and manages to get Envy Taylor, and that could be the round deciding kill. Static moves in, shut down by Solotov, and somehow in what was an absolute maelstrom of kills, M&M managed to hold on.
It was back and forth all the way through. There is one thing I'll clock and note there. When those 2 smokes came out, Solotov held on to all 3 smoke canisters, and I was thinking, surely now's the time to get those toxic babes out, shut down the push before it can get underway. But maybe Nello called for it and said, no, don't. I'm pushing through the smoke. I'm going for the kill. If he'd have got Shyle when he came out the other side of that smoke, that would have shut down a lot of that attack. But unfortunately for him, Shyle did win out, and they kept on pushing their way forwards. But Sandbox stung by the same thing that M&M were. The clock works against them. That is one of those final 3 rounds here that M&M have got on the board. They're going to go to Kids and Dorms here, and for me, it's going to be round 12 that is the difference maker when we go back into Kitchen and Meeting. So I think M&M can win this one. If they don't, I'd be very worried if we go into the off-site or if we don't see a repeat of this site.
That's it. We're likely to see either M&M win and we go to Meeting, or we're going to see Dorms twice, I would imagine. I can't see M&M trying to hold on to Meeting in such a crucial round.
I don't know what kind of team they are, but we spoke about this a few times. Some teams, regardless of win or lose, will cycle through the same 3 sites. And even when it's a potentially weaker site, they'll still do it because they get into the mindset of, right, here's the rotation we're going to play, here's the strat we're going to employ, let's go, go, go. Others will repeat the same site. We saw BDS yesterday trying the same site 5 times and went 1 and 4 on it. Wasn't the prettiest, was it?
Wasn't ideal. Now then, we can just see Neo crouching underneath the shotgun of Nello there as Attic gets opened up. There's a deployable shield facing in towards Master Bedroom. It's always one that I like. It just gives a little bit of aggression on towards that south side. Doesn't allow then attackers to just move in too quickly and try to get themselves established inside a closet. Interestingly, there's a rotation in closet, so M&M going to have the opportunity to peek out of there potentially, but also peek through it. They're unlikely to get boots on the ground and try and actually push through it, but if you look at the top of White Stairs, there's a rotation in the wall there. There's a thank you very much easy. 2 rotations gives you a nice long line of sight all the way to that doorway.
It can do indeed. Some frost mats down as well. Let's not forget, Tim is our resident magnet towards these frost mats. There is 1 behind the bunk beds. There's 1 at the top of White Stairs tucked into the left and 1 inside the window in Attic. So They likely won't have a massive impact too early in the round, but you watch in the final 45 seconds, I wouldn't be surprised if someone steps into one. Solotov, the hero of Kitchen, again cooking up a storm, trying to find another couple of kills as he has done previously, but so far unable to find anyone. The only thing he's really found is some lost hit points from himself.
He's going to drop away, and we saw Solotov last time causing a nuisance of himself down in the basement, just able to disappear at will, it seemed. And Static, he's just trying to hold on to angles there and cut down the basement, but he's not going to prevent the movement of Tyrant, who's now on rear stage stairs and able to move up and look for a potential challenge into meeting. And I love this from Tyrant and Solotov, the way that they're just rotating around each other, being flexible on the roam, and just causing an absolute headache for Sandbox here. As I say that, Solotov gets the opener onto Harper. Exactly what M&M needed.
That was a run out front door as well. That's like a Sandbox special. Everyone remembers the replay from Sweden of Cyclops charging out front door and killing 2 or 3 people on jump outs. It was unbelievable against Team 1, I think, as well, of all teams to do it against. But it's M&M striking big on to Sandbox. That's your Maverick gone. You lose those 2 nades. They stay in back pocket. They won't be coming out anytime soon. Sandbox have got to get a jiggle on though. Again, 65 seconds to play with here. They've got the drones, they've got the intel, they've got everything, they've got the utility, but they're still losing members. Tyrant finds Static. Not been a great day for him so far, given he was dropping 16 plus kills on a map yesterday against NIP, but so far being silenced by the UK team.
I just feel Sandbox have been a bit too passive on the road clearance there. They've allowed 2 of the M&M players to just rotate around freely. Tyrant, Solotov just able to move and shoot, and never really be closed down. They just tried to hold flanks, they tried to prevent them moving, but it just hasn't been successful, and they're about to lose another life here if they're not careful. Envy Taylor throws the nade. What a reaction from him. He is the man underneath him, and he's able to get onto ADS and find the kill, all in the space of half a second or so. Users now looking towards that top of White Stairs. Sees the man push up, going to look for the challenge. Somehow Sandbox are finding kills there. They're getting the diffuser down. They've got the cover. This looks like it could be a Sandbox round until Envy Taylor gets down. Nova found out, and that is going to be cleaned up by Neo and Tyrant.
Beautiful stuff. So we get that round we were talking about. We had to see M&M win this one. It's round 12 that is going to be the decider. Normally there's a line that you say at this point in a game, Tim. Do you want to share?
We're going all the way, Des.
To 12 in regulation.
I've got to mix it up sometimes.
Yeah, because all the way normally means 15, right?
Oh, that's when I say 15.
Okay, we're going all the way to 15. Now we're going all the way to 12. Let's use. Do you say something like let's use every round of regulation? Is that the line? It's something there in his textbook. He can't remember it right now. We'll come back to it later. Again, though, round 12. This is the off-site meeting and kitchen. This is where M&M have lost previously. If you remember, Sandbox came charging in through showers, in through dining. We had Envy Taylor getting 2 massive kills with frag grenades from below. That's going to be the difference maker for me. If M&M can keep those vertical players alive or force Sandbox into the same difficulties that M&M had in the first half of losing time trying to clear roamers, that is going to be their ticket to success. So let's keep a close eye on that.
M&M setting up largely the same, I would imagine. We've got Neo just on the rear side there, going to take out the reinforcements on the rear stage wall. We've got rotation being opened up kitchen to meeting. I would expect to see utility up on the top floor as well. Like you say, really for M&M, the difference for me is here. They need to keep an eye on Sandbox and that potential rush. If they give them the opportunity, if they give them that bit of space, especially if Sandbox create that little bit of space. As you say, we saw Envy Taylor kill Nello with the nade, and that was like the signal. That was like, right, site's empty, let's go. So if that happens again and Sandbox get that opener, M&M need to react quicker. They need to be dropping into site ready to challenge those doorways before Sandbox are established.
Absolutely. Got to say, by the way, looking across the kill spread on both teams, you know, outside of 1 or 2 outliers, looking towards Nova. Okay. I mean, it was a try. It didn't lead anywhere. It did get a bit of chip damage down to Harper. But I was going to say, outside of like Nova, Static, maybe looking towards Nello and Yuzus, everyone is really getting involved in the game. And even those members I just mentioned aren't exactly quiet. Again, outside of maybe Nova, it is a team game here. It's not down to 1 or 2 players really flying off the handle. Everyone's pulling their weight.
Tyrant playing up on T3 at the minute. Not sure if he's been sort of located up there or not. There are windows punched out, so I would expect Sandbox to be aware of his presence. If they're going to look to push in from the south and west side, they might not be too worried about him over there. But Shiol is currently located on that side of the map with the Twitch, so they may well try to deal with him, but they could just leave him out in the cold. It looks like Shiol's actually going to rotate away. Yes, he's going round more more towards your sort of dining side of things. He's going to look to move in and pressure green corridor instead, but that could be an issue if he wants to get in on play on that side of the map. That's when Tyrant is potentially going to become a problem. If they're going to ignore him, they need to really ignore him and just play from the south and west side.
Well, he's just got rid of the shock drone from Shah that was tossed down. I don't know if that's both of them gone, but he doesn't have any left in back pocket. Imagine the other one's either out around the map or indeed both are dead, which could prove a problem given Neo is playing on the Kaid here. Let's keep a close eye on where it goes. Again, looking towards the stage wall. That is electrified off. They need that gun if they're going to get this opened up, assuming, of course, they want this side of control. Shile rotates himself around. Do they know? Yes, he does, and Tyrant wins it out. It's another entry for him, and Shile has found himself as the loser in the vast majority of those. Envy also now going down. There's no nades cooking for the top floor this time, but there is a victory cooking up in the kitchen for Eminem. He's going to get himself back on his feet, but it's a 5 versus 4.
So we're looking that way at the minute. Static just trying to pressure and pressure and pressure. Nello inside of security. He's done damage time and again, but Nello still alive and looking to hold it down. Static finds his man onto Neo. 4 versus 4. The challenge continues. Tyrant somehow finding that kill, just dipping and diving behind that table, but pops up with a surprise. And there come the last 2. Solotov finishing the man. Envy was down. Envy. Whew, it was a hard fought fight from him, but not quite enough for Sandbox as Eminem, they take Oregon 7-5.
It is their map choice. It came close, but they still walk away with the win set. If anything else comes of this, they get at least 1 point. When we go into Cafe, again, one team has to lose their win streak because both have played ridiculously well there. Just looking down the key kills and the scores on our screen right now, Tyrant sat on 12 at the top. You call them Molotovs and Marshmallows. We call them Solotov and Marshmallows after a performance like that, and no doubt there is plenty more to come.
I'm sure there's a lot of teams that are sitting and taking notice of Eminem after that one. Those top 3 kills on the board, Neo, Tyrant and Solotov, what a game they've just had. Absolutely gone wild. Tyrant and Solotov, they just could not get a handle on them at all.
No, it was a really interesting game of Roma's really being a nightmare, right? Look back to the first half when Static was given a few headaches, disappearing into basement. Tyrant just consistently catching people on the entry. I can't wait to see what that looks like. But we'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, map number 2, Cafe awaits for us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to M&M against Sandbox. We have just finished up with Oregon, where M&M walked away the winner 7-5. It was their map pick, and now we step into Cafe, where for the last 5 months, both teams have been undefeated. Today, one of those teams will have that win streak ended. For M&M, they're currently 4-0. For Sandbox, they're 9-0 after beating NIP yesterday. I can't wait to get into this one, Tim.
Honestly, I really cannot.
Look at the 5-0 entry. The man's cracked.
The thing is, the whole entry, look at that, 9-3. Like, they just went absolutely crazy in the beginning of the round.
6-0 entry.
They were just picking up so many. It was so good from them. It was very, very impressive, and that's something that Sandbox definitely need to improve upon on Cafe, because they're just consistently in 70% of that game play in a 4v5.
Yeah, it was one of those where we spoke about it yesterday, but ahead of the NIP game. And again, shout out to Jesse and Jacob for this stat. Sandbox had the highest conversion rate of any team. If they get the entry kill, they were then going on to win 84% of rounds. And at Invite last year, they had a +29 entry stat, way ahead of the team in second, or I believe had +15, I forget who it was. You combine those two together and you've got a prolific team in the making. But M&M have shown them what for and taken the first map away from them. We now go, as I said, into Cafe, where yesterday they had their tried and tested Flores banned away from them, but they made it work with the Twitch.
The thing is, I don't think there's a ban that can really stop Sandbox on Cafe, if I'm honest. We know that they are just so good on this map. M&M, this is going to be the real test for them now. They've played on their map, they've been taken all the way to 12. You know, let's look at the positives from the side of Sandbox. They're coming into a map that M&M wanted to play, that they're going to have prepped, that they were ready to go on, and they've still taken them the distance to 12. So, really, if Sandbox come in here and maybe pick up a 7-3 or 7-4 and can win themselves Cafe, you start looking towards that last map thinking, well, this could be very competitive, with Sandbox maybe having an edge, but we know that M&M really like that last map of Chalet, so it's not going to be easy for either team from here on out. But if M&M want to pick up that 2-map win and the full 3 points, Cafe is going to be the place they have to do it. But we can't also ignore M&M's history on Cafe, as you say, unbeaten themselves as well, just not quite as many times as Sandbox, and a capable team. Honestly, I think we're in for an absolute war here.
In the break, you and I were saying we're dying for this to go.
I really want a third map.
I really want this game to go the full distance. So, although I'm not here saying I hope M&M lose, I don't want either team to lose. I'd rather they both go on and win and do well and we see them in the playoffs looking strong. Realistically, is 3 maps going to be the right way to go if you want to see both of them in the playoffs? Yeah, because they both walk away with points. But I think for this series and the quality that we saw on Oregon, it deserves all 3 maps.
Yes, I think that's correct. I think, you know, neither team here, after that performance on Oregon particularly, deserves to walk away empty-handed. You know, they've both put up great performances. Sandbox, we just need to see a little bit more on the entry. I think if they can do that and they can get those man advantages, we'll see more of a test for M&M. We haven't really seen them defending short-handed, for example, too often. So for me, they really need to do that. If they're going to do that, they need to get a handle on the roamers. I wrote it in my notes a couple of times that they were too passive on their roam clearance. Solitov, Tyrant, just able to rotate around in basement, and it was sort of like the thought process was, well, whilst they're down in basement, they can't hurt us, but they can when they come back up, and they were just too allowing for them. They were just too kind and let them move around at will.
Well, Tim, I'm also a stickler. I'm not a stickler for time. That's a total lie. I'm a stickler.
Total lie.
I'm a stickler for time inside the game, and that was a big factor in the last round as well. Too much time spent dealing with the roamers. I know you're saying they're going to get a handle on them, but you can't invest too much time. You've got to be razor sharp on dealing with them. Cafe is a map that requires a lot of clearance, so I'm excited to see how this one shapes up. The Nomad ban coming in first is quite interesting because M&M never play it on this map. They love things like IQ, Finca, Iana, Hibana, Sledge. That has been their go-to comp across the majority of their games. The Flora is going to get taken away, the same as NIP banned it away against Sandbox yesterday. In 80% of their rounds, Sandbox will play the Flores. They showed yesterday they can do just as well with the Twitch, so I don't think it will phase them, but it does take away quite a strong point. The Wamai also going to come away here as a ban for M&M, and the final one, I imagine we'll see something like a Valkyrie coming out here. Given the Nomads there, roamers are going to be a thing and you want information to play off of. There it is, going to be the Valkyrie, our 4th and final ban.
Nothing too surprising then, as you say. Largely,
almost like data suggests this is what you'd see.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Weird, that.
I mean, you mentioned time there, Des. You sort of, you say that you're not always too respectful of time, but sometimes you are very punctual, aren't you?
Am I?
sometimes you can be very, very punctual.
There's a joke here, and I don't know where it's going.
Particularly for flights. You know, you like to make sure you're on time. I once turned up at the airport with Desert for a flight. He was 13 hours early for his flight.
Is that being punctual, though? Is punctual being on time, or is it being exceptionally
You want to know
early?
what that was being? It was being stubborn. Because I told you about 4 times on the way to the airport, and on the week before, Des, I think your flight might have moved. Just double check it. And you were having none of it, and you were 13 hours early.
There's a little joke we have
inside
the UK travel team, the casters that all come from the UK, and that you've got Tim on one end, who's the perfect travel buddy. He's the guy that you want if you want to be somewhere on time with no stress. If you want to be super relaxed about things, I'm your guy. You'll be the last on the plane, you'll be the last one at the terminal, but you'll maximise the time not spent at the airport. So there's a real tale of two tapes here, I think.
Well, sometimes, until you turn up 13 hours early. And then you'll really maximise that airport time.
It's a one-up, all right? I'm just making up for a year missed of airport time. Anyway, we're into the game. It's
top floor.
Not the top floor. Tim, what's wrong with top floor, Tim?
I told you about it yesterday, what was wrong with it.
Tell the viewers, Tim.
I was proved right with what is wrong with top floor. It is a difficult site to defend, and it just seems to remain the primary choice with teams. Kitchen, Reading, so often has a better defensive win rate, but teams insist on going here first of all. I think we saw, I can't remember what the final figure was, but we were definitely at a point where it was defenders has lost it 3 times and won it once. So they had a 75% loss rate on it yesterday across the entire game with NIP and Sandbox, and it's just very, very difficult for them to hold on to, and I think that there are stronger sites on the map. But Sandbox, they're going to start things off up on the top. Bar and cocktail it will be.
I wonder if part of this plan by M&M and dropping away the IQ, bringing the Zofia, is they don't need the IQ to deal with Valkyrie cameras for one. They maybe felt a bit ravaged by them historically. That's not going to be a concern because Sandbox have done them the wonderful favour of banning it away themselves, meaning they can bring along the Zofia in place of the IQ, more range destruction. They've got a lot of that on side, to be honest with you. 6 grenades, they've got the Hibana X Kairos for opening this up at range. They've got the Zofia. There's so much safe utility they've got to play with there. Static penned here inside a cigar shop. Looked like he was taking a good few shots. Has now backed himself away. Tucked him behind the actual display desk itself, but is still under threat here. A well-placed grenade. We'll see him taken out. Almost called it as it was happening. Yuzu's finding the opening kill, and once again, Static not having the best day on entry.
It's very, very clear to me that M&M have done their homework here for Sandbox on Cafe, because Solotov just picking up Harper on the jump out there as well, alive to the danger when Sandbox do try to mix things up. But if you saw there at the beginning of the round, Static tried the nitro onto the hatch. So yesterday he waited for the sledge to open a hatch and then he detonated the nitro on the second hatch, as the natural presumption would be you head over to get the second hatch. M&M were well aware of that. They didn't go straight for that second hatch, waited for the nitro to disappear, and then they were just gunning down through the soft wall into the position they know that Static is going to sit and play inside of that cigar shop. So M&M definitely got the read on Sandbox here. They're doing well. They've got Piano cleared out. They've got the red drop. They're moving into Cigar. They are starting to push forward here, M&M.
Sandbox has done that thing again where they reinforce off both walls between storage and bathrooms. So although there's a rotate there to help speed with the setup, they reinforce it off afterwards, and one man ends up pinned in there. It is MV Taylor. He is locked in. If a nade comes singing in from the south white window, he could be done for. And M&M haven't read into that just yet, but there could be another grenade coming in. They will try and throw one in, but he stacks up with mute jammers. He's got ADSs. He's going to be a nightmare to unseat from this position. He won't try and swing anything just yet, but Charles the first one to step out and find a kill for himself. Tyrant going deep. Planet's going down, sees them out, finds the kill onto Nova. A 4 versus 2, maybe a 4 versus 1 coming into play in a second, but Nello sticks the defuse. MV Taylor's trying to step out, trying to have some kind of impact, as my God, do his team need him right now. It's him and Charles, the dynamic duo from APAC, coming up into a 2 versus 4. Charles hits the deck and it gets closed out by Nello with a kill onto MV. Tim, it sounds like a bold accolade to make this early. I would wager the opening 60 seconds of attacking rounds for M&M are some of the best we have seen of any tournament here at SI so far. Their entry kills, the drone work, the positioning, everything is just brilliant.
It is absolutely no accident that they are completely dominating the entry game. I think you're absolutely right, Des. They are going in. They are very aware of where everybody is located. They are sectioning individuals off very easily and just really isolating people and dealing with them. It's great. They're pushing them around. Static moved into a position for users to get it's just working like clockwork for them. Sandbox going to head away from that top floor in round number 2. They're going to head down to Reading. They had much more success on this site yesterday, so I'd expect to see something good from them here. There will be a bit of a top floor presence, as we would expect. They were quite aggressive with it at times. They'll push quite a high line, maybe play underneath Skylight, play right up into Cigar Shop. They're not going to let M&M have anything for free here.
So they damn well shouldn't. That mirror could be a bit of a difference maker, mind you. Yes, it can slow things down for them. It can give them a much stronger hold up on the top floor. One thing I do want to see, to be honest, if they play on that top floor again, is to stop the whole reinforcing thing. Like they've done here, these 2 walls were what they reinforced off in the last round as well. So it's a similar setup. The problem with that wall being reinforced off is you can't give support to bathroom in towards the bar. If they come playing in through Cigar, for example, you don't see anything. You can't spray down any shots there, stop them coming up around New Balk as well. It's just messy and very isolated, and you saw that from Envy in the last round. He had to kind of flank into Piano and try and get involved later in the round, but he could do nothing to stop the bar push coming in. They've gone for it again in this round. I don't think it matters as much because it is the reading site. Just one of those things that I'm looking at and thinking, that probably needs to change at some point.
More than likely. Nova just getting into the late setup there, putting the mirror window down, opening up his peak hole. And as I suggested, Sandbox quite a high line here. There's Static playing underneath New Hatch. It's going to get opened up, so he definitely needs to be careful here. He's going to just scoot away as the drone sees him, but he's got one above him on Skylight potentially as well, and it might just be time for Static to drop himself away, but he is going to keep himself there fighting for the time being. As I said, very aggressive generally on that top floor hold from Sandbox, and it does continue, but he does drop away to safety now, and M&M taking good control of the top floor.
It's a good start. Time again was the big thing on this map for me. I'm most excited, to be honest, to see the kitchen defense, because that requires a full map clear and it will really test M&M's ability with the clock. This one, though, not miles off being that much different. You've got Tyrant lurking around downstairs, which is quite new. Don't often see people pushing in from below here, but could look to do some damage up above. If they have information on where Nova is behind this mirror window, it would be one of the first kills I think I've ever seen from downstairs onto that second floor, but instead working his way out towards the gold stairs, going to push his way forwards and just try and deal with anyone that might be trying to play at C4 down below.
Just going to hold that angle at the bottom of White Stairs for the time being. Cut off any potential rotation. Users just eating up that L mine as he drops down. And it's going to wear off. And he'll be able to start pushing forward toward the mid-floor. They've got Red Controller now, and Solotov just still very conscious of the potential for this top floor, and there are a number of players up there, and while you feel M&M have maybe started to get some control, Sandbox just able to work their way back into it. Static finding himself, he's dropped away from this position once, and he's come back, and they are absolutely adamant, and we know why, to hold on to this top floor. It's going to be a freebie, Des.
He missed.
No, he misses the one-tap shot. Sometimes you can't go for style. You gotta go for substance, and Static just missing his opportunity there. And whew, I tell you what, Neo gets away with one.
He gets away with a freebie. Solotov biting into Nova for the first time, but it's at that 30-second mark where M&M have only just really got inside the building and started establishing any kind of ground control. Not that it's going to slow them down, because once again, they are in a 5 versus 3. This has happened at least 6 times across the 2 maps so far, and with a numbers advantage like this, they've got to pull the trigger. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. In comes a push. Tyrant missing out. Shile finding one. Neo gets MV elsewhere. The 4 versus 2 comes in. Uses a great shot onto Shile. Harper's left alive. Shotgun in hand. Steps in one. Uses the shutdown. Even with no time on the clock, they get the closeout.
Starting to feel like Sandbox is in big trouble here, Des, to be honest. This was a map that we expect them to come in and really start commanding and get in a few rounds, but the defense so far has seen no joy for them. They've lost top floor, they've lost reading, they're heading now to kitchen, they're trying to find a scrap of anything they can get a hold of, but M&M, the problem is they are growing in confidence. As each round goes by, they're playing freer and freer, and it is making them very difficult to challenge.
There is one fact we didn't raise to those of you at home. This event is the first time the players of M&M have ever met. I think a couple of them, like Coach Amerta and the owner Cal, have met. I think they met Nello before, maybe at an event as well. But not only that, it's also for the majority of them playing a LAN for the first time. They had to arrive on the weekend. They turned up, and I spoke to Amerta. He said on Monday we played 12 hours of scrims. The boys had, outside of Nello and I think 1 or 2 others that had played like UK or Benelux LANs, they've never played on 0 ping before. They have basically had to not quite relearn the game, but learn the game in a LAN setting after meeting each other for the first time, after just qualifying to EU and no doubt being exhausted after all the work they've put in, yet are coming in here and making a team that beat the defending world champions yesterday look like a walk in the park for them on a few of these rounds. Sure, they've been stretched on the clock a couple of times, but I'll take that as being the only but you can really say about your team, because in all of the departments, they are flying.
Certainly going well for them so far. We've got the freezer wall set up there. It's always an interesting one where you make it look like Swiss cheese, putting a Rooney gate over it and just try to play into anybody trying to push from that side. It means that you can aggress through it, but it's not easy to breach necessarily and actually get that access into freezer. MV Taylor is going to be up on the top floor, just drone hunting at the minute on the Mozzie, just trying to make it difficult, deny that information. It's not something that we see used too often anymore, isn't the Mute Mozzie combo, where you just try to completely shut off information to a complete floor essentially and make attackers peek into you.
It's in a healthy state, I think, where it's a niche sort of setup,
yes.
And this is where you want operator balance to sit, in that you're not running it every single round. In the same, you don't always see Jaeger or Mai, for example, right? It's more that you can employ it on certain maps in certain positions or team preferences. Like one example I lean to is Nello very rarely ever plays Thermite. Hibana is his go-to hard breacher. Other teams on this map will love things like the Ace. They'll bring along a Thermite. I thought it back on the last map of Oregon as well. You saw Maverick and Hibana. You didn't see a Thermite at all. Some teams love playing those ops. So when it's kind of a choice, I think that's when you know an operator or operator pairing is in a good spot.
Top floor clearance is continuing for M&M here, so if you're wondering what's the next step, what are they trying to do? They're trying to get themselves top and mid floor locked down. They need that control. They've only got 3 drones though, so Sandbox doing a great job of denying information here with the Mozzie, with the Mute, and just with their guns shooting those drones out. Tyrant taking the challenge just on the white stairs there, but I'll tell you what, Sandbox are just holding on to this stairs. They're not letting go of it. We're going to see Solotov down here, and this is a better start from Sandbox, one of the best that we've seen inside of a round. We're already past the minute 30 mark. There's no verticality going on yet. There's no possibility of that happening yet, because Sandbox are still fighting over the mid floor. Great round from them so far.
Having to just swing and pre-fire things here as well, and this is what I spoke about in the previous round. I said I was really excited about seeing the downstairs, because that's when you'd see M&M made or broken, and so far they're feeling broken. The roamers of Sandbox have cleared out the vast majority of these drones, and about the minute mark they've started swinging their hammer. A minute and 30 is generally the benchmark for you to get enough done that you can execute, so they're going to have to panic a little bit here and almost start rushing as things go by. I think they've just electrocuted off a bunch of the hard breach pellets coming through onto the fireplace hatch, so instead what they're going to have to do is put those hard breach pellets around the side of it. A trade comes in, Harper going down while Static gets Tyrant elsewhere.
That was a beautiful nade from Users there, just using the half window, getting it down through the ceiling to just find his man. 4v4, but M&M, they are against serious time pressure here with 25 seconds left to go. They drop into the hatch and they're just going to have to aggress into sight, but they're likely to aggress into Nova's shotgun. He hits one, pumps for a second, throws the nitro. He's coming back for more. Does he find any? He gets his man. That's a double. MV Taylor joins the party. 1v3 as the M&M attack just absolutely collapses in upon itself. Users takes damage, closed out by Shioto, and Sandbox are back in the fight.
This is what we wanted to see. It'll be interesting if this leads to a 4-2 split for the attackers, but time bites M&M in the backside. Bit too much time spent on the roam clear. Drones were getting eliminated there by members of Sandbox. Really well controlled with the with the Mute and the Mozzie. Just really good stuff for Sandbox. At least get themselves around on the board. Now we need to convert it into a couple more in this half. A 3-3 split isn't super ideal on the defensive side, but you'll take it if that's what you can get. We go back up into Bar and Cocktail. We saw them lose this back in round 1. I'm hoping this time round things prove to go a little bit better.
As you say, they need to change something up. It was very well managed by M&M on their attack of this top floor site, so they knew that Static was going to be playing in and around Cigar Shop. They dealt with him within the first minute very easily. It meant they could get in, they got control. They swept across site. Tyrant able to walk in and find kills inside a Cocktail. Diffuser went down. Basically, everything that could go wrong sort of did for Sandbox, really. M&M were just able to find every crack, every crevice, and just get in there and break them open. So this time, Sandbox got to stand up a bit taller. They got got to hold on. Don't want to be giving themselves away. For me, it's about doing things a little bit differently. As I say, the read into Static was there. They knew where he was going to be playing. They knew the nitro that was going to come out. It has changed this time. Static's on the smoke. We've got the Goyo. We've got a few different things going on.
Well, Tim, are they going to reinforce the wall? No, they've left it open. So they rotate wall between bathroom and storage, the one that I keep on mentioning. Yep, this one, thank you very much, Easy. That was constantly being reinforced off. This time, for now at least, has been left soft. So that is a big change to what we saw in all their rounds against NIP yesterday and what we've seen so far from them. So this will give the chance for MB Taylor or whoever plays in there, I think it is MB on the Aruni, the ability to challenge a little bit more clearly, and everything I've said has now been negated as they are reinforcing it off. Never mind.
It was set up for you, Des.
It was.
Put the rotate there.
So sad.
It looked like they were going to lean into playing the Pixel spot a little bit more, into Piano, try and deny that access for M&M, but it may well be that they just play it a little shallower now. They can still play inside of the washroom. They've got the shield set up there. Solotov, however, he's going to find MV Taylor, and it's another entry for M&M.
I was just about to say there's now no one that can take the stop off where MV was, because he was the Pixel and washroom player. They did have one step down, so Nova's come across from playing on Lumber or top white and is now set in that position. So they do have backup there. Just would have been a bit easier if the rotate was, you know, left open.
Goyo shield is going to be detonated on Pixel spot corner, so it's just step by step for M&M again. They've recognised the different defence and they're picking it a piece part by part. They've dropped into the top of red stairs now, aggressing in behind that Gemini decoy. Solotov gets himself established inside a cigar, going to hold an angle while just more men get themselves inside of the map. I would expect, look at this, Des, they're all stacking up on the skylight. I think they're going to go for it here. The flashes go in. It could well be a drop. Nope, they've dipped away from it. It just looked for a second like they might go over the ledge there and try and get the diffuser down, but they're continuing with this great utility clearance at the minute.
It's because they wanted to get these shields cleared out of storage first so no one can sit behind them and challenge them as they go in for it. Now they've done that, you can see the drones racing through just to make sure it's clear. They know there's a player hanging around Freezer, around Lumber that might rotate back through, but that's it, because again, the rotation is closed off. They haven't got to worry about it all that much. So let's keep a close eye on that and see how it weighs into this round. You've got Yuzu's ready to come swinging in on the new balcony up above Cocktail. He can have a big impact here given the opportunity.
Nello with a smart play there, just taking the barricade out for him, and it just prevents the sound of that sledgehammer opening it. It could just give them the element of surprise. Shaol does find Tyrant with a nice headshot from across the map, looking for more but can't quite see through that Toxic Babe canister at the minute. As it clears, he does have another opportunity, can't find the Hibana of Nello. We're just waiting for users to swing in on that East Rappel, and here he goes. There's how much success is he gonna find? He's on the flank, but it looks like Sandbox have read into it a little. There's one man that does get taken down. It's going to be Shaol losing his life. Nello has the opportunity to put the diffuser down, and Users gets aggressive, finds one into barback storage, and once again it's falling apart for Sandbox as the diffuser will be confirmed. It's all up to Nova in Piano. Can he play them a pretty tune here? Absolutely not, as Neo shuts him down, and that's M&M with another attacking round on top floor.
I hate to sound like a broken record, Tim, but look at the impact Harper had there from on Pixel and Bathroom. Absolutely none. They ignored him. They came pushing in through bar. He could not contest them at all without exposing himself. Users come swinging in, clears out Cocktail. They have no control around the site, and an easy plant comes in. M&M identifying the opportunities put before them, the weaknesses in Sandbox's setup, and capitalizing beautifully. They're now sat at 3-1, and there is work to do for Sandbox. Reading and Fireplay is going to be where we head back to for a second time. You know, again, the clock does hurt M&M at points on this site. Let's see how they do here.
M&M supporters are going to be sat very happily watching this, I would imagine, because they are looking confident as each kill, as each round comes in. They just seem to grow in strength and stature, and they're getting right on top of Sandbox Gaming at the minute. The impressive thing that M&M are doing is reading into that Sandbox defence for me. They're going in and they're recognising, as you said, Des, where are those key points? What do we need to pick apart? Do we need to worry about Pixel? No, we don't need to worry about Pixel, but we do need to focus on barback storage. Get that cleared out and we can do X, Y, and Z. They're just recognising those avenues very well, and they're opening and exposing them.
And they're reinforcing it again. I'm just going to stop talking about it. You guys now know that Sandbox are going to reinforce this wall no matter what. You know what impact that has on the round, as we've now seen it 2-3 times. They've lost top floor twice. They've lost reading and fireplace twice. It's having a pretty big impact. For M&M, then we'll see what their attack point is going to be, because last time it came as a bit of a push down through train and tried to steamroll their way in through there. I imagine we'll see the same once again, and we're going to see a mirror in the same spot inside of train, I expect, just to help them control at least up towards red. You can see the feet level holes that are currently scattered across in the museum entrance as well, just above mining, that will help that mirror do some damage.
Tyrant just getting straight away on towards that east rappel. He's just opening up the white stairs window, thinking about having a look, pushing forward. Just what that does is it cuts off the rotate. So the man that you can see there playing in and around washroom, looking to get up and down, cause a nuisance. It's Shayo on the Jaeger. It just prevents him going back down white stairs because he's not confident then, obviously, of whether that window is being watched or not. He's going to move himself away through piano for the time being. We've got one on the mirror window, but a drone has not been spotted. And
cheeky.
Could be a cheeky nade.
I mean, I was going to say, the only thing that, unless he saw that and thought that's alibi, just holding firm or what, at this level you should know that's a clone. I'm pretty sure he did. Just wanted to get it cleared out. Any of the gadgetry that might be supporting on the south side also gone here. You got Solotov looking to play nades from below. This was Tyrant last time round. Now it's Solotov trying to do the same. They just need eyes on exactly where this player is. They didn't get any damage down onto him there just yet, but I imagine he'll be backing out of dodge, getting onto the concrete around that wooden floor so he can't be caught out again.
M&M pretty spread out around the map at the minute. They're trying to push 3 or 4 different angles. They haven't really impacted on the top floor hold as of yet. Bullets will fly. You see the tracers just zipping past Solotov's head. He's not able to find a target though. Users will find Harper and shut him down for the opener. As you say, the freest kill he's going to get today as he just shoots the man in the back to start things off for M&M. But time could start being a factor here because they still don't have top floor control, Des.
Absolutely. It was a good little move from users, you know, so common to open that up when you're attacking onto the downstairs, maybe less so here, but gets Harper in the back, a great opener. Static getting one back onto Tyrant. So that 4 versus 4 in the last 60 seconds or so. Sandbox have been in worse positions. They're normally finding themselves 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2 at this kind of point. There's a good chance they can hold on here. MB being challenged here on the reading door, has to back away, gets himself snagged out by Solotov on the return shot. Now it's Child, the last man inside of sight, droned out. The pressure from M&M is starting to build as Static finds one more. He swings to the door, but Static again on the flank is going huge from above, finds himself a third, and this could be the shutout that Sandbox are looking for.
The big problem here for M&M is they've never dealt with top flooders. They've never got Static shut down. That's where he's played from the whole time. Nello now goes up there.
No.
I mean, it's a nice shot, but it's not the one he wanted. He's going to hit his own man Usus and just take him down. It leaves him now 1v3. Quite a few mistakes creeping in for M&M there on that round. As Sandbox close it out, the big one for me was that rotation away from top floor. It's sort of, M&M got to a point where it was like, we're not going to get top floor, let's just dip away from it and try and go direct to site, but they didn't account for what's going to happen if you try and do that. Static's going to find a 3K from top floor.
Yep. It does put some pressure on M&M here as well. They're looking for the 4-2 half, right? They've won bar cocktail, they've run reading and dining. They've lost it just, reading and fireplace, sorry. They've just lost it there a second ago. So now you're looking to kind of recoup a loss, get back a win on the kitchen site. Last time round, they were ridiculously slow. And I did mention last time round, for those who are wondering, I said, you know, 1 minute 30 is the sort of benchmark for when you want to start swinging hammers on the train, the fireplace floor, and start looking downstairs. M&M started that process at the 60-second mark, and you saw how much they were panicking on the fireplace drop to try and go for a plant. And I've sort of benchmarked this over the space of a year, where the best teams generally, 1 minute and 45, 1 minute and 50. Sandbox are one of them over in APAC North that are very good at getting that moving fast. One of the slower ones before they exited the scene was Nora Rengo. They would consistently find themselves with 60 seconds to go and be panicking in the dying moments of a round. So about that 130 mark seems to be the ideal. It's where most teams tend to sit. It leaves you just enough time to think about your execute to get yourself set up. So I want to see M&M be a little bit quicker here. Top floor and second floor control needs to be done inside 90 seconds.
Exactly that. They need to, and we've just seen them struggle to get top floor control. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what M&M do differently here. They've been very strong in the beginning of rounds so far. We've spoken about their information game, the way they've been locating players and shutting them down, but not really able to replicate that in the last round. Sandbox maybe just finding that sort of bit of magic that they needed, that change to the formula that's going to help them get a couple of rounds here. As we said all along, expect them to have a good performance here on Cafe, expect them to potentially push M&M to that third map, but for now, we can't get too excited from Sandbox. It's one good round, but they need to continue it.
Do indeed. You can see the bakery hold, prep hold, the electrification, everything coming in here out towards the west side. So Sandbox really staking a claim on saying, yeah, you might try and come in from this side of the map. They wouldn't be far off wrong. There are 2 of them currently stationed out towards the west, one slightly out north outside a small bake as well. So rather than a full top-down clear, M&M are trying to go horizontal, and Sandbox have read into that perfectly.
Shayo just hiding in behind the bakery counter, and a little treat comes his way. He manages to evade the nade, though, as M&M just managed to get...
Evade the nade, I like that.
There you go, you can keep that one. Envy Taylor, however, will find a kill onto Nello, despite the good work that's been done on the bottom floor by M&M to get access into bakery. They haven't really taken over that ground yet. They haven't staked their claim fully, and Tyrant is just well aware that there's a man on the backside. I don't think he knows that he's in VIP, though, Des. He's going to get himself flanked, but no, he's going to get himself killed by Harper before that happens, who pops out from the kitchen and manages to shut the man down.
It's unfortunate because now M&M are starting to bleed numbers. A 3 versus 5 with 90 seconds to play. They've got the timing right, but not quite got the numbers remaining to make it successful. There's 2 dancing around prep here, and Solotov's going to find himself going down to a Nova shotgun blast. A 2 versus 5, and it does feel like this half is going to end at 3-3. So a good recovery coming out from Sandbox overall. Now down to a 1 versus 4 as Envy trades out his man. Yuzu's falling down to the deck, and Neo on the Zofia left all alone to do this.
It really feels like Sandbox have woken up in the last couple of rounds here on Cafe, and all of a sudden they are really here to play. M&M, I think, are going to have a more difficult time of this as this map continues, especially when they move on to the defence. They're going to come under a lot of pressure. It's a great pre-fire onto Static there, just coming out of court check, but there's a lot more work for Neo to do. He's got 3 more kills to find. He does have time on his side, 38 seconds left to go. It's not an immediate desperate rush just yet, but Sandbox are playing this smart. They're just keeping themselves away. That's not going to help Neo at all, really. It tells him that the man is there, but it's going to hinder his ability to be able to make the challenge. Opens up the floor, but the Malusia's pushed down. Neo manages to find Envy. 1v2, and this is where it starts getting tense. He knows he's...
No way!
It's 1v1. He's got 3 out of 4. He's got 12 seconds left to go. He's on the LMG reload. He's going to close it. It's terrifying in this late situation. He just has to push it. No! Shayo somehow finds him through the soft wall, but the opportunity was really there at the fingertips of Neo for the 1v4 clutch, and it slips away at the last second.
They were either some phenomenal dead man drones, or it's brilliant intuition coming out of him. If he'd have swung that one back and given M&M a 4-2 half, it would have been unbelievable. We just had Charlotte all chat saying, wow, it did almost come down to a 1 versus 4 being won. Beautiful play. Just expected the man to be on the deck, but just couldn't quite clinch out that last gunfight. The Aruni Gate doing a little bit of helping hand there as well, leaving him on just sub 30 HP coming into the final gunfight. Reading and Fireplay is going to be where M&M start out their defensive side. Looking pretty tanked up. You got the Mute, you got the Goyo, you got the Maestro coming into play, and we saw the Maestro band away a couple of times yesterday, Tim.
We did. We saw a couple of our games. I think a couple of our maps, rather, in both games. We saw the Maestro band out. Seems to have come back to a little bit of prevalence. I mean, the Auda's always been super powerful. We know that. You hold mouse 1 and see what happens. You know, but the cams obviously took the nerf. I won't say recently anymore because it was a little while ago. Now the glass can be smashed on them. You know, they're a lot easier to sort of deal with, to clear out. You know, they open up easier. The Twitch drone can deal with them. So it's just, you know, it's not as strong as he once was, but still very useful.
This is really interesting because Sandbox don't often bring the sledge. They do bring it sometimes, but in the vast majority of their attacking rounds, they bring a buck. That's what Envy Taylor will settle on, whereas here, they're doubling down on the nade damage. In most of their lineups, they'll only have 4. They're bringing extra here, arguably because the Flores has been banned away, and they said, okay, if we haven't got the destructive capability for utility that a Flores would bring, we need more frags in back pocket. And the sledge is going to give them those vertical angles to go tossing those nades through to hopefully catch things out. Another really interesting observation is Static is normally the go-to Iana player. He is the entry for this team, but when Finca is an option and it's more viable for them, apparently he's the man that steps across to playing it, with Harper being given the backup duties of playing on the Iana. So, lots of nades, lots of aggression coming out from this lineup. 3 big fragging operators for Static, Charles and Harper. This could be a pretty hard-hitting team when they get down to gunfights.
Certainly could be. They're going to get into the top floor to begin with. It is a reading room site that they're attacking onto, so M&M swerving that bar as being the top floor sort of site of choice, Des. Do you know how many times the defenders have won bar today?
None.
None out of 2, Des. None out of 2. And M&M, they're going to decide to play that later in their rotation. Static goes in aggressively on the Finker here. I like this. Bit of information ahead of him as the Gemini drone just drops in front of him. Just going to feed that information in. Moving confidently through Pixel here. He knows there's nobody playing inside of there, but he's just going to be held up by the laser gate for the time being.
Interesting fact for you as well, Sandbox's win rate on attack on this map, 62%. They're pretty good at attacking Cafe, so if things carry on the way they have done for them historically, they could actually walk away the winners here, and we would get that Chalet Drain that we've been asking for, Tim. For now, at least 90 seconds in, they have been held up on this top floor by the ADS, the laser gates, the shields, you name it. Everything is hindering them. Solotov is starting to feel the burn, mind you, as flashes come singing his way. They've got 2 playing on the East Rappel and 2 looking to push on the south side of Lumber. Surely he dies, he'll find 1, but then finds himself picked off by Static immediately after. A pre-fire around the corner, and they've got themselves 2. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. Not a bad start from M&M. They burn through a bunch of nades, they get through a lot of utility, and they get through 2 members whilst eating up 2 minutes of time.
Certainly not terrible, but Sandbox do now have that top floor control, but importantly, the sledge is dead. Des. That's not an easy one to do.
Hopefully never have to say dead Des ever again.
Hopefully not. That's really limiting their ability for that soft breach to open up the floor and use the vertical that they've just given 2 lives to take. So they're now likely going to have to just sort of push horizontally into sight.
This is a very late rotate from Charles as well. You're down to almost the last 30 seconds and you're rotating all the way over to push from below. He's going to have to full sprint this. We've seen on default cam, so much so that he's in a rush that he's ignoring the default cam that was in Bakery.
Going for a personal best here.
He is indeed, yeah. Most steps covered. The man's got some fitness rewards to claim at the end of the day. Here he comes pushing his way inside a train, mind you. Looking now to challenge the man who's in here. Must know. May have heard him stepping across, but this is again all time being wasted. And Tyrant, he's waiting and lurking. Users gets the shutdown onto Nova. Static will get one back, and sure enough, Shile wins it out. Nello's in a 1 versus 2. Can he clutch out big here? They're going to have to charge in for the plant, and Nello's in the wrong site. He's looking in the wrong place, my man. They're in the other one. Sees all the pings coming in. Can he get the spray? Straight through the smoke and gets the closeout. They win by the clock.
I'm going to say something here about Nello that I've said countless times.
Have you really? Go on then.
And that is that nobody knows the sites in this game as well as Nello does from being inside of them. And he's just proven that there. It took him, what, 4 bullets to hit that man and take him off the diffuser? Like, Nello is just, for me, probably one of, if not the best site-based player that we've had in Sandbox on the defense. He's absolutely unreal. His knowledge of every location and angle inside of those sites is just phenomenal, and it's because he never leaves them. He never leaves them.
The critical man inside me wants to say, well, he was red ping, so he knew where to shoot, but he did rotate away from the doorway and off towards the soft wall on the right-hand side to get that angle down. That's the knowledge prover. Not going to lose any bullets to chairs, tables, whatever. Straight into the body of the planter and gets them the round win. So far, Sandbox are seeing the same difficulties that M&M had around the clock. I know it's only been 1 round, but they're seeing that clock come back to bite them. A 30 seconds full sprint outside the map from Charlotte, something I definitely wasn't expecting to see, but we saw it nonetheless. We're going to head down into basement, so clearly, Tim, Omer has been listening and taking some notes behind the scene and saying, oh, this Tim lad, he knows what he's talking about. Bar Cocktail sucks. We're not going to play it.
It's almost as if he's watched thousands of hours of this game.
He's probably watching us right now. Hi, Steph. How's it going?
He's almost as if he's watched an awful lot of this game and he's seen people repeatedly lose the top floor on Cafe.
Weird, that.
It is weird. So we, as you say, are going to be heading down to Kitchen this time around. It's round 8. M&M managed to get themselves a slight advantage on the scoreboard. 4-3 now. They find themselves on their second defence. It was a close run, I think we have to say that. It was a successful 1v2 for Nello at the end there, as you say, just using the angles and the soft walls to enable himself to be able to get that one even through the smoke. But Tyrant here, he's poised, Des. He wants to go out of this window. He's certainly keen. He's itching to try and get himself a nice entry kill. I mean, on the entries, it's been a little bit more even this time. Still not terribly though. I think it's 5-2 in M&M.
I mean, make it 6-2. Yes, he's straight out onto Shile there. I thought for a second, he won't find anyone. You're only seeing a drone there. They're prepped for it. It's not a problem, but he makes it work. Shuts down the Twitch, takes away those 3 drones, the default one plus the 2 shock drones. Really, really good value add for the team, because also some of those smokes have been removed, so there are still some available for Static playing on that gridlock. It's interesting, by the way, they ban away the Nomad and then bring along that gridlock. They still clearly want the flank watch. They just ride on teams not wanting to play it, whereas they're very happy to play it themselves. It's another LMG, because why would you say no, right?
Exactly that. They're going to drop down. They've got control of the mid floor.
Never mind, he's not playing
well ahead of time. Well ahead of time. Envy Taylor's going to be able to start opening up those verticals almost 10 seconds faster than your favoured markup of 1 minute 30 days. The vertical pressure will start to be applied. Just looking for the angles inside a kitchen, but they're not really going to find anybody, because at the minute M&M are largely playing out towards the bakery side of things. They've just moved underneath a little bit. We've had Nello rotate back onto that side, and they've shifted up towards sort of north of Freezer.
I just noticed why they're doing this, by the way. When they put the Etskaros to the side of it, some might go out so they can roll a nade through. No, they put it on the spot on the ceiling where it electrifies both walls downstairs and the hatch at the same time. So the Etskaros go off and they remove it, then you can get the hatch opened up too. Either way, M&M now find themselves with the 2 opening kills in this round. Charles and Envy are both gone. The sledge has been removed. Yes, he was swinging that hammer for a good 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so, but him being off the board is not going to be too nice, because he's now lost both of those frags as well. They've got 2 still with Harper, but there's work to do for Sandbox. They're at the final 40 seconds or so, and M&M still feel in control of this game.
It's really difficult for them now, because the 3v5, M&M are locked into site. They're happy to pretty much sit there. You've got one playing inside of VIP who just makes a nightmare of himself and gets a kill onto Nova, and it's all falling apart for Sandbox. And once again, Des, it's that Tyrant and Solotov combo that are just running round, jumping out, taking peeks, and just not letting Sandbox sit for a second. Tyrant takes some damage, but Solotov's got him covered. If it's not one name, it's the other. M&M close out the round. It's 5-3 now, and they are cruising towards a potential 3 points.
Solotov and Marshmallows, mate, I said it earlier on. They are definitely careering towards a 2-0 here, now at 5-3, with a couple more defensive rounds still to play. They're going up to that site. This is the real test in Tim's book. If you want to win his heart, you need to win on bar and cocktail. That's where they're going to step into next. We're seeing a mirror being brought along. Tim, you know exactly where my focus is going to go. What walls are being reinforced? Who's playing Pixel and Bathroom? And where are those mirror windows going? Oh, okay.
Anyway, Des, as we're going to have Neo just change out on the 6th pick there. He's going to bring along the Clash. We've got no Sophia on the board to deal with it. We've got a few nades. We've got Finka and Diana that will be both bringing nades along. So this should be the utility necessary to be able to clear this Clash out. But it does then potentially limit where those nades can go.
I did mention the Buck earlier on as well, so the whole idea of bringing him, I did say Sandbox love playing this, Envy in particular. What he wants to do is get underneath Cocktail here and open the whole thing
I
up.
absolutely love that strategy.
It essentially just means you can't play someone in what was called, I want to say it's Maestro spot, but something also says to me Nello spot, because I know he played there a lot back when he used to play it too. That's at the top side of Cocktail. You'll sit behind there, it's pretty safe, unless you get naded from below, you're not being removed, or unless a Buck comes below and opens up the entire floor of Cocktail, then no one can play in there at all. So keep a close eye out for that one, but to me, this Clash could be a difference maker. It's the mobile mirror window. It's not fixed to a wall. We already saw how the side of Sandbox ran time down against M&M back on Oregon with this pick. Let's see how M&M can do with it as well.
It is a really interesting way of dealing with the east side hold, because we know that tends to be the sort of final, the last bastion of defenders is over in Cocktail on that east side. You push them all the way across there. So, like you say, going in with the book and just opening up the floor completely prevents them from sitting in those positions. Envy Taylor looks like he's heading towards Reading here. He's dropped away. He's going to maybe work from the top floor instead. I was hoping to see him inside of Reading, Des. I'm not sure that we're going to do now.
No. Worth mentioning up on that upstairs, I'm always watching the washroom area because it's such a pivotal location. They've got the Aruni gate on the south side in case there were nades to come in. Because what we saw yesterday when these guys played, when Sandbox played against NIP, was Envy Taylor would start on the south side. He'd chuck nades in towards White, in towards the washroom, then go up onto the roof, open up the 2 hatches on the top floor so the team could start their attack. He was like Spider-Man all over the building, constantly keeping himself busy, but because he's playing on the Buck, it's going to be a different story. They've also got the Clash to provide support in White Corridor, for. So they're really playing on storage and washroom being 2 key locations for them.
Sandbox not really moving too quickly at this point. Solotov's going to take some damage all the way down in basement. Where have we seen this before, Des? Just absolutely free around the map to move as he pleases, wasting so much time. He knows he's going to be challenged. He's going to get the kill. Yes! Ooh. Great run from Solotov there as he shuts down Static. He looks to find himself a second. He knows he's still being challenged. It was an attempt at a pinch. He could probably get himself away here if he wants to, but he's just conscious of a second. What? He gets the headshot onto Harper, and he has no right, Des, no right getting both of those kills.
That's the kind of stuff that ends a round, and I feel like we've said this now at least 10 times across 2 maps. M&M are in a 5 versus 3. This time exclusively off the back of Solotov. He had no help down there. He was droned out, he was being pinched from 2 angles, but his movement turned it into 2 separate 1v1s that he came out on top of. They've got smoke canisters, they've got a clash, they've still got C4s, they've got so much still to play behind, and Sandbox have only got 45 seconds left.
This could well be the first time a lot of people are seeing M&M play, and they're starting to see why so many people are excited about this team.
I haven't even thought about what Demo's like backstage right now.
Uncontrollable.
I heard him cheering for Na'Vi early on. We were like, is Demo casting? He was in the talent room, but it sounded like he was casting. He'll be ecstatic about this performance so far, and hopefully M&M feel the same. But let's not count Sandbox out just yet. There are still things they can do, but a 3 versus 5 is a hard fight back. Solotov getting into another fight, this time put slightly lower. It's Shyle taking some chip damage, but they're out of time, Tim. They've got to push in now. He finds one. He can't get round the clash, unfortunately. In comes one on the north. He goes down 2. 2 on the deck. It's going to be a round out for this one. MV Taylor left alone, killed from Piano. Match and series point for M&M.
They've got themselves onto the very edge of victory here on a map that we really thought Sandbox were going to come out and dominate, in all honesty. I really did think that this was going to be going all the way to 3, but for some reason, somehow, Sandbox just haven't really shown up here on Cafe, and honestly, Des, I think it's down to M&M's homework. As I say, they just seem to know what to expect out of Sandbox. They just seem to be able to be that step ahead of them, and let's be honest, there's something that's happened in that last round that you just can't account for. Solotov, bottom floor. He's pinched. He has one either side. He's being droned. Does Solotov get killed? No. Does he kill both of them? Yeah. Absolutely. Des, we said it on Oregon. I'm going to say it again here. He isn't stuck in there with them. They're stuck in there with him.
Ain't they just? So much so that there's a bit of panic settling into the Sandbox side. Jackal is being brought along because they are sick and tired of being tormented by these roamers coming out from M&M. It's been several. Solotov has been one of the main culprits throughout, but we've also seen Tyrant getting busy on the odd occasion as well. A bit quiet this map, all the focus turning back in towards Solotov and Yuzus, but as we always say, it's a team game. You know, Nello has been quiet because he hasn't had to be involved because M&M have won the vast majority of these rounds, and one of those 2 kills for Nello, it was a round winner. He's done his job, even though the scoreline says 2-4-1 with 2 plants next to it as well. It's looking peachy. In we go then towards Reading and Fireplace. Sandbox need 3 rounds back-to-back to keep themselves in this series. Otherwise, it's a 2-0 for M&M.
Into the action phase we go. Neo, he's looking to get aggressive with the Auda. Yuzus loses his life immediately to Nova. M&M need to keep it calm, Des. They don't want to get ahead of themselves and start getting aggressive because they've got a few rounds ahead. Because Sandbox are a team that will punish you, and that is exactly what's happened. Yuzus Solotov, they are done and dusted inside of the first 30 seconds.
I want to say someone ran out the front door then, and that's why they're dead. It was a smart play from M&M with Neo punching the window above to draw attention there. That someone then runs out the bottom window and kills you. No doubt it was a countdown. It's just it was a bit too clever of a read coming in from Sandbox. A very smart play on their side to shut down the initial aggression out of M&M, and now the tables have turned. It's a 5 versus 3 for Sandbox, and they've got a ton of time still to play with, Tim. There is no reason to lose this round. You can take it slow. You can drone things out. You can push as a team and play for trades. That's what I really want to see.
They're going to have to at this point. They were trying to lock down that 4th choice site and move things over to mining, but sometimes it can be good. You get a few points ahead, maybe just take the opportunity to go to that less chosen site and give it a full test drive against a properly competitive Tier 1 team, but it's not panning out for them so far. Tyrant working across the top floor, but with the way M&M are playing, you just wouldn't put it past them to turn this one back around, as you said, Des, to find those couple of picks. He's going to be drawn out, and it's time for Tyrant, I think, to do a disappearing act.
And he is the master of disappearing acts. A couple of these members have been running circles around Sandbox across both maps. Nello playing on the pulse can of course feed a lot of information back and forth, but Neo gets shut down. Static with a great angle from the outside pulls the juice. Some extra HP for the rest of the team on their push forwards. They've got 70 seconds to play. 5 versus 2. I'll say it again, Tim. Surely they don't lose this one.
I wouldn't have expected so from here. Nello taking damage as well, and Sandbox showing that they are still alive inside of this one. If they can close this round out, it brings them within 2, and they keep themselves fighting. The problem for them is there's no more mistakes. Nova, he's not making a mistake as he gets in and starts putting that diffuser down. Nello finds one. Can he find a second? No. Shut down from the window. The cover is in place, and Nova's going to give it another try. Tyrant did manage to get one in the mix there. Can't find the man on the window. Does find the drop. 1v2. Surely he can't do this, Des. The diffuser's down. He's looking to find his first. He needs to try and break these down into 2 1v1s. He's super low health. He's just quick peeking it. He's trying to find anything he can. He knows that the man is going left and right. It's ring around the roses here as they just can't find each other. Nova it is who will get the first peak. Shut down Tyrant, and that's going to be Sandbox keeping themselves fighting, keeping themselves alive here at the 6th Invitational.
You know, that was just like, he's not here. He's not here. Where is he? He's like, oh, there he is. It's like a little bit of 3 or 4 or 5, maybe 6 peaks there between either side before they found each other out. It is a small breath of life for Sandbox. It did come down to those 2 entry kills coming in onto some very aggressive players out of M&M. I won't be surprised if this round the call is right, boys. No more mucking about. Stay in the building. Let's not go too crazy. Let's get this closed out now, because they'll be lamenting that round. If this goes to overtime and Sandbox win and we go to Chalet, not only are you handing away at least 1 point, you're also potentially losing the series once we get onto that map.
There's nothing wrong with taking a peek. There's nothing wrong with having that little bit of aggression. M&M playing with confidence, playing with fun, and that's something that's really important for teams here, not just within the game, but within the tournament. You know, the teams that we always seem to do well are the ones that quite often are having fun whilst they do it and keeping that mental up. That's, you know, when you're in those difficult situations later down the line, which will come for M&M when they're behind and they have to try and fight back for a result, having that positive attitude is great, and letting that confidence be a part of your gameplay is fantastic. But like you say, Des, you need to know when to put the brakes on. Right, we've had our 1 round, that's it. We tried a couple, you know, yeah, we might have got away with it, we didn't. You're not going to get away with it against Sandbox, I'll be honest with you. This is the team that doesn't generally get peaked. It doesn't generally suffer to those sorts of plays. So Sandbox, they're just waking them up. We're still here, don't you worry. And if you give us an opportunity, we're going to find rounds.
Yeah, the teams in their group, it's worth noting for those who are curious, Team Empire, Sonics and NIP. All teams that haven't seen this performance today, I'm starting to think they could bring down some of the big boys. NIP could fall to them. Empire, not looking the strongest yesterday. Sonics equally having a bit of a throw, I think it's fair to say. They were 6-3 up on Oregon, losing it and then losing the next map as well. That's what I was talking about when I said in the last round, you know, it's all good having some fun. Let's not see this one thrown away, because Sonics, they suffered the same fate yesterday of being at match and series point for a 2-0 and then went on to lose the series. Let's not have the same thing happen here.
I really don't want to see it, as I said to you coming into the tournament, that I'm desperate. You know, I know we have all the sort of fun of the inter-region rivalry, but genuinely, I'm really looking for a strong NA performance here at Invitational. Obviously, we had a good performance out of OxG. We've got TSM today. It's going to be interesting to see them.
Yeah.
SSG beating FaZe, and I'm desperate to see NA show up. You know, jokes aside, I really want to see them get back to, you know, the top of Siege and to be competing as they should be, and I'm hoping that we see some more of that this afternoon.
Everyone wants a balanced competition ultimately where all 4 regions are present, and now APAC is in.
Of it as well.
Now APAC's here to play in 2022. Absolutely, let's see more and more of it. Let's touch on this round though. We're about 75 seconds in and we haven't seen any exchanges between the 2 teams yet. It's been all about that map control, and once again, like clockwork, the 1:40 mark hits. They're getting this floor opened up, so good pace being shown by the side of Sandbox. They've done their homework, they've done their drone work, and now looking for those vertical angles. C4 comes out, doesn't connect onto anyone, and they'll start trying to clear away these the electrical that's downstairs again. They might even kill it with those 2 on either side. If not, the small amount of damage you get should do enough to blow it off. There we go, it's gone. And and now they can get the actual main 4 Ex-Kairos down onto the hatch and opened up. Before, what you used to have to do, nice C4 coming out, you'd have to open the floor up and roll a grenade through to kill the Electro Claw, but teams have kind of cottoned onto this, hey, Hibana can just to get rid of it by getting open the floor. Now she can use 2, 4, or 6 pellets rather than 6 every single time. It makes a lot of sense to do it that way.
Sandbox starting to fall into the same problem that they had last time, Des. When they attacked onto Kitchen, they were just sort of losing men along the way. It was 5v4 when they started to open up. It was 5v3 before they pushed onto site, and they just didn't have the manpower to be able to break M&M down, who at that point were able to just hold angles, and that's exactly what we're likely to see this M&M team continue to do now. They're not going to get overly aggressive. Users has got himself a nice little peek in through the bookcase there, just for anybody who tries to push into Bakery, and Sandbox just seems to have taken a real pause here, Des, but there's only 30 seconds left to go. There's the call, in they come, and it falls apart as Solotov finds 2. Users doesn't even have to pull the trigger. Solotov for 3, Solotov for 4, and M&M for their first victory and 3 points here at 6 Invitational 22.
What a statement for the EU qualified team as well. They came in through the open quals, beat down 3 EUL teams, and have come in and won their first international game. And not just won it, Tim, like you say, a 2-0. 3 points in a group where no other team have walked away with 3, and Solotov walks away 16-6? What a performance!
Should not be allowed. Absolutely ridiculous performance from Solotov there. He was absolutely unstoppable. Obviously, the questions for M&M going forward, you know, this is a team we don't know much about at this sort of level of competition. Is he going to be able to sustain that? Are we going to see that out of Solotov? Tyrant Users map after map after map. Is it a one-off? We will find out over the coming days, but I know everybody at home, as much as we and as much as everybody here, are going to be excited to find out.
The same story for Sandbox, right? They beat down NIP yesterday. They've lost against M&M today. To me, this group is just now stupidly open. You could see the Sonics bounce back. Don't take their defeat yesterday as oh, they're just bad. They were 1 round off winning that series 2-0 as well. Group A is really starting to spice up, and I can't wait to see more games from it tomorrow.
It absolutely is. There's just so many matchups that I want to see now that are just looking so good. M&M versus Empire, I can't wait to see it.
Give me with that one. That'll be, again, kind of a war of the slow team in Empire coming up against M&M, who have seen a few difficulties on the clock in this series. Yes, they've won 2-0, but there are always going to be things to work on for both teams, and I hope they get a lot of takeaways from this. I know I would have if I was watching that as one of the other 3 teams in their group.
Absolutely. There's just so much to look forward to. We've got another good couple of games coming on the B stream here today as well. It's just a 6 Invitational group stage. You just can't get away from it, can you? It's absolutely fantastic stuff so far.
Best of 3, best of 1. Who cares at that point? We've also got TSM versus FURIA later on that you and I are going to cast. TSM haven't played yet. Another team that came in through the quals. I know they're a bit more well-known than M&M, but it could be the rise of, I don't want to say the little guy because TSM are far from little, but there's no doubt going to be more surprises in store. APAC rising, M&M are up there, and TSM wait in the 4th game of the day. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our analysts will break that one down for you a little bit more.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. And honestly, my eyes were kind of like the SpongeBob meme. They're going all over the place watching these two games at the same time. This is what it means. And this is why I have talent that actually knows what they're talking about, because they've been watching these games very eagerly. I mean, I have been, but my brain can only be split so effectively between many different things, and there's already way too many music references in my head to cover the rest of all.
I mean, to be fair, in the green room while we were watching both of those games, it was the same thing, except it was both cafe games at the exact same time on monitors that are right next to each other. The same site,
that are winning.
Same score almost throughout the whole thing. Can we look? Whatever we can do to ensure we don't have the same series on the same map again would be much appreciated. But
you know what?
Still.
2 days ago when we were doing rehearsal, we're talking like, what are the possibilities of two games ending at exactly the same time? And I'm like, you know what? I'm willing to take that risk as someone who has worked enough production. And it's no shot. Apparently, 15-second difference between so incredible to see. We're breaking records all over the place here at the Invitational, and we're still on day 2 of the group stage. Incredible to see. 2 weeks in total that we have on here. But friends, let's talk about this series, because at the end of the day, surprising many people, I think, NIP do not take a W against Empire, playing with 2 players still in quarantine in their hotel. Absolutely insane, Jacob.
I guess it's just one of those things that isn't going to stop them. The Russian machine just keeps trucking on as they do, especially at SI. They only lost 1 map back in the group stage of last year's Invitational, and so far, I think the same has rung true. They have only lost 1, and that was to Sonics yesterday. It kind of seems like Empire's just doing their normal shtick, and they're not allowing something like 2 players not being with them on stage to really curb their enthusiasm at all.
Yeah, I think equally surprising is NIP not showing up and having a big tournament. I mean, there were signs that this could happen. Obviously, the BR6 finals weren't amazing for them.
Yeah.
They've had these sort of slow moments before in their history, but yeah, a shocking result for sure. I think if anybody got this prediction wrong, that would be no blame on them. This was one that I think probably everybody got wrong. So
I definitely did in this case, and I'm ready to own it up. You know, for me, I'm always going. Yesterday I went for my heart, and I went pretty well.
Wow.
There I thought, you know what, I'm going to use my brain, once in a lifetime kind of thing. And I lost pretty heavily.
Wow.
Both of them. It's like, you know what, why would I not be supporting the EU teams? Because yesterday they kind of sucked. How do they do today? They do really well, and honestly, I'm very happy to see this. But we got to talk about Empire in this, right? They go. This is huge for. Imagine if half of us were stuck in a hotel room right now doing half a broadcast. We would all suffer for it, right? That's it as a unit. But Empire come in despite all of this, not only going up against top team internationally, but they go up against the reigning champions, and they 2-0 them, and they get full points out of it, Jesse. That is absolutely insane. Was there anything in their play that seemed like they're doing something different, something special, or did it seem like it was more NIP dropping the ball?
Well, I mean, I definitely agree. Like, props to Empire for playing so well. I mean, when you're stuck inside your room, doing your job can be so difficult. I did that for 2 years, Jacob. It's not fun.
1.5.
But no, they did great. One of the things that I actually pointed out ahead of time was I said that Dan needs to be a lot better on his roams, right? It was the defense that was really lacking for Empire yesterday. Coming back into this, I wanted to see Dan step it up, and oh boy, did he. Over on Coastline, to start things off, had a fantastic match overall. Really big flanks, really impactful roams on both attack and defense. He was killing it. And I think even on Cafe, less noticeable, less flashy for sure, but still was a contributing member to the team. Big moments all around. I love that from him.
If anything for Empire, it might be a little bit concerning about their plant protection, which is something we hyped them up back. The main reason they managed to get to the as far as they did in the Mexico Major in the first place. It's always Shepard planting. Dan's always there for cover. Sometimes it always seems like Empire's plan is keep Dan alive for as long as possible, because once Shepard goes for plant, he's then activated and then turns into a super soldier, like the kind of bodyguard that you would want in a case like that. Not always something that they were able to protect positively, it felt like, but for some of those executes, it was almost unnecessary to keep him alive for that stretch. I don't really have that much concern for Empire's attacks overall, because it seems like they're able to flex around and change up their strat if need be, but still, they're trucking on with whatever strat they came into that site with in the first place, and NIP's defense defenses just seemed like they weren't really up to the par.
They warmed up really, really fast here. And you see the score for Coastline, our first map, 7-2 for Team Empire. Jesse, do you see anything that really strikes you?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about him, right? Dan, top of the scoreboard, not a shocker at all. Really crushing it, being there for Team Empire. I mean, Joystick is kind of that name that I think we always associate with Team Empire and their dominant wins. Not so successful there on Coastline. Not a bad game either. There was one round where I thought that he was really able to help out. Sometimes playing around those cool vibe stairs, had some big moments that way. But yeah, no, this team is really playing pretty well. Shepard being number 2 on the board whilst playing from his hotel room, and I guess always right there behind him at number 3. You'd think that not being able to see your teammates, not being able to look at their TV screen or their monitors in mid-game would be a problem, but for these guys, I guess it's not.
The weird part about that for yesterday, too, I did also assume that Always and Shepard were just going to be middling or bottom of the scoreboard because of said handicap. Always, I'm pretty sure for one map against SQ yesterday, was the top fragger overall and was the highest rated on Empire after that whole series was done, and I do think that this is going to help continue that stat over. So yeah, even though you're not with your squad, it very much feels like that same kind of pressure that they had back playing on ping during the EUL and trying to work through it. It's like they have the same mindset, and for both Shepard and Always, despite not being with the whole crew, are still performing above the standard that we expect.
Well, here's my next question, which is going to be more like, hey, theory crafting what would happen in the future. You know, we saw NIP Empire and how it ended. Empire have a day off tomorrow, so they can rest up and be ready. Next time they'll be playing against M&M, and they're playing Sandbox at the end of this group stage. But NIP tomorrow, they go up against M&M, and I don't want to talk too much about M&M because that is coming up next.
Talking about them.
Yeah. Honestly, they just do not stop talking about them, which is great. Exactly what we need here on the analyst couch, right? But what do NIP need to fix for tomorrow within the next, you know, like 18 hours or so, Jesse?
I mean, I would have liked to see a little bit more from Pino. Like, when I think NIP, I think Pino is the guy that I really expect to have amazing performances, to really show up and dominate the scoreboard. I think he's the best sledge in the world. I think he's a really good player, especially
You're
roaming.
saying that when Palu exists, which is a bold statement, but I'll let you have it for now.
But Names exists too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of strong sledges in Siege. He's a popular operator, but I think he kills it. I think his roam games are typically on point with the rest of his team, but I don't know, quiet so far in the tournament so far. No big mistakes. There were a couple of, you know, roam games that I thought they weren't really up to snuff with. Psycho was getting over aggressive, I'd say, on both maps, having a problem there on his defenses. But yeah, I think that we really, if we could see a stronger roam game overall from NIP, that can start translating into more. But I'm sure a lot of it's mental too, because we know this team can pop off, we know this team can win championships, but not when they're playing like this.
From what I saw, NIP is kind of a fish out of water, sometimes a team without a plan. On attack is where they need to be far more proficient and where they've proven that they can be, but it looks like a very similar story to Team 1. If they're being over aggressive, sometimes it's just straight up not hitting shots. It's not nearly as prevalent of an issue, but we still see it pretty consistently. And they played maps today that we know they're comfortable on. Battlegrounds they like a lot. We talked about their map pools being like competitive. Like, the two of them are very capable of going onto these battlegrounds and having frag fests. What did we see? One-sided contests both times, and it looked like NIP in some cases were just running away.
Snooze fest from NIP. What's going on here? You had a replay that you wanted to talk to us about, Jacob. So tell me what's going on. You're the expert here.
Well, we're talking about one round on Coastline in particular. It's an attack. We're downstairs. We're on double bar, and we're looking at a case where NIP in particular, I just don't really understand what the play is here. So up top, we're seeing NIP already have established control inside hookah. They want to plant. They're going to push with diffuser into mudroom and try to plant in a default spot right there by the red rug. They've already established his top control. Pino's attempting to hold an angle back, like backwards, but watch Kamikaze's health more in particular. You're going to see Joystick at one point rotate up. He's going to take care of Pino inside hookah, but Kamikaze is going to take a little bit of tickle of damage over the next couple of seconds. It's not coming from any of those bullets. It's instead coming from the smoke propagation that Shepard has all the way back here by double door. So what happens here? Watch the time dwindle. Kamikaze attempts to plant. There is no bullet that takes him down. If you watch all of them tick off, Joystick goes upstairs and kills Pino, so you have no more top floor coverage. What happens? Kamikaze is edging into the smoke periodically over these next couple of seconds, hoping that he's got a spot with enough coverage to allow him to get the diffuser down. What happens? It takes him out before he's able to complete the process. And it feels like that vibe was there in this matchup more than it had any right to be. If NIP doesn't play scared, which I think they did, maybe there's a chance they at the very least take Coastline, a map that we know they're good. Both of these maps are ones NIP should have had a fairer contest on.
Yeah, and that's a frustrating round too, because that game started in the first 3 rounds were dominated by Team Empire, right? They really did have some solid defenses. And then round 4 happened. It's like a glimmer of hope from NIP because they managed to have a really good execute. They managed to get the kit down. Like they're playing fantastic. And then round 5 also looks really good. They're on their way to a successful plant. They have site control. They have man advantage. They have literally the defuse kit carrier inside the bomb site. But then to lose it like that on time, you're watching the game live and you're just like, wait a minute, what happens?
Yeah.
It's so sad and so demoralizing, I'm sure, for the players in NIP.
I'm going to say this. It's kind of a drastic statement, and I understand what happens when I talk in absolutes, but
go ahead.
NIP are not going to repeat as world champions this year. I'm calling it right now.
I'll one-up you even more on this, even though I'm not somebody that usually likes to one. I'm not someone like that.
Sure, but go crazy.
Tell you, nobody will ever be able to back-to-back win an Invitational. It happened once, Penta G2.
Okay.
And will never happen again. Siege has evolved so much, teams have improved so much, that you cannot stay on top for an entire year as a singular team in your state.
I mean, I'm not saying something like a lower bracket run can't happen or that NIP can't get like 2nd or 3rd, win that first game, go up against a number 1 seed. I do think a number 1 seed at this point is out of their favor. I don't know if it's possible for them to jump up, considering Empire at this point have won 2 series straight, and everyone else in that group is kind of up and down. M&M might do great. We could see Sandbox pop off again, and Sonics could totally tank. Like, there's a lot of opportunities in this group now, but specifically for NIP, whatever ends up happening now, it's not going to be upper bracket advantage. You're not going to get a first round bye, and at this point, after having lost 2 straight in groups with only 1 map win to your name, what's the recourse? What's the bounce back? NIP, yes, have been in these kinds of situations before, but I'm not really liking where I'm sitting if I'm anyone from Brazil thinking a repeat's about to be on the card.
These two are about to throw the table up in the air and just run through.
Yep.
Gentlemen, though, thank you very much. We can sit here and talk for the next half hour about how it's going to go down. Unfortunately, we can't do that.
Aww.
I know we're limited by time as in many, time and space kind of things. But we're going to get the wonderful NA lads off of here. We're going to get the UK lads on to talk about a UK team. So we'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, friends, to the command center. We've already had 1 victory here for my favorite region, Europe in this case. I'm just going to lay it out there, but back-to-back for the EU. M&M, our UKIN Challenger League, and now, very recently, EUL team got their W, and they got it against Sandbox Gaming. I'm Milosh. I'm not here alone. Trust me on this one. I got two massive shills, the UK, that are sitting on the other side of my chair. And what are you wearing?
I mean, we went for a little halftime change, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
We were very confident as well.
We actually changed during the second round at Cafe.
Early round in Cafe, we saw that Tim had his.
Take it off.
So we went for the full M&M.
Take it off.
Just take the jersey off.
The jacket off.
No, we got.
Is that allowed?
We were flexing.
Yes.
I don't know. I think we'll just keep moving.
God, okay, what is this, an American show?
Why do you want me to take my clothes off? Why are you asking me to take my clothes off?
To be fair, Tim's already done that. I think a lot of people are panicking.
That's true. Tim actually got his out as well.
Yeah, but Des did not.
No.
Des
he doesn't like fun.
It was Des's idea, which even makes it even more weird.
Derry is not a fun person.
No.
He's very corporate in many ways. Well, that said, friends, here we are, and we got the victory done for M&M, and they did it against Sandbox. So let's talk about our victors first. I'm not going to say anything. I'll just leave it to you. Demo, look, what can you tell me about marshmallows and Molotovs?
Where do you begin? Where do you begin?
It begins at inception, I guess.
I think they hit everything that they needed to. I think that is how they've played for the past 3 months or so. Everything going their way. I think their attacks, you had that flavor of structure. They had that kind of patience, that time that we're used to seeing. That time management, I think today was perfect. They're playing rounds 5 versus 5 at 20 seconds, but they know this will have that. They have all the time in the world in their heads. And again, still, whenever things weren't working for them, the defense, they still had their players stepping up.
And you could go down the list really and pick out really key moments from pretty much everybody. I was looking over at the stats and we got Solotov as highest rated, but it goes much deeper. You can look and you think, you talk about patience and positioning, there's only one player that comes to my mind, and that's Tyrant. The positions that guy finds himself in, regardless whether it's attack or defense, is second to none. He's always in the right place at the right time. You throw someone like Nello into the mix, who's going to be getting the plant down, who's going to be playing that little bit more of a supporting role, and of course in this instance, he's that older, more experienced voice. Milosh, you're going to have to drag us in at some point, because we could just keep going.
Keep going. That's literally why you're being paid to talk about your favorite team. How great is that?
It's fantastic. And, we mentioned two, but users.
Where do we begin?
Where do you even begin with a player like users? It was really funny, actually.
Where do we end? This is the question at this
is the perfect desk for me and Ollie. It just is. It's, honestly...
They lobbied for this.
Instead of Sandbox and you throw in a LATAM team,
I would have been, yeah.
What game
we'll be here all night
to be on here?
I mean, yeah, that would have been really like splitting us in half, though, wouldn't it?
Maybe tomorrow, Ollie.
Yeah, maybe.
I want to ask you something, Demo, because let me quote Jesse J. Chick when I say this, and I'm just being very clear. Genuinely don't know how Sandbox versus M&M will go, but it's more fun to predict against Demo. Sandbox 2-0. How the turntables, as the quote goes, Demos. How are you feel? How smug are you right now?
I mean, he was very smug with me today, so if he wants to dish it out, he has to be able to take it. That's just it.
True. Are you in support here, Ollie?
Yeah, you've always got to be in support, absolutely. And I want to add on to that as well. It was something that Jesse and Jacob were talking about. They were talking about really good sledge players, and I just wanted to throw users into that conversation as well, because that's one of the things that he does exceptionally well.
The man has not played his first official EUL game, and it's already like, you know what, this guy's the best.
Well, that's the scary thing, isn't it? They haven't played an official UL game, but they've played an Six Invitational game, and they've come away with 3 points. It's not just 2 points, it's not 1 point, it is a full 3 points.
And one thing I want to add on about, obviously, they haven't played an EUL game, that's correct. But also remember the region that these players grew up in, and that is the UK. UK at the moment is the most stacked region inside of Europe. We have the most professional teams. These players grew up playing against the Navi boys, playing against Quana, playing against Secret. You think Kandrew, Doki, Citizen, all those OG names that you think of for the first UK team, they all grew up playing against them. They're used to playing that level already just because of the National League.
So, as someone who kind of kept up with M&M over the past year, seeing how they are, knowing Nello, knowing how the team is, and seeing them through the run in Challenger League, I don't feel that they played any different to how they usually play. This is their game. They even did it was on Oregon basement. They had Maverick just open up the reinforcement down by Shaiko, and they just went for the plays that in Europe are so European in the way that they are, so based in RATCL plays, that they pull off this victory, and they don't. to us, that is, to people that are used to this sort of gameplay here in Europe, it didn't seem like reinventing the wheel. They just did their own thing. This is what people in Europe really do. Do you think that kind of surprised Sandbox because they're not used to playing what is basically EUCL at this point?
Oh, I think Sandbox, we kind of only mention about the maps and how the maps kind of worked out. We assumed that Sandbox, they were probably gearing up ready for M&M today rather than their game against NIP yesterday. And that's because Oregon was let through in. Oregon was the first ban for Sandbox yesterday. They banned out straight away. And NIP aren't the best team in Oregon, so it's definitely one that they could have left open. So we were thinking, okay, they're going to try and hide their Oregon and then spring it on M&M. But M&M, that is a good map for them. Like you mentioned, Milos, they're used to it. They played the exact same playstyle as what they did throughout the past 6 months. So I think Sandbox just maybe underestimating their opponents and really what they can do.
It's terrifying as well when you start thinking about the way that M&M play. The fact that they haven't played too differently and they've not reinvented the wheel between Challenger League and now shows that they've got some sort of a proven formula. It goes a little bit deeper than that in the operators that they play. If you really look at their attacks, it's a very similar lineup most times. It's the same 5. They don't really deviate too far away from that. It's on the defense where they leave themselves to be a little bit more flexible. We even saw a clash pick come out. It was an early clash pick as well from Neo round 9 on Cafe. There was no need to bring it out at that exact point necessarily, but it just shows how willing they are to change things up even when things are going well on the defense. On the flip side, their attack, they just rely more on the positioning and that sort of thing rather than trying to change on the operator.
There was a replay that you guys wanted to talk about, so I would put it on the screen. You can kind of show and tell. We love the visual here so people can see it at home as you guys are explaining it as well. So here it is, friends, all yours.
It starts off, this is very early into the cafe, and M&M, you can see their structure, and I think this is also down to a big misplay. Realistically, this should be a kill every day of the week, but Sandbox, maybe it comes back to the kind of underestimate of the M&M side, and you know, this right here, it cost them big time, and this is also a very crucial gunfight that I feel Sandbox needed to get. If you look at the actual setup from M&M, they're going for, I think, this kind of new play style a lot of teams have went for, and that's actually targeting in towards train, in towards fireplace, and you usually leave one player upstairs just to make sure that piano hatch is untouched.
Yeah, it seems rough to put Static on blast like that for missing some shots, but it was just the first domino in a big stack of dominoes that then fell onto the site. There's not a great deal of intel here for M&M. You can see they've actually used the majority of the drones. There's 15 seconds left. You'd hope that they have, but they've still got that information and they know where these players are. Sile did have an opportunity there to try and shut a couple of players down, but ultimately 1 versus 4, it was only ever going to end one way. It was a clip that we wanted to bring up in an attempt to demonstrate how opportunistic M&M can be and how quickly they can move on the attack. They might take the same 5 operators, but that doesn't really mean that they're not willing to make changes on the fly, and as soon as they get that little bit of an in, it's almost quite LATAM-esque.
It's impressive, especially for what is realistically a rookie team, right? That is a lot for them to try to execute so perfectly, because it's a team that has a lot of experience. Sandbox players on it, they've been playing since 2017. That is a long time. So getting the experience to where it is, not too bad. And honestly, I would love to sit in their comms and just listen to how everything is with how Nello was kind of guiding things around. And shout out to Solotov, the only Turkish player at this event. Rare representation, of course, Turkey. We had a lot of Turkish Germans in the past, and even still to this day, heritage-wise in Rogue, etc., in EUL. But as a Turkish-born player who lives, breathes in Turkey pretty much, and coming over here, it is pretty cool to see what I will extend myself to as MENA representation in this case, in some way. I'm just trying to...
You've got somebody here. You got a friend.
I got a friend. I got a distant cousin in some way. Well, Lebanon,
only across the water.
Not even. You can walk to it. You can walk to
his house. Meet up. LAN party.
Oh,
that's a good idea.
Okay, not gonna lie. Just this side point. EU Siege LAN party. That would be great. We just get the NA talent, APAC talent, just all sit together and have some fun. If you're at home, you ever have a LAN party and all, you can play it in custom games and just use the LAN custom games that you have in Siege. It's great to have that. Not every game has it, but being able to play with like 1 ping, that is If you've never tried it, you definitely should get yourself ready for it. Maybe one day with your buddies and your friends out there. But that said, M&M took the W. We talked about Sandbox, some of the issues that happened. There weren't many of them because this series was 7-5, 7-4. It was relatively close. It just didn't go to a map 3. Sandbox play tomorrow as well as M&M that go up against NIP, Sandbox versus the Sonics. What do Sandbox need to change in preparation for tomorrow demo?
I think if you look at Sandbox, they need to try and create a little bit more chaos, because I think they've shown if you respect a team who can play very structured, they will punish Sandbox, because I think they're kind of lacking maybe in the refrag department. I think there's a lot of rounds where M&M, they were ramping up kills back and forth, and then Sandbox kind of falling to the wayside. So I think they need to focus and create a little bit more chaos.
If you look at the 2 games that Sandbox have had so far, they've played NIP and they've played M&M. NIP, at the moment, they're almost doing it to themselves. They are unraveling themselves.
Get me started on NIP.
I mean, I don't want to get demo started, but we kind of saw that again previously when they played Empire just before. So it's a very different play style that you're going up against. You come up against a little bit of structure, and that's where Sandbox really seems to struggle. So they just need to come up with some sort of a rationale for dealing with that.
Well, friends, thank you so very much. You kind of give us all the info that we needed to know about M&M, really.
You need more? I can give you more? Can we keep it going?
I know you can. This is, fortunately, I'm not running a M&M information charity on here.
Podcast, maybe?
An M&M podcast, there you go. If you're watching this, maybe Demo would be here to host it here with Ollie. But that's it. Thank you very much, boys. I am done for today. I'll back tomorrow. We got some awesome people coming around. Jackie, Jess, Fresh, and the whole squad are coming back to break things down as we go. This was a halfway point. There are 4 more matches to go, split 2 on each stream. So have fun with the rest of your day. This is the Command Center, off for just a bit. See you next game.
and take off. The astronauts look to trample the horses, liquefying Liquid. But can they make their dreams come true? Will Team Liquid finally get past the altar? Deb, what were you calling this one again? You had a pretty good headline for this matchup that we have.
This is the Brazilian Bridesmaids versus the American Dream.
And elaborate on that.
Look, throughout Brazil, we've had some really strong teams, and Team Liquid tends to be always that team that is getting so close to being a champion, but they can never actually take home trophies at an international level. They've been leveling up recently. Stage 3 was a little bit hit and miss, but this is a chance for them to prove that they're not always just going to be the ones catching the bouquet.
Yeah, and Deb, they looked really good against Rogue yesterday. SSG, though, we were all watching that. That was a completely different match there. So how do you think today's going to play out? Your face?
Sorry, I thought you were talking about...
no, I said Dev.
Sorry, Space Station, like, honestly, it was insane to think that they did as well as they did against FaZe. I think most people had agreed that FaZe were tournament favorites. Space Station, not only did they win that match, they came back from a 1-0 deficit. They came back from a 5-1 defense side on the first map to bring it almost to overtime. I think this Space Station that has now been rejuvenated in the last couple of months with Skies is one that is probably the best hope for NA.
Okay, and I'm sorry if I confuse you. I know I usually just say Ollie and then everyone just responds.
As soon as you say Ollie, I'm like that's 50-50, that's me.
But and now I want to put you in the hot seat. So Liquid has a frightening roster. I mean, we're talking Nesk, Palu, I don't know. Where should we start? Ask and Resets? I mean, this is the dream team with some teens as well.
Yeah, honestly, like the team has obviously been together since 5 months because they just recently added Ask and Resets. Ask is a solid support player for the team.
What is going on in this video, y'all? I'm sorry, you're missing it. They have some amazing poses. I'm sorry, please continue. I was distracted.
They've added Ask as a solid support player, and the main thing that Ask really brings to this team is the fact that Ask is really good with the mid-round or mid-game adaptation. And Team Liquid said that this is something that they personally really struggled with up until Ask got a part of this team and helped them kind of get over that, really. They also added Resets. Resets joined after he only just turned 18, and he is one that likes to take gunfights and is a great vertical player. This is what the team said about him, so, I mean, they're hoping with the 2 additions of these players to be one of those LATAM teams that actually takes a big crown as well.
And we have the roster graphic up right now. I mean, we've been watching this team closely. Do you think that they're gelling well?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the first international event with these 2 people on a team, right? So it might take some time for them to gel well and to have that kind of, I mean, team synergy going on together, but they have a really good defensive play style. They play like a wall, and they're basically waiting for enemies to make mistakes, so it could look really good for them.
All right, I want to pivot right now. We are looking at the play area, taking a live look. Oh man, I can't imagine what they're feeling right now. Definitely a lot of pressure. We're going to pivot over to their opponent though, SSG. And Deb, I want to pick your brain. These are all star players coming together, but we saw coordination and cohesion. And you know, I was teasing you. I said they were like straight Voltron. They were Power Rangers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you told me you didn't know what Voltron was. And I was shook.
Having a bit of a roast, fair enough. Look, Space Station, yeah, they've been a good team for a while. They rejuvenated some extra energy into their roster. Not only did they get Hot and Cold, who's now been with the team for a whole 8 months. Kind of unreal to think he went from being a player not good enough for DZ, so they dropped him, to now being NAL's MVP. More recently, of course, Skies came on board as well. And these guys looking really hot. Particularly, our questions were about their form at an international stage, because they haven't won a BO3 against an international team for 2 years, and they broke that negative streak yesterday. Honestly, it redeems a lot of our hope and our faith in them. I think that probably this is going to be the NA team to watch throughout this event.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you specifically about the roster here. We're bringing up the graphic. Skies, he was really making a strong showing yesterday, but this whole team should be feared. There's lots of veterans.
Oh yeah, I think especially if you think about last map yesterday, Skies had a really good performance, and that's where he really stepped up. But if you think about the ratings of this team, it's actually not Skies that's been performing at the top yesterday. It was actually Fultz who had the best rating. And I mean, on the Villa, that one round where he just snuck up with Knock and got a 4K, that's great. That's things that we do love to see. And Hot and Cold obviously had a positive rating as well. Got 4 plans down in total over that best of 3. So, I mean, it's not just Skies, it's an entire team that you have to be scared of, really.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And we are actually ready to move into the map ban phase, so we're working to get that information up on your screen. And really quickly taking a live look at the play area, it looks like SSG is just starting to trickle in there. I mean, Dev, what is going through their minds? I think all eyes are really on them because they performed so well yesterday. So, I mean, at this point, I think they're feeling some pressure.
For sure. They've got an added expectation now that they've taken down the tournament favourites. Like, okay, you beat the best team that Brazil, arguably Rainbow Six as a whole, has to offer. Time to go and take down Team Liquid, who is another really storied team. It's going to be a lot of pressure. It's also something that Space Station have never done before. Here's a fun fact for you. These teams haven't versed each other since 2019, and they've never faced at a major or an SI, only the old miners. In those 3 encounters, Liquid has won every single time. Now, yes, that was a very long time ago, quite different rosters, but it really says something to the history between these teams.
And we do have some information on the screen now related to the map ban phase, and what are you thinking?
I mean, we have SSG betting out Cafe, and it seems to be a good map. Actually, for SSG, they played it a few times and won 3 out of their 5 matches. It's not maybe their best map, but it's a good map that they're taking away. We have Liquid betting out Clubhouse. That is one of their worst maps, you could potentially say. And the first map pick coming in for Space Station being Villa. That's an interesting one. It is one of their best maps. If you look at the stats, they've played it 4 times and won it 4 times.
Yeah, overall, I think Villa is a good map for both teams. That's the thing. Liquid are undefeated in recent history. You look back at the BR6 finals, they took down NIP 7-2, a really dominant one. So Space Station, like, they're rather than looking for maps that Team Liquid are going to be weaker on, they're going to go to maps that I think it's going to be a pretty solid chance for them, but also a strong map for their opponent. Oregon being the pick for Team Liquid, a fantastic map for them. 5-0 since the start of Stage 3. Most recently, a 7-4 just yesterday over Rogue. So a really strong map for them. That said, Space Station also undefeated since Stage 3. We've had some really dominant scorelines from them. 7-2 against DZ, 7-3 against TSM, but unproven internationally once again.
Dev, just dropping the facts here. I love it. But we are ready to get this match underway. But really quickly, we do have this interview with Team Liquid, so please take a listen.
I'm Paulo from Team Liquid. I'm normally the second entry-fragger. We had some roster changes. We changed Moringa and Sex Cake to Asken Resets. We picked them because we wanted some young blood. Like, they are like really, how can I say, they are eating the game, you know, they are playing like all day the game, so they're all the time trying to improve in something, so it's great to have like some young blood, you know. We lost, especially in Mexico, that we lost against T1. It was like a loss that really hurt because they deserve it, of course. Like, their run was amazing, but like it like was a, how can I say it was something like deep down, like it could be us like there, you know. It's hard.
A quick 7-0 for Team 1. Not a single round being picked up by them.
In our game, we changed a lot of things as well. Like, we changed some roles that wasn't fitting as well for resets, and we kind of like made it through, and we won against an IP in the BR6 final, so I think we are ready. I think like there's no team that can make us afraid, like, but there are some strong teams. Like, I think SSG phase is always a great game. It goes like overtime and stuff. Like, I think those two are the biggest ones. The favorite, that one I think it will be Brazil now. Well, don't sleep on us.
Chaos, chaos, chaos. 2 unpredictable mercurial teams. You know, who's going to take this one? Well, right now I'm with Fresh and Jess, and who's winning?
Oh, I have no idea, Jess.
Yeah, I love how you all looked at each other and paused. Okay.
No idea, Jess.
Okay, what are we going to do?
Do you know how I'm going to decide this?
How?
I have with me 1 great British pound.
This is great. Okay.
And we're gonna flip a coin for it, okay?
All right.
So I'm going to flip this coin.
We are the most professional analysts, by the way. You know.
So if it's heads,
okay.
Who's going to win if it's heads?
CAG.
CAG? So if it's tails, then it would be Rogue.
You guys are so cute.
Tails.
Wow.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So, Rogue?
Rogue, we're going to say. And do you know why we wanted to flip a coin? Because both of these teams, they are so explosive.
Yeah.
And it is going to be so hard to call because it's going to be such a frag fest going on inside of the server.
Yeah, and you know what? Since you picked Rogue, let's start off with Rogue. This is a historic Siege team. I feel like they really wanted to prove themselves yesterday, and they fell short, so I feel like they're going to be out for blood today. It's a new day, and Cyclops is a different team, so.
It is. They played okay yesterday. I think they were just completely outclassed by Team Liquid.
Yeah.
They said themselves, if they won a few more gunfights, they probably got at least a map, but Liquid are just a complete different animal to go up against. So for Rogue, it's going to be quite an uphill task in this group.
Oh, look at Cyclops on your screens right now. One of the most formidable forces coming out of Japan, and they haven't played yet. I know for a fact that Jackie and I were speaking about it before, and she's like, what do we expect out of them? Well, that's why we flipped a coin, because, yeah, they're a 50-50 team. They either show up and obliterate you, or they kind of just a little bit of a slump.
Yeah, I feel like we keep on talking about how this is going to be spontaneous. Some would even say erratic, fresh. Who is going to capitalize off of the chaos today?
It absolutely could be anybody, and a point about Cyclops is that between the last two majors that they've attended, between Sweden, between Mexico, individually 4 of their players have gone -20 over the course of the tournament, which shows how erratic they are, because in the other tournament, respectively, in Sweden or Mexico, if they went -20 in Mexico, they were going positive in Sweden. So that kind of attests to just how up and down this team can be. When they're on it really well, but when they're not, they're not.
I have my cue cards here with nice little dot points, as good analysts do. You know, they bring their notes. And the very first dot point I have here under CAG for Cyclops is we haven't seen them since Mexico in an international format. People will disagree because they say when they go towards APAC South, they do those quals and whatnot. That's international play, but truly LAN international play we haven't seen since Mexico. And the statute of limitations for me is like too far gone.
Yeah.
So I'm actually giving them a brand new foundation to work off of here. I'm going to give them this first game. I'm even going to give them another series beyond this to paint that brand new identity of CAG in 2022.
Okay, and we do have Rogue up on the screen now. We were talking a little bit before, a historic team. Yesterday, not so hot. Jess, Aces had a stellar performance yesterday, but, it wasn't enough. So what conditions does Rogue need to get this win?
Yeah, the win conditions, well, all of the rounds were pretty much off the back of Aces, as you said. And I think when you are going with sort of a 1.22 rating, and then you have Kryan, who's their frag main, he's on the sledge, he's on the Jaeger, etc. You see him on the far right top of your screen there. He is a big man, but he was not putting up big numbers whatsoever. He had a 0.4 rating after yesterday's game in 8 rounds. It was a bad showing from Rogue, and Aces attempted to carry everyone on his shoulders.
Kryan can sometimes go missing. I've teamed with him twice.
Oh, that's right.
I know how good and consistent he can be inside of scrims. Sometimes in the game day he goes missing. Sometimes he does go huge. I'm not sure.
Weren't you his coach?
What I will say,
Oh my gosh.
I mean, is it mentality? Is it stress? Is it
overthinking?
Overthinking.
Yep.
What I will say is Kryan tries to be this ultimate flexible player, because he's kind of in this freeway power struggle, as I would call it, as who's the entry fragger on Rogue? Because Kryan by trade, he's an entry fragger. Aces by trade, he's an entry fragger. And sorry, I've just seen Kryan. And also Leon Gids by trade is also an entry fragger, and that's what you get out of Rogue. You get 3 players that want to be the entry fragger, so you're going to see early engagement. And I think Kryan sometimes tries to hold it back a little bit, and that's why he puts in these bad performances, because he doesn't let himself be himself and the player he wants to be.
Okay, we're taking a live look at the play area right now. We're moving into the map ban phase, so tell me what you're both thinking here, Jess.
I mean, Coastline going off the board. A lot of APAC teams like Coastline, so if some people who don't know CAG very well are going to be like, whoa, why do they get rid of Coastline? Well, for Cyclops specifically, not one of their best maps by any means, but getting rid of Chalet, yeah, I'd probably get rid of that too if I was Rogue.
It's one of them. They started off a UL Stage 3 on Chalet, they liked that map, and it kind of deteriorated after that on that map. So, and as well, just coming back to the Coastline ban, Coastline is one of Rogue's favourite maps, so it's no surprise to see that one taken away.
Absolutely, and Clubhouse, we love a good old Clubhouse. It's almost like if you were to pick a map in the entire competitive map pool, and you're like, we can really identify who's the best team, we go on this map. However, Rogue will have to get rid of the Monty. I don't care what else they ban in all of the other bans, but they must get rid of the Monty on that map. Then it's an even Steven matchup. If they don't, I don't know, but it's their map pick.
All right, we are taking a live look at the play area again, and I'm shocked. They don't seem nervous. Everyone seems like pretty relaxed right now. So, I mean, predictions. How do we think this is going to go? We already know what Fresh picks. Jess, what about you? Off of his coin toss.
Yeah, you don't get an opinion now. In any expert way, your coin was the expert for you. Looking at the maps being Oregon, Clubhouse, and the decider being Villa, I'm looking over to, Rogue on Villa. I don't have anything, throughout this event or in recent times. And then I look over to Cyclops as well. And, I mean, Villa's not a map that they've shied away from. They've beaten people in the quals for it. I just don't know how much weight I want to put on that.
Okay, well, our teams are ready, everyone. So Liquid versus SSG, then Cyclops versus Rogue. Take it away, casters.
Everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us here on the B stream. My name is Untitled, joined here by Fluke, and we have got a banging game coming right up. We have got Cyclops and we have got Rogue. This, by all accounts, is one that we have been really looking forward to playing. Cyclops, we haven't seen them play yet. This is the moment. This is the real time where we get to find out, what are they going to do?
If you've never seen Cyclops play, it's so exciting. The confidence, and it was pointed out there by Jackie, all the players look like they're having a good time because that's Cyclops, whatever the weather. This is 5 players. They love playing Siege, and they play a really good brand of Siege that at the start nobody could really deal with. It was when APAC had first started to rebuild itself after the old Fnatic and Norarengo days, and it was very exciting, it was thrilling, and it was, above all, so much fun.
And that's what we really want to be here for. We want to be here for fun games. We think back to games that Cyclops have given us in the past, and they always give us a good run of things. Rogue, on the other hand, they didn't look great yesterday, a little bit lackluster, and I think this is their time really to just show that it wasn't a blip. There was a blip, and that they're actually going to be able to bounce back, but it is by no means going to be an easy game for them at all.
Cyclops, see? The big C. I like how they did it with their hand as well. It's a very easy one to do.
It's quite an easy gang sign to throw up,
It's an easy C. It's an easy C to throw up, and, they're still getting over. We saw a little bit of a... It's a hand warmer.
Secret weapon.
It's a secret weapon. Keep your hands warm. Is he getting a second one? Or is he struggling? Now the camera's on him. We're not going to find out. We'll never know. That's Rogue. It's a harder one to throw up as a gang sign.
You'd struggle.
You'd struggle. Is this if you try it? No hand warmers, but good energy.
Pockets.
Nice. This is some tricks. This is the game, by the way.
How many times can you spin your mouse?
Who can do the best thing on camera?
It's Bolo's quite good at, I think.
Yeah. Have we had any classic clips yet?
What do you mean?
I mean, every SI or every major, there's people that play with the camera. They get more confidence. And I guess I'm always looking for the highlight reels. Show us some more magic tricks that we saw on these screens. 59% to 41%. Preference to Cyclops. This is 2 factors. 1, Cyclops has a lot of fans. Cyclops has a lot of excitement. 2, Rogue, they didn't have a great day yesterday.
It's a good close vote. That's, for all intents and purposes, it's pretty 50-50. Not a great deal separating the two there. Heading on in, we're going to be throwing down to Oregon straight away. The good old equalizer map, the good old 50-50. Thatcher coming in as the first ban. Cyclops to start things off here on the attack.
So they're learning each other's languages by the sounds of it. They're trying their best.
There's probably better times
Flores
to do that, I'll be honest.
Gone. I love that. What's going on? Okay, this is another thing of, if you want an idea of how much fun they have in the server, it's in the old chat. Oregon, the removal of Thatcher and Flores is pretty hefty, especially if you're playing around that, blue corner and elbow. You're playing around the sort of dig in of that hold. Occasionally, if you're up in dorms, the sort of trophy setup, if teams like to extend that way with a shield and potentially a Rooney Gate to make sure they have that locked off, it's a very, very different story. I mean,
I think everyone's good.
Friends in the server.
I'll be honest, I think that everyone's been asked if they're okay, and everyone's fine.
Good. Are you good?
Thank you. I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm pretty good. Thank you.
And you?
And you?
Thank you. And you?
I think.
Valkyrie and Cade to be removed as well. So you've got the run of your teeth on Heart Breaches here. You can really go to town with that. We've got both Maverick and Hibana available. With the Cade gone and Thatcher gone, it sort of neutralizes those 2 factors as well. Now, with this being Cyclops' map choice,
yeah, and I guess this is the curiosity that starts to pick up at this point, because Oregon can be a good rogue map, but it wasn't yesterday. They were knocked back 4-7 if you missed it, and again, it was against Team Liquid, a team that, okay, they've had some roster changes. They haven't had as strong as they were, but they're still a strong roster, and they still have Nesk and Palu, who did Nesk and Palu things yesterday, and that was the thing that they couldn't quite keep up with. Rogue didn't have a secondary gunner. Most of the eyes was on Aces, who was able to put up a fight, but without that secondary pickup from Cryan or Leon, it just wasn't quite hitting the mark. Here against Cyclops, a team that's a little bit more similar to Rogue in terms of a bit of a balance of who's going to be gunning and who's going to be finding fights, and also that mobility of aggression, because all 10 of them love to try and find different locations with a singular sort of backline player. So I'm curious to see if they can learn the lessons of how they can sharpen their gun skills, but also find a more familiar foe. Hey, who's that in the hands of Anaton?
5 seconds to go.
I'm not sure if we've seen an OC yet.
That's exactly right. I haven't, at least on my games.
I was racking my brains. I think this could be a debut. Certainly a debut in the games that I've watched up until this point. And an interesting choice and an interesting pickup. It's something that you sort of forget about, isn't it, at a point?
That's it. She's
actually,
allowed.
That's a thing now. It is allowed. We don't have to remake the lobby. Well, I mean, that's the immediate thought, isn't it? We'll have to see where Anaton chooses to deploy those shields. Obviously, there's quite a bit of window play that goes on here on Oregon, especially if you're going to look toward that top floor, so there is going to be opportunity. It's also a nice way of gathering a little bit more information. Look at where Anaton's playing at the moment. Straight into master bedroom, a little bit of an adrenal surge to assist that process as well. And a shield set up outside. Now it's going to allow a nice easy route on in with the drone, and it's less about where you're able to set that up and more about what you're able to do off the back of it. Active drone in now, and if someone does choose to try and swing onto that angle, you do get a very easy straight out the drone, straight into a firefight while still remaining safe.
So they're going for the long fight here. The Impact's already swinging their way down towards the backside of Garage. A bit of a slow and steady approach. They're making sure they can try and get some eyes, and well, if you're unfamiliar with Osa, we'll give you a very quick breakdown. She can deploy these bulletproof shields with a poppable glass bit at the bottom. An Impact will make quick work of it, or any explosive close enough, and well, this is the danger of them. That bulletproof moving banister that you can redeploy, and then suddenly you have it as a bit of a hop to and a hop over. It is bulletproof glass though. It can be smashed, it can be turned, so you can't really get through it, and as I said, it can be entirely destroyed with just a little bit of thinking. But she hasn't massively been seen. She's only just been allowed to be here over the quals. Let's see if she can have a bit of an impact.
Well, there's a smoke that's worked its way on through. Anaton is still looking to try and hold on to the angle that's been made into games, and well, with Alligator at the bottom of those white stairs, still with the small factor of Prano to deal with, the hopping will immediately be punished. This is a distinct lack of information here from Cyclops. You can't be sending your diffuser carrier into the bottom of white stairs like that, as that looks like that's where most players are going to fall. Cryan picks up another one down at the bottom of those stairs, and it's down to Anaton to try and push through the smoke. Finds one onto Prano. What is he going to be able to do from here? Just short of 40 seconds, and a C4 will find him. This is night and day different from Rogue already inside of round number 1. Information, something that they have in large amounts, but by contrast, Cyclops just sort of hopping in and on a whim and a prayer.
Well, it was the first off, so she was there, and she was technically there for the longest. She's back though. And to be honest, if anyone was going to try and bring the danger that she could muster, this is potentially one of the teams. This is potentially one of those dynamite setups, especially from a region that's had a very good run. They were often sometimes asterisked as, do APAC do the plays that they do because they're trying to break out of a meta or they're a mold set within themselves? Everybody's got a different idea, and I think they've very much proven that they wanted to try and push a game idea. And you know, the sort of early plays that have been adopted from them, the plays that they've ended up taking from other places, they're still always flirting with this idea of growth and pressure. Now, as we go underneath, I'm curious to see if she'll offer them a little bit more. Again, it may be an operator we're focusing on because, well, it's the first time we've seen her. We're still running the numbers in the back room. All the other casters are checking their pretty feeble memories as casters, I think we all have. It's the analysts who need to run that. I need Dev. I need Fresh.
Need some big brains in the
big brains.
Downstairs we go now to the basement. Rogue being successful on that top floor is going to force the rotation. With Mirror available, it somewhat changes the landscape of how things can be played down here. Leon opting to bring said Mirror and place a couple of windows out. Info was something that Rogue had a good deal of in that previous round that was demonstrated by the C4 that they were able to get vertically. We could see there was a lot of players that were on the side of Cyclops really just sort of broadcasting the location and making their presence known. The Lion now being used as some sort of a pinch on trying to just gain a little bit of that control back in the early part of the round. But you just feel like Rogue were a little bit above that.
Well, Aces slips away and goes a little bit below that, and that being the pressure that was otherwise coming down quite quickly. They've realized that there is all of this mounting above, and he doesn't have to lose his life. And to be honest, this was a game that they suffered with before. The quick work of a shield that's trying its best to clear, this is another way that you could play Ossa. Have a big gun behind her, let her sort of work like a blitz without the blitz ability, and remind her to crouch every now and again, because you don't quite have the safety and solidity of the man mountain, but you do have pace. And that's a pace they're applying here as they push Cryin down tower stairs as well. He's knocked out of this arena. They're steadily shepherding all of the players down into the basement, and within a minute it's pretty quick, but there is one loose part, and that's at the top of tower, waiting.
Gatarada seeing if he can try and create any sort of cut off there for said player as the drone goes up from Black Ray as an attempt is going to be made. Hatches can now start to be opened, and it's one of the nice things about both Thatcher being banned, Cade being banned, and the 2 hard breaches being available is that you're going to be able to get those hatches open in a pinch, which with the way that Cyclops are playing, it's going to benefit them because they aren't really always giving themselves the most amount of time, albeit we've only seen a couple of rounds so far, but hatches open around the minute mark is never a bad thing. They can start now with that clear because there's going to be quite a lot to wade through when they start thinking about burning onto the site.
Now the longer Aces is up here is the more powerful he can be. He's got eyes on a drone that might have had eyes on him, but he feels a little bit safe for now as the rest steadily makes its way down the tower stairs. They're flicking through and they'll probably try and have some awareness, but if he can time this well, he can absolutely take everything out. Even if it's a do or die and probably die situation, he takes 1 or 2 and suddenly everything's up in air. He's able to slip his way past, and oh, he just gets the back of 1. There's 2 and the diffuser as well, and the E1D echoes out, but it's too little too late. Black Ray, he tried to pick up the pieces, but at this point, his life is already forfeit Aces, so he's just going to see how much more time he can waste. He's a danger. Cyclops need to try and find a way to get rid of him, or at least force a fight here. He's low health, but they have no idea where he is. Anaton's going to have to go back into the big open space. They're going to use that to cover themselves as Cryin gets 1 more. The 2 bodies above the hatch at least get 1 back of their own, but with Aces just on the far side, it's 1 more on the hatch, and this is very likely all she wrote. No diffuser, no blood, no round for KAG.
Prono there just hyping up Aces after a very successful round. You can't deny the presence up there inside a T3 and the perfectly timed rotation. It was a brilliant sort of trap that was laid by Rogue. It was, yeah, come and take meeting. We're happy with you to open these hatches. We know we've got no way of denying that from happening. Sure, you're going to bring the Lion, but if you're not even going to clear out that top floor, we're going to punish you for it. Sitting inside of the attic, it's one of the oldest tricks in the book for Aroma on this map. You know, you think about the attic and you think about how much impact you can have with a couple of impacts in your pocket. You can really start to make a nuisance of yourself. That's exactly what Aces did.
What we've seen from a lot of teams that have played yesterday and coming today is that they've grown. The teams that have beaten, it's not everybody, obviously, but obviously you look at teams, you know, Na'Vi had a slightly better performance than they did, but it can get much worse than yesterday. You've got Rogue, who have obviously learned some lessons as well. You're seeing lessons learned from opposing teams too, and it's not everybody, but I think that's one of the tells that might grow into Rogue's story here. And it's one of the things that we have to highlight about Cyclops is it's day 2, but this is their first game. And I know it was a bit of a conversation of there's the 2 moments that you're the most nervous. The number 1 is before the grand final, and the number 2 is before your first game. Because at that point, all that year's pressure and prep is relieved at least a lot more than it would be when you're second or you're third, because at least you've hit the ground running. You've started a race and waited for that pistol shot. Don't be surprised if KAG take a little bit more warming up than Rogue do. They are far from the first team.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Rogue had yesterday as their first game. They played against Liquid and they really struggled. There's no other way to put it. There was only Aces who was a positively rated player off the back of the series. Already, Crying has more I was literally just about to say that.
He only needed 1.
He got 3 kills against Liquid.
Oh, okay, across the whole series, yeah.
Across the whole series, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck.
I mean, the all chat's lighting up, so these boys are obviously feeling pretty confident, but I mean, maybe we don't need to do any sort of analysis sections of the cast. Maybe we can just let the all chat do it.
I mean, it's one of those things where I'm sure an admin is monitoring it.
Quite close.
Exactly. As soon as all chat starts to pop up, it's like, okay, let's make sure this stays jovial and jolly as the game continues. It's only round 3, but they're a team that's in good spirits because Rogue has faced the worst, and now they're able to find the best. An instant trade out, better, from Cyclops. Gator finds 1 and just gets the second, locked in on the stairs. That gun, well, it's an LMG, and they're in a pretty hot spot right now. Susie C can't quite find the cleanliness of an entrance from that shower, so has knocked back in to see if he can scrub himself a little bit further. Impacts are impacting all the way around into the back of the corridor with Crying still locked in. They thought they could just sneak past, but now they found themselves isolated. Anadon is waiting. He wants Crying to see if he can offer some support, but there's only so long you can wait when you're on attack. You've got to try and set the pressure and the pace, and if they're stuck up in shower, you need something else to try and be that extra bout of mobility, whether you pick up sticks or try and head elsewhere.
It's sort of one of the traits of an Osa as well, is that you feel obliged to play by that shield now that you've placed that utility, and it can almost be a bit of a sunk cost fallacy where you've got to keep things moving a little bit quicker than they are. Anaton is now going to try and hop on through, but immediately it's shield out. Is this a lack of information, or is this just want of a little bit of speed? Aces, he's going to find himself getting downed on out as Anaton drops the shield perfectly. Susie C now looking to get into sight as well. Crying's going to have to make that rotation. He's going to have to make it quickly. Leon does hit the shots. The shield means nothing, and the plants won't go down just yet. Still, there's 35 seconds to make this happen, and both Rogue players are a little bit off site. They've got to make that rotation on in now. Crying does have a C4 in hand. He's going to go for the throw, but he won't be required as Leon is going to be there to find that final kill. Plenty of time to disable the diffuser. Mr. Gibbs is going to do that as well. Didn't have a kill coming into that round, but picked himself up 2 there, staying alive right until the end.
So, okay, we'll do a little bit about Osa there. It was a very quick swap out. That's one of the abilities that you can sort of play with it, and why you can see some active, aggressive teams, as Anaton likes to be, getting in the face. He was a big shield player. He was a very good shield player, and also can be in the right hands. We've, had Pengu on our wonderful staff and support team who said what she can do and how she can be in the right hands. He might be the right hands, but it's not quite connecting just yet. It seemed like Cyclops couldn't quite get that finesse onto the side itself. It was better, but that was Rogue's tertiary site, and that's always something you've got to keep into mind, is that is their statistical third and weakest hold. That is the one where they felt most pressure, and it was still some great gunplay, and that was exactly the thing that they were missing yesterday against Liquid.
Well, they've come alive here today. They've been able to pick up the first 3 rounds on the bounce, a clean rotation. If they can run through that and do it back again, even better for them. Anaton's now switched off this time. He's actually not on the Ultra anymore. He's switched over onto the Dokkaebi. I'm not sure what it is about Cyclops, but whenever, and this is going to sound preposterous, but whenever I try and switch from a shield to a gun, or whenever I even see other players from other regions try and switch from, it takes an age. These guys seem to make it happen almost instantaneously. Aces got downed off the back of the shield into the gun switch animation. The speed of these guys is absolutely incredible. Having said that, I do kind of agree with dropping the Osa. It's just been too much to play around. I don't think that you can base your entire attack and an entire one player just around those shields.
Exactly. It's always worth mentioning that when an operator gets introduced, it isn't just always going to be this sort of swing in. There's not really been anyone that's hit the ground running apart from Original Lion, but that forced us to have new rules in the game itself. So everybody, it's not that they approach it with more caution, but it's that they bring themselves in with a steadier burn. Not everybody's an early adopter. The meta's in a very interesting place, and that's always worth admitting. It's not just that it's a new operator added, but look at the swing in how many more operators were brought into the game over the past 6 months because of those changes. You wouldn't have seen a Finker back then from anybody apart from maybe APAC rosters, and now she is in the hands of some of the best players of the world.
It's a staple. It's the same way that Zero isn't entirely the whole attacking lineup. You will bring it in some occasions, but more often than not, you're going to stick to a different vibe. We are going to hear the Logic Bomb call ring through. Gives Rogue something to think about. There's a Thinker Boost as well to boot. It's not being doubled up with the Lion this time, as that hasn't really stopped anybody from Rogue doing anything at the moment. Even with Aces out there on the roam in previous rounds, he's been able to deal and combat with that Lion. He's getting a little bit brave, however, at the classroom window, and really is poking for a fight here. Just sends a impact grenade up in an attempt to deter anyone from just moving on through and getting the breach open. Cyclops certainly taking this time to just see if they can catch any of these Rogue players on the rotation. Anderson actually lets somebody pass him. He's got the DMR. He hasn't really got much of an option at that point to really start taking significant shots. And if his location can remain unknown, it might be the better. A nade for a Walleye isn't ideal. And a second, well, that really does suck, because now it's going to mean Leon is a lot safer dug in behind the couch.
And they know that someone's there. That's the difference. I mean, the window was already propped and Leon was in a position, but to know that they're actively thinking about it and have been for the past 15, 20 seconds, it means that you sort of have a bit of confirmation. You have a bit of clarity on what they're approaching. Up White, though, he's just hopped in, popped around, and dropped a player. There it is. A very easy pickup on one. Is a bit curious about the lockup from the second, but Gatorada, he's driven his way all the way around onto the back on the top of the Attic side. That gives them that clarity. Cryin and Prano have to go for a rotate up White. They've sort of let it slip through. It was a hole that's being punished by a planting diffuser, and Prano pops up, pops down. Gator is gone, but not before they can stop a plant, and Gatorada stops Aces on the far side. Black Gray, he's underneath now. He's going to see if he can rebuild. He thought he might catch the loose tail of a player, but they've otherwise pulled off. Cryin, though, he's going to meet the fight sooner than he thinks. And now it's just down to the rotation onto the trophy side. Prano wanted to go for a bit of a split pinch here, but they entirely know where he is. And those LMGs, oh, they're pretty strong right now.
That defense was brilliant until the moment they let everybody run up White Stairs.
Yeah.
Now, in a previous round when we saw that site, round number 1, we saw that White Stairs being held very effectively. It was held by Prano, he was playing on the Jaeger, and he was just playing tight. ADS there, bit of barbed wire potentially, didn't really need it. He just shot them as they hopped in, because guess what? You're pretty vulnerable as you're hopping in through a window. You can't then start trying to fight that on the reverse and win that gunfight. It's a height advantage thing. It's all of those things that come into it. You end up being the attacker trying to get back into your own site. If that happens, if White Stairs is held, Leon probably stays alive. There isn't a deeper push then that goes in through Attic. There's potential for a refrag. No surprise, we see them give it another attempt.
3 hard breach for the push here and the approach onto dorms, and I'm sort of curious how this is going to come together here. Obviously, if there was a site where you wanted more hard breach than less, this is always a good one, and it gives you the width of an Attic take alongside walk in without any fear, and then you can also probably pop open Armory if that gets reinforced to give you a more comfortable swing round. That's generally about it. And, you know, there's other places you can play hard destruction, but you're looking at takes. You're looking at how you structure that sort of approach. And other walls at that point are probably just going to hand more to the defenders. You blow open Trophy Attic, and suddenly your Attic take is more dangerous if they just swing Trophy. You've made that long corridor even longer and tougher to get by, and given them a bit of protection from grenade swing. It becomes a choice, and, well, by the fact that we've had a heavy spawn there over onto the Tower Attic side, it seems like that might be the start of something.
I'm not sure where Cyclops were expecting to go, if they were expecting to actually go downstairs and they were looking to open a lot of things up, maybe in an attempt to remove Aces out of Attic like he played previously, or if they were expecting to go back to dorms and now they can go for a little bit more of a two-dimensional push, because up until now it's just been hopping through the bottom of White window, and that's 50-50 for them.
I mean,
they need to come up with something a little bit deeper, and something that I am a real big advocate of is just getting Attic open. Get Attic open, put the pressure on, remove the player from being able to sit in the bottom of Attic inside of the pit. In this case, that's going to be Rips. You've got to try and do something about that player. As soon as that happens, you can really start to manipulate those defenders and force those rotations. As it stands, still waiting to see exactly where the setup will come. There's going to be a bit of drone work going on into Attic. The breach is now open. So steps are being taken. Suzy C and Black Ray both in position, as there is a mute jammer on the wall, but that can be very swiftly dealt with by the blowtorch.
Well, there's a swing pass. Leon is putting as much pressure as he can back onto the fight here, and obviously they've repositioned themselves. 3 players underneath. They expected some pace and have pulled themselves further away from the site. They've realized that there's a bit of a great read that Cyclops have, and they love to actually take the fight onto the site players, as we see. One of the only 2 that was even there is the next one to South at the top of white, and Black Grey's concerned about the hop out, but it's Leon that's more concerning. As I said, this is already a long corridor, a tough fight and a tricky one. They've got a bit of the hard breach done. They've got a bit of the destruction, and they have their rotation if they want to try and get a little bit closer. But Galarreta, he's got to try and draw some attention here, pull some of that pressure away, make sure that there isn't anyone else to stack up with Leon, because otherwise it's just Leon sort of saying, I'll take this, lads. Doesn't really matter what else happens.
Well, Leon's played a blinder already because he's rotated in to take the pressure off Rips. It's much better that Leon takes that engagement than the SMG-11 takes it. So he can actually fight this fight for a little bit longer at a bit more range and hold on. Look at the time, 45 seconds, and now Rips can come into play when this is a much closer range engagement. Yes, they have been able to push through Attic, and granted, we do have Anaton now who's going to be pushing in through the breach. Just a little nip through and finds one onto Aces. The Toxic Babe canisters being used in an attempt to stop that push coming through Attic as hard, but the kills keep flying. Rogue are losing a grip onto this, and surely it is all going to be down to Rips and Cryin.
Huge play from Cryin now, but he is the last one left. They pushed through the smoke that was trying their best to buy time, but just going to stick it down and make sure they have some extra seconds to reposition. The C4's thrown, but it's misblown. Anaton, that's the big danger of here, and oh, it's a trade-off. Just both of them finding each other a little bit sooner than expected. It was almost very well played there by Cryin, but Cyclops, they bring themselves back in, 3-2 currently, but they still have one more round if they can try and drop it a little bit even. We're down to Laundry with all sites open for Rogue to think they can lock it off. Ossa's back on the board, but I'm curious to see if that sticks, because the team, as you said, without the mentality of playing around those shields with a little bit of pace, and that thing we love from Cyclops, which is, here's a fight, I want to take it, that's been much better without her.
It really has, and you could see just how flexible Cyclops allowed themselves to be in that previous round. The fact that they weren't hell-bent on playing a shield because they've brought it and they've got to use it, we saw what that gave them. Rogue kind of undid themselves. They knew that the biggest problem that they faced in round number 4 was that they gave up white control. So that was Prano's only job. He was just trying to hold on to the bottom of those white stairs, and he did, because no one came in, but that's because everyone came in from somewhere else. Sure, the C4 from below could have been the saving grace of the round, but there just wasn't enough information on the site. It was a great hold inside of Attic. I think that Rogue just got a little bit unfortunate challenging onto a few too many windows and a few too many of those players that were on the rappel. It's good that they gave it another attempt upstairs, but it is high time to do their best to guarantee that 4-2 split, because, as we all know, a 4-2 split on Oregon is sort of the minimum expected, I think, from defenders. You've got to be coming out of here with the lion's share of the rounds.
That's the thing also worth bringing in. This is obviously Cyclops' map. This is their chance to put a drive in. It's their first performance, and Rogue have been playing better than they were yesterday. There's no two ways about that. They're in the lead and good spirits. But Cyclops, they'll wake up. As I said, it takes some time, but every team goes through that. It's just some are generally a bit quicker than others. Being able to take your first map, whether it's yours or not, is a huge reliever. It's a huge bit of courage that you can then try and drive in to go for the pressure of the full 3. Black Grey with a very loud gun pops an E1D, and nothing else happens behind it. I'm not sure if they were trying to go for a close down anywhere else, but it didn't really seem immediately. Aces is suddenly under fire, finds one. The Ossa, well, you're not really going to trade, and if that was somebody with a gun, it would have been a pick back up, but now Aces, well, he's able to slip away. The players, they find a little bit of an escape there on Zulu, holding their breath. He's still got to keep moving, and it sprays all over the shop. But with that in your foot, you're not going to be able to drive yourself any closer. And here, again, the Ossa, in my opinion, cost them, and it's costing them more and more. Leon gets Galarreta off the board and leaves just 3 players left.
And that's what we want to see from Rogue. We want to see that aggressive hold, that aggressive stance, because you know it's going to get brought to you. And when Cyclops are going to make some kind of basic rookie errors like that, you know, you don't want to be holding the shield looking at someone, you want to be holding the gun. And that's when you're going to be able to get the trade. It's no good having the intel. The intel was too late at that point. We could see the attempt, we could see the setup. Irrigator was stood outside of the window with the lifeline in hand, willing to use it to open up the barricade. Black Grey has pushed himself down through Freezer and certainly taken it down Rips. Cyclops. Leon has since rotated as well, as have the most of Rogue. There is still that small fact of aces on the roam though, and we know just how dangerous he can be. He's a player that has been so slippery that no one's really been able to nail him down yet. Despite the fact that a Lion's in play, he could still come up with a kill here.
And he almost didn't get it, but he just pulls himself round. He's going to escape once again. He puts the goo mine to cover his tracks, so he knows if somebody's chasing him directly. Black Grey, in the meantime, puts the pressure onto the site, takes care of Leon on the swing round, gets freezer control. Suzu C almost catches his first kill on that roamer that's been so problematic, but it's a drop, and it's dropped. It is a 4-2 half here for Rogue.
What a round from Aces. What a round from... And Leon as well, give him his credit. Picked a really good time to come up Laundry Stairs and make the rotation, fought the fight inside a garage, and was just there for a little bit of extra support that Aces really kind of needed at that point, because you looked at the overhead at that moment in time and there was so much going on. It was players nipping around this corner here and just narrowly missing out a chance at a glimpse on someone over there. It took a pretty heavy side push from Cyclops to go, we just need to get control of this. What are we going to do? We don't know where Aces... Let's just push side. Let's try and get a couple of kills. That's never really going to work, especially when you're leaving somebody like Aces out there on the roam. So a 4-2 split here for Rogue. Certainly a good start indeed. Cyclops struggling on that roam game. The Lion isn't the answer. You can't just bring a Lion and hit scan as soon as you lose a player. It needs to be a lot better than that.
Okay, Cyclops, the attack wasn't everything that I guess you wanted it to be, but you didn't take your time out, which makes me believe that you think that you can pull this back on your 4-2. The 3-3 wasn't the most important thing for you on your map, and now's the time to sort of prove it here. We'll start down in dorms, and with a pretty more familiar hold here, though it still has those little tweaks and twinges of that team that loves to push the mold. Ella, you don't see it too often down here. She'll likely be in a position where she can maybe swing around and get some close comfort. It's not the hefty kicks of an FO12 to just sort of lock the door of blue, but still, it's a fast gun in the right hands and a fast operator with those bursts and burns to anybody's irises that happens to walk into a Grismot. At the same time, you've also got Iogator on that Oryx. A pairing of, we want to play around this map, come find us, and I'm curious to see if Rogue pay any attention, as three of them very quickly stack themselves up here onto blue. Black Grey is probably about to have a lot of work for him, as Anaton actually suffers on a fight there on tower.
Well, Anaton's actually got himself up along with Gatorado. There is going to be a rotation into Attic, so there's chance for them to get out of this sticky spot. But Rogue are going for a very direct approach, and Aces is going to get punished for it. Leon will be there with a trade, but this is a messy and scrappy round by all accounts. A push through into Elbow has netted Leon another. There's Toxic Babe canisters going off as well, as we've only seen 50 seconds or so. Leon's on 3, and he's still not been shut down. 3 versus 2 here in favor of Rogue. There is information for Cyclops, but they are being pressured very quickly. This is a long old time to start holding on for. Prano going to remove the barbed wire. He has the diffuser and could think about moving on through for a plant. There's no Toxic Babe canisters left. There's no C4. There's nothing that's going to stop this one from going down.
Well, a late random smoke there on the door, but Prano's gone for the plant either way. A trade out is the thing to end the run of Leon, but a 1 versus 1 is a very sudden pop-up. However, Prano still has a smoke in his pocket. There's pings that are coming through from a bulletproof that's on that open towards Pillar, and then there's yellow pings to give them a rough idea. More pings, more intel, more of a spread. There's a reveal, though! And Prano, often highlighted as the player that really brought a Lost at Sea Rogue to shore, is sure-fired to get that diffuser down and get it locked in. 5-2.
If Prano hadn't have won that, I would have been sat there going, how have Rogue lost this? Because that was scary for a time. There was 2 minutes left. It was 3 versus 2, and the 2 on Cyclops had nothing to speak of. They were out of everything. They had no smokes. They had no C4. They barely had any health between them. It was a little bit of a dire situation. I love Rogue's read. I really enjoy the shot call there. Push site, push site, push site. It looked a little bit reckless. Aces, I'm going to be honest, it looked a bit reckless. He was pushing straight down the stairs, straight down back stairs, pretty much straight away inside of the round and got taken out. Leon was there for a trade, and then the trades and the kills mainly from Leon started to come through. I think he ended up with 3, although I know that one of them did come through as a trade, so potentially could have been 4 for him. Big old round, and that quick fire pushing through Elbow, it sort of said, you ban Flores? Like, who cares? We're going to take elbow anyway. We don't care about Flores. Like, we're just going to put bodies in the way.
I think that's it. As soon as you see 3 bodies stacked there so quickly, the drones were buzzing around tower in a very early engagement, not just a reveal, but a physical engagement within that opening 20 seconds on tower. It's a quick push. You know it's going to be a quick push. At that point, that needs to be communicated. The smoke, it popped off, but they just pushed on through it and got a kill. What we've seen other teams do at that point when they realize this is actually just lock off elbow. Just sort of say, listen, we need these for later. They're trying something quick and heavy. Let's get some more solidity onto the site, because 1 man against 3 brave people isn't really going to be able to hold on. It's not something you can do twice. Those are lessons learned, and we can see that learn here as they've gone for a much slower take. They're going to clear tower from the top down, but they also have bodies on the bottom to make sure as soon as somebody drops on a rotation, they're called out. Anaton, he's living by fire right now, and he's not very happy about that, so he's going to try and find somewhere else to go.
Probably wise to. If you're being hunted down there, it's probably not the best place to stay. Anaton just going to really dance with death here as he just lowers himself down the stairs. Slowly but surely. Making sure he eats a little bit of time on the way, a couple of pre-fire shots here and there, just to really give Rogue something to think about, but ultimately it's been a 50-second clear of that top floor and top tower area, and now the nades can start to work. Ace is again going to take up that position at the back of those stairs as Prano just going to make sure that nobody's on the flank over inside of Laundry. Need to get hatches open, still a lot of work to do, particularly with this roam game. If you're now going to go for a clear and you're not going to directly push the site, you need to commit to that, and you need to make sure that those players have been removed. Still, we've got Alligator hanging around upstairs inside of security, so somebody to certainly think about. The Oryx can make those quick rotations.
It's one of those things that I really enjoy seeing from this more confident Rogue is they're having these big problems and big clears they have to do. As you said, 30, 40 seconds, they've pushed that player all the way back down. Alligator tries to find the first fight, cannot quite get the connection, and Aces is the one to end up standing. A minute 20, they've been able to finally find their first body, but they've also finally got all the control over those top 2 after the quick push and pressure onto tower. It is their map now to try and do with it what they want, and it's not just a single bit of control. As we said and saw on this site before, there are ways to rotate out of it and try and cause some trouble and panic, as Aces did up on tower stairs. Look at the difference Rogue have. They not only closed down this, but at the same time of tower control, were droning out onto the Laundry stairs. They had another body out there onto the server and the freezer stairs. It was map wide.
More innovation work going on upstairs. I'm not sure that Rogue are entirely aware of just exactly what's clear. Obviously, they're trying to burn out a little bit of utility there, but we see Leon still making those holes upstairs. Everyone is going to be on the site at this moment, so you've 30 seconds left, got to start to sort of shift that focus, and maybe it is just a knowledge thing at this point of where everybody is. Suzy C going to dip himself up the stairs, take down Crying. It's an important time to get a refrag, especially onto someone that brings grenades. Or the only player actually that still had a couple of nades left in pocket. Now we start to see that Scorpion sing, although Aces will shut it down straight away after 1. Suzy C comes in with the fight back, and Prano with the diffuser. Well, he's going to be left out in the cold. 3 seconds left and a lot to do.
And impossible to do. Understandably, just took a moment there to see if he could get any bodies that overextended. It's not the most unlikely thing for a player to throw themselves into at that point, but it didn't happen. And you're still 5-3 up. It was a return to a site. They had to double down to get success. If that keeps up, you've won the map. That's how math works. Kids Dorms. Dorms main hall is where we'll go to next. 5-3. They're only 1 point away from solidifying their opponent's map right now, Rogue, which compared to yesterday and compared to the 7-4 that they were dispatched on the wrong side of, it is so much growth for a team that pretty much had a mentality shake-up yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, you've got to, you can sort of give them the benefit of the doubt that last round. They were seriously chasing shadows. When I saw Aces make the rotation up the main stairs and go to the top of sort of armory area, and then Leon was hanging around in bedroom with the sledge, swinging the hammer, you just sort of, we get the benefit of all eye view. You know, we got the bird's eye view, we know where everyone is, we can say, yeah, 4 people on site, like, this is where you need to be. And I think it was just an information thing at that point from Rogue, and I think that they just somewhat doubted themselves on that flank. They can always bring things to try and secure that flank, you know, if they want to try and bring a Nomad or bring something like that into the mixture, but it isn't always necessary. Talking about bringing things in, Fluke. Prano.
I know, it's an arena with a diffuser.
It's that's terrifying.
Please go to Dorm's window. I want to see someone Fly up, yes. Thank you, Medics. You knew exactly where I wanted it. Oh, come on. Just throw yourself in, see what you can pull off, because it's been done before. It's been done in EUL before, and it's so fun. And it's this danger. There's also obviously the hatch, as Medics is also well aware of, and is saying in my wonderful ear from our fantastic team, is there it is. You have the window, you have the hatch, and you suddenly have yourself popped up right into the back line of their site. It's not the most aware thing. You don't really expect those sort of maneuvers in play, and if you can play against expectation, suddenly it's a very different round.
It's never pretty.
No.
You know, let's not glam this up any. It's exciting, but it's
yeah, I'm not saying it's the greatest thing.
It's never pretty.
It's not. It works rarely.
60% of the time.
But look at where he is.
Well, this is
what I want.
The first kills come through. Aces has found one onto iGator. The kills are starting to fly. That was Prano's moment, but he gets himself downed.
Oh, and it didn't quite go the way. It's never pretty. Rips is all that's left inside the side. It's a 3 versus 1, but Susie C is all that's left for anything on the side of it. So the remaining 2 rogue players, well, they can just swing their way in and get that kill. It could have been the greatest. You could have been a contender, Amaru.
The thing is, how much more are we asking for at that point? Because it's borderline worked. Everything there, I mean, Rogue won the round, so it's worked anyway. But they opened up with 2 great kills. Prano flies himself. He gets down straight away. It's a huge sound cue. It's a lot of noise. It's a lot of movement. It's going to get found out. Meepy looks fairly pleased with that one. He's got a slight, ever so slight, grin on his face after that round. Quick fire stuff from Rogue. That's really bringing the fight to Cyclops.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as the Prano was an express diffuser delivery service straight to the heart of site. What else do you need? What else do you need? Same day service.
It's a 5-star. It's 5-star.
Bish bash bosh.
Yep.
10% tip.
10?
On the service. All right, 25%.
I was going to say he's just fallen inside.
Yeah, he did collapse for this delivery. Okay, we'll give him a 25% tip.
That's better.
Tipping culture isn't a thing in England.
It's not. We need to get used to it.
Yeah. Sorry, Americans, if I've upset your sensibilities.
How good is it to see Leon Gids on 10 kills, 5 deaths?
How good is it to see Cryan on more than 0 kills?
On positive?
It is. 9 to 5.
It is.
Okay, let me just paint this in an entirely different way. How good is it to see Rogue play confidently? Because yesterday they won, and they're a happy-go-lucky team. All 10 of these players are. They're a very great energy across this whole board and this whole server. They have suffered the worst, Rogue in general, but Leon as well. He's been there throughout all of it, where they've been close to relegation, and then they've been an unbeaten super team. They've literally tasted everything, and you go through that and it builds you into a team that can take those knocks. And it was one of the questions that we had, because it was a heck of a knock yesterday versus Liquid, where they just didn't have any confidence in their gunning. And to be shut down by Nesk and Palu, okay, that makes anybody uncomfortable, but being able to take that and then build into this performance where they're swinging, they're going into these fights, they're playing Amaru quick plays on their opponent's pick, it's so much better to see from them.
I mean, it's a rite of passage to get slammed by Nesk on land. Like, that's just the way that things go. And it's all about how you bounce back from that. And Rogue have done already fantastically in Oregon, regardless of the result and how this map ends. They've played some cracking Siege in the majority of the rounds so far. So much so that they are currently on map point. A chance for them to take what would feel like quite an early lead in this best of 3 and then move on to their own map choice. Like, you've got to be pitting them as favourites at that point. Aces has often been at the front of that charge, and he's going to be upstairs now on a little bit of a roam clear.
A couple of questions. iGator, first of all, running out peaks. Second of all, doing it as smoke, I think, is always going to be a little bit of a curiosity there. He went for something bold and got caught by a drone. Lucky he saw it, because otherwise he would have been quickly dropped. Gatorado 1, almost finds the second. Pre-fires and hopes they swing into it. Has the hatch if they want an escape. And iGator on the backside, but Aces locks it off and has awareness. He's very aware that there was another player, and Prano has Anaton at the bottom of the stairs, massively isolates this smoke now. Black Ray battles his way up, and iGator swings on, finds the one in bedroom and takes care of them. Suddenly the body balance has gone back, and they've retaken the space. It's an important fight that's about to happen here for Aces, who was the tip of a spear, and now he's a man on an island. And now he's a man sent to the world beyond, leaving just Prano here to see if they can lock it off. A minute, but another 3 versus 1.
White Stairs has often been the sort of real anchor point of this entire map that we've seen so far. So much has happened in and around that area, and this round was really no different. Prano now, though, is going to have to take an alternate line of approach, and it just so happens it's going to be straight into Alligator. That is what we needed from Cyclops. We needed that aggression. We needed them to meet Rogue in the field, and they did just exactly that. We haven't seen a round with rapid-fire trades like that for a good amount of time.
Okay, a little bit more energy, Cyclops. You're 2 rounds away from being able to level this out and potentially take the map yourself. It's a heck of a boon to take yours and drive yourself in. It's a best-of-3 series. It doesn't mean it's over, but again, we'll say it a couple of times throughout these early days. I'm sure if you're unaware, the way the scoring works is if you take 2 maps in the best-of-3, you get the full fat 3 points. If you win, but it goes to a 2-1, so your opponents get 1 map, then you only get 2 points, and they get 1 map. So even if you lose a best-of-3 series, if you take a map, you take a point, and most importantly, you take that off of your opponents, which means that they won't be as far ahead of you on a table, which across a 5-day group stage, that could be very spicy games at the end of this.
Points mean prizes, and they really do add up, as you say, over the course of the group stage when all of these best-of-3s are going down, and especially with the way that the seeding works. I mean, coming out of your group first seed, you get a bye essentially in the first round. That's massive, and that's really what teams are going to be gunning for pretty damn hard. So every round matters, and for Cyclops, this is 2 rounds potentially for them if they do manage to drag it back to an OT that they're going to have to fight fairly hard for. They are going to show us to the basement. This was 50-50 so far for Rogue. They've been good downstairs, and they've also been a little bit ropey, chasing shadows, chasing roamers that really just didn't exist. But equally, we've seen the direct approach, and we've seen how effective that direct approach can be.
Leon, going for a direct approach with 2 bodies either shoulder. It seems like Leon's going to go for the deep dive onto Split itself. They're sort of spreading themselves down to Laundry, actually. They've decided they want the site, and they're going to take it within the opening 30 seconds. Suddenly they're in. Suddenly one's gone. They're going to swing around and get the fight elsewhere. Can't get the connection. Leon with a huge double kill, finally dropped by Anaton, but still the door of the site has been blown open. Alligator up the back stairs. Cannot get the kill against the Buck. You assume there was a call from a drone there, and, well, it's isolated as 2 remaining players. Anaton, a massive fight, and he's able to at least slip by it, which means that they can set up a back line, a ballast of 2 bodies, pointing directly towards all the enemies, not just entirely surrounded. Prano, with the diffuser, is actually going to keep pushing, try and get the kill, and, well, it works out. Rogue, they take the opening map, they take it away from Cyclops, and they push themselves closer to a 2-0.
Rogue are not afraid of a quick play, and that is terrifying. The decisiveness and the commitment that both Leon and Aces showed in that round was second to none. You cannot buy that synergy between 2 players that are just going to have one another's backs. Leon straight first in, sledgehammer in hand, bursting through the barricades, and he's got Aces backing him up. As it happened, Aces was the first one to go down, but luckily Leon was there for 2 trades. A really explosive round, and again, similar to the way that they approached the kids site when they went for the explosive Amaru play. Rogue's rounds there, a couple of them have really come off the back of just good old confidence.
I think that's entirely it. And it's one of the things that we saw from them, because you put this Rogue roster up where it's 4 great gunners, 3 that are sort of signature gunners with a backline against a team like Liquid yesterday, and they suffered. They couldn't match the aggression. You put them against a similar team in Cyclops, where you have this balance and they're firing confidently, then suddenly that divide looks more in their favor. It wasn't just Aces, but it was Leon, it was Cryan, it was all of them having their moments, and it led to a Rogue that, if you're a Rogue fan, well, you're familiar to see them, but you're also familiar to see the Rogue from yesterday too. Will it continue for the rest of now? We'll have to find out. After a quick break, we'll be back with map 2, which is Rogue's choice.
Leon Gids, I'm team captain and entry for Rogue. Recent play changes include Prano coming out instead of Corey in the last stage. Corey actually decided to leave himself and quote-unquote retire just to come back a few weeks later, so typical siege maneuver. We could have picked up a lot of people. We went for Prano because he's a strong voice in the team and we need someone who could guide us in the right direction. The change he brought to the team was basically at the end of the round, we didn't quite know what to do. We didn't really have a clear direction and focus of what we wanted to do as well. So he pretty much bring that extra voice in to make sure we were doing the right things and staying on track. Our successes did come a lot with Prano, but it wasn't just because of him. I think as a whole, the team really stepped up over the last stage and really started to show their old colours again. Prano's best attribute is definitely a calm mind and level-headed. He's always making sure people are not tilted and making sure they are focused. I definitely think Prano made the team better, of course, but I think as well it comes down to everyone else in the team. I think they really stepped up their game of how they wanted to approach the game and how they wanted to play. And it also came down to Bernie as well. She's really important for the team to make sure our mental's up. Bernie is our performance coach, psychologist, whatever you want to call it. Well, Bernie for me personally has had a lot of impact. She really helps me on game days and just in general if I'm having a bad day. I can't speak for the others, but she's helped me a lot. I think every team should look into getting a performance coach. Well, the difference between then and now is obviously we've changed up a few strats, we've changed up a couple roles, we're coming in with some new stuff as well. People won't see. It's very going to surprise people, I think. And I think as a whole, our level has really stepped up. There is nobody we are afraid of or scared of facing in our group. I think our toughest opponent will probably be FaZe. I think our weakest opponent will be Liquid. If there's another team that I'd want to win the Invitational, it would be M&M. I think the favourite to win at the moment is probably FaZe, NiP, or maybe even BDS. Be prepared because last time we were underestimated and this time we're going to be underestimated again, but we're going to bring it our A game.
We came for what's ours.
Hello and welcome back here to map 2 of this showdown here. The second for Rogue after a not great performance yesterday from Rogue. They've picked it up and taken their first map here versus Liquid. They struggled yesterday versus Cyclops. Well, Cyclops are the ones doing a little bit more of the struggling.
Yeah, Cyclops, everything really isn't working out too well for them at the moment, is it? They didn't struggle, they did struggle on Oregon, which was their map choice, and Rogue were able to come away with a win there, so now we move on to Rogue's pick, and you got to think, with the way that Rogue are moving and the confidences that they're showing today, it looks like an entirely different roster. They have really started to, get alive and get up for the event, which is exactly what we wanted to see. You can see there demonstrated by the stats alone. Leon had a bit of a standout game, especially when he got himself onto the attack. Ace is backing that up, but there was quality top through bottom. And, well, people got more kills than they got yesterday in one map than they got in an entire series, Fluke.
Cryan got more than 3 times his total kills yesterday. He only pulled off 3 kills in the showdown with Liquid yesterday, and that is the sort of signifying. We can't just pin it on one player, no, but it's the conversation about them we had was there wasn't any confidence. It was nervous, things weren't hitting, and when things don't hit the mark against a team like Liquid, they punish those mistakes, and it warmed them up. Here, Cyclops, they haven't been able to find those ins. Rogue is a little bit more controlled, and then they become confident to try their more out-of-pocket plays, like an Amaru, and like the sort of rushes that we saw happen twice down underneath, and now it's Cyclops' turn. They've had a map, they've had an idea, they've had a bit of a team talk and a moment to get their heads back together. Can they piece this into, well, 3 maps and a best of 3?
That's what it's going to take now for Cyclops. They're going to have to take this to all 3. What's kind of nice is the way that Rogue are playing. They're bringing these quick plays. They're bringing that flashy aggression. And it's against a team like Cyclops that you think, well, they're going to be the ones that are bringing those quick plays and the flashy aggression. And it's almost as if Rogue have sort of drawn the Uno reverse card and they've said, well, if you guys can do it, we can also do it as well. And we're going to Amaru in through a window, or we're just going to directly push in onto site. That was Oregon, but now we have to look forward to our second map. Our second map, of course, being Clubhouse. This is, I mean, it's probably one of the most 50-50 2 maps that you could get inside of a best of 3. I mean, something that I always like to trot out is, for all that we can sort of praise Rogue for winning Cyclops' map pick, does anyone really get to pick a map like Oregon or Club, or should every team be able to play it? Because nobody should be bad at those 2 maps.
No. There's some teams that are great at those 2 maps, and there's some teams that are great at only that map, but every team knows how to play it. Every team knows how to bring a game to Club in Oregon. They are your traditional. They're ones that, across every region, I think there's been whole play days just of Clubhouse in Oregon. Not only once, but multiple times. You don't have a chalet day, you don't have a bank day, but we have had many a Clubhouse or an Oregon day.
I think we've removed those days from our memory, but yeah, they do exist. But I think we try and get our memory wiped at the end of that one. And they do fall into that category because teams just like to run through and play the defaults, whether it's that they're trying new things or they're keeping things under wraps, whatever it might be. Now is the time to bring it. Maverick as the first ban. For anyone that's joining us for this map and didn't catch map number 1, the all chat's popping between these two. There's good vibes. There's good vibes all around.
100%. And that's this roster. And we sort of said it before that both these teams have pretty good mentalities when it comes to things going away from them or bringing it in. Sure, you can still get in your own head and how you're playing, and sometimes you're not on the server with your hands, but your head and your heart is a very different story, and it was a problem for Rogue once upon a time. Cyclops have been so happy to play Siege anytime I've ever seen them. They love getting into games, they love the competitiveness, and they love matching the fire with the fire and seeing how they can push it. Rogue have had downs. They've got a wonderful support staff behind them. Obviously, Bernadette is their mental coach and helps them build a better structure, was brought in around 6 months ago, I think, roughly, and she's really helped sort of bring them together. She's here as well, working alongside the team, alongside obviously MIBR, and the sort of structure that they have there, and it's just great to see a team that, you know, as I said before, they suffered the worst after suffering the best. They went from being undefeated to being entirely defeated with just a split difference. It was like a month break and suddenly they couldn't beat anybody.
Sometimes when you get to the top, it attracts that level of attention, doesn't it? And you really have to start fighting back against, well, everybody knows how we play now. Everyone's really focusing on beating us because we've set that new standard, and then everybody else catches up to that standard and it's now back on someone else to reset it again. And that's kind of the sicklier nature of progression almost sometimes between regions. Rogue here looking to make this a swift 2-0, and by all accounts, they've got a good opportunity to do so. Starting off here on Clubhouse on that defender side. The band's coming in. We've got the Maverick removed, Thatcher removed, of course, Valkyrie no longer to be seen, and Cade to round things out. So, by all accounts, a very standard set of bans. Nothing really unusual there.
Have you
Attackers are moving out to locate
ever seen a man drop shot with a shield?
Well, this is what we were talking about previously, isn't it?
Because you're going to see it.
This is where the speed starts to come in. Anaton's a terrifying prospect to go up against. Osa was sort of teased and brought and tried and attempted on Oregon, but it wasn't really ever successful, whereas now we go back to Old Faithful.
The Monty in the hands of Anaton, when played previously on the grandest stage, took a lot of people by surprise. The players inside the server and then people at home, when he will actively drop shot with the Monty, to the point where a lot of people went back to the server and tried it out, and it does bring you a surprising balance of accuracy. There was something to the madness, a little bit of magic that was that consistent surprise. It's not going to be as surprising this time. If you go up against them, you expect, especially on Clubhouse, to see a Monty, because Monty, to be fair, is brought by a lot of teams on Club to try and get control up here of the rafters. You can sort of just gangplank your way all the way through and keep battling and bolstering yourself. It's going to get opened up. He's going to tease the door, maybe some explosives, and there it is. He says hello, crying, gives the ping, but there's not much else they can do apart from have the cover from Aces there, and they got to sit and wait and see how much time they can bat out.
And that's what it becomes about. It becomes about how well supported is Anaton and how much of this time is he going to be able to actually make use of, because for all intents and purposes, if the Monty stood there, it isn't actually doing anything unless there's anybody backing that up. We see Gatorada now coming into the fray, and it's going to be Iagator to pick up that first. Aces to fall, nade in hand, but there's going to be plenty of catching utility there on that catwalk. We see ADSs and Wamai discs.
Rips is down in oil. He's waiting to see if he can catch a sneaky edge. It's the smoke canisters, though. They're going to be the first push from Prano. They're sort of realizing that there's a huge amount of pressure coming from Anaton. It's down to the rest of the CAG players to see if they can crack open this wall, force the smoke further away so they cannot help and support that Jaeger up on the rafters. If they can isolate that player, they can get him. They can pinch him out, and there's a bit of the movement, but with Rips underneath, he's not as alone as they might think. Monty, he's sort of dabbling. I think he's more concerned about a swing round from the top. It's not entirely covered, but look, 40 seconds. Whatever the rest of CAG do, there's the reveal of the player down underneath, and they've got to start doing it a little bit sharper. Is a rotation coming through. Iagator's going to see if they can go underneath, and there's the pickup. The Malusi's caught out. There's the cover down on Rips, 30 seconds. Cryin goes for the knife, can't get it. That's a shield crouch down, not quite the drop shot, but with a single reveal, there's a player wide, and there's the drop shot. It does a lot of damage, but Leon survives, able to bite back through the softer spray. Down red, and a canister doesn't quite get its way all the way in. It's on the door, caught, and Anaton needs to go for a hot hop. It sprays, and Suzu C that finally finds the isolation. The diffuser is inside the site, 5 seconds. Prano, well, he's in and amongst 4 players, and Cyclops pull it out.
Cyclops did a great job there of displaying a lot of patience. We were talking about wasting time and if that Monty was really providing a lot of effect, but relaxing into it and just knowing that you've got that pressure. It's almost like a tap. You can turn it on whenever you want a bit of water. You can turn that pressure on as soon as you want Anaton to push up that catwalk, because realistically, what's Cryin able to do? Like, you can't do anything. He's stuck there on the catwalk and there's no real place to hide. So that was something that was really influential. Obviously, the breach getting opened when it did. Typically, we criticize teams that don't open the breach in the first half of the round or the first 50 seconds or the first 2 minutes, whatever your metric is. That breach got open at like 55 seconds, and it was the perfect time because that's when the panic set in. Prano then has to play deep from the top of cache stairs. It gives a lot less space for those defenders to work in, whereas if you give them that option earlier, they're going to come up with solutions around that. They're going to go underneath, they're going to make flanks, they're going to throw utility from deep. That wasn't an option. And ultimately, Cyclops were able to just choke them out from there. Unfortunate from Rips on the rotation. I think he could have done a little bit more. Got caught out shooting the drone, gave the game away. Was there anyone sat on the drone at the time? Had it lit up? These are questions that we don't know the answer to. And it wasn't the only reason that the round was lost, but it was definitely a contributing factor. And Rogue, well, they go downstairs, tail sort of between the legs.
Before we potentially see more of the Monty, I think that is the perfect example of what a Monty can do. That's a great Monty player. Do you know how you know a great Monty player? It's because you as a viewer go, I'm kind of frustrated imagining what it would be like if I was up against this Monty player right now.
I'm angry.
You get because it's that good. Everything is played perfectly. There's never a moment. There's always this creeping pressure, and that is the sign of watching a great Monty player. As you yourself get a little bit of that nervous flashbacks of what it's like suffering against the side of it. Here, though, It's a slightly different approach, a slightly different site. You'll commonly see a drive of a Monty down via dirt in most teams' hands, but this isn't most teams with a Monty, so I'll say that is one way to do it. It doesn't mean it is the way to do it. Hopped up on a hatch here. Are they going to be able to get a catch? There is a spray through. They hoped that they were going to place that from somewhere else, and it was a gamble and a gambit, but it's drawn some time and attention, and that is the role of Aroma on the top floor on a basement hold.
-1 breach and charge. Not going to be the end of the world by any stretch, but Leon can still play inside of logistics, still aggress onto that hatch. Hibana now going to be deployed, and it's going to be more difficult for Leon to know exactly where they are, so just going to dip himself back off. But of course on the Vigil, can try and play that catch me if you can game of activating the cloak and seeing if he can waste any drones.
Anaton, in the meantime, has decided to drive up dirt. Sure, there might be somebody else there, but I'm a Monty, and I've got things to do, which is try and put pressure onto the site itself. And the C4s that are prepped, but the call in the audio is massive. The smoke canisters. You're going to hope that they're held on for as long as possible, especially as you've got Rips playing the Legion. A big pickup and blow, potentially to a Monty that tries to make its way through. You can see them, but you stop by them unless you have it ticking away on your leg. A big problem for somebody like Anaton who wants to just keep driving in. There's also this, an Oryx, and he just goes in for a freebie, picked up and locked out. There it was. An entire perfect removal of a player and an operator. You've got a Monty. These are the exterminators you call in, all three of them. They are there for a purpose, and it is to stop that mountain, because as soon as it falls, it is so much easier to get to the top and plant a flag that says this one was a rogue round.
And you know that Rogue have got these tricks of dealing with it. Aces was waiting in that position for the entirety of the round. That was his only job, was to knock Monty back onto the floor. It isn't over yet, though. There's still an advantage here for Cyclops. I say that as Aces picks himself up one more. I mean, I guess he got the assist onto the first, but we can give him some credit anyway. He did a lot of the hard yards in there for that one. Not a lot of time remaining, 25 seconds, and we've now got Leon inside of Kitchen. Again, a player that's unaccounted for. Suzu C going to try and figure out a way to hop on in, can choose to drop into stock, but ultimately, whichever way you go, you are likely going to meet your end here, and it doesn't really matter. It's kind of pick your poison time. Leon, a little bit of outside to in, drops the diffuser, doesn't need to further drop the hatch. Anything can happen now on the site, and as long as Leon keeps control of that kit, he is going to be just fine. Blackray there as the last player alive, not in position to do anything about it, and Rogue grab one back.
Well, it came down to the time, but it came down to a roam play. And as I said at the beginning, that is the role of that player on the top floor, especially in the hands of a Vigil. But if you can do a play like that, well, that's the role of any great player in that sort of situation. They pull a round back after it had been a bit back and forth. Obviously, with the Monty going down, as I said, it heralded a bit of a result, but it came down to the tenacity of Cyclops to keep that pressure hot. They kept themselves driving in. It's a bit of a static reliance, and I guess they have the assumption now that Monty might be there every single round to reveal it and maybe pick away from it if you really want to be creative. And, well, I guess we'll see if they decide to have a response. The Flores is the playoff, the swap between two different intel styles here as Mirror steps up inside Jim, and we have seen Rogue play a fantastic mirror hold here against Jacuzzi.
Mirror and Gym and Bedroom, it's a match made in heaven, isn't it? It is the site that you think of when you think about Mirror on this map. There are so many ways that you can try and play it. Either you want to try and hold aggressively onto the Jacuzzi wall, play in a mirror window where Prano's reinforcing now into the bathroom, leave that left-hand panel soft, couple of shot holes through there, whether you want to make it as a rotation or you want to just make it as a couple of lines of sight. You can really choose, it doesn't matter. You can still shoot through that soft wall regardless. Second, it's a little bit more loose, it's a little bit more fast. You can play this second mirror window wherever you like. A popular one and a common one is going to be inside of logistics, looking through into construction. The biggest problem with that mirror window is the hatch. It's the elephant in the room, you can't do anything about the hatch, and that's going to rely on any ADSs, any WAMIs, anything like that that you've got to try and keep control of that window.
A big extension, a huge amount of utility, including the Goyo, that's going to give them that width over towards CC. Leon's going to see if he can hold on to the top of red for as long as possible. But, again, it's an extension. It's a way to sort of play yourself across the face of this. And Cyclops, as we saw in the previous round, when they saw a hole in the site which they thought that they could push, they went for it. I'm curious to see if they decide to dedicate the same mentality here. They're going to instead try and push logistics and construction window, see if they can force those two Rogue Roam players to have to pull themselves back. Enough pressure will cause a boil. There's a setup there, and just prepping themselves ready for the breach as it's Cyclops sort of weighing up options.
I do find it kind of funny how they brought the mirror and there's actually no one playing on the windows at the moment. It's kind of one of those situations where it's like, yeah, these are really good positions. They can also be quite difficult to get back into, by the way. You know, you can often just be giving yourself somewhere to play. I'm going to be there for the entirety of the round. I'm sorry, I'm doing a job. Getting back there isn't always so straightforward, and losing aces to a nade, well, that's not going to be ideal. Great little opener there for Cyclops.
I don't think they expected to get the kill there. I think that they were just going for a bounce around onto the shield. I could be wrong, but that was an unfortunate time to rotate. By the looks of it, from the side of aces, he was just heading through as that grenade came to meet him face to face, and at that point it's a red indicator and a bit of an uh-oh. Now they're starting to flood their way through. Obviously the Roteros are doing some quick work with the shield, but they still got to be able to actually break themselves into the site, and without the focus paid over to CC, they have the option to swing. There's also a player down in strip. There's a chance for Prano to potentially go for a run out or a loop down of a C4, but instead they're suddenly inside the site, so now it's just vertical. There's the C4 over the top. It is blown and does catch the diffuser carrier, but now Prano's got to try and fight his way back up to the top. Anaton should be able to get this recollected and get a plant down. They have this watch from either side of the stairs. A pre-fire gives the game away that we know where you are, and it's just seeing if you can fight your way out. The answer's no. 2-1 to Cyclops.
I always believe it's the hardest angle to challenge onto on the entire game. Trying to retake from those stairs as a defender when that breach is open and when you've got somebody in bedroom or logistics, it is now impossible. You can't be, you just can't do it. It very rarely happens. And Prano, I mean, the vertical was good. It was there for Rogue, but they just didn't have any site presence. Nope. That's right. Just balls straight into Jim, like no qualm, no problem, nothing stopping him from doing so. They did get lucky with the utility clear. It was a great focus. That's what you want to be using your nades for. You need to be removing the Goyo shields. Those are powerful positions that defenders can sit behind, and even worse, defenders can shoot those positions and really expose you if you do get in and get engulfed in a load of flames. So the fact that we saw that come through from Cyclops was fantastic. The Rotero drones were used exceptionally well, but it wasn't enough. There was just no hold onto the site. Everyone just sort of set up and then dipped.
This Monty, I believe, is playing more tricks for Rogue than maybe we entirely realize at this point. The sixth pick there. The swap out from both two teams, the Monty to the Ace, gives a very different play and approach, and the Tachanka, for me, is mainly for those flame grenades. It's a secondary backup to the smoke, and something, if you're aware of how we've watched that approach come from the Monty, it was buffed by the smoke canisters and a buffed by a way to stop it approaching. Leon could do that without control of CC in this role, and with that gun set, and buy them so much more precious time that they won't need to buy now. So I guess he's got to hope that there's other ways to utilize it, as I'm sure there is, because that's still the default plant. You can still sort of bounce those over the top of Cash into behind the server stack. If you know your lineups, then you'll line yourself up pretty well.
I think the big question here is, where does it free Cryan up to play? Because he played on Catwalk last time. If that's going to be occupied by Leon, now trying to stop the players from coming in, Cryan could be now taking up Rips' position maybe at the bottom of Oil Pit. Aces is still going to play downstairs at the top of Blue, at the top of Lounge, just in and around. In contrast to previous, the breach has been opened very quickly here as well, which is already going to give, in my opinion, a bigger advantage to Cyclops than leaving it till later on into the round. The site is split. Rips is now in cash. Prano is now at the top of those cash stairs, and it's very unlikely that anyone's going to be able to trade between there and Garage.
Well, the Selmas start to pop, and if they remember their previous lineups, they'll know that the Monty isn't on the board because Ace, well, wasn't on before. It could be a swap elsewhere, but it's the most likely because it's the game that they've been playing all game so far. Is he here? Is he not? I don't know. Neither did you. Cryan is deep on the roam. He has the chance to potentially swing his way up. As we said, the droning has been pretty good from Cyclops so far, and they did leave some in Oil Pit before, and that was how they were able to catch Rips, and it seems like they have an idea of Cryan's position, but as he said, it's just how well he's been able to play the surprise. Were they active when he passed by? Which direction? And do they truly have this taste? How long are they going to be hunting Cryan underneath?
There's going to be a couple of flank drones getting thrown out now as well. I think Cryan's probably playing this as well as he can. He just needs to find himself a rat corner downstairs to hide in. In all honesty, it doesn't sound pretty, it doesn't sound great, but that's what is going to be required. If he is going to get hunted, it could be at a later point in the round. The rest of Cyclops is really posturing at this moment. They're looking to take control of construction. Drones are starting to work in. Gatorada in hot pursuit. He's almost certainly been drawn there yet. As we can see, Cryan going to shoot the drone, just reposition it ever so slightly, but he isn't going to give up that ground. Still, there is a fight going on upstairs to be had now, as the breach will start to be open. This is where nades start to become a little bit of a problem, and Rips could find himself taken on out. The nade didn't sail, but the drone will.
There it is.
Backup one does hit, and that's going to be a huge swing here. Second nade now coming in through B window. Zgatarada maybe looks to make an approach in through Garage, who at this point could have a huge impact.
Well, the Tachanka is now just on the other side of that window. They're not quite aware, though, and Gatorada's a bit isolated. There it is, though. Leon gets one. The trade comes through. They're a bit concerned as the Banshee screams over the top, but red falls. Suddenly everything does, and it's just Cryan who made the creep up. Suzu C. He's going to see if he can get this stuck down inside the site itself. It's post-plant now, but not for very long. Maybe a sliver of a second, if it counts. But it's another one counted for CAG. 3-1.
Cyclops doing a really good job of keeping Rogue guessing. I think that Rogue are maybe getting in their own heads a little bit. You mentioned there with the Monty pick, that has to be playing on the back of your mind. When you've had Monty played so effectively, Anderson is notorious for playing the Monty. It's got to be something that you consider, because you know as soon as you stop considering it, it's going to come around and it's going to bite you again. So playing with that in the back of the mind, bringing things like the Tachanka for that area denial to try and keep control of Garage, and then just an entirely different push. Sure, we saw East Wall get open, but then there was a full rotation, and it was, yep, we're all going to dip, we're all going to get ourselves through Master, through Jacuzzi, through construction, and work on that construction side wall. The pressure below, fantastic. Blackray with the up nade, the information that they were able to gather. Cyclops are putting on a little bit of a display here, and Rogue need to catch themselves quickly, because at the minute, they're kind of in free fall.
This is another new operator in the hands of Anderson, now bringing the Twitch.
Nothing he can't do.
He is the multi-tool. He is really just adapting to whatever I think he wants to at this point, what he thinks can be brought to be the difference maker here. And obviously, you look at the lineup on the side of Rogue, and they've still got the setup, as we said, and complemented. If there's anything to take care of a Monty, they had it. They still have it, and it can obviously still do other things. You're looking at Leon and Aces as a combination of those two operators can be a huge roam factor. I guess it's just whether we see the roam come through, because obviously last time Aces was on site to deal with the Monty. Is he going to start on site? Is he going to start elsewhere and wait for a potential call of the operator that was 6th pick? We can only see how this round develops.
Rips is playing Legion this time, so there could be an argument to say we could let Legion try and do that job. Initially, the pressure is going to be on Cryan. Finds one, finds two. What is going on here? CAG, they've let 3 go to him. He didn't even have to move his feet. He's found himself a triple. That has to be the round at this point. We've not even seen 35 seconds.
I mean, it was 2, he changed guns and picked up the third. Yeah, that's a tragedy. That's a freebie. That's 3 players on a plate there for Cryan to just absolutely sweep away. And as he said, sure, they got 2 minutes and it's not over, but it's not a great start. There's no denying that. You've lost all of your utility. You've lost pretty much everything that could have been a driving factor. You still obviously have some of the verticalities, and you still have some hard destruction, but I mean, you've still got 5 Rogue players to dig your way through, and they've got absolutely everything that they need. The grenade round into the back of blue box isn't quite going to get the full catch onto Cryan. It's a Thunderbird, so whether they've got a bit of kit there to keep them going, I'm not too sure, but there will be one not far away, and you see him start to be picked back up.
Really, where do you go from here for Cyclops? They're going to attempt to dirt tunnel and push down blue. We've got Suzu C, does have the diffusers, going to get choked out by Toxic Babe canisters, and they can be paced out quite nicely throughout the course of the rest of this round. Rips, of course, with the Legion goo mines as well, can look to try and do a bit to assist. Blackray's moved up, he's been able to take control of blue, and he's now in and around Generator, but Cryan knows pretty much exactly where he is. Blackray conscious of a flank, but Rogue aren't going to give it up that easily. Rip's going to find himself one after the goo mine ping, and Suzu C just gives himself up after that. A flawless round for Rogue. And Cryan, what a round. You can't teach that. 3 kills, 1 spot, right place, right time. You can forgive him for switching guns. I'll be honest with you.
I mean,
after 2 have flied in, do you really think a 3rd person is going to come? I don't. I'll be honest, I don't think that 3 people are going to go through. After 2 kills, switch your gun. Take a moment to breathe. You do whatever you want there. You basically won the round for your team.
Yeah, that was that moment that sometimes happens in Cyclops games where they suddenly just switch off. It is, if we're going to talk about how you're used to things with Rogue, Cyclops fans, Cyclops viewers are used to moments like that where they'll have all this brilliance, they'll have all this drive, but then they sort of switch off for a second and suddenly everything's out the window, or in the window 3 times in this case.
Through the window.
Right through.
The thing is, I think prior to that round, we'd been praising Cyclops for playing this like incredible giga brain strategy of like, these guys are just playing mental arithmetic.
Yeah, they're like, they're over here, we're baiting it in, we can just push the site here, and
then they just pile in through a window.
They throw 3 people through a window and all of them get dropped.
It's the yin and the yang that is this team, I think, and well, maybe, just maybe, they can come away with a 4-2 split here. They were successful attacking this site, and I think that Rogue will be reluctant to go back here, because things just went from bad to worse very quickly. We commented at the time about the mirror windows. It looks as though those will remain, and they may as well, because we didn't really get to see them be used. The site was vacated by the defenders, and Cyclops got a couple of early advantages that they quickly snowballed into a round win.
Okay, Cyclops, Monty's back. Hey, if you're playing the gambit of Willy Won't He, it's Willy. They've been able to see if he can be the 4-2 bringer here, and I guess, will he be the driving force as he was before? If you're looking at how he can approach, sure. If they want to try and get it clear on the CC side, he can be that big entrance he did before. Gatorado with a quick swing round, and it seems like they are curious about the utility that's been placed on the other second side of the second story. But it's otherwise still the possibility of just hitting up Jacuzzi, hitting up that sort of wall, getting it open. It's a thermite. It seems like he's going to spread his way through and spread his wings. Has the diffuser in pocket, which isn't always seen from him when he's playing this role.
It's fairly choice, isn't it, to give you Monty your diffuser if they're going to go for a huge roam clear, but in the hands of Anaton, it could be worthwhile. A C4 from below maybe says otherwise. Rips has got some active information that he was able to feed through on a bulletproof, and while the C4 does the damage, it doesn't quite deal the finishing blow, but the floor will now be opened, and Monty can still be shot in the foot. Kills start to fly here for Rogue, as they're successful on the first 2 engagements.
Well, Anaton's able to get a little bit of health back, obviously, from the Finker boost, but with the damage that's been done elsewhere, Cryan's found that new bout of confidence, and he's been able to lean into the firefights. He said, you need to sort of lean into Cyclops. You need to try and meet them, see if you can put the pressure onto them, and, well, pressure has been put on. They've lost 2 bodies. They've lost their soft destruction. They've got to see if they can try and pick these pieces back up together and dedicate it into some sort of attack, and there's still everything left to go through. All the utilities still standing outside of one reinforced door, and, well, with a minute 10, it's got to be a quick plan B.
Things haven't gone Cyclops' way, and you mentioned there about having a plan. It seems to have stalled them quite significantly. Yes, they've lost the sledge. Yes, they've lost the Zafir, but they've still got quite a lot of pushing power here. We can hear the exothermic charge going off as we anticipate that's going to be a push in, but realistically, who's there to back it up? Gatorada going to get himself onto the gym window. He's going to exchange shots there unbeknowingly, just trying to open up a couple of things to peek from, maybe even at a later point, but there isn't a lot left in the round, and with this split push coming in, it could just be a desperate attempt through logistics. The exterior wall into construction has been opened. You can, of course, hop through past that mirror window. The mirror window isn't great on that angle, realistically. Nade's going to start to fly, but I don't think they're going to see the same success here.
Leon sets himself up in a slightly new position as the shields start to be blown open. Prano's underneath, and that's the worry, because one more C4 and Anaton is entirely out the board. There's a hold, there's an angle, there's a wait. He's able to pass, and he's waiting for the call there. It's Rip Torn, but it's unfortunately a little bit late. 2-4 though. Anaton, he's able to take one with the pistol, goes for the second, can't quite make it work. Suzuki is all that's left. The diffuser is at the top of the stairs. It's an awkward firefight, and it's made even more awkward by dropping the round. 3-3, an even half, and Rogue closer and closer towards a full 3 points.
I would argue salvaged at points for Rogue. That wasn't as clean as we saw them play on Oregon. They've almost regressed a little bit into that lesser confident or less confident version of themselves. They aren't getting the same amount of kills that they were getting over on Oregon, and they've, for all accounts, had a pretty rough time on that defense. They've come out 3-3. They've really been able to scrape it together at the end, but it has taken all of that counterplay. It's taken all of those mind games. They've been baited into operator picks that turn out to be relatively useless. They've also read in really well into that Monty pick from time to time when it was brought. Equal split, 3-3. Now things get weird. We're going to bar and stage. This is not a sight that you get to see all too often.
It's not a sight that you get to see all too often. It's one of those things where it's new. And new is exciting. New is something new. You get to see ideas of how this stuff develops, and the only time you truly get the biggest taste of it is when you get the full stretch of international play. You get to see different ideas from different regions come together, because I could tell you how it's played in EU, and I could tell you roughly how it goes. But when regions butt heads is when Siege is by far at its most interesting, because Siege is a game of questions and creativity. What can we do, and how can we set it up to stop an onslaught onto these two sites? We have all these gadgets, all these folks, all this utility, -4. What can we piece together, and how do we grow from it?
Really isn't a very popular site, and see it trotted out here as a first pick speaks to maybe a level of trying to catch out Rogue. I'm sure that Rogue will be well aware of how they want to approach this, but I mean, just take a look at the site. It's entirely empty at the moment. Everybody is out and about trying to cause a nuisance for themselves. Leon could be in a prime position for a little bit of a hop-in. There's a bit of utility to get through, but for the meantime, the main approach is going to be in toward that stock. Leon's droning now, and if he calls this as clear, there's of course the rotating players to worry about, but we could see some of that quick play that we know Rogue capable of from Oregon.
Well, there's an idea of a little bit more opening, and the Super Shorty does some work to give you those wide angles from the kitchen side. It's a double-edged sword. Kitchen isn't the easiest to hold on to. Sure, if you want to have it for some modicum of time, you've got to make sure you get the verticality too, but at the same time, it's a couple of windows, a door, and a swing around, and you could probably get angles, pretty much everything apart from some corner of the meat locker. Rips is waiting for the escape as well, which does herald the idea that they want to try and force that player out, and if they can't win the fight on one side or push him with utility, they'll put bullets into him instead. Leon, in the meantime, goes for the wide swing. Sees if he can hope that someone's just holding the angle a little bit more statically, as Black Ray seems to want to step up and offer some support here. It's so dangerous. Rips is lying in wait. Will he be able to tear off the first head that decides to dip itself over this no man's land? You assume a scrap is incoming, but through the chain link fence, it's not always the cleanest.
There's no one been in the site for the entirety of the round at this point. I'm surprised it's taken Leon to this point to hop himself in. He does, and Black Ray takes him down. Not sure if they knew of the alibi on the stairs. Prano now trying to get the plant down behind the B chassis. Where is the cover? Rips is, of course, watching that long angle, but Rips gets sat down in the dirt. That's 4 quick kills for Cyclops, and the diffuser now cold. A lot now lies in the hands of Crying, and well, 50 seconds, a cold diffuser inside of the site, and the defenders swarming onto him. This is only ever going to end one way.
I really liked that extension there. They just sort of opened all of the wall to that corridor. And if I'm going to say the way that we like to see this played in EU, that's not one of the things that you often see. It's more of a hold with a lot of like a sort of lockdown above, and you'll play against those angles in a sort of similar way, but that dedication towards kitchen and that stairs is not even really just a point of rotation, but a point of power and prominence to sort of say, we're stacked up here. As soon as you enter from lounge, or as soon as you hit that stage, the only thing that's going to be shining on you is off of my bullets.
I'd love to see the kill that was onto Rips, because Rips was playing the chain link fence, so he was playing on the rappel. Now, that isn't an easy angle to challenge onto.
No.
If you get slammed on that angle, you have been slammed, because you have only got a very small amount of your character actually available to be shot. It's usually just the head. Must have been quite a nice one. And again, I'm surprised at how slowly Rogue took that. We could see that the site was clear for the entirety of the round. Sure, there's crossfires in onto the site. We know this. But there are ways and means of trying to deal with that. We saw Leon overcommit, got taken out by Black Ray. I don't think he knew that Black Ray was there. I think they were just conscious of the player inside a kitchen. But there was definitely a lack of a man count. Where was everybody playing? That wasn't necessarily information that Rogue had to hand at that time. And it gives Cyclops a nice round on what is, by all accounts, a very off site. They've still got Church and Arsenal. They've still got Cache CCTV. They've got a couple of good sites here to really try and drag this one back.
A very quick technical pause as we make sure that everybody's good and ready. He doesn't want to be on camera. Not me, man. Oh, a hand warmer broke.
Disaster.
That was like charades.
We got it quickly as well.
We did get it very quickly. I got it cosmetic, set it into my ear.
I think I got it.
I think you would have got it. It was very well demonstrated, yeah. So they're just going to make sure, obviously, health and safety is the prime concern for all the players from accidentally damaging your own hand warmers. You got to be safe.
Maybe hand warmers in short supply and we're trying to get every last second of heat out of it.
Just like put your hands on the desk and like feel the warmth of the hand warmers. It's all being sorted for the player. Accidents happen. Don't worry, boys. Accidents happen.
Well, I'm glad that we're able to get this one sorted relatively quickly. Rogue look fairly chilled out, as they always do. Prano laying almost vertical in his chair again. I think he's really pushing the limit of how far back those things go.
It goes far back.
But, I mean, maybe he needs to crank that upright and get into a position of good posture as we are back into the mix of things. Round number 8 and downstairs we go. Cyclops successful in the bar site on their first defense, looking to make it 2-1 after another, no doubt, and looking to edge a bit of a lead because this is their time. They need to come up with a result here on Clubhouse.
That's entirely it. It needs to be their moment. Obviously, as we said before, we'll very quickly say it, it's a best-of-3 series, but if you get a 2-0, you get 3 points. If you just get a 2-1 victory and drop a map, you only get 2, and the team that took 1 map get 1 point. So at this point, Cyclops are only playing for a potential 2 points. But it's better than none. And even then, they're still technically playing for potential of 1 point, and they're importantly paying to take one away from Rogue, a team that lost all 3 yesterday in a showdown. If there is a team that they need to keep within arm's reach, this is probably one of them. Gator suffers quite early on the spray through, and it's just going to retreat down into blue as Rips decides to see if he can drive round. I think they wanted to set up a pinch, push and pull some of these roaming players away and force them into uncomfortable situations, but Rips wasn't quite in a position to punish the rotation back into the site just yet.
Slow start from Rogue as plenty of drone work needs to happen here to gather just exactly where everybody is going to be playing. Anatim still on that top floor as hatches do start to get opened. Ella, not the typical roamer that she once was. We typically more see a Vigil in that sort of role, or maybe something like a Mozzie to try and deny a little bit more of that utility. Crying just gets caught out there by the stun, by the Grismot. Anaton in position to try and challenge onto it, but nobody really giving themselves up just yet. The vertical holes that Anatom has got now to work with as well are of course going to assist. Any push that comes through is going to be quickly thwarted.
Oh, that drone is getting so much of a read on those 2 players. They suffered quite heavily to a grenade and was finished off by the next. There is still one more player there. They are well aware of this, and, well, they're well aware of this. Ace is able to clear that up from underneath, now puts the pressure onto the hatch itself. They drop behind the 3rd box to see if they can try and pinch it against. Takes the fight and wins it, goes for one more. Reveal, but at that point, Black Ray is doing a bit of work on the other side. Prano's going to see if he can stick with the man advantage. Leon Gitch shows how that tangle is done. The rappel locks in, but the round is won before it begins. There it is. 4-4, it's back and forth.
I enjoy Leon getting on to chain link rappel this time and it being like, that's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done, Rips. That's how you do it. You go upside down instead of being right ways up. It's a round that was desperately needed by Rogue. Great clear. The drone, you mentioned it at the time, provided so much information, and it was just something that went entirely unchecked. I mentioned at the time that Ella isn't the typical roamer. An advantage of bringing Vigil is that if you are going to keep an eye on your scoreboard and your points, if you activate your cloak and you look at the scoreboard and your points go up, you will see that you have been captured by a drone. You have been detected on drone. It's a great little method for seeing if there's a drone in the vicinity, and it can just give you a little bit more chance to search a bit more thoroughly, because a drone under a desk, as proved there, can be devastating. Aces with the hot drop in through the site as well. All of it worked together exceptionally well, and it was all enough for Cyclops to say, you know what, we ain't going there again. We're in fact going to go upstairs to gym and bedroom.
You don't always lock that hatch there, and you don't always put a shield on it as well, but to be fair, if you want to put a shield anywhere, locked onto the hatch inside gym is probably the best place, because sometimes you do see players playing behind the chassis regardless of the state of that hatch or not, and I guess it just gives them a little bit more width, because the chassis is the only real solid thing in that room apart from a weight set, but it's got a lot of holes in it, so it doesn't really make it easy or convenient to keep yourself a bit safe inside there. Having a little bit more of a mantle of safety in a very small space, it might work. But then you look at what's on the side of Rogue, It's Rips holding on to those Rotero drones. It is something where if they can find a gap in those mute jammers, they can very quickly turn that room once again back into a pretty deadly hellhole.
Prano going to get the wall open there into construction and rotate himself around, no doubt eyes firmly fixed on checking out Jacuzzi wall and what needs to be done in there. Frost being brought this time, Blackray gives him a shield to play from. Shields, of course, very important. If you're not going to be bringing the Goyo, you need to find them from somewhere, as the whole defense sort of hinges around making sure that those shields are available. Anderson, a little bit thoroughly looking for the drones this time as opposed to last, and he really doesn't want to suffer to the same fate. The Rotero drones now are going to start to make their way through, but with mute jammers, it's a cautious run to just make sure that you don't get caught by the window. Instead, just throw yourself off the balcony.
I mean, get rid of the drone and get rid of Blackray. Leon is able to try and take that first fight successfully. Obviously, he had his drone and the intel come through there, and well, that's one gone, and he didn't even need to enter the building. There's suddenly a lot of pressure coming through on the next, and there it is, dropped from the heavens and sent to hell all the way across the bedroom. The spray comes through. It's Galarada with a double locked in, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 1. He's massively injured underneath. We saw this exact same sort of scenario before, but Rogue was on the wrong end of it this time. They have the diffuser, they have safety, and they have so many places that they can try and stick this. Galarada went for a rotate much earlier, took a safer staircase and one with a lot more to work with, but they know his position. They're either side, and they don't really need to extend into this. He's injured. He's covered, and they still have 2 Roteros. If they really wanted to, they could go outside and just drive those dangerous devices onto the plant, just sort of leave it, let it tick down, but it's a less fun way for this to end. There's drones still sort of revealing positions, but Galarada, yeah, I think he's come to terms with this round.
It's probably quite wise. It's only going to end one way, and that's with Rogue getting the round. I think one of the more impressive things, when you start to see such an advantage for a team and you know that there's a Frost that's been played, you just start to worry how many players are going to fall into Frost mats. I was thinking in my head throughout that whole thing, I was like, I wonder if anyone's going to get caught in a Frost mat here. Fortunately, it did not happen, fortunately, at least for Rogue. They were able to keep an eagle eye out, and look at them, they're not leaving anything to chance. This is very well-disciplined siege that they are playing. 3 versus 1, and they still do not push. Barely any time left on the diffuser. They don't care. They just want the round win. They are willing to sit and hold the angles despite that huge advantage that they've got, because they know all you need in this game is a gun and a second, and you can make something happen.
Every site is open, but gym is where they think they can make things connect. They're going to see if they can double down. The change comes in the hands of a bandit. Okay, that's also not massively common scene. Usually it's sometimes with a castle, but that's not how they want to play it. I'm really curious to see where the dedication of this bandit comes through, because to be honest, the first push and failure was on the side of... it was on the side of construction. It was a window and a hatch that led to the opening kills. A bandit can't stop that. So what do they think is going to be the difference here? As I said, traditionally, where Galarada is right now in Jacuzzi, that's where the bandit plays. But to do that without a castle, without that separation on the door, I mean, it's dangerous. Not impossible, but it's dangerous.
I'm confused in a couple of ways. Hatch being reinforced in gym for 1 is a little bit strange, a little bit weird.
They did it last time as well.
Yeah, if you're going to be bringing the C4s, you can kind of use that as a little bit of, you know, do you want to come into gym? Like, it's quite cool in here, but we're going to C4 you from below. And that's something that you often see being deployed. The pressure now that you put on yourself with playing the bandit is you've just got to keep control of CCTV and cache. You've got no option. You have to have that as an area that is within your control. And typically that's kind of a first port of call for a lot of attackers in terms of where they're going to mount their attack. Demonstrated already. Crying, look at him. He's already on catwalk.
That's it. It's 20 seconds, and he's putting pressure now onto CC. He's creeping through, and there's a bit of fire that's coming back, but at the same time, that's so quick. And now it sort of just negates a lot of the potential that maybe could have played in a buffer. It's just Anaton here. But you look at what's hard and what's soft on this. Prano's going to crack the only hard bit of this hold. They have a rotation, and Anaton's going to be able to get out of there. But look, it's an angle straight through, and well, he slips away, and you just sort of wonder what the game was there. What was the setup? Has this worked? Will time tell? I'd say tune in for next week, but it seems like the pressure's going to keep on coming, forced all the way back to site.
Strange to not hold Cash and CCTV as hard as, hard at all. They've deployed two reinforcements there, that's it. They haven't mute jammered, they've not done anything to really hold there for a significant period of time, and it's just giving it away to Rogue quite easily. Now they can let the drones work through. We are going to see a kill come in from Anatim as Leon tries to advance his way onto that logistics hatch, but that isn't going to be something that happens. It's going to force the rotate. It leaves Aces a little bit more exposed because now Cryan needs to fill that gap, inside of logistics, because there's still a player to be dealt with there.
Yeah, I mean, that body was just the swing on the fight, and that was the take that came through. There's the first grenade gone, the second should be able to pop through, then bounces it out and gets one. There's a replacement though, Gatorada. I mean, I cannot believe it worked. It worked, and that is, for me, a bit of a shocking revelation.
I'm not quite sure what Rips is doing at the moment, because he is a really key part in this entire puzzle. If he was holding on to the gym window, you've got Suzy C there playing the shield. Get a Rotero drone in, destroy the shield, do something to try and disrupt that. There's going to be mute jammers, there's going to be obstacles, but you've got to try and assist. Say that, he's going to get C4'd straight away out of action. Aces, it's going to be down to you, Cryan and Prano, to come up with something here. It's an even 3 versus 3, and if CAG keep giving themselves away at the windows, it could be easier than you think.
I mean, that's it, is moments of madness sort of came into their favor, but now they can't quite seem to find a happy place to sit, and Rogue have been able to get themselves back to a body balance of everything sort of going wrong on the opposite side. Suddenly, they've got 15 seconds to see if they can keep it right, just the way to the end. Prano dives in, gets one, and is probably going to start trying to get the diffuser down. It's Black Ray over the side on the back line, gets one, gets two, and now with a handful of seconds, no! Prano just has that last bit of security, pushes Rogue onto series point. It was close, but not enough was thrown into the bike of Cyclops, so now they're gonna take it, put the kickstand down, take a minute, have a bit of a talk, and see if they can do anything to claw themselves to OT.
Is that the Prano effect? Am I allowed to say that, or am I not in the just yet?
I mean, I think you're allowed.
I've heard tell of this Prano effect, that's all.
Yeah, a Prano effect, it's not a specific incident.
Okay.
It's not a specific moment, but it's a smorgasbord of data.
Beautiful word.
Thank you. It's my word of the day. It's a collection of data since the player joined the roster and how it's tied them together. And it's not, as Leon says in the interview, it's not just about the cheery character you see on your screen before us. A young gunner that is talented and vocal. That's the important part, because this is a very talented roster, Rogue. But it didn't have direction, especially towards the latter half of a round. It couldn't quite find a way to get it inside the game day for all the brilliant minds and guns they have. It was missing that voice to drive them towards it. And he came at a time that really brought that. Again, as Leon said, everybody stepped up. Everybody came together, but the Prano effect, it's like the Prano era, but you want to...
We're just living in it.
Continue. We're just
living in it.
So for now, it's an effect, and it's a statistical effect.
It was a brilliant round there from Rogue. There was criticisms easily that you could give onto both sides for how that was played. You could say how Cyclops kind of peeked every window, didn't need to, aggressed when they didn't have to, and on the flip side, you could say, well, Rogue, you let yourself get bandit tricked. Like,
I know.
This is Six Invitational 2022. You let yourselves get bandit tricks, man. Like, please. That's it was hard to watch, especially given the circumstances. They come away with the round. It doesn't matter. Is there something they could have done to combat it? Sure. Did they absolutely need to? Well, maybe not. But it's a round that they got nonetheless. They've got 2 opportunities now at a full 3 points. After their performance yesterday, that is huge. And they need it desperately. Cyclops, on the other hand, looking a little bit down and out, staring down the barrel of a 7-4-7-4.
Who had that? Who had that result? Oh, it was Rogue yesterday. And I think that's the thing here is, if you're unaware, in the groups, only one team doesn't make it out of groups. The successful teams, they're split between the upper and lower bracket. In the lower bracket, obviously, they only have one and done, and it's a lot of teams left to fight for that spot. So there's still always positioning, but still, only one team to not make it out of the group stage is kind of terrifying, because, if you're one of 2, you understand every game matters as much, but it does in that weird other way where a best of 3 is a slower build to that unfortunate end of, I guess, auto-relegation.
You don't want to be the one, do you?
Exactly.
No, but someone's got to be the one in every single group. And that's kind of the heart-wrenching thing about it all. Now, will Rogue have learnt lessons from previous? They went for a very late but direct push into the site when they attacked here in round number 7. It didn't work out too well for them. There was a presence in kitchen that they weren't aware of. There was a presence at the bottom of main stairs that they were equally unaware of. And they just kind of let themselves get collapsed on. Already we're seeing a bit of a different approach. There's some attention being paid upstairs to try and assist a little bit more of a fuller clear.
They're going to see if they can get a handle on these players, and I think that's one of the big drives of this team. And as we said before, you know, usually in EU you'll see a steadier hold up above. There was that width down below. I quite liked the idea of in kitchen, but those plays aren't always the most successive thing. And here, Aces wants to get right above that. He was eyeing up the taste of logistics, but there's not an intense drive to finish it off because there's been a bit of adaptation here. It seems like a lot of bodies of Cyclops are actually going for the precious retake above. They want to see if they can put the pressure here onto the swing round. The pre-fire comes through, they've got the connection on the stairs, and then they pull back, give them food for thought. And they've left one player above, but the difference in control they have now, remember when those 4 kills flooded through in a second? Well, only one is in a position for a firefight. All the pre-fires that gun can offer does nothing if they come from the opposite side, and Prano takes care of one, doesn't quite get the revenge, was waiting for the ping of the player above. Pops way too early.
A C4 that will swing and miss. It still provides an angle to peek from, but is it going to be enough? Rogue in a good spot now after removing that pressure upstairs. Now let's try and work on the hatch and see if they can eye themselves up a plant here. There's still a heavy consideration that needs to be paid toward a retake. Aces, he's going to be pushing up from the bottom of the stairs. He sees somebody inside of the showers, gets himself in the skirmish, but it's going to be Crying that's got his back. Susie C finds himself downed in process, and with Black Ray pretty low, it puts a lot of pressure on a full health Anatom to try and hold on here inside of 30. Leon holding on to the main door, looks to try and push himself through. There's potential for a revive, but the plant's going down.
Plant's going down, 2 versus 5, and suddenly 45 seconds is all there is, and just one player to try and do it. Black Ray, no health, can't do anything to lock it off, and a flawless is how Rogue have responded to their day yesterday. 4-7, 7-4s, and even 0 is the round difference after 2 days of play. But you know what the most precious thing is? And it ties into the conversation we had before. One team gets eliminated, the rest of this group, Liquid, FaZe, and SSG. This game between these two teams, let's be real, they weren't the ones eyeing up the top of this board, so it could be a more precious result than we are yet to see as the days progress.
You've got to look at it as potentially a 6-point game. That's ultimately what we've just seen there from Rogue, and they knew that coming into this. After their bounce back, I would argue and I would say that that's probably the biggest improvement we've seen in a short period of time. We haven't seen that many teams play back-to-back days yet. We're on day 2. It isn't going to be something that we're seeing a lot of until we get a little bit further in. But the way that Rogue have conducted themselves there, the confidence that we've seen them come out with, it would have been so easy for Rogue to have come into that fixture and really limped in after being battered and bruised by Liquid yesterday. They did exactly the opposite. They came in all guns a-blazing, and it was brilliant to watch.
So APAC haven't quite had the day that they had yesterday, and EU's been able to pick up some of the pieces. Other teams that have played for the first time, and teams like Rogue, as we've just seen, that have, as you said, had the precious team talk, found that bit of energy that drove them to this stage as well, and made sure that they can capitalize, because as we point towards it, sure, one group gets eliminated and they have a group of favorites that they've got to try and fight through. But 3 points is on the board for them. We're going to throw to a quick break before we are back with the analysts to break that game down.
have to win this round for the grand finals now. And there are so many ways to approach it.
Teammates always get into kind of bad situations that are tough to clutch, but you sit there, you watch, and you hope they can pull through.
Diffuser in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway as they start to defuse. Pengu goes for one onto Young. Can he go the second?
A lot of people wonder why we call the Six Invitational 2018 Grand Finals the greatest match of Rainbow Six ever played. I think the greatest indicator of an excellent match is how many different ways you can denote its importance. The morning of the Grand Finals, you've got Penta and EG, two of the best teams in the world, ready to square off. EG, known as Continuum at the time, were the defending world champions. They want to defend the hammer. Penta has won everything but the Six Invitational, so this is their chance to cement their legacy and be the best team in the world.
Our two teams both thought that we were the best two teams.
Even if we exclude all of that story, we are still treated to an exhilarating best of 5 that subverts expectations every step of the way. EG winning the first 2 maps, the second in particular, very, very close. Nobody saw that coming.
I had kind of lost hope, but in that particular moment, Fabian motivational speech, the fans cheering us on, those are the 2 key moments that really pushed the difference.
Penta wins the next 2 and storms back to push a 5th map. Nobody saw that coming.
Once it got back to 2-2 after Cafe, I guess nerves kicking in a little bit, right? Because in the back of your mind, you're like, oh shit, is this happening?
Map 5, Penta almost wins outright. But then EG claws back and pushes us to overtime. Nobody saw that coming.
And honestly, I was kind of mentally exhausted, and I didn't have any super logical answers to try to close rounds, and just trying to kind of create some chaos.
Doorway, we don't have to really worry about a window. Canadian, a spawn peek, really? The glass goes down! He returned fire, a crossfire in overtime! Why not?
And then in the final hour of the last round, it's Pengu of all people who clutches it.
When he announced me as a world champion and a winner, I teared up. It was achieving my lifelong goal, and I felt for the first time the massive amount of success.
The storyline and the match itself is still one of the best we've ever seen, but when you add context, that's what really pushes it over the edge. And it honestly is, in every sense of the word, the best match of Rainbow Six Siege that has ever been played.
Rogue defeats Cyclops in 2 maps. We were expecting a chaotic frag fest, but honestly, Rogue pretty dominant here. And we were chatting about this, Fresh and Jess, and Cyclops just kind of played 2 Cyclops. I don't know how else to put it.
That's exactly what happened. They played way too domestically. They tried taking liberties that we see them try and get away with in APAC North, and it's not going to work against a team as good as Rogue. And Rogue were on a reaction from yesterday as well, because they didn't perform well yesterday, so they wanted to, it didn't matter who they were against, they were going to produce a performance that was worthy of a reaction from yesterday.
I think a lot of the players outside of Aces had a lot to prove after the last series, so I think there was many of them trying to make up for that, and they made up for that in, spadefuls.
Yeah, let's talk about the synchronicity with Rogue. Jess, we were talking about the team chat, and it was really cute. They were having this adorable exchange. Talk to me more about the chemistry there.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people won't realize that their mental coach and psychologist Bernadette has traveled with them here. A little bit unusual. I thought maybe the coach and the analyst would go. That's generally what happens, but Bernadette's come with them, and for those who don't watch EUL, it's an important fact to note that they have sort of labeled her as part of their success very highly. I've seen some of their sort of weekly and monthly meetups and how they talk about their feelings, how they use all of the mental training that she has as a psychologist to be able to really get to the nitty-gritty to work together. I mean, if you go back to that round, I believe it was round 2 of the entire series, they're having jokes with each other in chat.
Right? Yeah.
There's no pressure. I think they pointed out that Cryan in the first 2 rounds had more kills than the entire series that he had yesterday. It's kind of the truth, and then he even played it off by jumping in on the joke to sort of have fun of himself.
And it's an important point, and it's one we touched on when we talked about this in EUL.
Yes.
Is that Bernie's come in and she's done so much for this roster's mentality, but the roster's had to be open to improving themselves kind of in terms of the mentality and realizing that they needed some help with that. You saw how jovial they were in the pre-game, during the game, the cute little chats they were having, and how they hype each other up. That they somewhat attribute mostly to her and the impact she's having on this roster.
Yeah.
And without a doubt, though, it has to be a balance, right? You can't be too relaxed. Prana, we saw yesterday, he was like kind of kicking back. Today, he looked a little bit more serious, And
that's one thing that we see, particularly inside of EUL, because they play online and they give a webcam stream after every round. So you'll see them online in every round. They fist bump each other. When they're playing online, they fist bump the camera, and it's a whole mentality thing they've got going on there, where they're finding a really nice balance in their mentality.
Was it Aces who just started punching his teammate in the arm over and over again? I forgot.
That was Cryan too.
Was it Cryan? Okay, yeah.
He missed it, and then Aces was like, oh no, because Cryan is a very muscly man. Kill the vibes every now and then, Jackie.
No, they were absolutely adorable today, and obviously it paid off. But I do want to talk about this with you, Fresh. First, Osa.
Yes.
Tier 1 play. We were all kind of shook by it. We're like, oh shoot, Osa's on the board.
And I mean, we've not seen Osa at all in Tier 1 play, especially at this tournament. We've seen Osa a little bit inside of Challenger League. I think it was Hellraisers who ran her on Villa for a very specific use purpose. And it just points to the way Cyclops can play, is that they love experimenting with everything they can. There's a new shield operator. You can bet your bottom dollar that Aniton's going to be playing it.
I mean, if you don't watch APAC North, I don't know what you're doing, firstly. But secondly, to that point, it's important to note how many times they've taken Kavira, especially on Oregon. We saw that map. We didn't see the luxury because they were experimenting with other operators instead. But that's important to note, is that CAG is not afraid to go outside the meta. They want to use every operator to their own ability, however it best suits their identity. That didn't work today, but it has worked in the past. So I don't want to fault them for it just yet.
Okay, and talking about operators, Jess, you said on the pre-desk that they would need to ban Monty on Clubhouse. Shouldn't that have been a loss for them?
Those words just got eaten by them.
They did. I'm eating words each and every day.
Calling you out.
I don't need breakfast when I just eat my words all day. No, I actually thought they would lose if they didn't ban Monty, and I truly did. However, I do have a round to bring up that shows you that instead of banning the Monty, they sort of baited Rogue into picking, or rather playing it, and that they had a counter for it. And I think the counter is pretty obvious, because there's not many operators that fully counter the Monty. So bring it up on my screens, please, if you have the clip in the back room there. I want to show everyone what I mean when we're talking about the Monty clip and the man with the big shield. This is it. What's the counter for a Monty? What's the newest counter for a Monty? Rack your brains, look around. Who's hiding in the corner on the left-hand side of Aniton? Oh, it's going to be Aces in a single second. Look at him, he's so close. The dash, he pops around and he's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, how many teams are using Oryx for the exact purpose of his dash as a counter? I cannot name a team out there that's successfully been able to dash a Monty in that way in like recent times at all.
We see some Oryx play for his versatility of being able to move fast, move up hatches.
Yep.
It's only a very secondary ability that he can take out a Monty like that, and it was specifically used as a counter rather than for his primary ability.
Yeah.
Really nice to see coming out of Rogue.
It was really good.
And we talked about Bernie's travelled. Rogue do have an analyst in Arkuv, and I'm assuming that that's one of his counters, so I'll give him credit where credit's due.
Shout out to you, my man. You're doing a great job.
Fresh, I want to see if we can bring up the map 1 summary here, and how do we see this team moving forward? What are their overall roles going to be?
So we actually talked in the pre-game about how Leon Gids, Aces and Cryan kind of have this kind of vying for position. They all want to play the same. And I want to draw your attention specifically to on Oregon. Those 3 players are the top 3 players on Rogue, naturally because they're the more aggressive players. When things go well, they'll get the most kills. But look at that cost. Exactly the same. So you've got 3 in 1 of players in terms of they all want to play. I think Cryan was playing the Ayana. We saw Aces on the Finca and then Leon on the Sledge. However, we saw that on the defense.
Yeah.
Cryan was playing the Mute and Aces was making those big plays on like the Legion. So they're so flexible and they're so strong.
I turned to you the moment I saw Cryan on the Legion, or rather Aces on the Legion and then Cryan on the Mute, and I was like, I'm confused because Aces during EUL was such a star Mute player. All of a sudden he's switching things around. I know we could probably turn around and say, are they confused on their roles? But let us not forget they have very strong support stuff. This is all pre-planned. Everyone has already come to the table knowing full well what their operator composition is going to be. So we can't say that they're confused.
No.
But we can say that there might be a lot of cooks in the front-running position there.
Yeah. I think they've got 3 players who want to play in the same way, which at times is going to cause you issues because you're going to, especially with those 3 players being so aggressive, you're going to have issues where those 3 players, when they're on the more passive roles, they're going to be too aggressive in those roles. But what you do get is you get 3 very flexible players who can slot in and out of any system.
And, you know, we've been kind of teasing them. We've been calling them a bunch of fraggers. But let's give respect where respect is due. We saw them countering. We saw them adapting, Jess.
Oh, my God. Both teams. Let us give respect to both teams because I really did think it was going to be a frag fest.
Yeah.
But on Clubhouse, what have I got listed here? Round 9 and round 10. Shout out to my man Hybrid. I don't know if it's you. I don't know if it's Fuji. Whoever it is. If we're giving credit to Rogue support staff.
We love analysts.
We love analysts, as you can tell. Shout out to the counter of the fact that they knew by having the singular bans where there would be no Thatcher, there wouldn't be a Maverick to play off of, that they would use like the Rataro drones. And Rogue did. Most teams will bring, you know, the Flores to come along and be able to counter the wall, counter the shields. Well, instead, they put a mute jammer on the gym window. Twice, both round 9 and round
to the side because
exactly. And I thought to myself, okay, well, I mean, Rogue, they'll just drone outside. They'll realize there's a mute jammer there. I believe it was Rips who was on the Flores at the time. He jumps his drone over, rings it over to the window, and goes down. And he goes, uh-oh, there's a mute jammer there. I can't use my Rataro drone. I can't destroy the wall denial. I can't destroy the shield. The hatch is reinforced with the shield on top of it. One singular mute jammer has just saved them that entire round. They didn't end up losing that round, but in the next, they were successful. So I think it's important to note that tiny utility usage that might skip your eye as you're watching the game, that is there for a very big reason, and one tiny counter can change the entire round.
Fresh, I want to talk to you about Cyclops' mindset in that matchup. It just seemed like Rogue was one step ahead of them always. Would you agree with that or no?
I think it's a difference in quality ultimately.
Oh.
I think Cyclops are a very good team domestically, and it was one of my worries coming into this fixture is how Cyclops, they come to these international tournaments, but they have these periods of they're a weaker team internationally, and it's probably to do with them wanting to retain their identity of trying these new things. Your first map, your first round in the 6th Invitational 2022, you're running an OSA. I commend it, but I think if you want to improve as a team, you probably need to align yourself a little bit more internationally with what the best teams are doing internationally. And I think Rogue just exploited that today. They realised that Cyclops would do that type of thing, and where they saw those opportunities, they hit the opportunities hard.
What Fresh is trying to say is that he's boring.
I'm not
He likes boring things because he's a boring man. And so
He's not boring. He brought a coin to toss for his prediction.
Wow.
That ain't boring.
And the coin was right.
The coin was?
Guys, the coin was right.
We didn't even talk about that. Look at him. He is all small. You can't get rid of that coin. You're going to have to use that for the rest of us.
It's going to be that exact coin, too.
I need to go steal it back off Demo because it was Demo's coin.
Okay, you better go get
please
that
give
coin.
us the coin. We need it.
While Fresh is going to go find that coin, though, we do have some analysis coming up for Liquid versus SSG, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Liquid liquefies SSG in 2 maps. Whew, that was a wild series. Honestly, let's just get right to our analysts right now. Dev and Ann, that final round there, my heart's still racing from that. And can you break it down for us, just like what all went down?
Oh yeah, I mean, first off, we were sat back in the talent room watching it with everyone else and
screaming.
I mean, I think I heard some screams there, I'm not gonna lie. It was very funny how, for example, SSG bans Warden and then they bring like Ying because they don't like to hide these kind of things. And up until 15 seconds left into the round, everyone's alive. You know Chaos is about to go down. So like they walked into the site, went for a plan. It seemed like they actually would get the man advantage as well because they had an injury on the side of Liquid. They were able to pick that player back up again. And then Liquid just won the round. Straight fragging power.
I gotta say, I'm feeling a little bit bad for SSG here because I told Lycan that I was going to Caster's Curse them completely throughout the entire tournament, and then yesterday I voted against them. They won against FaZe. Here I voted for them for my predictions, and I must have cursed them. It started pretty well though for SSG. Team Liquid just proved way too powerful.
So elaborate on that for me, Dev. I mean, yesterday I felt like we saw a new SSG. We were all blown away. But like you said, map 1, it looked like they were doing well, and then they just lost steam. At one point, you were like, this is one of the better performances from Rampy, and I think you jinxed it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I'm just the king of jinxing SSG at this point. They started with a 4-2 attack half on Villa. Rampy had a great Villa overall. Entry, multi-kills, really insane. Really terrible second map, though, unfortunately for him. The turning point for Liquid in map number 1 was something that Parker and Penga were talking about on the cast. Nesk goes from 5 kills and 6 deaths to 16 kills and 8 deaths in a matter of 6 rounds. As soon as Liquid turns on to attack, they turn up to another level.
And I mean, we have to talk about Nesk. And we should talk about Ask as well. I mean, the young Gunners did very well against the veterans on SSG.
Yeah, I mean, it was already visible on the first map, really. I mean, you talked about Nesk obviously stepping up, but I do think having Resets and Ask on that team, it really helped Liquid. And a really good example of why they really helped this team is very much shown in the second map. If you have that first round, again, it's like not really a lot of opportunities that Liquid have. They don't have an opening in a wall. They don't really have an entry onto the site, and something that they struggle with is that mid-round adaptation, and this is why Ask is a really good addition to the team, because he just says like, oh, I'm gonna walk in, I'm gonna plant on concrete, 10 people alive, 40 seconds left into the round, and they win it as well.
We were talking about how it must be pretty intimidating joining Team Liquid. You're playing with Nesk and Palu, arguably two of the best players to touch Rainbow Six in all history. You're 18 years old, you're 19 years old, you're coming in, you're playing for a professional esports organization as prestigious as that. You're here at the Six Invitational, your first major event. My God, the nerves must be getting to you. But funnily enough, it was actually the veteran PSK, 28 years old. He got 1 kill on map 2. Bit embarrassing. Fortunately for him, it was an important kill and it led to them winning the map. But yeah, overall, fantastic showing from Liquid, and I'm really impressed by them.
Yeah. I want to talk about the mental game more. I mean, we keep on calling this Brazilian team the young Gunners, and we talk about the nerves that are associated with that. But I mean, they're playing SSG and they come out strong and they look consistent. And I mean, we got to talk about their mindset. Like, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm impressed too. I mean, some really good performances, and like we said, it's their first international event together, which should get you nervous. You have to get used to each other still, but I mean, they really worked well together to get that mid-round adaptation. And if you're talking about nerves, we might have to touch on the nerves on the side of SSG. We saw a few runouts, a few whiffs maybe on their side as well. I mean, there was a runout on Ask done, and they only got the injury but got traded straight away. If you're confident, you're going to do those kind of things, but you don't want to miss the gunfight.
Yeah, I got to say, it did feel like SSG started to choke on map 2, went for a lot of aggressive plays, shut down a lot of whiffs, like you said, where a little bit of sharper aim just would have made the difference between a round. But what ended up happening was 5 attack rounds in a row for Team Liquid. Every single one, they either got that player down or they killed everyone while planting. Really impressive, and I think there must be some kind of strange curse going on, some voodoo magic with SSG, because it seems like every single match that they have played so far has been unbelievably attacker-sided.
Yeah, I feel like the planting is a win condition for both teams in general, because we saw it on the first map. SSG had a lot of rounds where they had that plant down and they played a really good post-plant situation, just passive enough to make sure that they couldn't get the easy 1v1s for the defenders, but passive enough to make sure that they could also control the diffuser. I feel like, I mean, if you talk about planting, it's just been a general win condition for both teams in this match.
Yeah.
Really.
Also, the opening picks made a massive difference. If you're looking at map number 2, almost every round, in fact, it was 9 out of the 10 rounds on the entire map, the opening kill. The team who got the opening kill converted that into a round win. So both of these teams are really putting that focus into that early round. Funnily enough as well, in 5 of the 6 rounds that Liquid was on attack, that opening kill came out in the first minute of the round. That's very rare, very, very early. And it goes to show that Liquid are so good when they're on the attack at dictating the pace of those rounds, punishing aggression, and finding those early roamers.
And I feel like SSG, maybe they're still trying to find their identity. Sometimes we see them looking very cohesive and coordinated, and then, you know, you mentioned a couple examples where we're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm certain that a few players didn't have a good start to the first map, and that kind of lingered on until like midway through map 2, as there were a few players with
like 3 players with 1 kill, I think, in the server at the same time.
That hurts. I mean, of course, if you lose the first few rounds, like, you're gonna have less kills, but that does hurt your mental. And well, playing against such a strong team like Liquid, that, yeah.
I do have to wonder, though, SSG, they would have had a massive confidence booster from yesterday.
Totally.
They did take that confidence into this game. Unfortunately, they didn't end up really showing it. But the bridesmaids of Team Liquid, they might not be the bridesmaids for much longer. FaZe were the favourites to win the tournament. SSG took them down. I was thinking maybe SSG would be one of the tournament favourites as a result of that. And now Liquid has taken them down in what was a fairly dominant game.
Yeah, I think if it's just so fun to watch Liquid.
Yeah.
Recently, with these 2 additions on the team, like, you can really see those mid-round adaptations coming in, and how they play. It's just, we've been watching it back in the tele room. It's just a pleasure to watch, honestly.
Don't make many mistakes, do they?
No.
I mean, you were saying you think they could be favorites now, Dev?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of teams I'm really liking the look of this tournament. The thing about this best of 3 group stage is that we really get to see teams push to their full potential. I think in events in the past with those BO1s, there's always an asterisk on the results of those games, like, oh, it's just one map, you know. But no, we're seeing BO3s. We're seeing teams like Team Liquid. Space Station definitely up there for me. I also want to give credit to FaZe as well. They're looking really good. Dom1, bit of bias, but Dom1's looking really good as well. I reckon these are the teams looking to be my tournament favorites. Still a bit more time to see, especially I'm looking at some more of the other NA teams like Oxygen to see whether they could probably get that status as well. But yeah, honestly, Liquid totally up there. They've got the world rank number 3, and I think that they probably deserve that despite their disappointing Copa Elite 6 in stage 3.
Yeah, and if you think about indeed how a best of 3 shows that the better team is going to win, something that Liquid struggle with is a mid-round adaptation, but also mid-game adaptation. If you find something mid-game that you're not really knowing how to get further, this is where Ask just shines and helps the team to really step their game up, and especially in a best of 3 where you're going to have to play 2 or 3 maps against the same opponent, it's really essential to make these mid-game adaptations.
In contrast, we saw Space Station, they were all right at breaking that momentum, but really only on the back of their tactical timeouts. For example, like 5 rounds in a row from Liquid on the attack. Only finally after 4 does Space Station take a tactical pause. They end up winning 3 rounds in a row, and it was something, but it was too far gone. And if they're relying on that bit of headspace that's generated from that minute of talking to Lycan, if they're relying on him and his input, I think that they're really going to suffer in these long BO3s and these really tight matches where they're pushed to their limits, where they just need some more time to chill out, and unfortunately they don't have it, and they don't have that perspective of their coach Lycan telling them, look guys, just chill out, whatever it is that they need. It feels like Liquid have that without needing to take those tactical pauses. So when it comes to Space Station throughout the rest of the tournament in these tight games, they need to learn to not just rely on that and reset themselves without having to take that extra time.
So Dev kind of broke down what he thinks the post-game meeting is going like for SSG, and what do you think that they're telling themselves right now? This is a tough loss, especially after such a high yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the win yesterday obviously was really good, and they got some points out of it, but losing right after in this game, it is quite unfortunate. I feel like confidence may have been a thing. I mean, they did those aggressive runouts that we spoke about. You do that when you're confident, but the whiffs, like, even when Ask went for the plant, I think it was either Rempe or Fultz just full on spraying down, but he was just an inch above his head, really. And those things, if you look back at it, you're like, oh, I was inch above his head. If I only aim just a little bit lower, that's really going to hurt your mental if you watch it back.
It's the group of death for a reason, and I think that Space Station are really going to find it challenging to get one of those top 2 spots, particularly that number 1 spot. You got Liquid, Rogue, Space Station, FaZe, and Cyclops currently in that order in Group B. One of the most stacked groups, and now all those teams but Cyclops have found a win. To think that FaZe is currently 4th place in the group is somewhat unthinkable. And SSG, they put themselves with their best foot forward, which is great, in that opening game, taking down the tournament favorites, but it doesn't stop there, and it's not going to get a lot easier from then on out. Like SSG are gonna, now they've played the 2 LATAM teams, they got an EU team in Rogue to play, and the APAC team, the strange dark horse, a bit hot and cold of Cyclops, and I don't think any of those games are a given for them, so it's imperative that they just stay frosty.
Yeah, and SSG, they need to reset, but you know who doesn't need to reset? Come on, guys.
Team Liquid?
Yes, I was like, come on.
I wasn't sure if it was...
I thought I gave it away. Anyways, I do want to pick your brains. I mean, I'm sure they're on Cloud 9 right now. Like, they're doing very
it's Team
well.
Liquid.
Yes.
Cloud 9, they're not part of this event.
Stop. Oh, no. Oh, wow. You got me. He got me good. Okay. But they're...
Team Liquid are looking great, though.
Yeah, they must be feeling well. I mean, the additions really helped the team, and we talked about how Reset's a good vertical player. I mean, we saw it before in the game as well. It's been really helping them out, and I reckon with such a mindset, having just won this game, I mean, not just won the game, but won the game in a 2-0 fashion, that's going to give a great confidence boost for their further games in the group stage.
Yeah, and look, Liquid have taken down Rogue. They've now taken down SSG. FaZe is a team that Liquid has already had a lot of success domestically. They ended up winning the BR6 for the entire year in the finals, so I'm not expecting them to have too much trouble with FaZe, and it's a matter of Cyclops, who is, as much as I hate to admit, probably the weakest team in the group. So honestly, from this outlet, it's looking like Liquid is going to be the top team in the group. That means they'll get the most favorable seed going into playoffs. It's hard to see them slowing down much from here. They look really in hot form, which is exciting because, of course, they didn't make it here in Sweden for the major back in November. Unfortunately, they just had one slip up. They just dropped the ball in Copa Elite. They lost a BO3 to NIP, so they didn't qualify for the major. But aside from that, Liquid's actually had a really, really strong year, and I think they're probably kicking themselves that it doesn't look that way when you look at their stats, that no one was saying their name as Sweden Major because they just weren't there. Now they're here, and they're looking like one of the best teams at the tournament.
Well, Devin Ann, exceptional analysis as always, and Team Liquid liquefying everyone in their path, but we have so much more action ahead of us for SI, so don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break, but lots of fun ahead. We'll see you in a flash.
He needs to get into the site, and keep in mind, in a 4v1, they are the best team that has ever...
The date is February 17th, 2019. G2 has just beaten Team Empire. Many will say this was one of the best moments of G2's reign in Rainbow Six Esports. And certainly one of the more surprising ones, because their opponent gave us a heck of a show. Let's briefly go over the history of Team Empire before SI 2019.
At this moment, I guess we were in Challenger League still, so we are not competing in Pro League, and we are going for the Invitationals through the qualifiers. To go for this tournament, it really means a lot for us. We were a young team, then we start to understand that we can play on top of the level in Siege, and it was unforgettable.
It was an impressive feat for Team Empire, so coming out of the group stages, they had already started to peak in terms of their hype.
Turned on its head, inside of luggage. Oh no, a team kill! Taking out Walker now on the diffuser!
So now Empire has made it into the grand finals. Going into this match, the expectations were set. Team Empire is an up-and-coming team that has a lot of excitement behind them, but they're going against G2. Of all squads, possibly the hardest match they could have faced.
It's going to be amazing, and if any two teams are going to give us a good run for the money and maybe make it to 5 maps, I think it might be those two.
Against G2 will be a great match for sure. In our opinion, if you want to be the best, you need to beat the best, right?
We felt like we knew what they were going to do, but we also felt like they knew what we were going to do.
It's going to be a tough one, no matter how you try and crunch it out.
Most expected Team Empire to be destroyed. Infinite Overtime had only just recently been introduced, and it was only being used in the grand finals of larger events. We saw Coastline be absolutely hectic.
We are close to a perfect round. Empire sets quite a tempo. To peek him, he's going to toss a frag grenade and jump in, and Jonas shuts him down. G2 bounces back on round number 2. Fabian rotates out. G2 will take the lead once again. Toss it out. It goes off a bit too early. He's going to do nothing. It's a flawless round from Empire. I think you could say that Joystick probably won the... G2 will force us to overtime.
It was like a wrestling match because it's like nobody was really gaining a substantial lead. We were always fighting for the next round.
Dean Michael, are we about to cast the longest siege map? He takes out Kanto, and where's the other body? It's Fabian!
G2 are so experienced, they won so many tournaments. I think we were unready to do this at that moment.
No team was able to break away until the very bitter end, when G2 managed to win 2 rounds in a row in overtime to finally lock out the map.
Down 1, he loses a bit of HP, but he's traded off, and there he finally have it!
The final scoreline of that map was 10-12, the longest map that had ever been recorded in Rainbow Six competition, and that was pretty awesome.
This game would be completely different. In fact, it might not even exist if the community wasn't there. It's really fed a lot of where we're going, what we're doing, and the stories that we tell.
The great thing about Siege is that it attracts people from cosplay communities, from art communities, and then the gaming community and the competitive community. And the fact that we can all come together and it doesn't really matter, like as long as we talk about Siege.
There's no kind of barrier. Everybody should be allowed to participate, and everybody can grow and get better at art and fall more in love with these characters. It is absolutely important for us to celebrate our artistic community, and it's one of the big reasons why we take the opportunity every SI to dedicate a portion of our celebration to them.
You can go to these events and you sort of see the way people react to your work, and actually to be able to see it in person, it makes you know what you're doing is right and what you're doing, you could improve on. And that is something that I don't ever take for granted, and I am extremely grateful for. It's helped me mature as an artist and as a content creator.
As a person, as an artist, online or offline, I'm more confident to talk about myself. I'm more confident to talk about my art. So it's something that I'm still thankful for the people that I met at the community. We get to meet people from like a completely different continent, and like SI was that opportunity, that one opportunity that we could physically meet and connect with those people.
You go to these events and you find that everybody is from all different walks of life. They speak different languages, are from different countries and cultures, but at the end of the day, we all speak the language of Siege.
As long as you can draw, or as long as you can construct a uniform, you can share kind of your love for Siege. It goes beyond any kind of language barrier that you may have, because everybody kind of shares the same passion together.
BDS versus Dark Zero, and a lot of eyes on this matchup because a lot of people are talking about BDS, understandably, at this SI. So let's just get right into analysis here. Right now I am with Jess, and I'm not going to call you Ollie Fresh. I know you were thinking it. No, I did not. No, Fresh, we love you. But Jess, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first. Alrighty. I think, without a doubt, a lot of people, when they were looking at this matchup before this all started, before everything that's been going on with BDS, would have been like, BDS is going to win. That could potentially be a different story today now.
Yeah, there are a lot of stories to be had, and all we know at the moment is that there are big changes for the roster, and I know we had all been discussing what this means for them moving forward, but for those who don't know, and I hope it's okay that I steal this line from you here, Jackie, but
no, take it.
I think everyone knowing that Rafal has been removed from the tournament, as per the words that Ubisoft has released, you can go on R6 Esports to confirm that, and BIOS will be playing in his place. That was a very last minute movement. This was not planned in any way, shape or form. So as a result, now we know that this has shaken the team to the core. There has been a lot of tweets from the players who have been incredibly upset, and they believe that this has put them into a position of likely being sort of not able even to make it out of the groups, which is very unusual for BDS. So moving forward, I know you and I have discussed this back and forth. We say they still have the core roster, they should still have the core mechanics, but I still think this puts enough like stick in the spokes that it just stops the entire bicycle.
Yeah, I mean, Fresh, BDS is vulnerable right now, I think, without a doubt. So I guess my question for you is just, their coach BIOS is stepping in. Let's get real. Does BDS have a chance?
I mean, the whole situation is not ideal.
Yeah.
And
it's not ideal.
Put it lightly, mate.
What are the 5 stages of grief, Jess? Come on.
Oh,
Put her
you
on the
were
spot.
putting her on the
She's a
spot.
psychologist.
Denial.
Denial.
Then acceptance. I mean, acceptance comes at some point.
There was anger.
There's anger.
There's anger
We
for
saw.
sure. Yeah.
My point that I'm going to go into is I think BDS are at the acceptance stage.
So they've skipped all 4. Okay.
No, I think they've gone through all of the stages, and I think they're at the
there were some
acceptance
stages
stage.
that were had on Twitter.
Oh, there were stages.
Yes.
There was definitely stages. And what we're going to see, I think, is... So I've got a little bit of experience with this, completely different circumstances. Yep. But when we went to... when I was on G2, we went to Six Invitational, we dropped Crying on... It was something like the 8th of January.
Yeah,
Six Invitational
really
was
close.
the start of February. We had 2 weeks to prepare with a coach. A little bit more time, not with a coach, with a sub. We took Boss, who was a former player of yours. And when this happens, when you've got this kind of external factor that's coming into your team that you know isn't a core team member, you've got to make do the best you can. And it feels like BDS have just accepted that this tournament is going to be a massive uphill struggle for them because they would have expected to win it. So they've got to realign their expectations. What that might mean for BDS, who knows? I think it might mean that they play a little bit looser. We know them as quite a rigid team that is really good at doing the default stuff and doing it better than whoever they come against.
Yeah.
We might see them go a little bit out of their shell, try a few new operators, try and be a little bit more like Swing City, a little bit more attacking, not really caring too much about the ramifications should they lose. All pressure is off and there's no expectations on them now with this 5.
Jess, do they let BIOS go ham then, or what did they let him do?
I mean, we were theory crafting for so long, and I wanted to poke a joke at your stages of grief to say, speaking of stages, BDS might not even make it to the stage.
Oh,
Jess,
she said
they're
that.
already down and
She
you just
did.
kicked them.
I love BDS, guys. It's a joke. No, but to be fair, if we're talking about coaches, you know Hyperino when he stepped in.
Oh, yeah.
He had a damn field day, did he not?
Yeah, you can
but
ask
he was
Vitality
allowed to run riot.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going off, sort of case studies about what works when you have a coach step in, or you just have a random sub for whatever reason, that has been proven to be the most quote-unquote effective way to implement. Why? Especially with BDS, we moved Bride, one of the best supports in the entire world who's on BDS, off of his support role and forced BIOS to play it, which is such a predictable maneuver of teams to do.
And don't get me wrong, Bride is the best support in the world in my mind. He's a terrific flex support, a terrific flex. But once you lose the best support in the world, that means you've got a big hole in your support side. So put BIOS in that role where he can just run around. He can just
flex.
Do whatever he wants. Imagine you're just playing a 4v5.
Yes.
Imagine you've got a Leon Gibbs on your team who's always giving you in a 4v5, because that's what Leon does a lot for Rogue.
Put him
Play
on,
like that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Put him on Legion, run around, take that
literally.
fight.
So free reign for BIOS.
Tell him to spawn peek every round. He might get a kill. It's probably effective.
Yep.
So Fresh, I do want to talk to you about Dark Zero, and I do believe you have a couple clips on them. Let's talk about their strategy. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to target BIOS then. They're going to be playing off of their opponent's anxiety, to say the least.
This is the biggest question about Dark Zero in my mind, because a lot of normal teams would say, BDS play with a coach. Let's target the coach.
Yeah.
Let's get into that 5v4 and play it out from there.
Yeah.
However, Dark Zero somewhat slightly worry me because they play very robotic Siege, is how I would say. It's the default.
Just giggles.
It's not a well-oiled robot, and we saw this yesterday, is that they have, and we'll come on to the clips after we've gone through the kind of player walk-ins and whatnot, is we saw them try and play really default things. They didn't have any innovation, any adaptation, and they played against Elevate yesterday. When Elevate created problems for them, they had absolutely no solutions to them, Jess.
No, not in any way, shape or form. I think Jackie and I were talking about the fact that there might be a lot of big brains in the team, and there are. They're not might. Might is the incredibly wrong word to use here.
Yeah, we were saying that these roster changes, like, it doesn't seem like they've completely gotten the recipe down.
Yeah.
What's the missing ingredient, Jess?
Sheesh. Okay, well, there might be too many cooks in the kitchen then. Let's go with the puns then. Are we going on the pun train? I'll jump
It's
on
just
this, right?
smiling at all that. He's just
Fresh
like, that
loves it.
happened.
We love the puns. We love the dad jokes. There might be too many cooks in the kitchen, and I say this from a leadership perspective. They have big brains behind the team. There are players on the roster, like Troy, for example, Canadian, who knows that there is a certain way to win, because he's been a winner before. He's been a world champion himself. He's an IGL. But there's also coaches who are attempting to apply a certain philosophy. I think they want to play perfect Siege.
Yes.
I also think they follow the script down to a T. Like, if we go back to the puns, I know I'm going to rip us back there, but they follow the recipe so hardcore, and they don't don't deviate from it, I bet you that they're following the recipe so hard that if the kitchen was burning down around them, they just keep cooking. They would just keep cooking, and we saw that against Elevid.
That's exactly what we saw, and I've got a couple of clips that I want to show the viewers to bring this up to kind of illustrate this, and it's more a point about the adaptation. They've got this perfect recipe book, and this is the recipe book. It's tick 1, tick 2, tick 3. When they can't get the second bit of the recipe, they don't adapt. They just bang the head against the wall again and again and again, and just expect at some point it's got to get better, right? So what I've pulled is 2 rounds here, and they're trying to take out Library, and the first clip is it's a very short one. They've all tried to jump into Library. They tried to use nades before that onto the Elevate Library players in that kind of corner at the bottom left of your screen. They didn't do well. They jumped in. They lost their lives. And it's a super clear adaptation. They tried nading the player out of there. He lived the entire round.
Oh, no.
So what happens 3 rounds later when Elevate are playing the same position is they try and do the same thing again with the nades, and they don't make an adaptation. They don't go to a Capitao. Look at the operators there. They've got the Ayana. They've got the Sledge. They've got the Finca. Where's Capitao? We see how much Flores is used, Jess? There was no Flores.
No ability for them to counter.
And you can see the Mute in the top left of your screen there. His health's going down. He's been hit by nades constantly, but his health is just not going down. His health's just going down, but he's not dying, which means, do you know what they do? They drop away. They completely just leave, which is not ideal from DZ.
You know what? I'm going to keep going on with the pun because I just can't stop myself. I'm on the train now. I can't get off. It's funny that they struggle taking Library considering that's where all the cookbooks are. I would hope that's going to change today. You guys are going to hate me.
I know. So many
It's only day 2. It is only day 2. Isn't this exciting? I still get so many more days to force you to listen to my puns and let me know.
There's only 9 more broadcast days, Jess.
I mean, the cooking puns or the coin toss from earlier. I don't know which one I enjoyed better.
Do you have the coin?
I've got the coin.
Jackie.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we're supposed to be getting into our map ban phase, but we could do predictions to get the coin out. Let's go. Okay,
Ready?
so what's what though?
Oh yeah.
Who's heads?
I really like heads.
I feel like heads for Dark Zero because they're
the big brain.
Big brains.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heads for Dark Zero. You ready to catch? Oh, she got it.
That's an awful.
She just caught it.
Okay.
What is it?
It's tails.
BDS.
BDS takes it, as our friend would say.
The last time we flipped this coin, we were correct. We have 100%.
I know. We'll see if the coin is actually valid, though. Okay, so Jess, what's your pick then?
I actually spoke to Jack about this, and I don't know if he agrees fully with me or not, but I said that even though BDS is down a member, and let's say they become a little bit more loose, they're in the acceptance stage of this, grief period, that they could just have BIOS run around. I think the 4 remaining players are that good that if DZ plays the way they played in their previous series, that BDS still crippled is better than them.
Interesting.
Which is a very big statement to make, I know, but just seeing that last series, if you just take that last series from DZ, I do still think, what do you think?
Fresh is like, the coin is right. You don't know.
I've got a little bit of a hot take here.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's a slight hot take. So DZ should have the improvement necessary. They've got these big brains. They've got Mint. They've got BC on the coaching staff. They've got Canadian.
100%.
They should be able to have the improvement in themselves to beat BDS with a coach. They should be able to have the improvement themselves to beat BDS with a coach.
What if they don't?
If they don't beat BDS with a coach, I'll buy them the plane ticket home myself.
Oh
my
gosh. I just was shook by that
whatever
comment.
this is, going towards the DZ plane ticket.
Fresh just said that on camera. I know. I was like, I'm sweating now.
Simple. They should be able to beat them. Doesn't matter who they are. They're playing with a coach who hasn't played the game in 19 months.
Well, I mean, with the map ban stuff,
map ban phase in effect right now.
Coastline.
Makes sense. Run around, shoot.
The reason this is the reason that is a really good pick from BDS. Is not a map we see from them almost ever.
No.
But if you wanted a map where you could get away with a ratty,
throw everything out the window.
Absolutely, just play your default, which Coastline doesn't really have a default, but if you wanted to run around, run and gun, Coastline is it. And unfortunately, with DZ picking Villa, that's the complete opposite of freedom there.
BDS also traditionally for a long time didn't like Villa. They have brought it into their map pool.
A little bit, yeah.
But they traditionally for the first probably year and a half of this roster, because they've been together a long time, bear in mind, and that's why the news about BDS is probably so big. This roster's been together a long time. But for the first year and a half, they just perma-banned Villa. They did not want anything to do with it. I'm not surprised DZ want to go there, especially with the fact that they're playing with BIOS.
And we have our decider up now. Also, taking a live look at the play area, BIOS must be very tall.
I was just going to make
Am I wrong?
that.
Yeah.
I mean, Jackie, you are a tall
I'm
lady.
6'2", I'm like 188 centimeters, yeah.
For you to call someone tall, that means I should never be a BIOS.
He's a head taller than the entire team. Yesterday I said, is he sitting on something? But no, I don't think so.
I'm not going near him because I will have to break my neck and look up at him.
You already do that with Jackie.
I already break my neck with Jackie.
He's very tall.
We have the wildest talent team right now. Literally, like, half of us are over 6 foot, and then the other half is around 5 foot. I don't know.
I'm like 6 centimeters tall, so it's like great. I fill out the balance. Awesome. But Cafe being that decider map, I think that suits both teams.
Yeah, both teams are going to be happy.
You could be so ready. Do you remember Shaiko back in the day on Vigil on this map, just being allowed to run riot? I think that's great. I think it's a great map. I actually think Villa is their only fear.
I don't think BDS have done bad in the banning phase. They would have probably wanted Coastline, and if they could, Cafe, because Shaiko often has high multi-kill rounds on Cafe. So when you've got a coach that's looking, you're looking. It's really hard to say that you're playing with Deadwood, but you are. You're playing 45. Because
what happened with Hyperino though?
The Hyperino played a lot of the game. BIOS hasn't played a lot of the game in a long time because he's been so focused on
Demo
coaching.
said he was an Xbox champion. Put some respect on the man.
What, do you want me to get a controller and put him on the sticks then?
He can.
Okay.
Okay, well, it looks like our teams are really close to being ready here, but very quickly we want to toss to a Dark Zero interview, so check it out.
My name is Troy Jaroslawski. I go by Canadian in-game. I am the in-game leader and flex for Dark Zero. The team is a lot different than what Dark Zero used to be. It's slowly changed over, added NJR, added Pambazoo, and then eventually added myself as well. The role swaps was a couple different people's ideas. Previous iterations of the roster had gone through so many role swaps and just constantly resetting. And that's a huge thing about role swaps. Every time you do it, the team kind of resets. So you have to be very sure that you actually want to do it. It can't really be all nilly-willy. I've always really enjoyed playing with newer players and trying to help them learn the game and see the game in a different way. Something that I've noticed is very common in young and up-and-coming players is they think, oh, experience doesn't really matter. I can just shoot people. And then they play with people like myself or like Brandon or like Tyler, and all of a sudden they end up saying, oh, we're playing literally a different video game than we were playing before. I think we really discovered our style right after Sweden. And then the US finals was our first kind of chance to show what we have, and I think we did a good job of that. I don't think we weren't disappointed by any means. I wouldn't say there's any team in our group that I'm afraid of facing. I'm always excited to play new competition and people that are seen at the top. I think it's obviously a great chance to prove yourself. As far as who I'm most excited to play in our group, I would probably say BDS, because ever since BDS has become a team, I've never played against them, and they've kind of been a highly respected team the entire time. I think the competition is probably the deepest it's ever been, and I think more teams are going to put up a really good fight. If we don't win the Invitational, I don't really care who wins. I don't have a message for my opponents. I guess maybe I do. Remember what it's about and have a good time and make this an event to remember.
TSM versus FURIA, NA versus Brazil. Who will come out on top? Well, Demo, you have a coin, right? Because you're going to do a coin.
Jack nicked my coin. That's my coin.
Fresh took your coin?
Stole from me.
Well, where's your coin now?
That was the only coin I had. That was it. It was my lucky coin.
We need another coin.
It's not a rich man.
Jesse, do you have a coin?
I don't. I'm more of a card guy.
Oh, they use dollars in
a card guy.
Yeah, we got coin.
Yeah, but you don't have the pound.
We got
Great British pound. It's called great for a reason.
I'm not gonna lie. It was real shiny and pretty looking, but I can't believe you gave that to Fresh.
I know, but he wants it. Old Fresh, he needs the money.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, go on, give me it.
Okay.
Give me it. Give me my money back. That's it. That'll do my parking. That's for the car.
You want to flip it to see who's gonna win?
No, I'm not losing I need the pound. Money. Money's money.
He's like, no, that's going phone in my pocket. Okay. All right, let's get a little bit serious here and let's talk about our first team, TSM. All right, Jesse, they kind of have a history here. Their stage 3 was a little bit rough. Just take me A through Z here.
All right, so TSM, they've definitely had a rough year for sure. I mean, they started off back in the Mexico Major, right? They had to play without Merc due to COVID problems, so they couldn't play with their full roster. They had some role change issues, I would say, in stage 3. Switched around Chala and Gio, couldn't actually make it to the stage 3 Major, also failed to qualify for the NA Finals, so they were really struggling throughout the year. But that meant they had a 3-month stretch where they didn't play any games between the finals, well, the end of stage 3 and the North American qualifier. In that time, they changed roles around. They honed their skills. They made the roster the best form of itself that it could be. What they've ended up with, they've got Merc on that IGL position. The boys look really refreshed. They look fantastic. Gio's back over to the hard breach, and we've got Chala playing flank watch once again. So this team, they're feeling themselves, and I'm happy to see it.
You have to remember.
Did we see Gio with the uwu pose? I mean, he wins. He wins to me. He wins. I don't even care.
For anyone who doesn't know, Jackie's a big fan of anything Japanese. Anything at all.
I like the anime. It's true.
Huge weeb.
Okay, but we got the roster graphic up, and I do want to pick your brain here, Demo. I mean, I don't really know what we're going to see today.
This is the same team from last year's Invitational. It hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Very long-standing roster. It's the same team that came, I believe, 4th overall, and that's, like, getting top 4 is a very coveted prize. And for TSM to get that last year, yeah, they were looking to be on good track and see how they fell for the year, like Jesse mentioned. Didn't go their plan. A few maybes that maybe could have went for them, but it just didn't. Role changes, whatever it is, things hasn't worked out. But they're here now, and if we're not mistaken, another IGL change coming into this tournament.
Yeah, Merc taking over that, and it's weird in theory, right? Like your IGL being your entry fragger, that typically doesn't work for teams. But again, TSM have had all this time to figure it out, and what we've seen in the qualifier is that Merc, he can lead from the front. If they're in a situation, Merc can make the call, screw it, let's go over to this other position instead. We saw it on Oregon when they were playing against Parabellum. I mean, he can make these calls, and the team listens to him, and it's been working.
Jesse, we're taking a live look at the play area right now. We're looking at TSM. What do you think their mindset is right now? I feel like in a lot of ways, like the NA is really trying to reclaim glory here at SI.
For sure. I mean, I think honestly there's a lot of pressure on TSM. Obviously, they're an incredibly popular team. I know a lot of people are tuning in just for this game because they're big TSM fans.
That man as well.
Right there, the man on your screen, Bolo. But, you know, there's pressure. You want to rep NA and you want to make it back to that top 4 position.
Okay, and let's transition now to FURIA. We have them up on the screen. And Demo, I'm putting you in the hot seat. They beat a wounded BDS, an easier victory than it would usually be, but a W is a W. Do you think FURIA could come out #1 from groups?
So, yeah, the situation with FURIA is we seen them Invitational last year, and we thought, yeah, this team kind of coming out of nowhere, surviving relegations from 2020, and yeah, 2021 was looking really, really good for this side. But it never really got any better than what Invitational was. And I think the whole year you were kind of hoping, can we see more? Can we see more out of this side? I think you have your kind of usual suspects. You always look at Fantasy in this roster being that top performer, was one of the top performers from stage 3 of LATAM, but everyone else on his side maybe not picking up the pieces where they should. And I think that was the biggest concern for a lot of people was, is it going to be just Fantasy or will everyone step up? Like you mentioned, Jackie, a wounded BDS, is that the best showing for this side? This will be a much tougher ask from them. You know, it's TSM, it's going to be difficult. But on the bright side, we've seen Miracle step up yesterday. You know, we've seen the rest of the team really pulled together alongside Fantasy. So the concerns that maybe we had, is it a one-man team? No, I think everyone's here to play, and that's good for them.
So maybe not a Fantasy. It might not take a Miracle.
Oh, that was good. You can do the puns
I was waiting for you
They could reach the highest of highs. You know, they're a rare gem inside of Latin America, and yeah, I think they can really lend a hand here if they can really move into this game and take down TSM, and maybe they can finish top of their group. It's there for them. It really is.
Yeah.
And we're taking a live look at them now. And Jesse, this is a young team. The talent is undoubtedly there, though. I think the big question is, can they stay mentally tough? They're looking lethal. BDS was a mental challenge, I felt like. I mean, that's a big name, even though we know know, the situation going on with BDS, but they stayed strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the goal of Twister. Their coach, he's an experienced man. He's been in Siege for a really long time, coached some of the best teams in all of Brazil, and now he's got this really young squad in front of him. And, he's coached them to great heights. Obviously, this team is still very new. Sure, some of their majors in the past year haven't been the highest of results, but again, this is a team that's growing. This is a team that in 10 years is still going to have most of these players likely active in the game because they're all 18, 19, 20. They are young guys. So a lot of potential still, I think, on this roster. And look, I'm a little bit afraid for TSM, okay? I'm an honest man. Usually I show up to work, I say TSM wins, I collect my Twitter impressions, and I go home. But I gotta say, it's difficult tonight because TSM have shown that they struggle against some of these unpredictable plays. And for Miracle and for Fantasy especially, that's what he specializes in.
It's actually interesting you said that because, Demo, I was going to ask you, who's feeling the pressure more right now?
I think TSM. TSM, this is their first game. Didn't play yesterday. This is they're the team who kind of got the bye in the first day, and I think coming out swinging, that's what you need to do in your first game, isn't it? That really how you start your journey. And keep in mind, they're already points behind. Obviously, they have a game in hand technically over other sides, but yeah, they need to come in here and really get things going, and that's going to set the kind of bar, isn't it, against every other team. Every other team in their group's going to be watching TSM, and if TSM come in today and they absolutely smash FURIA to pieces, whoever has to play TSM next, they're thinking, ooh, don't know if we want to play that game now.
For sure. And we do have the map ban phase in effect right now, and that information is coming up on the screen. Gentlemen, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, we saw a little bit of a pause from TSM in picking their map. Looks like FURIA didn't go for the Villa ban. I was pretty confident that would be the play. TSM saw it was open. They're going to go for it. That's a very strong map for TSM, so they're happy to take it. They beat Parabellum twice in the qualifiers. FURIA, on the other hand, going to pick up the Clubhouse. Another bit of an interesting... I thought I had this map ban down. I was pretty confident what was going to happen. We haven't arrived on any of the maps that I was expecting so far. Looks like we will be ending on Chalet. That's one that I think TSM... I'm worried because they've let Chalet all the way through. I was almost hoping they'd ban it. It's a 6-game win streak for FURIA. Everyone bans it against them, and they've let it go all the way to the decider. Jackie, this is a map ban phase that's going to get interesting.
Ooh, Demo, what you thinking?
Yeah, Chalet, I think, is the only one that me and Jesse actually thought would see here. And I think it's because TSM, NA teams, they like Chalet, they'll play it. Equally, so will LATAM teams. LATAM teams have really adopted Chalet throughout this year. But the other two, before we, obviously that's the decider, we have the first two maps. Villa it's really weird because we've seen a lot of Villa so far this tournament, and I think it's a map that it doesn't really favor one side. Every team seems to leave open Villa. Every team will play it, but I wouldn't say it's everyone's favorite. It's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly been one in North America that we've been avoiding over the last couple of stages, and TSM especially, haven't been playing a ton of Villa. You look back on their record, and it's one that can be kind of one-sided. I think that for FURIA, it's one they've struggled on. 8-game losing streak as well, so I'm not super confident that they'll be able to take it, but maybe they can use that unfamiliarity that TSM have with the map.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your excellent analysis as always, but we are ready to go. TSM versus FURIA, BDS versus Dark Zero. Let's go!
Well, you can tell Jackie is damn well excited about this game, and so we all should be, Tim. TSM have arrived here at the Invitational. Not that they weren't here before, but this is their time to shine and show everyone what they've been hiding away. They've had a pretty rough run, to be fair, having to come in through the quals rather than through Stage 3 and through the NAL itself. But FURIA are coming off the back of a win yesterday, so not the easiest opponent in the world to start off for TSM. I'm excited to see how it goes down.
As you said, it is really a surprise for TSM and how they got here. We've got to focus on that fact because this is a team that made it through to the semi-finals last time around. You know, they're not messing about. They're no slouches when it comes to international competition. They are certainly capable, and I'm expecting big things out of this TSM side here. I said it earlier on, I'll say it again. I want to see some big performances out of NA. The jokes have lasted long enough now. It's time to put them to bed, and it's time for NA to be turning up and really competing. And this is one of the teams teams that definitely can do that, but they have got a little bit of what is becoming a Brazilian powerhouse sat in front of them. Slowly but surely, FURIA are building themselves up. They are now a regular on the international stage, and that's no easy thing to do when you play in Brazil. Look at the names of the teams they're having to beat out of those spots.
It's a big team to come up against, though, in the form of TSM. Lots we could talk about here, but we'll get through the bans first. Flores going to be the first one coming in against TSM. FURIA taking that one away. We've seen a good number of these bans come in so far, and I look back to Alems from BDS saying over in EUL, he is arguably the strongest operator in the game right now, and whilst not every team does play him, he's very strong when he is seen on the field. Thatcher, a go-to expected ban coming in here from TSM, followed up by the Valkyrie, feeling like very default bans on their side, Tim.
Yep, we'd expect to see probably a Mirror or a Maestro making up the last one, but we have had a few curveballs over the last couple of days. We've had sort of Wamai and a couple of others slipping through there, but no, this time it will be the Mirror. So that's going to be our complete operator ban lineup for Villa. Flores, Thatcher, Valkyrie, Mirror will not be in play. You mentioned Flores, obviously, and his power. If you start wondering why, what is it about Flores that's so powerful? I mean, one thing is his flexibility. He's got 4 Rotero drones that can go in. They can destroy a lot of utility. They can be used to move defenders out of locations. They can be used for soft breaching. It's such a flexible gadget. But I think the other thing that was basically said about them was, you sort of think, well, it's a drone, just shoot it out. But the point is the level of attention that it takes. You're basically having to focus on these things coming in potentially all the time. And there's a lot of other things going on in a game of Siege, and when you draw in that level of focus from one operator, it becomes difficult to then properly pay attention to everything else. So that is one of the big strengths of Flores.
Well, that was a lot of the justification given around Super the other day, missing 3 Roteros, racing past him on Oregon the other day. You know, busy calling out, hasn't got time to also engage the grey gears and focus on the drones running across your feet. It was a pretty unfortunate case there. Anyway, for FURIA, they have brought along the Goyo. So without having that, the Roteros on side, you can afford to bring along more shields. You do still face a risk from things like frag grenades, of which TSM do have 2 pairs. They've got 2, of course, on the Finka and 2 on the Sledge. But the really spicy pick on this team is going to be that Finka. It's not the Finka, it's the Ying. I'm looking at too many names. Looking at the Ying, because that's all about the executes. Their goal as a team is to get to the site and execute using the Ying. That should mean that for FURIA, if they spot this Ying out early on, they want to get up in the grills of TSM, shut them down with a couple of C4s from below, and stop them getting to an execute point with all 5 alive. And that is a wonderful way to start it off. It's shutting down Merc early into the round.
Fantasy with a big opener for FURIA there. As you said, it's just taking down that sort of secret weapon, if you will. You know, the Ying may be a little bit unexpected, but Fantasy just locking down that study side of the map there, having absolutely none of that quick approach coming in from TSM. Now, the site that they're going to be defending is, of course, downstairs, dining and kitchen, but FURIA are going to hold on to the top floor for as long as possible. They don't want Achieved getting in there and doing too much damage with that sledgehammer. Now, Hayes has just got himself positioned on the red stairs, and this could be a sneaky little spot here, Des. I'm not sure how aware TSM are of his location. There we go, that's the drone. That's what we want to see coming out of TSM, is that thorough information game. FURIA are a team that if you allow them, they're going to try and hurt you. They're going to try and move around the map in unexpected ways, do things to surprise you. Fantasy taking a lot of damage there, and the top floor clearance is well underway from TSM.
That would have been the shield getting blown out by Achieved as he rappelled down onto that Astro window. Yes, he's down to low HP Fantasy, but is still in the game. And it was almost a cast the curse, as I finished saying the point about stopping them getting this full 5-man execute. You've literally picked out the crown jewel here and bringing down the Ying, because now for TSM, this becomes a pretty normal round. You can play behind the frags, but really that's about as far as you're going to get. You do not have the bunker buster that is the Ying to make this execute work. So there is a lot of work for TSM to still be doing. They're focusing up on this top floor. We're down to that final 75 seconds or so, and you can see that most of FURIA are gathering on site. 3 members there, but the other 2 that are off site, those are the ones that if this Nomad hasn't gone and done their job and got those stairs locked down with air jabs, they will be coming up their backside in the last 30 seconds and netting a couple of kills to close out round 1.
TSM pretty safe on the top floor. Charlotte has deployed those air jabs from the Nomad, so they're not likely to get flanked up there, but they do need to start moving down to the bottom floor at some point. Rare is going to pick up the Nomad just as I talk about Charlotte. That is going to leave them now in a 5 versus 3. Furia with the advantage here. Fantasy is low health, but with 35 seconds left to go, TSM are running out of options. There's Toxic Babe canisters are going to start to slow them down, and that's the first kill coming in for TSM there. Gio just managing to get that kill onto Fantasy. He had a sliver of health left. Rare manages to take down Achieved. It's all falling apart here. Highs, Lender, Furia, they take the round, and that's going to be a strong opener, defending the dining room to kick things off.
Very strong start coming out from Furia. Again, it was more about the disruption play early on. For TSM having to funnel their way in through, off towards the right-hand side, in through a single doorway, blocked out by smokes. Everything was slowed down. They'll look at that round and probably say it's a write-off. We lost the Ying. That was our primary focus in the round. Already coming into the next one, they've changed things away. Merc is stepping across onto the Twitch. Now, it's worth talking a little bit about TSM because they have made some changes coming into this competition. Achieved has moved away from being the go-to IGL, and Merc has taken up that spot. What was interesting for me in the last round was they said the main reason for that is Merc, well, what they've also had to do is change roles where Bolo is more the entry and Merc is now the flex player, because you don't really want your go-to Ash main being the one that's calling for the team, because you're in the front line, you don't really get a great view of what the team is doing from the back or the middle. You're right at the front line. So they moved him into a more defensive spot, but he was still the entry that died first in that previous round, lost them that key tool. So a little bit better droning here, taking things that little bit slower in the early round may pay dividends for TSM. It was a bit of an offsite though. Now we're into everyone's known, tried, true and tested site of Aviator Games.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that entry kill probably, or entry death rather, from a TSM perspective probably comes down to just not knowing that Fantasy was there. Otherwise, you're not really going to approach the door, you know, with such gusto. You're going to probably just take it a little bit more cautiously. But I'm sure that TSM will, you know, they'll wake up, they'll pick that up, they'll be getting in there with the drones and just making sure they're aware of where everybody is. Fantasy this time is going to kick himself off on the north side.
Not a jump out.
Not a jump out, surely not. Fantasy goes for it. He has a little look. There's nothing to be found. Back in he goes. But what it does, Des, is it puts it into the brains of TSM. Right, we're going to be absolutely fighting for our lives from minute 1 here.
Puts the fear of God in him, or the fear of Furia, you might call it. Fear of Fantasy, but Bolo was there, Rare. Stepping back over previously trodden ground. Fantasy had just walked across that area, and TSM would have had an idea that that's where he's retreated. It's almost the same as if Fantasy hadn't ran away, if he just kind of hovered in Astro. Rare's kind of gone on and done the same and paid the price for it there. Not a great start, still a 5 versus 4 though.
Lots of work for TSM to do, but a great start to round number 2. Bolo able to get that one. Look at the long angle that Fantasy's holding here. Takes a chip of damage off Gio, but is going to be hit hard by Bolo. Lender's Bolo played as he plays right now. That's his second kill in the round. Going to take Lender down, and that is the Jaeger and the Goyo gone now for Furia. The pressure mounts as Bolo walks in on a triple kill. He's got 2 more to find, and he's on the hunt. He's moving through sight now. The Finker is moving at speed, nearly sees one of those defenders moving back into maps. Bolo really has got a taste of blood in this one.
Got the lingering taste out of the red ping too to see where those last couple of members were. Both retreated back into Aviator. You've now got Miracle swinging out in towards 90. Worth mentioning, Miracle had a phenomenal day against BDS yesterday. Despite being in a supportive spot, 15 plus kills. He dropped on one of the 2 maps that we saw yesterday. So got to be very mindful of him as the smoke. And also remember, with those smoke canisters in back pocket, they will do extra damage to a juiced up target from the Finker. So Bolo's got to be very careful. And when he pulls out those nanobots, else he could be putting his team into an early grave.
Highs is in an important position here, just playing in behind the Goyo shield that's been set up on maps. He's really preventing the push coming in through that doorway, but TSM, they're in no rush here. Time is on the clock. They're starting to open things up. They've got Gio on the Hibana just working those reinforcements to try and gain a little bit more access into sight. We hear them detonating there. Miracle just trying to hold down into 90 corridor. Bolo manages to find his 4th. Is the 5th there? No! Shut down down and denied by Miracle. So close. Achieved, ultimately able to get the trade and win the round. It's a Bolo 4K, but he can't quite hit the ace.
I think production got a bit excited there that it was an ace rolling through, but not quite to be the case. Sure, he found one back, but Achieve steps in on the sledge and collects the final kill. Much better round out of TSM, a bit more structured, admittedly very built off the back of Bolo, finding 3 kills off-site up towards the north side. Again, maybe leaning in towards a bit that on the previous round, it was a little bit unexpected to start in Dining and Kitchen. It's hardly the starting site that we're very used to seeing. And for some reason, on the side of FURIA, they've opted for a very early tactical pause. They've lost 1 round, bearing in mind it's 1-on-1, yet they want this timeout to have a conversation.
It's definitely interesting timing. You know, as you can see there, Twister is, you know, busy in the ears of the players there, just trying to give them some sort of instructions. Obviously something that he's seen, something that he's maybe not happy with after that round. The first round seemed to go well from them. It was a solid roam. Rare and Fantasy able to pick up kills off-site and whittle TSM down, but they were just absolutely dismantled FURIA in round number 2 by Bolo. There's no other way to put it. Worked his way in through Astro and picked himself up 4 as he went, and it really did hit them hard. Now, I'm not sure, as I say, you know, what particularly they feel that they need to change after that point. A player like Bolo is sometimes going to come in and get a 4K. It's going to happen. There's not always something that you can do about it, but FURIA obviously feel that there's something to change.
The only reason I can feel you have a timeout this early is a communication issue. Something that you've come into the game, maybe the players, and I've heard this from a few coaches, you know, you'll call a timeout if players are arguing or if there's a disagreement that a coach needs to weigh in on, or if there is a very obvious error that wasn't caught, they will call early times out. But truthfully, Ace, I would rather teams do call early times out.
Oh yeah,
and
nothing wrong with it.
Get things fixed nice and early so they carry on through the rest of the rounds, rather than waiting until you're down 6-1 and then call a timeout. It's a little bit late then, because the amends will probably last for a round or 2 and then things can swing back quite quickly. Anyway, we go down into another very unique site, Living and Library. We don't get to see all that often. Now, TSM, when I watched back one of their games from probably, not recently by the way, about 18 months ago when they played on this map, they were one of the teams that did run around on this map, and they opened up rotations everywhere on the ground floor, so they could play into Piano, they could run around up into towards North Side, towards Dining, for example. It was just really interesting to see how open they played it. I doubt FURIA go quite for the same, and instead they're looking for a bit of a vertical hold. We saw this coming out of some teams in Europe, where you'll open up holes in the floor of Vault, and you can see down in towards the north side of the site itself and deny attackers from getting in and planting, to which we saw some very clever innovations making use of an Amaru. No Amaru on site, you'll be glad to know, so nothing too crazy coming in this round, but we'll keep an eye on where FURIA get their setups in and what angles they look to contest.
Going to be important, as always, for a ground floor site on Villa for TSM to come in and get that top floor control. As you say, we can see the verticals that have been opened up. We've got Fantasy inside of games at the minute. He's going to hold on to that for as long as possible. I'm sure he's got his castle barricades up. He's got his holes in the floor. He's doing everything he can, as you said, there's getting those angles down towards the north side. We don't see Library very often, Living Room Library as a site. If you're wondering, you know, where's my verticals for it? Where am I looking? On a ranked level, it's dead easy to remember Villa. It's basically the top 4 sites. So Trophy Statuary, that's your verticals down into Kitchen and Dining. Games, 90 Corridor, your other top floor site is down into Living Room Library. It's pretty much as simple as that, and that's why we've got FURIA trying to hold on to this area, particularly Study. That's really interesting. Very open into Study there, just making it very difficult for TSM to get established, and they're certainly taking their time. They're being cautious here.
It's well set where they've got 2 or 3 angles being contested on towards the south side, so they've acknowledged that Vault is quite a critical part of this defense for them. And in order to hold that down, you need to have control of games. You've got to stop them getting into Study, or if they do, you've got to at least contest them. And Fantasy here is just helping them lock it down, not putting his attention on site right now, as they're aware. There are 2, 3, if not 4 members of TSM all piling in their focus right now on this top floor.
They are dicing with death, and death finds them as Fantasy and Lender shut down. Miracle manages to find Bolo from underneath with a Nitro, and that was well timed for FURIA, because otherwise they were staring down the barrel of a 5 versus 3. We've still got Highs up on the top floor though, and I'm not sure that TSM are aware of his location here. He's inside of games, and he's potentially going to make a nuisance of himself. Merc pushes through, double kill on the round now. I'm just interested in exactly what the Aruni can do here inside of the level, because not being challenged as of yet. Nobody holding that angle, looking at the verticals. It's going to be a freebie, Des. Absolutely. Gets his kill. There you go. Goes to the pistol. 3 versus 2. Now, TSM are aware of Heiser's location. They're going to have to try and track him down and get the kill. Can Heis take any more with him?
Apparently, no is the answer. Merc goes on to a triple in the round. Could be a quad if you go by the kill feeders. I think he finished off a kill coming in from someone else on the top floor. I think it might have been Charla. Either way, he's in a 1 versus 3. He can make good use of these verticals, but it's quite restricted in the angle you get. It's more for denying entry into the site than the actual site itself. And given TSM have already got full control, well, it's not all that useful to him. Had to rotate down in towards red. Going to punch a hole in this wall now and see what he can find. Tries to go for a spray, but no one to be found. This should get completed now as it is behind a thick pillar which cannot be shot through. That plant will go down for TSM, and Heis has got it all to do in a 1 versus 3.
Gio doing a great job of getting that diffuser down as always when the opportunity was presented. Heis manages to take a chip of damage off Merc, but ultimately Merc, he fires back, he bites back hard, and he gets that kill. And that's going to be TSM now going 2-1 and looking pretty cool on the attack of Villa.
4K for Merc as well. Wow. One way to make up for you losing the Ying early in round 1. And as I said, if you go by the scoreboard, if you go by the kill feeds, that was essentially an ace coming out for Merc. He did complete a kill coming in from one of his teammates, so a big round. And the one thing that makes me slightly nervous about this, Tim, is you know what I'm like about hero plays. I love them. They're super exciting to watch. One player just going absolutely nuclear inside the server. But the last 2 rounds that have been won by TSM have come off Bolo finding himself a 4K and Merc finding a 4K. That ain't going to happen every single round.
Well, you don't think it should do?
Are you really telling me Fantasy is not going to put a stop to one of those 2 players?
We would expect him to, but he does have these quiet games every now and again. I don't think this is necessarily going to be one of them, but in the last couple of rounds, it's been difficult for him. He got that entry kill to begin with. You know, let's not forget, his 1 kill is the very first kill of round 1 that we've seen. Nothing else since, and FURIA really need at this point for him to start getting himself running because they're struggling to find a site that they can hold down. They could, at this point, go back to dining and kitchen, but they've chosen not to. They're going to come back up to the top floor. Aviator games it will be. It's the round that we saw them lose in round 2, and it was the round that Bolo walked in and got himself a 4K from the north side. They had a tactical timeout on the back of it. It was that devastating. So we'll see what FURIA can do here to mix things up. How do they deal with that? It's not that they really did anything wrong. It's the answer is get the kill onto Bolo, but it ain't that simple.
I hate that we're just seeing LMG, LMG, LMG. It's just a nuisance. Bolo and Merc both rocking him in the round. Spraying through soft walls, spraying through doorways, just essentially suppressing fire onto a doorway can be a nightmare in itself. You don't give too many opportunities for anyone else to lean in and take a shot back. But between the 2 of them, again, looking in towards the range explosives here. 4 frag grenades on side. You've got the 2 impacts coming out of the Zofia. Plenty of utility for them to chew through, and plenty for Heis to get to work on. Merc, again, the first one to go down. This time it's Heis finding him out.
Good start from FURIA, able to get that opening kill this time. They've certainly played better when they have had that opener and then been able to weigh on the pressure from behind it. The droning is continuing for TSM at the minute. And Fantasy, he's going to hold down the angle on that north side. That was where all the push came from last time from TSM, and it looks like it's going to be the same this time. Charla and Bolo have got themselves in. Bolo once again moving through Astro. That was the kill that FURIA needed. They didn't get it last time, but this time Bolo shut down on the reverse angle by Fantasy, and that is what FURIA needed. 5 versus 3 now, nice advantage. They can start to just collapse back, Des. They don't need to overpeak this. They don't need to over-aggress it. They can just now wait for TSM to play into them.
They're just getting a little bit keen ahead of the drones here. I think Merc and Bolo being caught out there really shouldn't be happening. You know, they had 2 on drones. It was Charla and Gio running around on drone just in front of Bolo. Didn't give him time to drone out 90 and spot that Fantasy was there looking to cause some bother. And ultimately, he's then stepped out on the reverse angle, as you said, and get the shutdown. A little more patience would not go amiss, because now they're into a 3 versus 5, and as of yet to really find a response back onto a single member of FURIA.
Az is going to hold down this map story. He'll use the Goyo shield to his advantage now. As I said, absolutely no reason to peak this whatsoever. A minute left on the clock, and TSM, first and foremost, need to find themselves a kill or 2. There's absolutely no hope of them getting into this site without doing so achieved. He's going to find a freebie with a nade onto Lender. Going to take him down in Vault. That's an absolute beauty. Fantasy moving around, just cautious of the potential for anybody moving into to Study, but Rare, he's got the corridor locked down, so Fantasy shouldn't need to worry about that overly much, I wouldn't have thought. I think he's just covering him for anybody pushing in from the door. They want that crossfire, they want that double sort of whammy as they both try to challenge at the same time. Now, TSM, with 20 seconds left to go, they need to get themselves inside of the building.
They do, and they still can't walk through because there's still smoke canisters being deployed. Fantasy finds yet another. This one out through Vault by the looks of it, as Geo's going to be the next to step in. Fantasy is there and waiting into a 3K. Rare gets the shutdown. It's becoming hero play after hero play after hero play in this game, Tim.
And I am here all for it. There's...
It's terrible.
Just let that one settle.
Just don't.
Give it a second.
Just stop.
Okay, everybody's enjoyed it. We can move on. Round 5, we're going to be heading into FURIA now, leveling things up. Trophy Statuary. It's going to be the first time that we've seen Trophy Statuary. There's FURIA now deciding, obviously, that top floor is where their wins are going to come from, so they're going to try to lock that down. From what we've seen from TSM so far, I would expect some south-sided pressure moving across. They've very much been a team that have been moving into the map, wanting to get boots on the ground before they start pushing towards the objective, rather than, for example, Aviator Games just coming directly in through Study balcony and trying to aggress directly onto site. They've wanted to get some map control. They want to give themselves some space to play into, you know, some map to use to find those angles. So I'd expect that we're going to see some attention paid towards Aviator Games. Again, they're going to move in through Study, get a few in there. There will also be a force pushed into Master, I would expect. That two-prong attack, it can be pretty deadly.
It can be. The Pints can really, assuming you get to that point, the Pincer can really shut down those looking to return back to site, right? Forced out by one direction into a bear trap on the other side, and yoink, you're taking yourself some free kills. But that relies heavily on the drone work coming out of TSM. And the interesting change coming in from FURIA is to put Rare on the Mozzie. So with something like a Mute, obviously you're quite static. You'll put them down around the site normally to deny droning of what's actually happening inside of the sites themselves. With a Mozzie, you're able to get out in the map and start putting them on windows or doorways that get you inside the building. That slows down TSM's initial entry into the building, their initial fact-finding. Not only that, of course, but gives information over to FURIA to make use of as well, which to me is only going to make them all the more deadly and TSM potentially all the more easy to trip up given how that last round played out.
Interestingly, FURIA obviously expected a bit of a south-side push as well. TSM paid some early attention, just shooting out a couple of the barricades, just making it a lot of noise over that side. But as you can see, Fantasy and Rare, they've pretty much decided, no, there's nobody coming over here. We're 30 seconds in and the Study balcony door is still intact. We're not going to see pressure from here. So it's all switched over to that north side, and it looks like TSM are going to go purely for Astro Bathroom Master and try to work down from there.
Cheeky angle from Miracle was hoping someone might run into Pantry underneath, but they haven't. Oh, they did, sorry, but they've ran past his line of sight and he can't go much further and step into an alternative angle because there are people on the windows watching him. Charlie from below will be able to get an air jab down onto this window to stop any more pushes coming out through that direction. So, Master Bedroom is looking a bit more secure. That gives TSM a base to start working from once they push inside there, but it ain't going to stop Highs doing what Highs does best and shutting down Merc. He's now 0 for 3 on entry. It's not looking great.
As on the other hand is 2 for 0 and going very, very well. He's just giving FURIA those advantages in the last couple of rounds. He needs his team now to power on. Going to see the nade just taken out by the ADS. That's going to allow Lender to stay in position for a little bit longer, play behind that deployable shield, which ultimately will be cleared out by the Gon 6. He's going to keep challenging that doorway, but just a little bit softer now. He's not going to be leaving himself sort of exposed for too long. He may well push back through the rotation soon, but he's not going to want to give up Astro too easily, because once you get Astro control, you've got that direct push into site. Pressure through the soft wall can be a bit of a nightmare to hold them off.
It can be difficult. You can see for TSM, they've got this control of the bathroom and of Master Bedroom. That's what you want to get started with. We enter that last 60 seconds and the focus is going to be getting this triple wall opened up, which Geo is focusing on, but there is Fantasy here with a single impact in pocket. It didn't achieve what was desired, which was to stop these being opened up. They get it through. A nade coming in from Achieve. That's 2 kills now across a couple of rounds for him with grenades on the sledge, doing the work that we all know and love. A smoke comes out to but it's Fantasy going nuclear into the bathroom. He's worked through the own rotate they've opened up and shut down 2. Finally killed off by Achieved, but that's a big amount of damage done there, Tim. It's a 2 versus 3.
That is a big slip up from TSM. They have given Fantasy the means, the method to be their downfall, getting into bathroom and just taking them apart, but Achieved, he's fighting back. Finds Lender, 2v2, 10 seconds left to go. Charla has diffuser. It's all about getting in and having that plant attempt now. Rare. He sees the man cut across in front of him, shut down by Achieved on the quad. This could be an ace as Miracle pushes forward. Achieved is on the cover. Charla just around the corner. Miracle finds him. It's 1v1, Des. It's ace versus Miracle here as Achieved gets the ace if he finds this kill. He's running away. He's just trying to find himself a better angle here that Miracle can play into. Achieved finishes it off and single-handedly grabs a round that really could have gone the other way there. He just manages to avoid catastrophe from that fantasy push.
That was unbelievable that it comes down to it. I almost feel like a broken record again on the whole like hero plays point, but that's a 5k in this round, a 3k from Fantasy the one before, Merc a 4k before that, and Bolo a 4k before that. If you want to see some of the best in the world and what they can achieve, then my god, are you tuned into the right game right now. 3-2 to TSM, and crucially, Tim, that's 3 rounds of attack on Villa. It sounds like the go-to easy thing to say, which is exactly why I'm going to say it, but generally Villa is considered quite defender-leaning. You would expect for FURIA to be walking away with at least 3, if not 4 rounds, so they'll be looking for a critical round win here as we go into Dining and Kitchen, where the whole adventure started with a pretty comfortable win from FURIA themselves.
I mean, we got to be honest, TSM got away with a bit of a slip up there. You know, allowing Fantasy through that rotate in the way that he was able to do it and just catch it. I mean, he must have thought his birthday had come early when he walked into bathroom and there's 2 of them on drones in the shower. It's like, they're the freest double he's ever going to get in his life. It was really well played from him, but TSM weren't rocked by it. That's what I like. They showed some good resolve there and Achieved. He just took over the round and just really took responsibility for it, went in, got his kills on the cover, just saw the round out. Great individual effort from him, but as you say, Des, we can't keep relying both sides on these hero play. We don't think
apparently we can.
If you and I have to cast 4Ks and aces every single round from now till the end, there's not going to be much left of us, Des.
When you said it was ace against highs, was it?
Yeah.
Normally when I was like, oh, is it really? You're no longer a caster, mate. You're a player now.
Oh, no, it was the focus on this is the ace or he's going to get it lost.
No, take the credit, mate. It was you. That was all you, channeling in for Achieve there.
I ain't doing that.
I don't know, mate. I heard you killed some pro players once upon a time.
It's not a big thing. I don't like to talk about it.
Wave throwback to meme fight of 2021. What a time. Let's see then how the last round of the half goes. Again, we are focusing up on the down and the downstairs. Dining and Kitchen going to be our focus for TSM. It's going to be all about this vertical control. 4 of them spawning on the northeast side. A couple of times they've been stung out by these roamers. We've mentioned about Fantasy, we've mentioned about Rare.
Oh,
really good droning coming in and not being willing to overpeak into these fights against the boys of FURIA feels like a bit of a smart play.
It does, you know, like you say, they're hitting the shots at the minute. Achieved, he gets away with just running across, exposes a couple of pixels of himself, and he just gets away with it now. Rare just trying to hold down the Master side. Basically, they know that they're going to want that control over Master, and FURIA have got the utility up there. They're really trying to hold on to it. TSM are moving in, but as you say, they're doing it cautiously. They've got a lot of work to do. How many times are these two just going to cross over each other? Achieved now down to nearly half health. Fantasy takes a few bullets of damage as well, but they both remain in place for the time being.
It's all about these verticals. Achieved the man to play on them. He's done so much work with nades throughout these last few rounds. He has not left, but can do a lot towards them in terms of getting verticals opened up for them to make good use of. Let's see how things step forward as Rare still lurking around on the top floor here. Doesn't feel he can directly aggress straight over yet in towards the bedroom, but he's still going to be here to remind TSM that no, you cannot ignore me and I will be a headache if you don't shut me down, narrowly escaping death from Merc.
Absolute fractions in that one. Rare recognising when it was time to go. I think Merc might just find himself a freebie. He gets Fantasy on the Goyo, but shut down on a trade as Lender there to finish him off in Memorial. Sees the man on the window, but shut down, and these are just becoming an absolute bloodbath here, round after round. Achieved and Bolo, they managed to find 2 and give TSM a serious advantage here, 4-2, and they could be going 4-2 on the half, Des. This is looking good right now for the North American team, but Rare, he hasn't been dealt with, he hasn't been pinned down, he's able to rotate back up the stairs and get himself another 6 shots onto Charla as well. Miracle onto Bolo. Des, these rounds are all over the place. Gio reacts fastest in that quick draw, taking down Rare. It's all up to Miracle on site. Does he know that the man's going for the plant ahead of him? He finds Charla. Can he find the second? The info's there. The shotgun comes out What a switch from Miracle to take the 1-2 and to finish off the round, leveling things up 3-3.
I said earlier on, Miracle dropped 15 plus kills as the support player yesterday in their game against BDS, and that is one hell of a way to end the half in a 1 versus 2 clutch. And that was with Rare as well, being able to somehow get behind TSM. They had Red Corridor covered off, but he manages to swing his way back through, works his way up Red Stairs and gets the kill on the top floor. Pivotal moment, but it all came down to Miracle there with the cool composure of a cucumber in that 1 versus 2. 3-3 at the half. TSM will be happy, and FURIA, counting their lucky stars, they've walked away with at least 3.
I don't think a cucumber could have clutched that, Des.
Probably not, mate.
I'll be honest, I don't think they could have.
Nah, probably not. But cool as a cucumber. Cucumbers generally are pretty cool.
They are very cool. But probably not in a clutch situation, that's all I'm saying.
No. Depends what you define by cool.
You might see him sweating a little bit. But Miracle certainly wasn't. He manages to get the 2. The flip onto the shotgun was the key for me.
Oh, yeah.
He knew that he was going into close range, but that takes some nerve because he's going to be challenged. He knows that that challenge is potentially coming. It's like taking the reload in that moment. You know, that's your real danger zone because you don't have a method for a couple of seconds of protecting yourself. But it was just absolutely perfect. And Gio was a little bit unfortunate. He sort of went one way, he went the other. It was just never the right way.
Bit of bait and switch.
It was exactly that. And FURIA, they come away 3-3 on the half, and what a game we've got.
Indeed. Here we go into the second half then. TSM starting things off on a more traditional site rather than dining in kitchen as we saw back in the first half. It's going to be up on the top floor, trophy and statuary to get things underway. And for a while, this site wasn't very popular. I believe it was in LATAM, it was a thing actually, where the often plan would be you start in ABG, go down to dining and kitchen, and even look at library. However, regardless of site, it's Bolo starting off with a great first kill onto Miracle. The hero of the moment is a hero no more, taken out of this round.
That's it. I love that these big hero plays, these big moments, they're all so short-lived, as because somebody else comes in wanting their piece of the pie. And this time Bolo's thinking, right, it's back to me, it's my turn, and I'm going to have some action. He's got himself into the bathroom looking. He knows that there's one ahead of him, does he? No, he just dips away from the fight there. He's underneath, just trying to cause a nuisance of himself, because we've seen how great those vertical nades are at the minute. FURIA wanting to get in underneath with the sledge, see if they can find any of those free vertical explosive kills, and they seem to have pushed Bolo away now, so the lower floor may be theirs. They can get themselves into dining kitchen, try to sort of soften up sight a little bit, get underneath them, and TSM, they're just going to be holding down their angles and keeping hold of the south side for now.
Smart from Fancy. It was almost a great play as well, nading inside of this room so that Achieve wasn't forced to step away from the angle and then pushes into Study, but ultimately forced away as Achieve gets the kill. Lenders had to peel back. You got Rare and Highs pushing their way up main, and Charla waits for them at the top end of 90. It's not looking too pretty. They've got Gio, Achieved and Charla all boxing them in, and Merc sat a bit further back for support. So like a liquid, TSM are just moving around this attack from FURIA and getting ready to deal with the pressure.
Gio just holding a tight angle here again. I'm not sure whether FURIA are aware of his presence or not. Only 3 drones remaining, Des, and that might not be enough for them to have a completely clear picture of what's going on ahead. TSM doing a great job of shutting down that information game. Highs makes the high challenge, but the bullets come in low and find his feet taking damage. Rare manages to find Gio, and that allows Highs now to move on. It frees him up to start pressuring towards that 90 corridor elbow and potentially in towards site. 50 seconds left to go, and a lot of work for FURIA to do here.
I like at least that TSM have had the composure to now draw back to site light. Okay, cool, we've got a couple. We've lost one. We'll leave Gio alone in bar. They knew he wasn't getting out of there safely, so his whole goal was waste as much time as he can and let the others get back to site. Charla did chuck out a smoke to make sure they weren't about to get rushed off the back of it whilst they were setting back up on site again. And out comes the second one, this time trying to deny away Highs, who's looking for a way in towards the site. Final 25 seconds, and this is where the pressure will really start to mount.
Still one Toxic Babe canister left to go. We hear that detonated. That's going to burn to about 10 seconds, and FURIA need to find an alternative method of getting inside a site. Highs has gone. He knows there's one concrete, but he can't make the challenge. It's from every direction. He runs out of bullets. Merc finds the kill. TSM just collapsing at the right moment there and taking their first defensive trophy statuary.
It's a bit weird as well. The smoke grenade itself actually came out in the site there rather than the smoke canister. He still had one in back pocket, but ultimately not really helping them achieve, well, anything. We've now got a tactical pause coming in from TSM. So in this case, you know, they're in a spot where they're arguably in the lead right now, right? It's 4-3, but both teams after a round win early in their defensive halves have taken these tactical pauses. So whatever the reason might be, again, a communication thing, some ideas they want to work on and make sure they've definitely got the right strats in mind. Whatever it is, they are doing so from a commanding position. To be 4-3 up on Villa and you're still in your defensive half, not a bad spot if you ask me, Tim.
Not at all. I think, you know, FURIA there took a long time and never really felt like they were in control of the map. They sort of tried to push underneath. Bolo got himself a kill. They never really used that verticality, never got the nades in underneath. They then tried to push up top, clear out Aviator Games. They eventually did it, getting the kill on Geo, but still, it was a heavy toll in terms of time, in terms of manpower as well. And it just never really clicked for FURIA in that round. TSM had their number. Everywhere they tried to push, you commented on it yourself, the play towards Achieved, moving him out like that was great, but Merc was on the cover, and TSM just sort of were one step ahead there. It was well played.
It's one of those where I feel both teams are making good strategical decisions, but the in-the-moment gunfights is what's then changing the outcome of the round beyond that point, which is what you want from a game of Siege, right? You want both teams to be very evenly matched on strategy and arguably on gun skill. Right now, TSM are just hitting those big shots that they need to be. Again, 3 huge hero rounds from them in the first half has got them to this point as we go into, once again, the bread and butter site of this map. Aviator Games stepping down from Trophy and Statuary. Let's see how TSM focus up when they've got to face off against a Monty.
That's it, it's going to be Lender bringing the Monty, not unusual for him. They're going to try to, no doubt, push in from that north side behind that big shield. He's going to work his way through, he's going to feed information, and basically what he's there to do is to bully those roamers away. We call them roamers, it's sort of a semi-roam, it's an extension. He's there to bully them away from it.
We were talking with Nick yesterday. Nick's Pengu, by the way, just, you know, cool.
I mean, you know,
it's not a big deal.
We know top casters.
It's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
Not at all. 2-time world champion. But he was saying anyway, about the shield players. Either teams have that as a very key strategy, or they'll bring it out when things aren't going according to plan. When you just need someone to hold the front line and be like, yo, I am the front line, play behind me. It gives the team a little bit of direction, and like you say, helps to bully these roamers back rather than getting sniped off a pixel angle from somewhere halfway across the map. To me, this kind of reads as a little bit of panic on FURIA's side, or less so panic, but more nerves of being like, okay, TSM are now in the lead. They're on the defensive side. We need to do something different here that's going to give us a bit more control, and their answer is the Monty.
I think it's a bit of recognition that like nothing that we tried last time really worked. We probed the defences, you know, we tried to ingress there, wasn't happening. We tried to push through study, wasn't happening. We need to be able to move these TSM players, and so as you said, just going to shield. And I like it from FURIA. It's something that they do. They're decisive. They'll take the action, like you say, not leaving it until it's 6-4. You know, not leaving it until it's 6-3 to make those decisions and have that Hail Mary play. You know, they'll actually do it earlier on. Let's try and win a couple of rounds now. Let's keep in touch. You know, they don't want to give an inch to TSM here, and we can see Lender. He's just going to be used to try and bully out the main stairs rather than pushing from the north side. The utility starts to rein in. Lender just taking that attention like a magnet from the Jaeger there, and you can see all the utility being cleared away from him.
Fancy footwork being shown by Bolo as well. Dodges away from the nade that comes in to clear the shield, and then immediately steps back into position, waiting for someone just to peek their head around the corner of the shield and try and take him out. More nades are coming in, but FURIA have dumped pretty much all of their utility onto these stairs and are now been forced back, and they still find the opener. It's Miracle going down on the Nomad, 2 achieved on the other side, and the Mutes. A beautiful start, and they still have the C4 in back pocket ready for when this push comes in. As it stands, FURIA are stuck on the downstairs. They've lost a second. Bolo, my God, get him on Dancing on Ice, because this guy is looking clean.
Absolutely brilliant play on the main stairs to hold FURIA up there, and Achieved able to take full advantage of that. Fantasy Miracle both down now, 5 versus 3. Lender doing what he can to try and gain some ground. He's pushed himself inside a study, just being careful about his positioning. He's going to have a little look at site here and see what he can find out. But the problem that he's going to have is that there's nobody really pushing with him. He's fairly solo at the minute. They are on that side of the map. Heiser's now moved into study, so he can start reacting to a little bit of that information that might be fed in, but TSM are just playing this super cautiously, Des. They're not exposing themselves. They know they don't need to.
Oh, Merc.
Surely they don't get in and get This is going to be an absolute robbery if they get the plant down. No, Merc, he manages to find himself 2. Geo finishes it off. I had a little bit of a worry for TSM there when the smoke went down. It was one of those where you could sort of see it coming, but Merc was having absolutely none of it. Closes out the round. TSM looking pretty comfortable.
Very. Merc was just sat inside of the doorway there, leading up to landing. So when the smoke came in and landed directly on his feet, he was like, I ain't gonna move. I'm gonna stay here and wait for this to run out. And as soon as he hears the push coming in, because Monty is a big boy, you're gonna hear him charging through the site with that shield in front of his face. He steps through the smoke, finds two who weren't even aware of his presence, and it's an easy closeout from there. It feels for FURIA a little bit one-dimensional on these attacks, where they're trying one thing and really brute forcing to make it work. Because compare it back to TSM in the first half. They would pause once they got inside the building and get back on drones to spot where people were before they started looking for the play. Clearly there, no one had droned out from landing or from study that Merc was sat in the doorway, and it ultimately ends the round for them. It's a flawless round, and TSM are flying on the defensive half of Villa. 2 more rounds and they close out map number 1.
Certainly are cruising now, and FURIA just struggling on the attack. We're yet to see them sort of gain any ground or success. They're going to be now attacking onto Living Room and Library. We'll see how TSM hold on to that. They don't have a castle, so we're going to see quite a different setup to what FURIA bought. FURIA really did sort of double down on this top floor. The castle barricaded off. They tried to prevent access to it. They had the vertical holes, and I'm sure that TSM are going to do the same in their own way, but it's going to be more of a sort of a direct hold rather than trying to slow down with utility like a castle barricade. They're going to have guns in there.
Yeah, you just sit there and be willing to challenge through the soft wall that they've kept up next to the reinforced one. Little cheeky hole in there, stops you being sprayed from the study doorway up in towards Vault, so a player can play there quite comfortably. And I know the castle was, you can't argue that it's useless, but I would argue you don't need it for this site. You can just reinforce off critical walls. You can hold the angles, as we had a couple of players from FURIA doing inside of gaming the last time around they were defending this site. So make of it what you will. And just like I mentioned about that kind of 18 months ago thing, there are a couple of rotation holes being opened up from TSM here. The focus is inside of the vaults, but up on the north side at least, down towards the south side of things, there are some holes looking out of sight to make sure Red Hallway can still be controlled. It's a good and really well spread defense.
Twitch drone just moving through, taking out some of the default cams. Of course, any other utility that it comes across, but for the time being, FURIA, they're just trying to gain that information, exactly where is the TSM hole, but there's a very big possibility that they won't draw Merc out. It takes a lot of time to get them down into the basement there and to just find that there might or might not be somebody there. Fantasy will find Bolo, talking of finding. He's going to get himself an AWPer, and that's the first round in a few that FURIA have actually done that.
They've got to try and find him now. And if they can catch him out, I mean, it's Merc who was lurking in the basement, right? He's now he's worked his way up in towards dining and kitchen. And it's just waiting to see someone step around, come down 90. He's got the right idea, because Lender isn't too far away. And the right call being made by him. Let's get some drones in. The sheer fact that he's been flashed suggests to me they have a good inclination that he's in the area. They've checked the basement. They now see him inside a kitchen. No one's going to step out and swing him, but he is going to reposition.
Merc just throwing out the impact nade there. Just, I don't know whether it was back somebody off, open up a rotation angle, what he was planning to do. But Lender, he's going to deploy the smoke canister, allow him to move past those doors and maybe put a bit of pressure directly onto site here after blocking that sight line. But Miracle cut down by Geo. Achieve finds Lender, Fantasy down, and it all falls apart in seconds for FURIA here as TSM show once again why they are such a great Villa team, just putting them down one at a time. Highs manages to get something back for the Brazilians, taking out Achieved on the top floor, but look at his health. It's barely anything left, and they've still got Charla up there who they haven't cleared out.
Wrong door, Charla is coming behind. He did turn around but couldn't land the shots. Highs bringing it back down to a 2 versus 2. Rare is alone though. He's quite spread out from his teammate at this point. He's got Merc on red and Geo's playing inside a library. One on either side and still have smoke canisters to play behind here. A final 25 seconds. Knocked away by the air jab, and here comes Merc trying to push in, but he's sprinting down the corridor, and Rare gets the kill. They brought it down from a 4 versus 2 to a 2 versus 1, but the clock is not on their side, Tim.
Rare has got to get this diffuser down. 10 seconds left to go. He's going to need to extend that time. Geo's waiting with the shotgun. Does not find one as Highs has the angle, has the shot, and takes it. And that's going to be FURIA finding their first attack and bringing themselves back in touch with TSM. It's 5-4.
They'll be kicking themselves about that round. Imagine being in a 4 versus 2 and it ends 0-2. It's not the dream outcome you're looking for, but all of it on the back of Highs, a big 3K in the round itself. I really thought Charla might find the one shot required because those last two gunfights, he was on a slither of HP. A bullet from any gun at any distance would have been enough to put him in the dirt and at least swing the round into a 1 versus 1 between Rare and whoever remained on the other side. A good round from FURIA and showing there is still life in this LATAM side.
FURIA once again just bringing those sort of off-brand picks. We've got the Knock and the Jackal coming along this time. Just really doing things in different ways. That's what I like to see. Never repetitive, always willing to try and catch those defenders off guard.
No, I like we've seen all 4 sites from TSM so far. They've rotated through all 4 sites on this map, and being able to play all 4 is a nice advantage. You've then always at least got a choice. Yeah, you've always got a choice of being able to play 2, so it's a good option to have on side. Looking at this lineup coming out of TSM though, Frostmats, a bit cheesy. The Capcan, a little bit cheesy. You can stack those on doors now, of course. Double stack in case you haven't watched the game for a while. You've got Pulse to feed the information back and forth. You've got a couple of C4s on side. They could get quite cheeky here. I think if you got to find Fantasy and Co watching their step, else they may find themselves getting snagged out by TSM without even seeing them in the first place.
Chief just getting himself on the cams there, see if he can see where people have spawned in or not. He's wanting to play inside a living room library for the time being. It's going to be attention towards both floors at the same time for the looks of it from FURIA. They've got a couple of players heading upstairs, and Lender's already getting on the Jackal tracks, just trying to make life difficult for those top floor roamers.
2 of them are up there as well. I think for the guys, they can take the time here as well, focus on getting them cleared out. Do you want to be using the vertical destruction to open things up? They've got the shotgun of the Jackal. They've likely got the, in fact, no breaching rounds on the Nomad this time around. It is going to be the flashes, but they've got the sledge, for example. My eyes are most focused, admittedly, on Fantasy in this round. Whenever I see a Nook, you know the intent is going to be somewhere for them to get a little bit cheeky and sneaky, rather than looking towards, say, a Finker that most teams would run if you just want nades and a great gun. She's fully cracked up with it and has got a great team gadget. Nook being a bit like Vigil in that many would describe it as quite a selfish operator. You know, you're playing for yourself, your gadget doesn't bring much for the team, it's for you to make a big play or be off by yourself doing your own thing. So keep a close eye on him and where he's playing, because his impact throughout the round could be really well felt if he gets in through a good angle. Pulse being kind of a direct counter though.
Fantasy on the Knock, just pushing forwards toward Master, knows that there's operators in that direction that need to be cleared out. The vertical is not only for the attackers to be able to pressure site, they need to clear them out, because otherwise, guess what? The defenders will do exactly the same thing. When they try to go in and get that plant down, they're going to have bullets and utility raining down upon them. So it's important that they find those top floor kills. It looks like they're doing a steady job of forcing them out of there. We've still got 2 TSM players. The Capcan is going to be taken out. That's Bolo off the board. Fantasy on the Knock, able to get in there and get him taken down. Gio, he decides it's time to leave. He's going to head back downstairs, all the way to the basement, in fact, and I could see him popping up somewhere unexpected.
Absolutely. I mean, it's 1 for 1 at this point, a 4 versus 4 and about 50 seconds to play. The team has kind of all moved up from playing all scattered around the map to being condensed up towards this north side. Highs we've now got on the upstairs looking to open some things up. There's no one to meet him, but there is Mert below with a C4 in hand, so he's got to be very careful of that one. Sorry, not a C4 in hand, but more the info to feed across to Charla, who rips it out, pulls it, tries to go for the kill. Don't think he's going to find him. Yes, he does. Charla just steps back into the angle and gets himself shut down. Fantasy had the jump on Mert, but lost out, didn't connect the shots, and Mert whips around with the UMP and gets the shutdown. Traded out by, well, almost traded out a couple of seconds later, but Miracle gets shut down by Charla. It's a 1 versus 3 for Lender. He's got to get a 4K to close it out here, Tim.
14 seconds left to go, and he's got a lot on his plate, Des. He's trying to move into the kitchen, but shut down by Gio. That's going to be the round for TSM, and it puts them onto map point here. They had a real command of sight, no matter what happened elsewhere. FURIA were able to push them around a little bit on the top floor after that opener onto Bolo, but TSM just rotated around it, used the basement, got players back to site, and just locked it down. Well played from them, and a nice nitro from Charla as well. Good patience.
Very much so. Yeah, I honestly thought he missed it for a second, because we heard the rip come out, we heard the placement go down, and I was like, if he doesn't pull it now, he'll be a little bit too late, because the player on above, High, stepped back onto the concrete, and I thought if he pulls it now, he'll miss it, and the opportunity looked gone. But no, good patience and resolve being shown to not quite be so trigger happy as maybe you'd expect, and does get a pretty critical kill. I think Fantasy missing that kill onto Merc is going to be the real kicker though, because he caught the jump on him. He wasn't even aware of what was going on, simply sidesteps, gets out the UMP because he had the cardiac sensor out at the time, and nets a kill back in the other direction. Unfortunate, but that's what it can come down to sometimes. TSM on match points.
It's going to be trophy statuary where they try to hold things down here. We saw them no, we haven't seen them defend it. Sorry, we did. I've not gone far back enough in my notes. We saw them defend it back in round number 7. It was a TSM win, and FURIA just weren't able to gain any real map control. They tried to push underneath. They were beaten back by Bolo. They tried to push up top into Study and Aviator Games. They were beaten back by Achieved and Merc. There was just nowhere that they could go to get themselves established. It might be better for FURIA this time to cut that game out and just try getting themselves into Master, Bathroom, Astro, and just try that corner push.
Ran out of steam is how I described them last time. Once they lost the initial 2 kills, it was just like, meh. There's not much more we can achieve here. We've given our best shot for this round and we are done and dusted. This round, they're going hard though. They've got the DKB, they've got the Jackal. They want those roamers shut down. They've clocked there are a lot of them. There were 2 upstairs in the previous round. And sure enough, the phone calls are coming out pretty quickly from Miracle. I won't lie, like I see this kind of stuff and I'm always like, are you calling a little bit too early here? I think it's more to catch anyone that might be hiding in a corner early on as you're running up to the building, just starting to get yourself some form of control on the top floor. But that does mean you've now only got the 1 left for a little bit later into the round. Not forgetting there are mute jammers scattered around which do help TSM. You run over a jammer's area, it will turn the phone off for you and jam the phone call. So one to look for, but Achieved is looking for Lender and he finds his target. Lender had a pretty good game yesterday as well, but currently sat at 3 and 10. It's not been his day.
I love how aggressive that start was from TSM there. Achieved actually playing right up in the master bedroom on that shield on the bed and just gets himself a beautiful little pixel peek onto the window and really does start leading by example for TSM here. Now FURIA this time have managed to get themselves established in underneath, but Achieved is playing it smart. He's on the area, the concrete bit that isn't destructible from beneath. Fantasy gets Geo, Fantasy gets Merc, but Bolo manages to shut down Fantasy. 2 will be your lot. 3 versus 3 now, only halfway through the round, plenty of time to go, and I think FURIA maybe just need to take a little breather here. I'm going to see, or we're going to hear at least, a goo mine triggered as Miracle tries to move up red stairs, so that's going to give an idea to TSM of exactly where the push is coming from.
This is the thing, right? They've got so many drones still left in back pocket. They haven't got any more phone calls left, and the Jackal being off the board isn't particularly ideal. But they've got the information capability here. 4 drones they can still control actively. Don't rush it. Take your time. You knew Achieve was around Master previously because of the damage he was doing. He's still sat in that position. Bolo and Charla are now arguably the 2 unknowns for them. So that's where they've got to be careful. And you've got Rare playing below. Holding on to 1 grenade in pocket. I imagine you'll see Highs look to do the same. So they'll want to try and get kills without directly engaging the members of TSM.
I think at the minute, FURIA are just sort of hoping that Achieved is going to step into that big old scope, but it's very unlikely because he doesn't need to move at this point. They need to do something to force TSM to move here. They need to start disrupting them. Rare's got himself underneath. Miracle's going to take the cameras away, see if they can gain any information from that, but he looks to go back towards pushing that same angle onto Achieved, and after the grenade goes off, Charla moves out. He's going to be down from underneath. That is the play that they needed to start opening things up, because look at what's happened. TSM are having to move, Des, and there come the kills from FURIA. Absolutely perfect. They needed to find 1, because as soon as they found 1, it took away that triangle that TSM had. You remove 1 corner, and Achieved and Bolo had to react. They had to start moving and trying to find kills, because the pressure was going to come from multiple directions at that point, and it was immediately then that FURIA were ready to take those kills. Great round from them. We're going all the way to 12.
I love it, because again we've set at that 3v3 mark with a minute 40 left. You've got loads of intel. Slow it down. Don't feel the need to rush. Play from below with those nades. They go on to do all that. They get it down with the nade, even with the smoke canister coming out. They push 2 up through Astronomy to try and play for the 2 or the trade into the 2K. And at the same time, there's someone pushing in from the south side of Trophy to take the fight against Bolo. So enough they were kind of in roughly close proximity to one another, but not enough that it was becoming, like you say, an ability for TSM to take a 2 versus 1. Just really smart play from FURIA and pulls them at least within touching distance of sending this into overtime. This map is far from done.
It is, you know, you get the feeling that this really could go either way at this point. FURIA able, to be honest, it's something that you and I cast in FURIA at these international tournaments have seen time and time again. They have got an unreal ability to fight back into games. We saw it in SSG, if you remember, the SSG games in Mexico.
Oh, that Coastline game.
Unbelievable games. And FURIA, in honesty, they just don't know when they're beaten. That's the point. They can come up against a team that maybe is outplaying them, outgunning them. Not necessarily the case here with TSM. It's been very close, but FURIA just don't know when they're beaten.
They'll happily keep on fighting all the way to the bitter end. You just reminded me of that Coastline game, and it was kind of the point where I fell in love with Coastline. Because I've never really been the biggest fan of Coastline up to this point, or up until that point. And then suddenly we had like 3 games of Coastline that were just back-to-back bangers, and I was like, you know what? We'll put it on the list. It's not a bad one. Coastline's getting him a Christmas card this year. Let's look towards Merck on the Clash as well, mind you. That could be a big difference maker. We saw it in our series earlier on today between Sandbox and M&M, both teams bringing it out and not having a massive impact in some of the rounds, but the couple that we did see were huge, especially coming out of the shield player for Sandbox, holding down against 3 frag grenades. I'm keeping a close eye on Merck to see what he can do, because I've mentioned a few times that he has been the opening death for his team. It should be much harder for that to be the case when he's playing on a Clash.
I won't call it a Hail Mary. I don't think it's a Hail Mary play, but it's one of those plays where brought out in the last round, it's just trying to give you that boost to get it over the line. You know, let's see if you can deal with this as well. Beautiful headshot from Gio there, working alongside the shield, but Charla's taken a lot of damage somewhere in the process.
Just feeding the information back and forth, and that will be enough. Yes, Charlotte is a bit low, so he wants to really be holding on to those 3 smoke canisters here and deploying them when it comes down to it. I touched on the thinker early on about how it increases the damage you take from smoke canisters when they're out in the field. So FURIA have got to be mindful of when they're pulling the trigger on those nanobots and when those smokes are coming out. Rare with a big kill onto a Chief, who's had a great game so far, puts us back at 4 versus 4.
Bolo's just dipping himself back to side, going to play in behind that shield again, looking to lock down. You can just see TSM's defense is getting smaller and smaller here. They're just having to work their way back to site as the FURIA push continues, as the pressure mounts. We've got, I think it's the Maverick underneath of Rare, looking for nades potentially. You're not going to get any joy there, Rare, I don't think. He's going for the vault. Gio has stepped out of there, and it's going to mean that FURIA need to come in and start finding some kills horizontally. Fantasy's on there as well, working with the nades. They really want this freebie, and I tell you what, Des, if they could find Merc, what a pickup that would be.
Oh, that would be the prize, wouldn't it be the crown jewel? They didn't get too far away. A bit of chip damage down, not enough to kill him, of course, or really put him too close to death, but it's still keeping the Clash alive, and as that clock runs down, it becomes the 6th man for TSM. We're down to about 30 seconds. They've got to pick up the pace, Tim.
Clash is going to get just more and more powerful as this goes on. 15 seconds, 10 seconds to go. It becomes impossible to deal with. The Fantasy manages to find Gio, but that is not the problem that they need to solve. Merc is still on his feet, still alive on that Clash, and will be able to deny a plant. Bolo's holding on to main stairs. FURIA just aren't in a position, Des. They've left it too late. Here comes Fantasy pushing up the main stairs. He's using the LMG, but Bolo just manages to keep it down. Bolo gets 2. Charla finds 1. It's 2v1. Time is ticking down. Highs cannot do it. He is 1 man short, and the clock comes and claims the victory for TSM.
Beautiful, beautiful. Goes down to 1 left apiece, and the Clash is the last one that he's staring down, knowing he can do nothing about it. I think even if Bolo had died there, it might not have been the end of the world, but the fact that he gets the kill in study was the critical one, even whilst being pressured from main stairs. He ends on 12 kills, as does Merc, with Achieved on 11. On the other side is Highs and Fantasy on 11 kills apiece. What a thrilling game. We've seen so many big moments from so many different individuals in that game.
Coming in, I said this was going to be one of those close games where it was an absolute war. FURIA, I don't think they'll take that too hard. That was TSM's map pick. We know TSM are great on Villa. They've just taken them to 12 and almost won it. It came down to a 1v1 and the clock finishing off that final round. So I think FURIA are going to be pretty confident coming out of that and going into Clubhouse. But TSM, they've got a lot of positivity to take away from that as well. I like what I'm seeing out of TSM.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how Clubhouse plays out, because again, it gives that agency to the roamers to get a little bit troublesome, but also gives a lot of site-based focus. So maybe we'll see less off-site scraps and more things focused on the site itself. Either way, I think this series is far from done. It's not a case of going into the next one and saying, TSM, easy 2-0. FURIA are here to fight, and I think that might have just put the spark up their backside to really get into this series. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, Clubhouse awaits.
this game would be completely different. In fact, it might not even exist if the community wasn't there. It's really fed a lot of where we're going, what we're doing, and the stories that we tell.
The great thing about Siege is that it attracts people from cosplay communities, from art communities, and then the gaming community and the competitive community. And the fact that we can all come together and it doesn't really matter. Like, as long as we talk about Siege,
there's no kind of barrier. Everybody should be allowed to participate, and everybody can grow and get better at art and fall more in love with these characters. It is absolutely important for us to celebrate our artistic community, and it's one of the big reasons why we take the opportunity every SI to dedicate a portion of our celebration to them.
You can go to these events and you sort of see the way people react to your work, and actually to be able to see it in person, it makes you know what you're doing is right and what you're doing, you could improve on. And that is something that I don't ever take for granted, and I am extremely grateful for. It's helped me mature as an artist and as a content creator.
As a person, as an artist, online or offline, I'm more confident to talk about myself. I'm more confident to talk about my art. So it's something that I'm still thankful for the people that I met at the community. We get to meet people from like a completely different continent, and like SI was that opportunity, that one opportunity that we could physically meet and connect with those people.
You go to these events and you find that everybody is from all different walks of life. They speak different languages, are from different countries and cultures, but at the end of the day, we all speak the language of Siege.
As long as you can draw, or as long as you can construct a uniform, you can share kind of your love for Siege. It goes beyond any kind of language barrier that you may have, because everybody kind of shares the same passion together.
I love those little videos we get of all the team. You see Merc there, who's like, oh, he's like ready to kick some backside. I loved it. And that's exactly what he did on Villa. Beautiful vertical play, great nade base play, and now we get to go into Clubhouse.
It's going to be a tough one for FURIA here. As I said that coming in, there's a real possibility of a TSM 2-0. They were looking strong. FURIA fought hard. They took them all the way, and they're always a team that can deliver something. But we've not seen too much TSM on Clubhouse, to be fair, so that kind of makes it difficult to prepare for as well.
The only team they've beat there is the Sonics. Otherwise, they have lost out to Oxygen and another team that I'm already forgetting about, Mirage. That's the one they lost out to. So it hasn't been the best 5 months for them. But just in case you missed Villa or are curious about what the stats look like, here you go. Feast your eyes on this one. +2 on the entry for the side of TSM. I know Merc had a pretty rough time in the first half. 1-3 he was after 4 rounds, and after that kept himself out of harm's way early on and went on to be the MVP for his team, a 1.33 rating.
I mean, you look at it, Fantasy and Rare very close to Merc and Bolo, 24 to 22 kills. It's just that back line really that stepped it up for TSM, particularly with Achieved coming in as that third man, just creating those 11 kills, just a little bit ahead of the equivalents on FURIA, but it's not really a criticism. FURIA very, very close to getting it done, taking it to 12 rounds, and on a different day, maybe they get the win on that one. There was a couple of tough gunfights that could have gone either way, very 50-50. But TSM looking strong so far. They had a lot of good passages of play. They were great on the problem solving, able to, particularly on defence, just pick apart what FURIA were trying to do on attack, just able to single them out and just really stop each and every push that they tried.
Absolutely. I think if we're coming into Clubhouse, big things on our agenda to watch out for is one for TSM. I'm not saying it's all that they won by, because it absolutely wasn't. There were a lot of great things in their game that they had just a second ago. One is going to be a bit around the clock. I feel both teams ran things down to the wire a few times too many. The other is relying on big individual plays. It's all good when a player can charge through the enemy team and kill 3 or 4 of them. As I've said, nothing wrong with it, but relying on it can be a problem, and it feels like after 3 or 4 rounds of that back on Villa, that doesn't want to be what they're putting all their eggs in that basket of individual players really popping off. Because again, FURIA have had a bit of a break here, they can go away and have a discussion. They did use their tactical timeout after just 2 rounds, after one that they won as well, which was quite interesting, back on Villa. So this has been their time to have a conversation and course correct what they feel has been going wrong on Villa. It's hard to do that in the heat of the moment, so hopefully here we see a more competitive game where hopefully we get through to that 3rd map of Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it. As you know, I'm a big supporter of FURIA, I said for the longest time, because they play an exciting brand of Siege. They're fun to watch. They will, like I say, they're not going to leave it to round 12 to try something. Halfway through the game, you'll see them bring them on to, all right, let's try a Jackal. They're willing to experiment and to do things a little bit differently, and they've got a couple of sort of high-octane, explosive players as well, particularly Fantasy, that can just turn around. I mean, that play where he moved through the master bedroom wall, just having the nerve to do that. I'm going to use the whole you've opened up as a rotate and I'm going to just walk into bathroom and get 2 kills. It's just so much fun to watch, but I don't know. I've just got a feeling about TSM today. I feel like they're on the day and they might just stretch their legs a little bit more here on Clubhouse.
It's really interesting when you look back at a number of stats over the last 5 months for a variety of teams. You get stats from like finals, from stage 3, from the Sweden major. TSM weren't at the major, so they have a much reduced kind of stat line or maps that you can go and look at that involve international play. A lot of their games have just been in those best of ones, so to some degree there's a number of unknowns coming into this competition about them. Everyone would have seen how they performed in the closed qualifiers. My God, did they make it look pretty easy, apart from the second to last game in which it did come down to a matter of a few rounds, but then going into the final they absolutely cleaned out their opponents. Clubhouse is about to get started any second now. I'm excited to get into it, Tim. I want to find out who's starting on the attack and the defense, although truthfully at the moment I don't think it matters a whole ton. It's pretty balanced as a map. It's FURIA starting on the attacking side and TSM will kick things off on the defense.
Going to get into those operator bans then. TSM, as the defenders, will pick our first attacking operator that will be unavailable. FURIA will then do the same, followed by a defender, with TSM rounding out the ban phase with that final defender. It's going to be Thatcher that's gone first, and I would expect to see a Hatch player go next, a Maverick or Hibana.
It probably would go that way. We've seen double hard breach bans coming through on this map. It's going to be the Hibana. I'm sure many of you are very aware by now if you played Siege at all in the last 18 months. But she does now have the ability to, of course, use 2, 4 or 6 pellets when opening things up, making her what Ubi described as the direction for her as the Queen of Hatches. because using 4 is enough to open up a hatch. With 18 in pocket, you can open up 4 hatches, so very good on this map. Mira, we've also seen be pretty strong, especially employed by a few teams. When we first saw the reworks at the bar and stage area coming in, the site itself, Mira was being employed up on the top floor to hold down things like construction, hold jacuzzi walls, so that became quite an effective place to play on this map. I think with Mira offline, you're not going to see it getting brought along here. And Valkyrie being the final ban, we've already said this several times, she is just an instant man at this competition.
Well, we've seen Valkyrie used a couple of times, you know, in recent history, not necessarily here at the Invitational over the last couple of days, but on Coastline, it's generally to try and coordinate vertical nitros into places like Kitchen. You know, you've got that visual then, so you can pre-place and you can say, yep, they're on the spot, bang, there you go, and you're getting those cheap kills. So yeah, it's just sort of a more direct alternative to somebody like having to play a pulse underneath there who needs to constantly sit on his heartbeat scanner to feed that information. It's just an alternative. As it stands, we're going to be heading to Church and Arsenal to begin with. It's going to be all the way down in the basement. TSM are on the defence, and I'm interested to see. I don't think we're going to have much of a roam presence from them here. Looking at the operator line out that they've brought, there's no denial for drones whatsoever, no Mute, no Mozzie. We've got the KIA, which suggests they're going to be reinforcing all those hatches and trying to keep them closed. So we may have one off out on the roam, but I wouldn't expect to see it sort of committed to too heavily.
I'm liking that we're seeing the Ashe being brought along. It's not all that often that you get to see her these days. You've seen it once or twice yesterday, but Fantasy straight on that. Ashe main, lots of brain I'm hoping to see in this round. You've seen or heard of things called the Ashe Rush Wall. It's where you can charge in down the main stairs, get the wall to your left opened up, and you're essentially straight inside of sight. Thank you very much there, Sayana. Off towards the left there, that like slightly plastered wall at the very end. That's the one. Charging to Arsenal, and you can get a plant down at the very back. So keep a close eye for some cheeky plays like that, because as we've already seen from Fantasy, he's the kind of guy who will make that sort of play.
Interestingly, we'll catch it, I'm sure, as the round continues. I'm not sure there's a rotation from Blue Corridor into Church. Thank you very much, Sayana, for no, there is not. We've got peak holes opened up. There is a rotation instead into Armory, which will effectively do the same job. A player can play in there and challenge into Moto, but it's going to be fascinating to see whether that plays any part in this, because the absolute stock standard is the rotation back into Church. Kill is going to come in. The opener will go to Eyes. He's going to take down Charlo. That's the Kaid gone. I'm not sure exactly how he's been exposed there and been able to find that kill, but Merc is up on the top floor, pretty much a solo roaming presence, and he's getting hunted down by a Lender. If he just holds his horses for a minute, Rare is just coming to support as well. This is a full pinch. He's in trouble.
If he gets droned, he's dead here. I mean, whiffs a few shots, but still finds the kill, and is still being pressured. There's one behind. Does he know about it? Getting shot through the soft wall, looking out towards the window. Does he know he's sat on the drone, and finally Rare swings in. There was a 3-man pinch, and it took him a fair while to kill him out. Losing one, you'll be saying that's a bad outcome for FURIA.
Yeah, I mean, I have got to, because you've got one pushing into logistics. I thought they knew exactly where he was. They started spraying through the soft wall. I think you've got the pinch on. Merc can't move. He's backed into a corner, but obviously FURIA didn't actually have eyes on him, so as Lender went in, he looked left instead of right. He just knew that he was somewhere in construction, and as you can see, those are the small margins that we're dealing with. There's somewhere in construction versus a pinpoint call out can be the difference between life and death.
Massively so. Here they're hightailing it back up them on the main stairs. Now they've got themselves a little bit of intel on what's going on the below. Highs, this is the beauty of playing on the buckets. You can, of course, play a range here. Play inside a bar where you're on solid floor. You cannot be C4'd very easily. Going to get the hallway opened up essentially in its entirety, and then look towards you that to inform where they should go next. We've also got Moto being opened up by the Maverick, so keep an eye on when those grenades start to rain in. I'm looking at the ones mainly on the Maverick, given the Iana has fell off a little bit here. It's going to be Highs finding another. He is on a tear today.
Polo just exposing himself to that vertical angle there. Got to be more careful. You can't be shoving your face under a hole in kitchen floor like that. You've got to expect that somebody's going to be watching it. It leaves them now in a 2 versus 4. Gio's trying to hold down Blue, and FURIA are starting to push from every which way, Des. They've got Moto, they've got bottom of main stairs. Fantasy's got Gio. Achieved has to step forward to try and get Blue. It was a terrible time to try and change weapons. It was just unlucky timing for him. He didn't know that the player was necessarily going to step in at that point. It wasn't actually Fantasy who got the kill. It was Rare from inside of Church managed to use the soft walls and the holes that have been opened up to do so. Achieved he was between a rock and a hard place, realistically. There was very little that he could do, but he knew that it was a short-range engagement, so a little surprised to see him moving off the shotgun. But nevertheless, FURIA, they take the round. It's going to be 1-0.
Jim Bedroom, the next one we step into. Great start for FURIA as well. The only kill that went against them was that one on the top floor from Merc. Otherwise, they completely cleared out the site. 4-0. Dominant start. Now we'll see how they fare off going into what many consider the offsite on this map. Jim and Bedroom for the side of TSM, changing away from the clash onto the Wamai. There's also a 6-pick coming in on the other side. Lender going back over to that Iana once again, wanting to keep those grenades in pocket. Flores could be the interesting addition to this lineup, though, looking at it. We spoke already about the Flores being banned away in the last map and just how impactful it can be. 4 of those Rotero drones very good at removing utility, and when the enemy team is bringing along Jaeger, Wamai, Goyo, what's the best tool for the job? Well, there's no mute, so those Roteros are going to be absolutely perfect. So we'll follow Fantasy, keep a close eye on where those drones go and what damage they cause, because they could be pivotal to FURIA winning this round.
TSM setting up a pretty hard hold of the east side here. We've got Goyo shields, 2 of them. We've got ADSs, we've got YMI magnets, we've got reinforcements there. They are holding on to this like it's the site itself. They really do not want that pressure coming in from the windows and from the east side. FURIA look for the time being like they are likely to play into it instead of potentially just heading over to the jacuzzi wall. It's a more difficult push, but it would circumvent a lot of utility here.
It's a real throwback to the utility meta, isn't it? Seeing Goyo shields, Wamai and Jaeger together, it's just a nightmare. But with no mute on side, it should mean they'll be able to get things opened up pretty quickly. And look at all this juicy utility. He's going to ignore the stuff here and go for another shield. So achieved just seeing all those wonderful shields slowly taken away from him. You can see the east side of the map on fire right now as 2 of them have been removed away. Bolo rotating himself down in towards Garage, hoping to catch someone out getting a bit cheeky. Doubt he fancies a run out, but it's enough to put some pressure on the side of FURIA, who could be fearful that anyone could run out at a moment's notice.
That's it, it's just enough to make him think about it. Now Bolo is potentially thinking about a run out. He gets seen, it's just so easy for Fantasy. He gives them the 1-2 combo, it's lights out as he finds Bolo and achieved great play from down on the ground. Fantasy really able to catapult FURIA into this round. And Des, I don't want to get carried away, but TSM look like a different side in these first 2 rounds.
It's almost like Clubhouse ain't one of their best maps. It's not even so much they got the bad ideas, they're just not aware, for example, of the small things like Fantasy potentially stepping outside that door and waiting off to the right rather than always being on the left. It's a depth of playtime maybe on the map. I'm not saying they're bad at it, but compared to FURIA, they're just a couple of steps behind because they are cleaning house right now. It's a 5 versus 1. There's a flawless round on the way here. Oh, my man.
I feel for him.
I feel for him because there is no way out.
He just led down to die. He knew that there was absolutely nothing that he could do. FURIA furious in that round. And I'm concerned for TSM, Des, because it's like, yeah, Clubhouse might not be your map, but Clubhouse is a staple map of this competitive scene at the minute. You've got to be able to play it. And they're really struggling on the defense here so far. I hope that they find their feet and find their way into this a little bit. But, you know, FURIA are able to really dismantle them there. It was impressive. Particularly the 1-2 from Fantasy was very nice. The flick up onto Achieve, particularly through the east barricade, which had been open. But, you know, all the utility that they piled towards the east side there as well, it shows. I wanted to comment at the time, but it all kicked off. It shows how powerful the Flores is. 2 Roteros go in and clear out the 2 Goyos. 1 Rotero more, they didn't need to do it, they didn't choose to, but 1 Rotero just in through that drone hole would also have taken out 3 Wamai magnets and 2 ADSs. Like, the entire setup would have been gone from 3 Rotero drones. Like, that's wild.
You can see why it was banned away on the last map.
Yeah, it's so powerful.
It's a similar story on Villa when you're attacking into Aviator gains and there's going to be a shield up on the Aviator table. Like, it's free. Just get rid of that. You can get rid of the drones that are there. You can get rid, the mute jammers that are there. You can get rid of the ADSs. It's just such a valuable operator. We keep on saying it, but that's just because it is. Let's see how things go there now. We've moved down a little bit again. Let's see what the changes look like here for TSM. They've gone away from playing with all that kind of anti-utility setup. No Jaeger, no Wamai in sight, no Goyo in sight. It is a full change-up for their second defense of basement.
As you say, we've got Geo over on the strip side now, just choosing to get out into the map a little bit more. It wasn't something that they found too much success with last time. It was the one kill that they got came from Merc up on the top floor. But FURIA, as always, they're starting at the top and they're going to work their way down. Bolo is up there on the Legion, so he's going to need clearing out. There's half of the wall been left soft on Jacuzzi, which will allow for pretty quick entry if FURIA choose to go in that direction. But just one reinforcement just trying to protect that corridor. But Bolo's going to dip down. Look at this. Fantasy's already in blue. He's going to find one. Lender gets another. FURIA just running roughshod over TSM right now. It's up to Achieve to stand up and try and be the full stop to just stop FURIA coming in and shutting them down. But there's 2 kills alongside. It's all up to Geo. It's 3 versus 1. Fantasy with Diffuser in hand. He's down there in the basement. They can think about a plant here.
Depends where he's coming pushing in from, mind you. Geo suspecting someone's going to come pushing up from oil, and he's got the right idea, because that's where Fantasy is sat. But he can rotate out, push his way through dirt. And I was about to comment on how interesting the setup was that they got an electrified strip wall to try and slow FURIA down. But all they did was say, let's go a little bit faster. Geo finding him at range, getting the shutdown diffuser has been dropped. Rotates out through pipes. He's now stepping up into the longer hallway. Miracle retrieving the diffuser is going to push back onto site. Has got to be careful of the cross here as well. Loses out. How have they done this? They're almost throwing it away. Lender needs to win the 1v1, but Geo, he's calculated everything down to this moment. A 3v1 to a 1 versus 1. Diffuser will go down and Geo knows where. If Lender doesn't look left now, he might find himself shot in the backside. Geo with a huge 1v3 wins the round for TSM and gets their journey on Clubhouse underway.
That's absolutely huge from Geo there. A 1v3 with Diffuser down. As you say, he played everything right. FURIA, they did everything wrong, Des. They were just going in there one at a time, just straying across. Fantasy comes down blue stairs. He's not ADS. He's not checking to see if there's anybody in blue challenging. It's a free kill for Geo. We then have the man on the Maverick, steps across the main stairs door, gets gunned down. They were just throwing themselves at Geo.
It's one of those that I look at and just think, this could have been 0-3 and a dream start for FURIA. And I know you look at those and go, oh, well, you can't win them all. Absolutely, but...
You got to win. I'm sorry.
You've got to win that. There's no excuse.
Sorry, FURIA.
You know, like, full sprinting down blue is one thing, and then Miracle retrieving the diffuser and walking directly into the line of sight of the main hallway. Another mistake being made. They'll live to rue that one. They'll live to rue it. But either way, they're still in the lead. Things aren't looking too shabby yet for the side of FURIA. Go back up onto the, well, arguably I'd say, one of the most well-known sites in the game of Cash and CC. FURIA here, the Flores returns once again. It did so much work previously and all in good time because Bolo is bringing along the Goyo.
That's it, they've got the Goyo, so the shields to clear out. Geo on the Kaid as well is going to try and make it difficult, but probably to open the East Breach. He may choose to play them on the Garage Catwalk, the electrical horses to try and, yep, that's exactly where they're going to go. So they're going to leave, are they going to leave the East Breach or is he just going to electrify one of them? It looks like they're maybe just going to electrify one and leave the other. Interestingly, they've left half of the bottom garage wall soft as well. I'm not sure where that other reinforcement is going to have been used, but by leaving that one soft, they allow quick access to FURIA. That's the wall that you would usually try and breach to get into garage, get underneath Catwalk and start throwing things up on there. But with Bolo playing on the Goyo, he's probably down in Lounge, a hole in the wall between Lounge and garage, and he's going to look to challenge on. He's actually deeper in blue at the minute, doesn't have a shield set up right now, but the hole has been opened up, so he's looking to make a challenge from that side, but I think it's a little bit risky, this defense.
First Rotero gets eaten. You got Charla and Mert watching that drone hole like a hawk, just waiting for the next one to come through. He's going to try the second one now and force its way through, see what he can try and find. Getting a run-up, actually. Oh, no. Okay, he tried to get it through the breach, but it's still electrified, so he just lost the second Rotero. Yeah.
They'll get that cleared off before long. Fantasy takes a view through, knows that there's a man playing on the shield, just looking out of the cash door. Not going to get an opportunity to land any shots onto him. We're a minute in, we've got the rotation open. That will allow the Rotero drones to come in and start trying to clear those shields out. Geo, he's going to head back onto the Catwalk for the time being. Interestingly that they've reinforced both panels from Catwalk through into server.
Yeah, normally you see at least head level holes open up, right? So you can challenge through when someone's getting control of Catwalk, or even challenge through onto the breach itself. Not that it matters, as Lender has started things off. This time it's Merc going down. That Wamai taken out quite early will mean the team miss out on 3 or 4 of those magnets. A second one flies through. A 5 versus 3 sets in for FURIA, and now TSM will start to feel the pressure.
Charla taking damage. Achieve does manage to find Miracle, and it's Achieve time and time again that keeps getting them back into these rounds. He's the one that seems to step up and find a kill when needed most. He's on the Legion in basement, and he's trying to make his way back up the blue stairs, then potentially red stairs, to get himself back into sight and back in the fight. But for the time being, FURIA are looking to pressure construction side. They've got the CCTV window open as well, potentially looking for a plant inside of there, and Achieved is inside a garage. I'm not sure how aware they are of his presence here at the minute, but he's going to have to make a move because Lender's found a nade onto Charla. Lender's found Geo. He's just absolutely cutting through them at the minute. Rare is planting, and Achieved, he's in no man's land. There's absolutely no chance he can impact on this. Gets one, but now they know exactly where he is. There's a man watching that Achieved. You're going to have to go somewhere else.
It's come down to a point, I think, where Lender having a 3k is more than enough to secure the round. High's watching on red. They're ready if he comes pushing up garage, as Lender is holding the window. It's like we said earlier on, you can't do much from garage here as the defender's trying to retake, because all you got to work with is the window. High's getting the shutout. Another great round coming in for FURIA, who you would wager at this point should be 0-4, well, 4-0.
Absolutely, you know, like you say, it's only for the grace of a 1v3 from Geo that TSM have got around on the board at all here. I think we're going to see a TSM tactical timeout.
Don't blame them.
Are indeed. They're just going to try and break things down, have a chat here. Like I said, I'm going to be interested to have a look back at the defensive setups, particularly from TSM on this site. You know, there's no one right way to set up sites, but there's a couple of things that have made me sort of go, huh, like, you know, why are they doing that? What's the purpose of that? And, you know, it's not really something that we see all too commonly, and FURIA are picking them apart, so I'd have to suggest that it's not working.
Reminds me of Sandbox and their washroom reinforced that just keeps on tilting me on Cafe. I see it every time and it just winds me up, and I'm just like, well, you've now been shown by M&M that it's a bad idea. Will you carry on? Time will tell. Interesting little stat for you. Across the 3 rounds that TSM have lost, that's rounds 1, 2 and 4, they have a measly 3 kills. That's just how bad those 3 rounds have gone and how excellently FURIA have played them out. It's looking pretty rough for them. I'm looking at the scoreboard now as well. 8 kills in total across those rounds. Again, all 5 of those coming in the one round. They come out on top off the back of a Geo 1 versus 3.
Well, FURIA certainly on top of this one so far. 3-1 it stands. They have 2 rounds left on the attack. And I'll be honest, I don't see this changing on the defence stairs. Coming into it with the way that TSM played on Villa, I was expecting more from them. I thought we might be over in 2 here, but FURIA have stepped up and said, yeah, you can play well on your own maps, but we're going to dominate on ours. And the thing is, right now, you're looking at Villa was TSM's map choice, 7-5. FURIA stretched them all the way. Clubhouse, FURIA's map choice, they're running away with it. And that starts to make me wonder towards that 3rd map.
Well, I mentioned earlier on about bar and stage that we likely wouldn't see it picked up because the mirror's been banned away. Well, TSM have proved me wrong, and they've got their own ideas for this site. They are relying very heavily on the intel game, though. You've got the Echo coming along, and you've got the Maestro. On top of that, Bolo, yet to find himself on the scoreboard, is also bringing along the Castle. Castle normally used when you think of the SSG roam, for example, but here, I'm always excited to see how teams are still innovating on what they're doing. Achieved is already electrified off strip. They did this once earlier on when defending inside of the basement. And here I think the goal is, again, just slow them down. You can play inside a strip because they've got a rotation through into it. Just playing very spread, very lateral across the ground floor rather than worrying about the upstairs.
That's it. We've got Merc up there. We would expect at least some attention to be paid. We've got the electrical just preventing access in through that construction reinforced wall. Bolo's going to castle off, so there's probably going to be a presence of at least 1 or 2 players on the top floor. You can deny most of the common plant spots from up there, so FURIA may want to clear that out, but they're going to have quite a lot of work ahead of them. As you say, they're really spread out here. 3 on the top floor, 1 over in strip, Charla behind the bar. There's certainly a lot of ground to cover for FURIA, but to be honest, the strip side they could kind of ignore.
I mean, they're probably going to. It wouldn't be hard to take because they've opened it up like Swiss cheese inside of there at this point, Tim. Everything's opened up. You get inside strip. You've got access to a lot of the areas around it off that basis alone. It's just that the main wall can't be opened up, but they've got Jacuzzi open at this point. They've got to deal with Bolo, who's hanging up there. Geo's off to the far right, and Merc, I believe, is just lay down inside of stock and looking to cause a little bit of trouble. Let's see how it plans out, because no doubt his top floor control is going to be pivotal. That's exactly why you've got Highs, Lender and Fantasy all now looking to work their way through this top floor and pressure these members of TSM out.
Logistics hatch open, Merc opening a rotation just to allow them to escape back into bedroom. And as you say, the bullets already pinging into the walls as FURIA are getting in there aggressively and looking to move TSM back at every step of the way. Lender, he's already in construction practically. He's looking to aggress forward here, and the opening kill is not far away. You feel Merc's going to take a bit of damage there. He's got two angles that he's trying to watch. Fantasy working the windows and Rare over on the jacuzzi wall. Fantasy's now going to be sending in the Rotero drones, just clearing out utility ahead of them as they go. Is it going to get shot out? Yes, Merc manages to put the Alder to work and clear that one out, but information has been gained, if nothing else. Bolo with a kill onto Fantasy. Rare manages to get one of his own and a trade onto Bolo. That's 2 for the Thermite, 4 versus 3 very quickly.
That's exactly what you want as well, because now the top floor starts to run thin, and there's the clear. Highs finding yet another, and Achieve just beelines it back downstairs, hovering around the basement here on main stairs, but sight is essentially clear. Charla's out towards Strip at this point, so FURIA have got the full run at the mill. They can do whatever they want from this point, including try and go for a plant as long as they can hold those angles off. Achieved is now lost in Narnia downstairs. Charla unmoving still, so again, control to FURIA.
The main stairs is super important for this site as well, because it's just going to cut off any rotation back across to try and impact on this plant that's going down. It's going to be Rare to lock it in. Charla cannot move across that main door. There you go. The kill comes in from Lender. Simple as that from FURIA. So much map control, every angle covered, and just they are crossing every T, dotting every I. Everything is FURIA's here.
On the attack of Clubhouse as well. They're making it look easy at this point, Tim.
It's a speedrun any percent.
It basically is, yeah. They've dropped the one round that everyone will look at and say, they shouldn't have won that. It should be 5-0 to FURIA right now, but at least for TSM, they've got one more round to get something on the board. Is a 4-2 split to the attackers what you want at the half? No. Is it what you'll take when it's the only thing left on the cards? Sure.
Okay then, TSM, now's the time. You got to lock down that basement. You cannot rely on another Geo 1v3. You got to keep yourself alive. They're just dying so early in the round as FURIA are able to come in and almost kill them at will. If you remember, Fantasy last time pushed into blue 30 seconds into the round. It was a real old school Ash rush, just straight down into there and got himself the opening kill. That time it was on, I don't record who it was on to actually. I missed that one because it was so quick. TSM, I'm sort of surprised. We've got Bolo on the Legion, we've got the Malusi. I just want to sort of try and figure out where those are being used. The Gumans, the Banshee. You know, how are you trying to slow FURIA down here? Because it didn't work last time.
It didn't work very well, did it? They could try their very best, and ultimately it was that kind of rush-based play. Once they saw the extension into Strip and knew that we had Charla playing out that far, it was like, hey, let's just go for it. They're not going to go for the same thing again just yet, I don't think, although they are reinforcing it off. They're really swearing by this wall being electrified.
I mean, they want it electrified, Des. I'm never one to say that something's wrong because lots of other teams don't do it.
For sure. But it's not been a focus.
Nobody else does that.
And they've not tried to push into Strip. They've never droned it out. They've just pretended, like many people do on this map, that Strip just simply doesn't exist.
And TSM aren't getting anything from it. You know, if you remember NIP the other day, they played Pino up in logistics. It's a bit different. We don't see it all the time. But it worked. It was, you know, it was great. They got something out of it. But this is the thing, TSM I just don't really see getting much out of this. Merc is going to get something out of Highs. He manages to find a kill to take the book down, and that's a big operator to be taken out here.
Arguably your favourite outside of the hard breaches, although Rare had already done a little bit of opening work. You remove the man that's responsible for doing all the vertical destruction. They've got to lean on Fantasy now and those breaching rounds coming out of the Ash to open up enough holes in the floor for them to do work. But he's only got one charge left, so if you ask me, it's looking a little bit miserable as far as vertical play is concerned, which means they can't restrict the defenders as much on the site downstairs. Great first pick, and let's see how that impacts FURIA.
Yep, it will leave them a little bit thin on the ground. Bolo just trying to challenge those main stairs still. We've got Geo established inside of Strip. He's going to pretty much get himself cut off at this point, though, as Merc drops back to site. As soon as Bolo tries to return, that's going to then be difficult for Geo to find his way back. Fantasy has pushed down into blue. Does he know that there's one to the right-hand side of him? Charlo will know of his presence because he triggers the Malusi Banshee as he gets a little bit too close to the wall. The yellow pin goes out just to signal to his team that that's the case, and this is it. Geo is found out inside a strip. They're well aware of his position here, and his days may be numbered as Furia's eyes turn towards him.
So finally they're thinking, okay, now we've got to start paying some form of attention because the guy who clutched up big last time is out in strip by himself. They made us choose to go towards site and have a drone watching him because realistically, there's only one or two ways he can come out. He can push down through the hallway or he can rotate through into pool. There is no other way he gets involved back in this map, and in fact, Rare has got a drone sat just there watching. They will see him come back to site no matter what, and that's exactly what Highs will do. He'll sit on that flank drone. He is essentially not a part of this round for now.
Charlo was so unfortunate there. We missed it. Miracle! No! Miracle just taking a reflex shot, and he takes Lender down in the main corridor. That could have been the round-winning moment for Furia, but it falls apart, and then more damage is done as Fantasy hits Rare as he takes the kitchen drop. They're trying to get that diffuser down. 2v3, there's still an opportunity. Fantasy's going to go for it. Rare's on the cover, but he has only got one bullet in him to take, and there comes the first kill for TSM. Probably going to win them out the round now, as it's 1v2. There it comes from Geo, and it was a little bit messy from Furia on that attack. But Charlo, I just want to come back to it. It was easy to miss, but he was super unlucky. He was on the shield and he was watching Blue Corridor, and we only noticed on the silhouette that he actually turned 90 degrees towards Kitchen Hatch at the exact second that the man walks across single door into blue and is able to then just walk in through the rotation. It was so unlucky that he missed Miracle coming in, and that round could have been very difficult. If Miracle doesn't hit Lender, and if Fantasy doesn't hit Rhea, and if Furia can stop killing each other, then, you know,
that'd be great.
That'd be great. Maybe they win the round.
No, I don't think they would have as well, because if Lender stays alive in the hallway, he stops the rotate down main stairs that ultimately kills Fantasy whilst he's going in for the plant. So, again, I'll touch on it. It's a couple of rounds in that half that I don't feel TSM won. I feel Furia lost to themselves. And I know one of them was a big playoff Geo. We're not trying to take that away from him. But those round losses were preventable for Furia. They could be up 6-0 right now on this map if those couple of missteps hadn't happened.
Yep, I'd have to agree with you. It's going to be Church and Arsenal then. Furia will just be looking to write off that last round. It happens. It's not the end of the world. It's one of those situations that's going to occur. If you fire enough bullets, eventually one or two of them are going to hit your teammates. I mean, it was a great reaction from Miracle.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't blink. He was straight onto it. He was just in the zone at that point.
I wish I could flick like that subconsciously.
There was a shape.
Think about it.
There was a shape and he shot it. It just turned out to be his teammate. Cracking. So, Church and Arsenal, we're going to have a top floor presence. It's the Mutant Mozzie combo.
Joined by the KIA. This is different. So what they've actually gone for is, rather than just jamming off the wall, because since the change to mute where his jammer is now spherical rather than being cylindrical, spherical for those who get that reference, it now means they can keep the wall closed off a little bit easier. They'll have to get themselves on towards the south side wall, try and find out the Electro Claw, which ain't going to be an easy task. And Merc is the first one to find a kill. Down goes the Mozzie. That is not ideal.
Is this the point for TSM? Did they just need to get themselves onto attack to start picking Furia apart? 5 versus 4, and as you say, the clearance of that top floor roam is underway. Fantasy gone. Lender is going to stay in position, opens the hatch just to give himself an escape route. Highs watching garage door, just dips away at the wrong time there. May have got himself one had he hung around, but couldn't because the east breach has been opened up, and TSM just stalled out a little bit. They've got that opening kill, but they haven't pushed into the map yet. Lender is going to take the opportunity to drop away. The top floor roam, you're really looking for it to sort of hold on for 1.5 to 2 minutes. That's what you're looking to waste up there, and Fury have just had to push back a little bit before that.
Just a smidge. But it's about forcing out these players in the top floor, which does require you choosing one side and working your way across, and it looks to be out towards the east. Bolo's starting to charge his way across here on the right side of the map. So what do all of Furia do? They move their way across to the left, down the main stairs where there is no pincer waiting for them, and safely get themselves back on site. So the majority of Furia are now back. It's Miracle who's sat out inside of dirt. So TSM really are chasing ghosts here across the top floor. Most of the team has already retreated far, far away, and it's now just about the clearance thing for TSM. So yes, we've seen FURIA lose a member, but they've also wasted about 2 minutes.
That's it, and TSM, they need to be getting themselves down onto that mid-floor, really. It's about opening hatches, it's about opening vertical angles, because at this point in time, it's going to take them about 30-40 seconds to gain the access to site that they need to complete stage 2, essentially, which is getting your access and clearing out your utility, opening up that plant spot and having an opportunity to put it down. I would expect another 20 to 30 seconds of work for them, which means they're coming in with only 20 to 30 seconds left. It gives them one opportunity, realistically, to get that diffuser down, or it's going to become a massive scramble. FURIA, they're locked into sight, all 4 of them down there, 1 in dirt tunnel, 1 in blue. They're watching every direction, every angle. This is not going to be easy for TSM from here.
I think Lender just tickled at Achieve's feet there as he ran out of kitchen and moved his way down towards dirt. They are trying to get this kind of multifaceted attack on the go. An early smoke canister coming down inside of blue, when there's no one really pressing in there just yet, it looks like. In fact, there is now someone there looking to step their way forward. Merc down main stairs, he's going to press in and try and find one. Charla finds a double in the round after being pretty quiet so far, but he hasn't completed this. They are on the scoreboard. In comes Achieve for another. It's all going wrong for FURIA. It's Highs left in a 1 versus 4, and he can't stop this plant going down. It will get finished off by Geo. In fact, it's Achieve getting the kill just before that ticks through, and TSM take another round and start closing that gap, Tim.
Well played from TSM there. Very nicely getting down there. They didn't have a lot of time to work with necessarily, but 10 seconds left. They're in there getting that diffuser down, managed to find their kills. Rare gave him a little bit of a freebie there. He knew that Church Wall was open. You can't be strafing across it like that. He just wasn't ready to take a challenge, and Charla getting a very important kill that really opened up the round, because as you saw then, FURIA had to try and react to that because the plant spot was unmanned at that point. Rare was not in position to be able to deny a plant attempt, so FURIA had to try and move. They had to try and shoot through soft walls, just do anything they could, and it all got a little bit frantic on the defensive side. But that is a big boost for TSM, and TSM fans out there, I think they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief at this point, Des. It looked rough for them coming in to those first 4 rounds, but they've just started to show a little bit of a better understanding, a little bit of a better performance here on Clubhouse over the last couple of rounds, and you feel like there is a fight in them now.
Charla may have got the 2 complete in that last round of the downs. I'm not quite sure which way it works, but he did get a double kill in the last round, even though right now it says he is 0-6. So before we all pile on Charla, let's remember, he's still having an impact, just isn't necessarily being reflected in the scoreboard, at least for him. It's being attributed to other members of his team right now, based on the way the kills work and the kill credit being changed to kills on down members going to the original player that put them down in the first place. It's going to be a repeated defense out of FURIA. Near identical setup, again with the Kai looking upstairs. I believe Rare is electrifying that wall from below, with the Mute and Mozzie playing up on the top floor. So yes, it is the same again. The key difference, hopefully, is that Fantasy does not get picked off too early into the round.
That's it, the top floor clearance from TSM was actually really good last time around. They just got in there, forced them back. Like you say, they, 1 minute 40, they were dropping back to site, and FURIA really need to try and hold on for a little bit longer than that. But TSM, once they get that control, we just want to see them move a little bit quicker towards getting themselves onto site as well, and just being a little bit more confident that they've got that map cleared out. But Highs, he's going to be pushed back for the time being into Cash. He was playing in CCTV originally. He's just going to start collapsing back. The hatches are open, so he can drop away when he feels he needs to. Lender and Fantasy already have Des, and this is going to be super quick from TSM here. They're inside the first minute, and they've already got 2 of the roamers pushed back.
It's good, I think, for FURIA to even draw back. Yes, you've only wasted 60 seconds, but you're not really going to say no to that. And I've kind of thought what the game plan is here. They make it a bit easier to open up the cash wall because they don't electrify it. And TSM look at that and go, okay, Jacuzzi wall, electrified, reinforced, there's jammers down the stairs, for example, there's lots working against us. Let's just not bother. Let's instead push all our attention out towards the east, and that's where FURIA stick things like the Banshees up on stairways. So, really interesting sort of encouragement by FURIA and trying to direct TSM's attention that so far seems to be working. We're at that 90-second mark. No one yet going down, but TSM are starting to get into position. They're pressuring around blue, looking down towards Highs, playing behind Stack, and my small concern for him is there's no Jaeger, there's no Wamai, it could be some freebies, but first it's Fantasy collecting his free prize, and he finds it achieved.
Great little nitro from Fantasy there to just open things up. Exactly what you feel FURIA needed. Lender's going to double down and find one onto Bolo. 5 versus 3. Kitchen hatch has been opened, but blue is now in FURIA control without too much of a challenge coming in from that side, so they can confidently look towards the hatch drop rather than worrying too much about the other side of the map. Fantasy, look how aggressively he's playing under this hatch in Moto. He's just looking to catch the man out as that gets opened up. He doesn't care. He's not moving, Des. He's just going to wait until that thing pops. He's going to drop back, get a longer angle, but Charla needs to be careful.
He does. We've seen a couple of almost very cheeky kills through hatches being opened, or even just holes opened up by a Maverick earlier on today. Fortunately, none that stung too much, but enough that would have done some big damage. Of course, those nades being taken away from Maverick. Not one you want to be losing when you're coming round to the execute. Charla was still one in back pocket. Geo drops in right into the face of FURIA through the rotation hole, and it's an easy closeout. Charla coming down for the trade. Merc into another, but there's a 2 versus 3. Fantasy into another, into a third, and closes it out in round 8. FURIA back in control.
FURIA get themselves that 2-round lead again, 5-3 now, and that could be a slippery slope for TSM to find themselves on. If FURIA can start locking out defences here like they did attacks, this one's going to be over very, very quickly. 5-3 now, and they're going to head to their second choice site, which is going to be gym and bedroom for FURIA. We're heading onto the west side of the map. We will expect to see a strong east side presence, much the same as TSM did. TSM, they need to work on that top floor clearance just as well as they did back in round 7. They were able to manipulate FURIA's defense, force them out of positions very, very well. They need to do that with the east stairs, not take too long over it, get the breach open, get in there and get control.
Righty, over to gym and bedroom then again. The off-site many would consider. Let's see what FURIA are made of up here. Change away from the tactics they've employed so far that often saw KIA, Debut and Mozzie, for example. We've got Fantasy going across to playing on the Jaeger, so they do have some util catching ability, and high stepping across onto the Aruni, which serves a number of purposes. One, she's just a bulletproof, great gadget to bring along in the first place, but two, she does kind of function as an extension towards a Mozzie, a Jaeger and a Wamai. You can chuck nades through into, of course, the lasers to destroy them, but it does consume the utility in the process. And rather than throwing in grenades or losing 30 HP charging through them, chances are you're just going to throw a nade or a flash or a projectile of some kind in through there to clear it out.
FURIA choosing to reinforce both sides as we would expect. Jacuzzi wall, we've got a single on bathroom, we've got east wall. So yeah, pretty standard setup. They're going to try and hold on to the majority of the top floor. Interestingly, 2 deployable shields at the top of red stairs. One for any challenge coming from the stairs itself, and one for the challenge coming in from the breach. One is a Goyo shield, I believe the other might be a standard shield. It is indeed. My eyes do not deceive me, Des.
I'd hope not, mate. Even with your glasses off, you're still seeing pretty well.
It's only when it's siege utility. I can't see anything else. I can see whether a deployable shield's Goyo or not from the front side, because I watch that much siege, but yeah, I can't see much else.
Well, that's the important detail to have caught in that situation, good sir. That's where the focus comes in. Now we've got ourselves on the Jacuzzi breach that's also been opened up by Geo.
Quick progress.
It is pretty quick progress, all inside 60 seconds, yes. Rare looking to be a bit of a troublemaker. Knows that someone is outside the window. It was achieved who's already stepped inside meat, so not going to be able to find him, unfortunately, unless he chooses to come and rotate out of this spot. There's one more on the downstairs inside the bathroom. Rare is waiting, daring this man to come stepping in, but TSM a little too diligent with 3 members now on drones, hoping to catch him out before any 2 crazy plays start coming in.
Bolo on his almost trademark Sophia at this point is going to push around from bathroom, take out the default cam, and Rare's just missed his opportunity there if he wanted to spring out of main stairs and have some impact, but Bolo's going to just clear more off the hatch. He might well head back towards main stairs to look to challenge it, but with those concussive grenades, he's going to be careful. I think he knows that there's somebody playing up there. Rare, he wants to peek this stairs, he wants to look, he's going to back out, he's not going to go for it. Highs manages to take a lot of damage there. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but it's about 95 HP gone, and he needs to be careful now inside of construction, just trying to hold down the windows, but anything, he's a breath away from death. It's not going to take much. Here comes a nade to try and clear out Rare. It's not going to. He gets very lucky. He manages to find one on the peak, but Polo with an immediate trade.
A nice trade coming in. I mean, the fact that he got a kill there despite TSM knowing that he's been there for the last 30 seconds or so really speaks volumes for Rare's ability to get something out of a situation that looked pretty dire. 4 versus 4, 35 seconds on the clock. And TSM starting to run thin on the drone and the intel game too. So a lot of it's going to come down to this heads-up play of landing shots they need to. Fantasy and Highs are both on a slither of HP. Merc has gone down, another one finished off, so it's down to Charla all by himself. It's going to be enough. Miracle with 2 massive kills. And FURIA find themselves moving up to 6 rounds. It's 6-3.
Too easy for Miracle there. Just takes a little peek around that shower wall, gets himself one, and then hits the deck for the second to come in with the big pump of the shotgun and closes down TSM. Still struggling to get themselves into this one on Clubhouse. FURIA cruising here, 6-3 map point, and they're looking to take us to that Chalet decider. And I'll be honest, I think everybody at home, just like us, really wants that Chalet decider.
Chalet is my favourite map at the minute.
Overtime on Chalet! Overtime on Chalet! That's what we want!
We'll take a 3-map stinger to come to the end of the leg. Look back at SSG yesterday, right?
We need NA versus Latam. It's all written, Des. It's all there.
It's where the fun is at. Chalet hasn't been a massive favourite map of TSM's, mind you. They beat Except there, they played against a team in the quals, but they do ban it away a lot along the journey too. Now, I know that you'll always say to me, and everyone says this about Coastline as well, is don't take LATAM teams to Chalet. What are your general thoughts on FURIA on that map?
I think it'll be a good map for FURIA, given that it's quite new and that TSM don't play it an awful lot. FURIA are a team that have got a lot of options in the strat book. You know, they always come and they always have a new idea, they always have something different to do, and I think Chalet is the sort of map that you can play like that on. You know, there is multiple options to do things. It's not their best map, but I think that they could be dangerous on there.
I mean, opponents ban it away against them a lot, so they're clearly fearful of what they can achieve on the map, so we'll see what happens when we come into that. Let's see how things play out for now then. As it stands, we are indeed upstairs in Cash and CC once again. These final 3 minutes determine whether or not TSM get to keep this game going through to overtime or if FURIA close it out here and now.
Rare just setting himself up inside of logistics there. I'm not sure how long he's going to stick around. He's moved away for the time being. I think he was just trying to potentially challenge onto the hatch. He's just trying to lock down the whole west side. Lender's your man that's on Garage Catwalk. He's potentially going to have some company in a moment as we have the Maverick of Charla just moving towards there. Going to hit the drones for the time being. Also supported by Fantasy down in Lounge, a setup that we see much more commonly now. And Gio, once again, TSM were able to open up the walls very quickly last time around. They're going to do the same thing here, but it didn't really get them anywhere last time.
No, that's the problem, right? We spoke a bit about the kind of garage control that was double reinforced off by TSM for FURIA. I doubt they're all too fearful of how this round's going to play out, given, as you say, it didn't go too badly for them last time. There is no Jaeger on side, and it's one thing I've talked about them in this second half. They've rotated very comfortably between different setups where, you know, we've seen the Jaeger, the Wamai, and the Goyo as a collective. We've seen the Jaeger and the Goyo as isolated two, and now we're seeing the Wamai and the Goyo as an isolated two. So a number of changes coming in across for both teams as to what the lineup is, but always carrying that kind of hint of utility-based play.
Lender and Charla are going to come to blows very, very soon at this rate. There's the peak to start things off. Lender knows the man's there now, but here comes the rush in through the breach. Lender manages to shut Merc down through the soft wall, and that is why you leave that wall soft. Able to get himself a nice kill inside of sight. Lender still holding down Garage. Achieved, however, finds Fantasy, and that levels us up at 4 versus 4. We've got a minute left on the clock, and Miracle's looking. He was tempted to get aggressive there, but steps back. Bolo punishes Lender out on Garage Catwalk. Those angles work both ways, and he proves it nicely. That's going to give TSM some great access to sight, a man advantage. This one is definitely within reach for them.
Rare sat below with the C4 in hand, just kind of daring them to go for it, but the problem is Achieved is working his way in from stock, and I think Rare knows about this. He's holding the pixel angle. Now, SMG not quite the best after the first shot. It does have a bit of a kick on it. It kicks like a mule. Can't find the closing kill. On two of the players pushing through, but it does warn TSM that there is someone present as we get down towards these dying seconds now. 25 are left, and TSM are in a 4 versus 2.
Achieved has just completed a very important hunt there, taking Rare down, and that is going to signal to TSM that they are safe to go in and get this diffuser down. It's up to Gio to move forward from Garage Catwalk and do so. Achieved finds Miracle. He's moved in with the backstab, gets one, Bolo gets the other, and that's going to be TSM taking the attack on CCTV and Cash, but they've got 2 more rounds to find without a mistake yet if they want to win this in 2 maps.
It's a good round from TSM. good pressure and control being taken, and I thought Rare might have a bit of an X factor for them as it went on. But as soon as they got control of Garage, 2 players swarmed their way through and started working their way north side from there. It started well, Lender getting the opening kill onto the Garage door. But again, TSM just investing more resources into a pretty key location. Next site is going to be back down in the basement that we've seen them go down to twice already. It went okay the first time and then didn't look so great the next. We'll see what they can do with it here.
Like you say, Church and Arsenal, a little bit of hit and miss for TSM. Great to start with, but then FURIA are able to lock it down.
The big fantasy 3K as well.
Sorry?
Big fantasy 3K.
It was a big fantasy 3K. I recall it was just basically getting kills left, right and centre.
Yeah.
Inside.
Just fantasy things.
Just fantasy things. Just kills left, right and centre inside a site. I mean, he's had another reasonable map here, 9 and 6 he sits on. But what I like to see from the side of FURIA, Des, we spoke about all the teams before we came into this tournament, and I said, FURIA, they've got Fantasy who can go big. He needs the other 4 supporting him. And in BR6 particularly, that's been a little bit of a struggle. But look at those numbers, 9, 7, 8, 7, 8, very even. All of them pulling in the same direction, all of them doing great work, and that is why FURIA have been so difficult to play against here on Clubhouse.
We said a few times their journey is kind of Team 1 minus 12 months, because if you remember back to how we all viewed Team 1 at the start of last year, it was, you know, Alamo as the big star player. He was the guy that would carry you through, and the other 4 were kind of there as supporting acts, and over time they warmed into things more, got more comfortable in their roles and started delivering, and we've deliberated, when will that happen for FURIA? You know, Fantasy has always been the star player, but I'm starting to get a bit of a thing for Miracle. The man's been on fire the last couple of days. I'm really enjoying seeing him play in the supportive role. A great front man, a great one in the back line. The rest have then got to start to fill out the gaps in the middle.
Interesting use of those corner healing stations from Lender there. He's got 3 in pocket that he's just carrying around with him, Des, and he's just popping them down on the ground when he needs healing. We're going to have an opening kill this time. Bolo onto highs. We see the body tumbling in front of us. That's going to be the Malusi gone, and the FURIA roam starts to fall apart. And if we think back to the round on Church and Arsenal that TSM won on the attack, it was a great roam clearance that it followed. So if they can continue with this and find a few more bodies, it's going to do a job for them. Now then, Lender, he's just waiting for that cooldown on the corner station. He gets his heal again. He's back up to full health, but they are not up to full man count as Merc finds Fantasy, and that's now 5v3. And this is very reminiscent of round 7 when TSM were able to take the win. Des, TSM could bring it back within 1. We could be looking at a 6-5 here.
We could be looking at overtime if it carries on this way. Miracle finally getting a shutdown, but elsewhere achieved brings down Lender. So whilst they have fought back a little bit, it's still a 4 versus 2. It's the kind of scoreline or the kind of, I suppose, player count that you look at and say this should not lead to a thrown round. TSM should be able to close it out and force us all the way through to 12. When we were looking earlier on and saying, man, that should have been a 6-0 half for FURIA.
Really should. You know, particularly like you say, the Geo 1v3, you're really going to be looking back at that as a moment. If this goes to overtime, for example, you're going to be looking back at that and say, FURIA, you're going to be kicking yourselves. It's down to the 2 that are left on site. Miracle and Rare, they're up against 4 and they're up against the clock. There's still an age left, 50 seconds to go, and that is not ideal from Miracle. He steps into the line of sight of Merc and gives him a nice easy kill. The challenge comes in, but Merc is more than equal to it. Gets himself another. And TSM, they get 5 rounds, and we're going to the full 12 on Clubhouse, which at the beginning, it didn't look too likely. TSM fighting hard here, and this is the sort of performance I want to see out of NA, Des. You can just feel the desire from TSM to win here on a map that they struggled with at the beginning.
Keep on fighting their way back in, and it means FURIA essentially have the full choice of sites here. They're going to take a timeout, and CC is going to be where they choose to head to. We saw it just a couple of moments ago, and it was achieved netting a big 3K that dragged them through into this round. I'm feeling a little bit nervous on FURIA because thinking about coming into this map, TSM opted to start on defense. You would wager that FURIA are going to choose in overtime, given it was their map choice, to start on the defensive side. Yet it's defense where both teams have struggled so far, and it looks like both teams will end on a 4-2 attacking half. If FURIA have got 2 rounds on defense, I think TSM can take it and take this 2-0, because for them, also consider you get 3 points out of it and you get to hide Chele for a little bit longer.
Oh, it's big. If you remember, I said that FURIA don't always know when they're beaten, and they've got an incredible ability to come back from 6-2 down, 6-1 down. They will just keep fighting. The other problem you know, the flip side of that for FURIA is they don't always know when they've won. And they don't get it over the line sometimes, and they will get to that map point, and we see them let teams back into it. It's just the end of the game can be a struggle for them sometimes.
They don't know when they've won. They don't know when they've lost.
Just come in and fight for every round.
All right. We'll take
but it's not. It is something that I've seen from FURIA before, that they'll get, particularly back when they had the relegation problems. And I was sort of saying, this team have got wins in them. I can feel it. I can see it. It was because so many of their losses were 7-5, were overtime losses. You know, it was just so common for them to get themselves to the finishing post and not get themselves over the line. Over the last year, they've dealt with that an awful lot, but it is still something that crops up from time to time. And I've got to say, this is the case. You know, they came in to the second half. They were 4-2 up. It should have been more, but they've just let TSM back into it.
And we head down then for round 12 into the basement. A repeat of round 11, but not a repeat of composition. A number of changes coming in for FURIA, where to me at least, this is looking very dug in. They're playing behind a Jaeger. They've got the Kaid on side. They've got the Malusi. They've got the Mute. The Mute being the key one for me, because on the other side there is that Flores. We've talked about it a few times today, Tim. There are no shields for it to chew its way through. Well, there's the one out of the smoke, but there's no Goyo to have multiple shields spaced around. So I'm curious to see where those are going to be focused here, because they can get rid of things like the ADSs, like the Banshees, make life a little bit easier for TSM to work their way forward, and really the only impediment they'll meet will be those Mute Jammers themselves. The hatch here being electrified inside a Moto and the one inside a Kitchen, so with those two locked off, it's going to be a bit of work at TSM to get those open.
I've got a feeling that this map and this round is going to come down to a crazy last 20 seconds. I've just got a feeling that FURIA are going to play it a little bit coy at the beginning here, because they have struggled on the roam. TSM, I commented on it last round, they've had a couple of attacks here on Church and Arsenal where they have dealt with that roam game extremely well. They've given FURIA absolutely nowhere to go, and as you can see, FURIA are already sort of dipping themselves back towards site. They're not too keen on sticking around on those upper floors and trying to waste time. They're all back downstairs inside of the first minute. They've decided that guns on site is the way to go.
I'm not sure how I feel about that either. Like, we've seen some big 3Ks out of players like Fantasy. That said, a C4 coming out from Highs is going to connect onto Achieved. He's not dead, and he's safe now that he's back on solid ground. So we'll find himself back on his feet, counting his lucky stars, no doubt, because a Pokeball might be enough to finish him off here. Looking towards you on that front lender, or potentially the second C4 that can come out of Rare. Down to that 90-second mark here, and the hatches are still being worked on. Lender lurking below, just waiting for this to pop open, and Charla to misstep even the tiniest bit, but he's played it very sensibly and won't find himself going down.
Halfway through the round then, we see the Rotero drones going in, just looking to clear blue corridor out. Maybe it gives us a little bit of an insight into exactly how this late push is going to go down when we get to that stage. Charla's opening hatches. TSM should be well ahead of the game here. They've had plenty of time on this mid floor. Achieved has taken a little bit of damage. I say a little bit, he's taking about 80 health off him, and he's just still swinging away, opening things up.
Did catch him with that C4, yes. Putting quite low, back on his feet, of course. The other side you're looking towards, though, is that both of those Mavericks have been used to open up the two hatches down towards the south. On the other side of things, they put the exothermic on the floor next to the hatch, and the destruction radius then blows the hatch out as a result. You see this used sometimes on maps like Villa inside a study to open up the reinforced wall into games. You put it on the floor, opens up a nice Hibana-shaped hole off to the left, so haven't strictly got to pull it directly on the hatch, but you do, of course, risk getting it shot out through the soft floor. Good stuff so far by TSM, and you said it would all go crazy in the last 20, Tim. It looks like it's about to go crazy.
Olo starts us off with a kill onto Rare. Gio's getting the plant down. I'm not sure that FURIA can do anything about this, Des. All angles are covered, and all of a sudden they've come out with a great attack here, TSM. Fantasy Eyes, they managed to do something, but it feels like it's just a band-aid on a serious injury at this point. Gio gets the kill onto Lender. It's 1v2. It's all down to Highs. He's going to move himself towards Astro Spot. Gio's watching it. He knows he's got his head glitch behind the bomb chassis. He's just waiting for the push. There it is. He dips away from the fight. Highs manages to get himself inside his sight, but shut down by Charla, who had the crossfire. And Des, we're going to overtime on Clubhouse.
It feels like a while since we said those words, Tim. Overtime for me and you. I'm ecstatic about it. Let's go. And like said, FURIA FURIA are starting on the defense, and I was fearful of this. Both teams have taken a 4-2 attacking half, and TSM get 2 more swings at the bat on the attack. Not just that, but off the back of several successful attacks in a row. How many now? 3 back-to-back. They're at a spot where I'm thinking, okay, they can now go on to do this. They can win this next round. Maybe